our mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now to the rising star who is just 7 years old and already making a name for herself in the music world. A viral video of her learning to play Beyonce's Texas Hold'em even got the attention of Queen Bee herself. NBC's Allison Barber has the aspiring singer's heartfelt message.
My mama told me when I was young, we were all born superstars.
7-year-old Zoe Ariana was born to perform. The aspiring pop star stepping into the spotlight last year on America's Got Talent, receiving a standing ovation from the audience for her performance of Lady Gaga's Born This Way and capturing the judges' hearts.
It's a fourth yes from your favorite judge.
Her time on the show kickstarting her music journey.
1, 2, 3.
Zoe's family documenting her incredible talents on Instagram to more than 500,000 followers, showcasing her ability to learn songs just from listening to them.
This girl is on fire.
Mastering everything from Alicia Keys to Coldplay to Bach.
But we found out that she had perfect pitch around age 2.
When I hear a song or when I look at the music to the song, then I can see the notes in my head.
Her latest challenge, learning to play Beyonce's hit country song, Texas Hold'em, without any sheet music.
Whoa, good job.
The kindergarten composer beaming when she nails it.
We have a special delivery.
Zoe's musical mastery catching the attention of Beyonce herself. Queen Bee surprising the superfan with a heartfelt bouquet and note.
What does the card say? Will you read it to us?
Sure. It says, Zoe, your rendition of Texas Hold'em brought me so much joy. You are brilliant. Please keep it up. All my love, Beyonce.
Since you have the piano there, is there anything, do you want to play something for us?
Sure.
Zoe, I cannot wait to come to your concert one day. You're amazing.
When her name and her star catapults, remember, you saw her here on Early Today. It's amazing. Our thanks to Ellison for that report. And thanks to you so much for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great Thursday. We'll see you right back here early Friday morning. Have a great one.
This is Sky News Today. It's 10 o'clock. The headlines. Ministers redefine extremism in a move that's set to see some groups blocked from accessing government funding.
It's not a restraint on free speech. It applies only to engagement with government.
A Sky News exclusive. The British troops who say they were exposed to toxic chemicals during the Iraq War tell us about their battles with cancer and other serious health conditions. The Israeli military says it's planning to move more than 1 million people out of Rafah and into so-called humanitarian islands ahead of a new offensive in Gaza. In the stands at Grimsby FC, a special report from our election target towns as fans of the beautiful game feel the ugliness of Westminster politics. And
I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me.
female headliners take the top slots at Glastonbury for the first time in the history of the music festival. Good morning. Extremism in the UK is being redefined today in a significant move that the government hopes will clamp down on Islamist and far-right groups. The Community Secretary, Michael Gove, will officially make the announcement in the Commons shortly, but already critics are warning the change poses a threat to free speech, which could unfairly punish the wrong people. Under the new terminology, extremism will now be defined as the promotion or advancement of an ideology based on violence, hatred or intolerance that aims to negate or destroy the fundamental rights and freedoms of others or undermine, overturn or replace the UK's system of liberal parliamentary democracy and democratic rights, intentionally create a permissive environment for others to achieve the results in points 1 or 2. So what exactly will the new definition mean in practical terms? Well, the government will soon be publishing a list that names all of the organisations it deems to be extremist. Those organisations will then be denied access to things like government funding, prevented from meeting ministers or parliamentary officials, and therefore not given the platform that could be seen to legitimise them via government association. The groups on the list will only be able to appeal their inclusion by launching a judicial review in the High Court. Joined now to discuss this by our political correspondent Mari Aurora in Westminster. Good morning to you, Mari. And we knew this was coming. Michael Gove talked about it at the weekend. The announcement is due, but already there's a backlash developing.
Yeah, morning. The backlash is really a combination of things, but one of the concerns is around free speech. And the government insists that this is not going to infringe in any way on free speech, on freedom of expression. Michael Gove on Sky News just a couple of hours ago was very insistent on that. The government essentially insists that actually this is really about making sure that the government is not lending legitimacy or potentially even funding organisations that advance what they say extremist ideology. So when you read out that new definition, one of the key differences between the old definition and the new definition is about ideology. And the difficulty is, and a lot of people are sceptical about this, because it's quite difficult to police an ideology, to come to a judgment on ideas and ideology compared to, for instance, action. That's a lot more simple to police, to make conclusions about. And we know that this is in part, but not entirely, but in part also stemmed and kind of spurred on by what we've seen ever since the October 7th attacks in Israel from Hamas. For instance, we talked about, extremism. We talked about freedom of expression. Yesterday at Prime Minister's Questions in the Chamber, Miriam Cates, the Tory MP, directly questioned the Prime Minister and asked him about this and really wanted assurances that certain groups that might hold slightly different values or religious values, for instance, wouldn't then be kind of caught up in this and potentially have their freedom of expression impinged on. And that's one of the concerns. There's also concerns about the fact that there isn't really an ability to appeal. As you say, there is technically a pathway to appeal, but it's quite complicated, it's quite difficult, and you'd have to go to the High Court, so not something you'd expect to see very often. But it's important to say this isn't a legal change, this isn't legislation, this is the change in the definition of extremism when it comes to specifically organisations that work with or are funded by the government. So this is to prevent the government working with organisations that might disseminate extremist views. So it's important to make sure we make that definition distinction. Now, the Labour Party are saying this is tinkering around the edges. Darren Jones from the Labour Party on Sky News this morning, he said he felt it wasn't going far enough. He said the focus actually should be on a strategy to counter extremism and an action plan rather than tweaking a definition that's very government specific and has very little impact on, for instance, how you police extremism and those sorts of things. He also said he didn't think it was fair or right for Michael Gove to name and shame any organisations in the chamber today that the government might be concerned about, for instance, and use his parliamentary privilege to do that. So essentially, no one can take any legal action. And Jason Farrell at Sky News was talking about the fact that there's a suggestion that Michael Gove might do that, and Michael Gove did not shut that down. He did not deny it on Sky News. Therefore, it sounds like perhaps he might name and shame them in the chamber later today.
Mari, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's hear from Michael Gove now. He spoke to us earlier, as Mari said, and here's what he had to say.
It's not intended to prevent people demonstrating per se. Absolutely not. It's not a restraint on free speech. It applies only to engagement with government, because we know that there have been cases in the past where individual extremist organisations have sought to take advantage of government patronage, money and influence in order to advance their agenda. So today's definition applies only to government and makes it clear that we will keep these organisations at arm's length so they can't benefit from access to government and its funds.
The Community Secretary, Michael Gove, they're expecting him to make the official announcement about this extremism definition to the Commons around about 11:15. Stay with us on Sky News for that. Next, Sky News can exclusively reveal that nearly 100 British troops may have been exposed to a cancer-causing chemical while guarding a water treatment plant in Iraq back in 2003. 10 veterans who guarded the site say they feel betrayed by the UK government after struggling since then with a range of health problems. Sky's reporter Michael Drummond is with me now, having written this report. Michael, thanks for joining us. Tell us more.
Thank you. As you say, almost 100 British troops were assigned to guard this site near Basra called Karma Ali. It was a water treatment plant, and it was considered critical to getting Iraqi oil flowing in the opening months of the Iraq War. They were there. This site was in a state of disrepair. Things were crumbling. Metal had been looted. But what they didn't know was that it was also contaminated with a chemical called sodium dichromate, this orange powder that's used to prevent corrosion in pipes. But it was in bags and bags of it, piled up, cut open, and open to the wind and blowing around. Soldiers there at the time reported having nosebleeds and skin lesions, and they had no idea why. It was a mystery until two workers wearing hazmat suits and respirators put up a sign with a skull and crossbones on it saying, "Danger, toxic chemical, sodium dichromate." And they wondered why they had been guarding that all this time, and more than that, they wondered why they still had to guard it after that. And now, 20 years later, lots of them are having health problems. Some have had cancer. In the US, a senior commander died after being exposed to this sodium dichromate.
It will jog people's memory to know that this is a chemical from the family of chemicals that Erin Brockovich, the storied American lawyer, was fighting against in the States, which obviously went on to be a famous movie. Michael, you mention a man, Sergeant Andy Tosh, in your piece. Tell us a little bit more about him specifically.
Exactly. Well, we spoke to 10 veterans who served at Karma Ali, and at the time, Sergeant Andy Tosh was one of the officers there, and he served there and was exposed to this chemical along with the others. And he was the first person that we spoke to about it, and he wonders why they were put there at all. I mean, in the time since he's been treated for skin cancer, he has had red marks on his hand, the same hand that would have been exposed to the wind and the elements, holding his weapon and, moving things around. And he wonders why they were told to go there at all, who knew what and when. He, along with the others, are really keen to have an apology from the government, from the Ministry of Defence, and some answers, perhaps in the form of a public inquiry.
So look, here we are more than 20 years later. What is the Ministry of Defence saying?
So they've issued a statement today, and alongside that, they have said that they're willing to meet with these guys, with these veterans who are at Karma Ali, to find out more about what's happened. I mean, looking at their statement, they say, as soon as they were alerted to the possible exposure of sodium dichromate, an environmental survey was conducted to evaluate typical exposure at Karma Ali. And they also say that anyone who requires medical treatment can receive it through the Defence Medical Services and other appropriate services.
OK. Michael, many thanks indeed. Just a reminder, for full details on Michael's story, you can scan the QR code on your screen right now, where you will see his very comprehensive report. Certainly worth a read. Back to the here and now and to the war in Gaza. And the Israeli military says it plans to transfer more than 1 million people in Gaza into what they are describing as humanitarian islands in the middle of the Gaza Strip ahead of a planned offensive in Rafah. Humanitarian groups say a military offensive into the densely crowded area would be a catastrophe. But Israel says Hamas is maintaining 4 battalions in Rafah, which it wants to destroy. Joining me now to discuss this is military analyst Simon Diggins. Good to see you, Simon. Israel have now confirmed what we suspected. They want to pursue Hamas in Rafah. Tell us what the likely implications of that are.
But they are under real pressure because they've said that it's only by military pressure that Hamas might release their hostages. They've also said that right at the very beginning of the war that they needed to destroy Hamas And those are the kind of words they use, not just defeat them or anything that went with that. And against that, they have this huge humanitarian pressure. The Americans made it really clear to them that there can be no attack against these 4 battalions or indeed other Hamas positions unless there are credible humanitarian plans to look after the population. So that's really where this challenge, this dilemma that the Israelis have at the moment. So that's the major issue they've got is how can they pursue their military aims as well as look after the civilian population, which arguably they haven't necessarily done as well as they should have done until now.
Well, it seems the Israeli response to that US pressure for more humanitarian effort has come up with more terminology, these humanitarian islands. What is that?
It's an unclear terminology. There's no sort of doctrine or protocol that says what a humanitarian island is. If you recall, Rafah itself was supposed to be a humanitarian area. It was one of the areas that the population of Gaza were told to move to, and they were told they would be safe in that particular area. And so it's unclear what this new humanitarian island is going to be, or indeed how they're going to move people, or where they're going to move people to. Quite a lot of the rest of Gaza has been very badly damaged. Gaza City in the north is still fairly isolated, and the second city, which is Khan Yunis, which is further south, is also being attacked as well. So it's unclear what you're going to do. Where was 1.1 million to 1.8 million people going to live? Where's their accommodation going to be? How's the food going to get to them? What their tentage is and everything goes with it. So, just calling an area safe, a humanitarian island, isn't going to cut it, and it won't cut it with the Americans either.
Of course, it's feasible that Hamas could move with displaced people around Gaza to these humanitarian islands. Rafah, in particular, is very close. I mean, it abuts the Egyptian border. Is there a possibility that the war could spread, could breach that border if there is this ground invasion?
That's always the risk. I mean, the Egyptians have played, at the moment, a very clear line. They have said that they would not accept any of the Palestinian refugees to go into place. But their peace treaty with Israel is one of the fundamentals of their broader strategy from there. They've been very helpful in terms of allowing humanitarian aid through, and also Cairo has been used for that. So they'll be very reluctant to allow the war to spread. The Israelis, I think, will be very careful in terms of what they do, because they do not also want to lose that. It's not an alliance, but a kind of understanding, strategic understanding with Egypt about where their boundaries lie. But the war is so the sort of political dynamic and the personal dynamic and the kind of the sympathetic cultural dynamic is so strong there that both sides are going to be very, very careful about how this offensive is conducted.
Incredibly delicate. Simon, thank you very much. NHS England has released cancer wait time figures for January of this year. In the month King Charles himself was diagnosed with the disease, the NHS didn't meet either of its key cancer waiting time targets, and performance was worse than in previous months. Let's have a look at the main numbers. 29.1%, or around 75,000 people, waited longer than a month from urgent GP referral to diagnosis. The NHS target should be below 25%. Meanwhile, 37.7%, that's around 10,000 people, waited longer than 2 months to start treatment for cancer after an urgent GP referral. The target is 15%, so this is twice as bad as it should be and worse than in December. We speak now to our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi. And Ashish, good to see you. Things moving in the wrong direction for the NHS in England then? Well, sorry about that. We seem to have lost sound to Ashish. We'll go back to him when we can to discuss those NHS in England cancer figures. But before we do, let's bring you some breaking news now. A 17-year-old boy has pleaded guilty at the Old Bailey to the manslaughter of 15-year-old Eliane Andam in Croydon on September the 27th last year, but denied murdering her. Some breaking news, guilty plea in the murder of Eliane Andam. Let's go back to Ashish, who joins us from Westminster, our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi. Sorry, Ashish, we couldn't hear you just now, but the question was around NHS England cancer waiting times all going in the wrong direction. Really sorry about that. I was really hoping to hear from Ashish a second time. Will it be third time lucky? We'll find out later on in the show. But moving on, political divisions in Parliament are rarely more discussed than in the lead-up to a general election. And this week has already proven to be no different. With talk of racism and extremism and one of the many seats the two main parties will be targeting, Grimsby and Cleethorpes make an interesting case. The towns sit side by side on the Lincolnshire coast, where the government hopes they can still get their message across to previously red wall voters. In the run-up to the election, they are our target towns. Why? Well, politically, Greater Grimsby has long been a Labour stronghold, but in 2019 it turned blue for Conservative for the first time since the end of the Second World War. Cleethorpes, which only became a constituency itself in 1997, was Labour until 2010. At the next election, the two will be combined into a singular new constituency, which Labour needs an 11.7% swing to win, close to the level it needs nationally to win an overall majority. Our national correspondent, Tom Parminter, has more.
It's old school at Blundell Park. Just ask at the snack shack what's wrong with British politics.
It's the narrative. Do you believe the narrative of what any politician tells you?
Do you?
No, I don't. I don't. People just cannot speak the truth.
MK Dons were the visitors in League Two. And the Codheads, as the home fans are known, really needed a win.
If you don't live in hope, you've got nothing, have you?
The ground is just in neighbouring Cleethorpes. But when the seat of Great Grimsby backed Boris Johnson's Conservatives, after decades with Labour, it was a big switch. The former PM even wore the club's GTFC bobble hat when appearing at the COVID inquiry. Not everybody liked it. What did you make of that?
It's a cool hat. It's probably not the coolest person to be wearing it, but yeah. Sorry, Boris.
So apart from a win, what else do they want?
I want to know what they're going to do about the health system at the moment, the waiting list, the adult social care crisis that we're in, the cost of living, just what they're going to do. It's a long list, yeah.
I'm a retired police officer, and it's just absolutely a demoralised service, the same as the NHS. The whole thing's in crisis.
The club chairman, who's backing Labour, believes something more fundamental is needed.
What people will be looking for is an honest conversation with people that are prepared to turn up and have difficult conversations with everyone in our community. But everyone as citizens needs to step into it and take ownership of the future that they want, or rather than just being passive recipients of the idea that government will solve everything, because they won't, but they have a role to play.
With Grimsby 1-0 up at half-time, the hot dogs were ready. What do you think this country needs at the moment?
I think it needs someone with a bit of balls to like sort it out and take it by the horns and actually shake it up a bit.
And that's becoming a familiar sentiment. It's not that people aren't optimistic, it's that they're not optimistic in politics and politicians. They got the win and left happy. But for anyone looking for votes here this year, this is a tough crowd. Tom Parminter, Sky News.
You're watching Sky News today. Still to come, the Metropolitan Police launches hundreds of investigations into its own officers as an anti-corruption hotline goes live. We'll hear from the government's independent advisor on political violence as some warn changes to the definition of extremism could pose a threat to free speech. And
I come and I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm not here for long. Catch me or I go. Houdini, I come and I go.
girl power at Glastonbury as female acts take many of the top spots at this summer's festival.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Think we're all safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Live from
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The Metropolitan Police has launched more than 700 investigations into potential corruption within its own ranks. It's after 3,000 contacts were made to a new anti-corruption line in the first 18 months of its operation. Since November 2022, 867 pieces of intelligence have been passed on to the force, and 139 reports to the line have been passed on to other relevant forces. Our crime correspondent Martin Brunt joins us now. Morning to you, Martin. Is this doing better than expected, then?
I'm not sure if better is the right way of looking at it. I think there's a sense that that Met hotline that's been running for 18 months has been swamped. To put a bit of context around it, Matt, police officers can sometimes be the subject of unjustified or even malicious complaints. But even so, these are rather astonishing figures. 3,000 complaints in 18 months. 700 investigations have been launched from those complaints, and around 140 have been passed on to other police forces. And I think what's worth bearing in mind as well is that this is all coming at a time when you would think that most police officers, if not all police officers, certainly at the Met, would be on their best behaviour. Given the recent scandals, Wayne Couzens, David Carrick, other incidents where police officers have lost their jobs because of appallingly bad behaviour, and yet, there's still suggested evidence that so many of them are behaving so badly. We're talking about corruption, abuse, homophobic, racist, misogynist behaviour or comments, and we're not talking about just those officers on duty. Even officers off duty are caught up in this and can be castigated and investigated for their behaviour. It's now being rolled out after this 18-month pilot by the Met to all police forces. It's being run by Crime Stoppers. People will be familiar. For many years you've been able to report crimes to Crime Stoppers anonymously. Well, now you can also use a similar service with the same charity to let people know if you're unhappy with the way police officers or staff or their volunteers have been behaving. This is a service that's new. It's on top of the established police complaints system. So another avenue for people to lodge complaints. Police chiefs say that they are making progress in boosting public confidence in policing, which has fallen so dramatically, but they do accept that they have to do more to re-establish that trust from the public, and this is one more measure that's aiming to do just that.
Martin, many thanks. Now let's check on the weather.
Warm memories wherever you go. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Yesterday's rain is still with us, having delivered significant rainfall totals to Wales and northern England. But it's on the move now, spreading slowly through Northern Ireland and Scotland, with the potential still for some very wet weather out there. Ahead of the rain belt, it'll be fresh and bright with light winds, but cloud will increase from the south over time. For much of England and Wales, it's going to be windy but very mild, with temperatures likely to reach 15 or 16 Celsius in the brighter east. The west of the country will see greater amounts of cloud, along with some showers and some longer spells of rain. The showers will spread eastward later in the day, with some brighter spells developing in the west. Overnight, the rain belt in the north will begin to edge southward, returning to Northern Ireland and northern England. It'll be cold in the far north with a frost. Much of England and Wales will be mild and breezy, with temperatures in double figures. An organised area of heavy showers and more persistent rain will spread eastward.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News this morning. Coming up, extremism redefined. We'll hear from the government's independent advisor on political violence.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
This is where it all begins.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is Sky News, the top stories this hour. Michael Gove has defended the government's new definition of extremism, insisting it is not intended to prevent people demonstrating, after groups warned it could pose a limit to free speech. Sky News can reveal that nearly 100 British troops may have been exposed to a cancer-causing chemical while they were guarding a water treatment plant in Iraq in 2003. The Israeli military says it plans to move more than 1 million Palestinians sheltering in Rafah to what they're calling humanitarian islands in the center of the territory ahead of a planned offensive. Let's bring you an update now on that breaking news I mentioned just a few moments ago. A 17-year-old boy has pleaded guilty to the manslaughter of 15-year-old Eliane Andam, who was stabbed to death on her way to school in Croydon last September. The boy cannot be identified because of his age, but denies murder. We can talk about this now to Sky's Milena Veselinovic. Milena, bring us up to speed.
Yes, so the boy appeared via video link at the Central Criminal Court in London this morning. As you said, he's too young to be identified, but he pleaded not guilty to the murder charge. However, he admitted a lesser charge of manslaughter. This, however, has not been accepted by the prosecution. So a murder trial date has been set for later on this year, November. Now, just to remind everyone what happened, this was the murder or killing of Eliane Andam, a 15-year-old schoolgirl. She was stabbed to death as she made her way to her school in Croydon in September of last year. She had met with a couple of female friends on her way to school, and witnesses said that she was attacked by a person who was wearing gloves and a mask, that that person had taken a blade from their waistband and repeatedly stabbed Eliane. Now, the alleged killer was arrested a short while later, not too far from the scene, because they had fled the scene, and there were numerous attempts from the passers-by, from Eliane's friends, to try to save her life, but unfortunately that was not successful, and the 15-year-old girl died of her wounds.
Milena, many thanks. Let's return now to our top story this morning. The government is redefining extremism in the UK, stemming, it says, from concerns over potential threats to British democracy. But even before the Community Secretary Michael Gove takes to his feet in the Commons to make the official announcement, some groups have warned that they're worried the change will significantly limit free speech. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, has more.
A protest in Birmingham, organised by Shakil Afsar, a vocal activist.
It will be free from the river to the sea.
But will his views and actions fall foul of the new definition of extremism?
This is only being passed to silence us, and to put a zip on our mouth and say what you are saying is not acceptable, it won't be entertained, and that's wrong. This is not the democratic country that I grew up in. You could take a walk down the streets in many areas, and every single thing that we have said and done is agreed by many, many thousands of British citizens.
He made headlines 5 years ago when a protest exclusion zone was set up around a Birmingham primary school, after Shakil led a campaign against inclusion of LGBT literature. He's re-emerged organising pro-Palestinian marches.
Rishi Sunak, you are most definitely a waste man.
Shakil says he doesn't support what Hamas did on October the 7th, but his views and actions might still be considered extremist. And this chant, for example, anti-Semitic.
Surely, do the Palestinians not have a right to arm themselves and stop this tyranny and this genocide that is happening?
A lot of people say, when you chant from the river to the sea, you're saying, stop that genocide over there, but let's annihilate another population over here.
I believe that the Palestinians and the Palestinian resistance movement has a right to defend themselves.
But does that mean...
and arm themselves to defend themselves as per international law.
Up to what? Up to which geographical location?
Well, up to
between the river and the sea.
Up to between the river and the sea.
So therefore, where do the Israelis live? Where do the Israelis live? That's the main
I'm going to
point.
answer the question.
Okay.
Where the Israelis live is from the river to the sea, in a democratic country where they all live peacefully.
Michael Gove says pro-Palestinian events have been organised by extremist groups, and it will be one of the challenges of this definition to decide who falls under it.
This definition does not ban extremism. What it bans is the government giving money or platforms to extremists. I think that's very important to make that distinction. You can still have freedom of thought on this basis, but I think what's quite clear is that we don't want extremist groups to be empowered by government. We want them as far away in the margins of life as possible.
Abdullah represents one group which fears it will be deemed extremist, called MEND. They oppose the government's anti-radicalisation programme and accuse them of Islamophobia. They also help train institutions about Islamophobia.
people who engage with the Muslim community, whether it be in hospitals or the police or any other organisations, universities, things like this, they reach out to us saying, listen, you have some really good material. We'd like you to kind of train our staff with, to talk to us about these issues.
Do you think you'll still be allowed to train the police or medical staff in Islamophobia if you're deemed to be extremist?
I think it's an old tactic, really, that if someone is against you, then you just put this label on them and then you don't have to engage with them.
The government says it's trying to identify all forms of extremism, including the far right. But Muslim groups fear this will disproportionately affect them. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Lord Walney is the government's independent advisor on political violence and disruption. He joins us now. Good morning to you. Thanks for taking the time. Have you had any involvement in this definition of extremism?
Michael Gove was good enough to consult me as the government's advisor on political violence on the text, and I think the goal here is right, and I welcome it, and I welcome the revised definition being more focused than the previous one from over a decade ago in spelling out that we should do more to protect our liberal democracy from the kind of systematic threats to which it can be exposed. Now, how you do that is clearly the next question that follows from this, and it does involve difficult decisions, difficult discussions with organisations who may indeed fall foul of the new definition and therefore would be deprived of public funding. But I think for most people looking at this, they would think it's a reasonable thing to say, OK, well, a certain government's, a certain organisation's activities may not be illegal, but is it really appropriate if there is sufficient evidence that they oppose the liberal democratic institutions that we ought to be proud of in this country, that they shouldn't be able to do that while receiving public money from various different routes?
Well, it begs quite a few questions. So the first one being, sure, the government, Michael Gove, has spoken to you about it, but are they speaking to enough people in pursuit of what this definition is, or are they keeping it party political, as some are saying?
Well, I think it's really important that this can reach out across the political divide if possible.
Do you think they have? Do you think?
There's always the difficulty with governments formally consulting oppositions ahead of things being published. But I think it's really important now that the channels are open and clear, and let's remember that actually it was the last Labour government in 2008 which made significant strides in tackling extremism and put in place some of the non-engagement principles that are still being adhered to today. So I think there can be a cross-party consensus on this, but I think the important thing is to set out why we're doing this, why we actually have to do more to protect our democracy, and that sometimes that there is a level of harm, and it might be below, at that precise moment, the violent terrorist threshold, but nevertheless it does significant damage to our country. We should be prouder and more vocal than we are in supporting the protection of our parliamentary democracy. You've seen the way in which there has been fears of intimidation of members of Parliament in recent weeks. I've been involved in that, and this, I think, this extremism definition can be an underpinning for the difficult, sometimes controversial, undoubtedly imperfect work, but important work to do to say, actually, here are our values, this is how we support them as a country, and this is what happens if you are outside of that basic tenet of being engaging in parliamentary democracy rather than seeking to undermine it.
But the first thing to say in response to that is this is not a law, this is not legislation, this is basically guidance, which inevitably is going to be tested in courts of law. Should groups end up on that list who disagree with being on that list, they're going to go straight to court, aren't they? And will this stand up to judicial scrutiny?
Yeah, well, that's the question, and probably that is why we are seeing the framework today and not a fully worked out list, because I know that there has been a lot of back and forth.
Let me interrupt you there.
Sure.
That's what upsets people about this. It isn't fully worked out. It's just the start of something.
And I think the government is right to take its time rather than rush something out. But yes, I think the next step is to ensure that the process is properly robust and that there is, of course, if an organisation ends up being named on a list which is not going to be, should not be in receipt of public funding, it's not going to be happy about that. And that process therefore needs to be robust, it needs to be transparent, and there needs to be an ability to challenge it. And also, I'd like to see this framework surviving to a change of government, which may have a different set of instincts and priorities, but I'd like to be able to see that a single framework being able to be applied fairly across those guidelines, so across that divide. So this is not easy, but I think the more transparent we can be, the better it's going to be.
Well, that brings us back to that top question, whereas if you want it to transcend party politics and exist across several governments, perhaps the Conservatives should have spoken to Labour, the SNP, everybody about this before, well, preparing to reveal it in the Commons in the next few minutes.
Well, look, I mean, perhaps there is as I say, there is always a difficulty where you draw the line. I've been in government about the extent to which you can formally engage ahead. But it's really important now that the government is in listening mode, but also kind of I think there is also a danger that we can seek a kind of false unity on this, which is it's all very difficult. We should just try and be nice to each other. And let's not upset anyone, and actually that can enable the continuation of the kind of sometimes pernicious strands of organised activity within our public institutions, which are supported by those institutions, but ultimately seek to undermine them. That's why this is going to be difficult. Sometimes it's going to be controversial, but it's important to do.
Yes, and you can understand how some groups might want to exploit the grey area that this currently exists in. Listen, Lorraine, let me give you an example. This is one pertinent to you. I know back in November last year, you advocated giving police the powers to ban pro-Palestinian protests on the streets of Britain if they were deemed to contribute to an atmosphere of intimidation against Jews. This goes to the heart of the point. Who decides what intimidation is? Who decides how to live by the letter of this advice on extremism? It's ultimately, that's the question. Who decides what is right and what is wrong?
Sure, and it's difficult, and you're going to different people will draw slightly different lines, and there'll be different organisations that are tasked with interpreting it in different circumstances. So in the case of the marches that you raise, I'm concerned that the police either do not have sufficient latitude or are not using sufficient latitude to look at the cumulative harm which can be it's being perpetrated, particularly on the Jewish community, many of whom do feel threatened by the weekly drumbeat of marches and are avoiding parts of central London on march days. In those circumstances, I think the police should be able to make a more holistic judgment about what is happening, rather than maybe the conditions on a particular day. In this circumstance, what we're mainly talking about today in the definition of extremism is who should be able to be in receipt of public money. And I do think ultimately it is an appropriate responsibility of the government to set stronger guidelines and rules for where that is. Now, those rules should be scrutinised, they should be tested, they should be able to be challenged in individual cases where people are unhappy. But ultimately, it is the government's call, I think, to be able to be responsible for who pays, to whom money is paid. The opposition and the media and journalists and the public rightly hold the government to account when it gets those decisions wrong. So this is a process, I hope, a more robust process by which we can try and get it right in the future.
Look, final question, and is about the police, as you mentioned there. They're going to be the ones who are going to have to act on this if people, groups, are seen to breach the advice. It's not as if they haven't got enough problems of their own right now. We hear from police officers, they don't want this extra headache of trying to decipher what the definition of extremism is before they take action. It just further complicates matters, doesn't it, rather than making things simpler?
Well, actually, that's a really good point. And I think that is definitely where you can get to on extremism. And in truth, I think that was a danger in the previous focus on extremism, where the police were being asked to decipher more, what precisely was unhelpful hate speech that may fall below a legal definition. And people were tying themselves in knots about that and may continue to do so. I hope that this definition, with its focus on not giving public money to organisations that will undermine liberal democracy, does provide a clearer focus and ought to mean actually that the police are involved less than they have been drawn into in the previous discussions about extremism.
Lord Walney, appreciate you taking the time talking to us on Sky News this morning. Many thanks indeed. And we're expecting Michael Gove to stand up in the Commons in around half an hour's time or so to make the official announcement on that definition of extremism. This is Sky News Today. Coming up.
I come and I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm not here for long. Catch me or I go. Houdini, I come.
Dua Lipa and the other must-see acts at this year's Glastonbury as the festival unveils its headliners.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton with everything.
All right, it just need to.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Traveling is not just about the destination. It's also about how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly better. Fly Emirates. Fly better. Thank you.
It is always one of the most anticipated moments of the year, and this one is no different. It is Glastonbury lineup announcement day, and the organisers have gone for mostly women at the top by confirming SZA and Dua Lipa among the headline acts.
I come and I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm not here for long. Catch me or I go. Houdini. I come and I go.
Others that will also perform at this summer's famous music festival include Coldplay, Little Sims, Avril Lavigne and Jessie Ware. And joining me now to talk about this is Nicole Vassell, culture reporter at The Independent. What do you make of the lineup, Nicole?
Yeah, I do think it's a real positive lineup. It does make a change from last year's efforts, which was kind of an all-male lineup. And it does show quite a concerted effort to really rebalance the scale this year.
Except Coldplay are there for the millionth time. They haven't played in about 8 years, but I think I'm right in saying they've headlined now more than anybody. So it's a bit of the old and a bit of the new.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to play to what people want to see, I guess. I think if Coldplay have given good performances in the past, then they kind of know what will work. But it is really positive to see Dua Lipa and SZA, Shania Twain, even Avril Lavigne, Little Sims. There's a real kind of range of women kind of taking the top spots this year, and it seems exciting.
Look, fair enough. I saw Coldplay there in 2002. They were very good indeed. I'm sure they've still got it. But talk to me about Dua Lipa in particular, because she has performed at Glastonbury, but this is a step up, and she really is right at the upper echelons of global stardom now, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, she's got a new album coming, so it's kind of the perfect way to bring in this summer for her. And she's performed there before, but I think this is her first time on the Pyramid stage, at least headlining it. So it really does show how far she's come in such a little spectrum of time, really. And she is a massive kind of pop star at the moment, so it'll be good.
Yeah, I'm a fan, as you can probably tell. I'm looking forward to that album coming out. Banger after banger, I think, is what my kids would say. There is some competition, though, with Glastonbury this summer. And again, I speak as the father of daughters who are very excited about seeing Taylor Swift over the summer. I mean, she is around this summer. There was a lot of rumours that she was going to be headlining Glastonbury. I don't think she's played it before, but instead she's sticking to her own tour. I say this with trepidation, but could she overshadow Glastonbury in some way?
I mean, I think because the tickets for Taylor Swift came out so far in advance, as did these, I think that's kind of like set. People who are going to Taylor will go to Taylor. People who are going to Glasgow will go to Glasgow. I think some people were hoping that she would, come over and do Glastonbury, but I think she is performing on the across the festival dates. So there probably won't be an overlap there, but I don't know. I think they're completely different audiences, maybe.
Different demographics. I'll report back when I go and take my kids to see Taylor for the second time. It's an experience I wasn't expecting. Let's just dig into the rest of the Glastonbury line. I'm not going, but if I was, there are a couple of acts that stick out for me. Jungle, who won at the Brits just a couple of weeks ago as best group, I think. Michael Kiwanuka as well, who I have seen live, is brilliant. Who stands out for you?
Well, I mean, I think this probably speaks to me being a uni student of the 2010s, but I really, really do want to see Disclosure. Olivia Dean, she was nominated at the Mercuries. I think she's great. Who else would be there? Nia Archives, Last Dinner Party. I think there's a lot of great acts I like that it's a range as well. Like, there's a lot of people across demographics that will be performing, so I can't wait.
I agree. Sadly, are you going? Because I'm not. Couldn't get a ticket. Are you going?
I think so. I do, yes, I am going.
Fingers crossed for you.
I'll make my way there.
Okay. Fingers crossed for you. If you do go, when you go, come back and tell us how it was. And tell us, by the way, Nicole, if the women headlining the Pyramid stage lived up to expectations. We've got a deal there.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be right back.
All right. Fantastic. Nicole, many thanks indeed for joining us to discuss this year's Glastonbury lineup.
Thank you.
Now, is it going to be Glastonbury-type weather today? Let's have a check.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting.
It is safe. Everybody good?
Women, children,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to
apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting.
It is safe. Everybody good?
Women, children,
Right now on Morning News Now, the clock is ticking for TikTok. The House overwhelmingly approving a bill that could ban the popular app here in the U.S. But how will it fare in the Senate? And what could it all mean for TikTok's millions of American users? Savannah will break it all down. Also this morning, major developments in former President Trump's election interference case in Georgia. The judge dismissing 3 of the counts against him. We'll explain what's behind that decision as the former president heads to a Florida courtroom today for a different case. Plus, a promising medical breakthrough that might shape the way doctors detect colon cancer. The new research that shows lives could be saved with a simple blood test. And swiping left, why some of the big dating apps are on the decline among younger Americans. The Gen Z trends that have them looking for love elsewhere.
Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Good to be back here in New York with you.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. We're going to start with TikTok's time in the U.S. possibly running out. A bill that could ban the popular social video app cleared the House yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, they overwhelmingly passed it with strong bipartisan support in a 352 to 65 vote. So this is called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. The legislation says TikTok is a threat to national security because it is controlled by China, a foreign adversary. The company maintains it is not controlled or owned by the Chinese government. Well, this bill essentially gives tech giant ByteDance, that's TikTok's parent company, two options. Either sell the app to a buyer approved by the U.S. government within 6 months, or forgo a sale and be banned in the U.S. TikTok CEO Shou Chu posted a video last night speaking directly to the app's users and expressing his disappointment.
This bill gives more power to a handful of other social media companies. It will also take billions of dollars out of the pockets of creators and small businesses. It will put more than 300,000 American jobs at risk, and it will take away your TikTok. We will not stop fighting and advocating for you. We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights.
So a potential ban could be devastating for small business owners and creators who use TikTok to earn their living. Several well-known TikTok creators have already started looking for ways to diversify their businesses and brands. So now what's next? The bill heads to the Senate, where it faces an uncertain future.
So you were there yesterday on Capitol Hill as the vote went down, and that's the big question. What happens next? Leaders of the Senate Intelligence Committee have already endorsed this. Is that a sign of what could happen in the Senate, or does it face a tougher road here?
Yeah, so the leaders of that committee, they put out this statement essentially praising the bill, praising the fact that the House had passed the bill, and then also urging Senate action, saying we should do this, we should bring this to the vote. The thing, though, is that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has been very noncommittal about actually bringing that to a vote on the floor. It is unclear if or when he would do so. We also have heard just anecdotally from senators more negativity than we did from representatives, several of them pointing out the fact that is it really a good idea to mess with something young voters specifically love? Dick Durbin actually has been saying, does that really sound like a good re-election strategy? It's, of course, on the back of everybody's minds that it's 2024. At the same time, this fight is going down.
So if it is approved by the Senate, the president would have to sign it. We know that he uses TikTok in his campaign. At the same time, it sounds like he probably would sign it. Where do things stand with the president?
Yeah, it's a great question because he is posting, I mean, as recently as this week, he is fully using the app while this conversation is going on in the background. I actually spoke with several Democratic representatives yesterday who said that is a mixed message. I don't like that. It's not clear why the president would be using the app that he seems to believe, as well as many members of Congress do, could potentially be a national security threat. He has, though, said should this make it to his desk, he would sign it. Of course, that still passes the big hurdle that I just laid out in the Senate. Unclear if it will make it to his desk. If it does, that's when that 6-month time starts for ByteDance to divest this company. And if not, the theory is that it would just essentially disappear from app stores, be unavailable on your phone. But TikTok will likely challenge that in court should it get to that point.
That's the other part of this as well.
Yeah.
A huge issue for tens of millions of people who use TikTok.
And make their money on it.
And much more to come. All right, Savannah, thank you so
Absolutely.
much. Now to a major development in the Georgia election interference case against former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee has dismissed 3 of the counts against Mr. Trump, but it's important to note he still faces 10 other counts in the Georgia case. For more, we are joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. He is in Fort Pierce, Florida. We also have NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos here on set with us. Ken, I'll get started with you there in Florida. What can you tell us about the charges that were dropped?
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. 6 counts total, 3 of which apply to former President Trump. And essentially what the judge decided here is that these counts did not allege sufficient violations of the Georgia and U.S. constitutions. That was the issue, not the overt acts that were alleged. This involved the alleged acts by Mr. Trump and his co-defendants to pressure local officials over bogus allegations of fraud. And again, the indictment is still in place. Most of the charges are still in place, but these particular charges have been dismissed, and the prosecution could appeal this ruling.
All right, Danny, let's bring you in here. Why did the judge decide to drop these 3 charges? Was this a mistake in your mind by the DA to even bring them in the first place, or was this kind of a surprise?
No, this was an unforced error in a sense. This is called a demurrer. Basically, what you do, and it exists in civil and criminal law, you say, look, take a look at the charging instrument. Here are the 4 corners of that instrument. Did they allege properly the crimes? Did they give us sufficient notice of what we have to defend against? These motions are almost always denied. They're very difficult for the defense to win because the pleading standard is really very light. But this is not your ordinary robbery or burglary case that is charged thousands of times and that the DA's office would know how to allege the facts. Instead, here, this is a complex case. And what the judge found is that there was an allegation that people solicited the violation of oath of office. But they didn't articulate, the state, what part of that oath of office specifically was solicited. So when you do that, you really have 2 things you have to prove. You have to prove the solicitation, or allege it, I should say. And you also have to allege the elements of this oath that was violated. So it really was, in my view, an unforced error because it's something that they just needed to allege with more specificity. They could do it again, arguably. That's really all these motions really win you. They may just win you more time as the state or the government goes back and gets the proper indictment. But, you know, any win on the defense that slows things down for the Trump team and the co-defendants is a win.
Absolutely. Ken, we're also watching for a decision on whether or not DA Willis will be disqualified from the case. Fani Willis, do we have any idea when that ruling could come down?
It could come down any day now, Savannah, and this is really much more important than the other decision we're talking about, because if she is knocked out of this case, it could be the end of the case. It would fall to a state prosecution board to decide who would replace her as prosecutor, and that board moves notoriously slowly. Now, if the judge does rule that she has a conflict of interest here, and this involves the hiring of a person that she had a romantic relationship with, she may be able to appeal that ruling, and that could allow her to remain in the case, but again, that would cause a big delay. So either way, unless the judge completely absolves her and decides she can remain in the case, this could be a very difficult situation for this case and for the prosecution, guys.
All right, so Danny, let's talk about why Ken is in Florida right now, and that's because we're going to have this hearing today about the classified documents case that impacts Mr. Trump there. What could we expect in that hearing today? We know that Mr. Trump and his legal team, they'd love to have this case thrown out, at the very least delayed, right?
Yeah, courts are very reluctant to throw cases out and deny the government their day in court. Even more so, I would expect, in cases of this importance. Arguably, the most important criminal cases in American history are all pending at the same time, including in the Southern District of Florida. The argument is basically trying to boil this complex issue down to a simple explanation is really that the Presidential Records Act and the president's status as president allowed him a special privilege to sort of designate documents as not classified. That and some other arguments that they're making to throw the case out. It's a legal issue that the court can decide at this stage. But no matter the outcome, we already know what we're going to see. We're going to see a number of appeals. Now, whether or not those appeals can stall the pending criminal case, that's another legal issue. But these are legal issues the court can decide at this stage. It's just practically, they almost never will decide these in favor of the defendant because it means denying the state or the people, or in this case, the government, the federal government, the prosecutors, their trial in court.
So we love when you make a prediction for us, if not thrown out. I mean, at the very least, is this delayed, do you think?
If the appeal, the problem is interlocutory appeal in criminal cases usually doesn't stall the underlying criminal case. There's a good reason for that. We saw that earlier in one of the other Trump cases, the D.C. case. There's a reason we have that rule, because if every criminal or criminal defendant could stall his case by simply appealing, then no cases would ever go to trial. You'd be 20 years down the road in the appellate process, and the original trial never would go forward. So, look, predictions, I'm usually wrong, but if I were guessing, the court is not likely to grant this motion simply because they want the government to have their day in court. And you don't want to be that judge that denied that opportunity to the state, the people, or the federal government.
All right, Ken Delaney and Danny Sabalas, thank you both.
Legal challenges are not the only thing on former President Trump's mind. After clinching the GOP nomination earlier this week, speculation is growing over who he'll pick for a running mate. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has new exclusive reporting that shows Mr. Trump is focused on abortion as he considers the other half of his ticket.
Former President Trump's search for a running mate coming into sharper focus, and one issue dominating the discussions, abortion.
We're living in a time when there has to be a little bit of a concession one way or the other, and I think, I want to get it right.
Multiple sources telling NBC News Trump views abortion as a singular liability for Republicans in November and is screening candidates for a running mate for possible vulnerabilities on the issue. Trump even reportedly surveying his own guests at Mar-a-Lago about potential VP picks and their views on abortion.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Trump's 3 nominees to the Supreme Court were critical in overturning Roe v. Wade, but he now blames recent Republican losses on what he sees as the party's poor messaging on reproductive rights. Since the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe in June 2022, abortion rights have gone virtually undefeated in ballot measures from coast to coast. And polls show voters trust President Biden over Trump on the issue. Trump now determined to make sure his ticket doesn't face the same fate. Can a change in messaging to be more moderate really have an impact?
Republicans have yet to find that silver bullet or that tightrope that they can walk that gets them suburban voters, but also doesn't alienate or disassociate themselves from past positions.
Among the top VP candidates, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, a former 2024 rival who has since endorsed and campaigned with the former president. But his hardline stance on abortion has some concern in Trump world.
I would literally sign the most conservative pro-life legislation that they can get through Congress.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem also on the list and also under scrutiny after her state's trigger laws went into effect when Roe was overturned, instituting a near total ban. Noem defending those laws, which do not have exceptions in the cases of rape or incest. In an interview with CNN, Noem was asked about the possibility of a 10-year-old rape victim seeking abortion treatment.
In South Dakota, the law today is that the abortions are illegal except to save the life of the mother, because I don't believe a tragic situation should be perpetuated by another tragedy.
New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, currently in House leadership and considered a rising star in the party, has expressed support for a different approach, a 15-week national ban with exceptions.
We stand for life. We are proud to stand for life, and we will oppose this very radical anti-life agenda that we're seeing from House Democrats.
The New York Times reports Trump supported a 16-week ban in private, a claim his campaign denies. As Trump seeks to walk a fine line between appealing to the majority of Americans who support some abortion rights without alienating the pro-life base that's critical to his campaign.
Our thanks to Dasha Burns for that report. The former president has not given a timeline on when he'll select his running mate. In 2016, he announced Mike Pence as his VP pick in mid-July.
Now to Oklahoma, where we're getting new details about the death of Nex Bennett, a transgender student. Last month, a medical examiner's report has ruled his cause of death as suicide. The report released yesterday cited the probable combined toxicity from 2 drugs as the cause of death. One of the drugs is available over the counter, the other by prescription. The 16-year-old, who used they and he pronouns, died February 8th, a day after he was involved in a fight at school. Nex reportedly told his mother that he was bullied at school because of his gender identity. If you or anyone you know is struggling, please call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
It's day 2 of jury deliberations in the case against the father of a Michigan school shooter. James Crumbley faces 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for his alleged role in the attack that killed 4 teenage students at Oxford High School. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus has the latest as we wait for a verdict.
A jury has started deliberating whether to convict James Crumbley of involuntary manslaughter and make him the first father to be held criminally responsible for a school shooting committed by their child.
James Crumbley is not on trial for what his son did. James Crumbley is on trial for what he did and what he didn't do.
You heard testimony from over a dozen witnesses. None of them told you that James knew what his son was planning.
His wife, Jennifer, found guilty on the same charges last month in her own landmark trial.
I mean, it was chaos.
The prosecution calling many of the same witnesses this time around, arguing James Crumbley didn't do enough to stop Ethan from killing 4 students at Oxford High School in 2021.
The most freshest in my mind was his smile. He had those braces on for a long time, and he had literally just got them off a couple months before.
James Crumbley was presented with the easiest, most glaring opportunities to prevent the deaths of these 4 students, and he did nothing.
A key issue, how James Crumbley stored the gun, purchased a few days before the mass shooting. Prosecutors reading excerpts from Ethan's journal, saying in part, quote, "I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot up the school," Ethan wrote, and saying, quote, "I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the expletive school." Unlike his wife, James Crumbley did not take the stand, and the defense called just one witness, his sister, Karen, who took the stand today.
Your nephew never wrote you a note and said, "Help me."
No, sir.
And he never drew a picture next to that note with a gun, did he?
No.
After 4 days of testimony, another landmark case is in the jury's hands.
Seeing evidence and seeing the testimony says enough for itself, and just seeing us there as a present for our children, it says enough.
Our thanks to Adrian Broaddus for that report.
Well, as is often the case, we've got some wild weather to get to. It might feel like spring in the Northeast, but it is still very much winter out west. Right now, Colorado is being hit with its biggest snowstorm in 3 years.
Overnight snow started falling at a rate of 2 to 3 inches an hour. Forecasters say Denver could get maybe up to 20 inches. Other parts of the state could see as much as 3 to 4 feet. Top of all that snow, wind gusts of up to 40 miles an hour are making travel nearly impossible. Airlines are telling passengers to double check their flight statuses and rebook if possible. And on the ground, officials closed several stretches of Interstate 70 with rescue crews ready to save any stranded motorists.
Let's get more on all this from meteorologist Angie Lassman.
She's tracking the snow headed for the Rockies and just how much. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yes, we've got wintry weather for folks across the Rockies, and that same storm system also going to leave us with the potential for some severe weather today. Let's start with the winter alerts, though. 5 million people included in those right now, and you can see that heavy snow continues stretching across much of Colorado. We've got Fort Collins, Boulder, Denver, Colorado Springs all dealing with the heavy snow, really impressive snowfall rates that we're expecting through the day today. And because of that, totals are going to be impressive in some spots. We've got the potential for the Front Range to pick up anywhere from 3 to 4 feet. Those are going to be on the higher ends of some of those totals. You can see Boulder anywhere from 12 to 20 inches. We've got Denver up to 18 inches by the time we get through tomorrow. And again, it's not just the heavy snow that's going to be problematic. We've also got those wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. So whiteout conditions are going to be likely. Denver Airport is going to be difficult to travel in and out of here for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, I mentioned the severe storms that we're watching. We've got a thunderstorm watch in effect, and that's going to go until 12 o'clock. You can see St. Louis included in that, parts of Illinois, as well as that system starts to march to the east. Here's what we're expecting through the day today and into tonight. The greatest threat is going to be later into the day and into the evening hours, and you can see right where we're looking at the bullseye. It stretches from Texas all the way up into portions of Ohio, but Indianapolis, St. Louis, Dallas, all included in that, Memphis as well. But folks across portions of Oklahoma and Arkansas are going to see that chance for us to pick up some large hail. That's going to be the biggest threat. You can see that stretches into parts of Indianapolis and down to Dallas. We won't rule out some strong wind gusts, too, and a couple of tornadoes. We're not done with the storm system just yet as we get into tomorrow either. Those thunderstorms will increase in intensity actually as we get through the morning hours and in the afternoon hours, and we'll once again be looking at a severe threat. It'll be a lot smaller tomorrow, but it's still there, especially across parts of Texas. Otherwise, some thunderstorms will be possible across the southeast and into the southern plains. Those same threats will be possible, specifically the 2-inch hail across, again, Texas. Now, looking ahead to the weekend, notice your Friday showers and the mild conditions from the northeast to the southeast, but the northern tier of the country, that's where the milder conditions are, and that's where you'll also find some sunshine, guys. We head into Saturday with more mild highs across much of the east.
Wow.
To see that.
Totals.
A mixed bag.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Angie.
Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including a new way to screen for colon cancer with a simple blood test. The breakthrough research that could help save lives.
But first, we have boots on the ground in Haiti this morning, with the U.S. now sending a team of Marines to protect its embassy there. We've got the latest as the Caribbean nation descends into chaos. That's up next. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now with the latest on the spiraling crisis of violence in Haiti. The U.S. is sending in a new contingent of Marines to guard the embassy as Americans, including a best-selling author, are making harrowing escapes. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez reports from neighboring Dominican Republic.
With Haiti in utter chaos, a new team of U.S. Marines has been sent to help protect the American embassy. This is what hell on earth sounds like. A nighttime gun battle in Port-au-Prince captured on a terrified bystander's cell phone. Another woman, Haitian-American Cherie Belhumer, says an armed gang kicked her out of her home and threatened to kill her if she went back.
We are so frightened for our lives. We can never go back home.
She's now desperately trying to escape and meet up with her family in Miami. But the border and the airports are shut down. Also suddenly trapped, best-selling author Mitch Albom, visiting an orphanage his charity runs in Haiti.
You can't go anywhere, you can't get out. That's how Haitians live every single day.
Then a harrowing escape. A stealth private helicopter mission rescued Albom and orphanage staffers.
You know, the fear is that the gangs are going to shoot at the helicopters. That's they've done that. We were all on top of one another, not in seats, just a big ball of humanity. And the door closed, and within 60 seconds, we were up in the air in the dark and flying.
Haiti's prime minister just said he'd step down as soon as a new interim government took over. But a notorious gang leader known as Barbecue is calling for civil war. Here in the neighboring Dominican Republic, the government is stopping desperate Haitians from coming. And in Florida, the governor is already deploying extra law enforcement and drones in anticipation of a possible migrant influx from Haiti. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Santiago, Dominican Republic.
More international headlines now, and we start with the latest on the conflict raging in Gaza.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. The United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees say that one of its staff members was killed and 22 others were injured after Israeli forces hit a food distribution center in the southern Gaza Strip. Now, according to the agency, the distribution center was hit despite having shared their coordinates with Israel's military. The Israeli Defense Forces say it was a precise strike which eliminated a Hamas commander. Now to Australia's Victoria State, where a 27-year-old man died and another was seriously injured after rocks collapsed inside an underground gold mine. Authorities said 29 workers at the site were rescued as they took refuge in a safety pod when the accident happened. The mine has been shut down while the police and local safety regulators investigate what happened. And we end up in Denmark, which has started calling up women for military service as it boosts its army. The plan is to extend military conscription to women and also increase the standard service time. The Danish Prime Minister said they are doing this not because they want war, but because they want to avoid it. The change makes Denmark the third country in Europe to introduce female conscription in the army. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, a huge potential advancement in the way doctors can screen for colon cancer.
After the break, can a simple blood test actually save more lives in the face of rising cases? Our Dr. John Torres is looking into it. Doctor is in next.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
We're back with the results of a promising new study that could dramatically increase and improve colon cancer detection. This is important because the number of colon cancer cases in the U.S. continues to rise.
According to the New England Journal of Medicine, research shows a simple blood test may be able to detect early signs of colorectal cancer. The doctors say the technology is a major step forward in this screening process.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres joins us now with more on this. Medical political correspondent. Good to have you with us. So walk us through how this compares to other screening methods for colon cancer. Why do doctors think this is so promising?
And the reason doctors think this is promising and the reason it's hitting the news is, like you mentioned, the study showing that its accuracy, 83%. It's very accurate at detecting colon cancer in those early stage cancers, which is all important. And what we know right now is it is comparative to the other ones that you have at home, which are called the FIT test, the Cologuard tests. The difference being those are stool tests. This is a blood test, and that's the big difference. And what they think is going to happen is this is going to drive people towards getting this blood test that didn't want to do the stool test or aren't getting the colonoscopy. And that's probably the biggest advice, saying this does not replace the colonoscopy, but is an additional tool to the colonoscopy.
Yeah, and in fact, I think on this point, correct me if I'm wrong, though, the test found 83% of the cancers. However, it found few of the pre-cancerous growths, that could be found in a colonoscopy. Does that mean maybe it's not like a good tool for early detection, and that's still an important part of care?
So it's the Shield blood test by Guardant Health is the one we're talking about. And what they say is, 45 and above with average risk of colon cancers are the ones that should be looking at this. And you can see the early signs of colon cancer right there. The other one would be changes in your stool. If you have issues with that, then that's another thing to look at. But the biggest thing is to remember that this is detecting early stage colon cancer because it uses DNA in the blood. What happens is a tumor puts out DNA when it starts shedding, gets into the blood, and the blood test can detect that DNA. Polyps don't necessarily do that because they're early on, and that's why a colonoscopy is that gold standard, because they can actually visually see the polyps, remove them, and test them.
So doctors are struggling to get people to screen, even though we are seeing younger people get more colon cancer. We know the screening went down, the colonoscopy, to 45, but talk about how important screening is, and could this blood test play any factor in trying to get that up?
And screening is so important. And you'll hear people tell time after time about how something happened, they ended up getting a colonoscopy for whatever reason, or having one of those blood tests that led them to a colonoscopy, and they found it early, and they were able to take care of it, cure it, and get them back to their normal lives. Extremely important. And the problem is right now, colonoscopy, only 50 to 60% of people are getting colonoscopies. If you add the other tests, we still have that segment of the population that's not getting those tests, and so they think this will fill the gap. And that's the important thing to understand, that what this is doing is saying, if you get this, it's positive, then you go to a colonoscopy at that point to make sure that that's what the diagnosis is, and then you get treatment if you have colon cancer, but you get it early, which can save your life.
And quickly, what would you say to people who are worried about a colonoscopy? They don't like the sound of it.
Yeah, it's not as bad as you think. I've had colonoscopies before. Yeah,
it's fine.
And it's the thought of it happening is worse than actually doing it. The prep is something that people don't like. Once you get through the prep, which is not that bad, then the colonoscopy, you don't even really think much about it.
Yeah. All right. Dr. John, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Great to see you. Well, a traditionally conservative town in Oklahoma is facing a political reckoning. A small group of locals have forced a recall vote against a city commissioner who attended events supporting white nationalism. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny takes a closer look at the fallout.
It's an unusual meetup on a Monday night in Enid, Oklahoma. The location is secret. Somebody minds the door for security. A small group determined to change their city.
Everybody in this room played a role.
Among those here are 69-year-old Connie Vickers.
I was born and raised here in Enid.
And 74-year-old Nancy Presnell.
I've lived here most of my life.
They're best friends and Democrats, rare in the deeply conservative county. Both retired, but hard at work.
How many doors did you knock on?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a lot. Enough to get the signatures needed for a recall election of City Commissioner Judd Blevins. This is Judd Blevins. In 2017, tiki torch in hand in Charlottesville, Virginia, marching alongside avowed white supremacists and neo-Nazis.
I saw the picture of Judd Blevins with the tiki torch, and I was just shocked.
The more they looked, the more they found. Blevins had been an active leader in the white nationalist group Identity Europa. According to an analysis of photos, biographical details, and other information, Blevins hid his white nationalist identity behind the online moniker Conway. In private online forums reviewed by NBC News, Blevins, as Conway, posted racist messages and praised Hitler. And yet, when the former Marine ran for city commissioner last year as a conservative Republican,
he won by 36 votes.
Now, Presnell and Vickers are part of the Enid Social Justice Committee, vocal opponents of Blevins since he took office. The group mincing no words on its website, saying Enid has a Nazi problem.
A lot of people don't want to say the word Nazi, but when you see what he did and what he's involved with, you know, it's not name calling, it's what he is and what he believes.
We wanted to ask Blevins what he believes for ourselves, but he denied our multiple requests for interviews. We tried once more outside a city council meeting.
Can I ask, you were a leader in an Oklahoma chapter of a white nationalist organization, and I want to know if you have any explanation to that. Come here. Then why did you march and unite the right? Why did you hold a tiki torch and march as people say Jews will not replace us, sir?
I've been a conservative all my life.
Cindy Allen was editor and publisher of the Enid News and Eagle when Blevins won. Her paper had published a front-page story about his past prior to the election. Blevins called it a hit piece.
We followed up many times, and he never would answer us.
And yet he won.
He won. There's an opportunity now to address what kind of tolerance of extremism this community is going to have.
Enid's mayor, David Mason, also a conservative Republican, says behind closed doors, Blevins admitted to his involvement in white nationalist activities.
And my follow-up question was, are you still involved with those groups? And he told me I do not have to answer that question. And my thought was, you just did.
Blevins' opponent in the recall election, set for April 2nd, is a Republican too. She didn't want to talk about the race with us, a race that most here see as squarely about Blevins.
If we vote him in a second time, that probably says a lot about who we are.
That identity is exactly what Vickers and Presnell are working for.
National white supremacist organizations have called you two outrageous Antifa commandos.
Badge of honor.
What happens if you don't win?
We keep putting up a fight. We're not going to put up with it quietly.
Fighting, they say, for the soul of their city. Brandy Zadrozny, NBC News, Enid, Oklahoma.
Coming up, a battle of the X's.
It's a media smackdown that's pitting former CNN anchor Don Lemon and Elon Musk against each other. This morning, more on their testy one-on-one interview and Lemon's deal with Musk's ex that's now toast. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
inside Iran. From Israel, from Florida.
Part of our continued reporting.
We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with disturbing accusations about what was going on behind the scenes of some of the most beloved Nickelodeon shows of the 90s and early 2000s, including All That, The Amanda Show, and Drake and Josh. A new docuseries is shining a spotlight on claims of discrimination, sexism, and sexual abuse. NBC's Stephen Romo has the story.
Bring in the dancing lobsters.
They were massive TV hits for kids in the 90s and early 2000s. Nickelodeon shows like Drake and Josh, iCarly, All That, and more.
Nickelodeon was kid everything. And you better hope that your house had cable.
Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV is a new investigation discovery documentary series raising disturbing allegations about some of these beloved shows and the people behind them, like Powerhouse creator and producer Dan Schneider. Business Insider first reporting on some of these allegations in 2022, but the new series delves deeper with interviews from some on and off camera team members. Two women writers on The Amanda Show, starring Amanda Bynes, say the production was a hostile work environment for women, accusing Schneider of telling them that women aren't funny. There are also accusations of sexual abuse against members of Schneider's staff. A major accusation that came to light in a new teaser trailer. Actor Drake Bell, co-star of Drake and Josh, coming forward as an alleged sexual abuse victim of dialogue coach and actor Brian Peck, who was convicted of child sex abuse back in 2004. The minor, who was previously identified as John Doe, is said to be Bell in the docuseries. One of our reporters got an advanced screening of Bell's accusations.
He asked the producer to essentially imagine the most horrible form of sexual abuse possible, and that's what happened to him.
Bell has faced disturbing charges of his own. In 2021, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 2 years probation for felony child endangerment and a misdemeanor charge of disseminating harmful material to a juvenile after a woman says Bell attempted to groom her when she was 12.
In the documentary, he kind of said that he took responsibility for that. What this documentary kind of highlights with those two cases juxtaposed with each other is that a lot of times there's a cycle of abuse.
A spokesperson for Schneider told NBC News that he was the biggest champion for child actors on these shows and said that an investigation by Nickelodeon after Schneider's departure found he was a challenging, tough, and demanding person to work with, nothing else. These revelations a stark contrast from the happy-go-lucky shows they stem from.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. For its part, Nickelodeon says it cannot corroborate or negate these allegations from decades ago, but the network says it has adopted new safeguards since that period.
Former CNN anchor Don Lemon said that Elon Musk canceled his new talk show on X before the first episode even premiered.
Lemon says his deal with the social media platform was terminated after he interviewed Musk. This comes just 2 months after X announced it was partnering with Lemon in a new content deal on the site. Lemon took to X yesterday to talk about what he says happened.
Speaking of free speech, right? I thought the first person interviewed, no-brainer, Elon Musk, the man who calls himself a free speech absolutist. I asked him to do it. He willingly agreed to the interview. Apparently, free speech absolutism doesn't apply when it comes to questions about him from people like me.
Well, for more on this, we are joined by Vanity Fair special correspondent Brian Stelter. Brian, good morning. Let's start with what happened in this interview with Musk that got him unhappy enough to cancel Lemon's whole show. What details do we have?
Right. We know that Don Lemon asked about reports of illegal drug use in Musk's past. We also know that Don Lemon asked about the rampant anti-Semitism that has erupted on X, formerly known as Twitter. You know, the thing about this interview is that Musk rarely grants interviews. He's happier on his own social network replying to his fans, spreading far-right memes. And here's the other thing about Musk. He is undeniably a genius. His SpaceX company is about to launch a bunch more rockets, a bunch more satellites into space later today. But when it comes to X, his social network, he oftentimes steps on rakes. He spreads misinformation. He repels advertisers. And in this case, he's broken up a partnership that he said he needed. He's been trying to attract video creators to X. And in this case, he's broken up with one of them.
So in a statement on X, Lemon says the interview will be available to watch next Monday on the site as well as YouTube. So a couple questions here. How's X responding to what happened, all these developments yesterday? And then what is next for Lemon? Can this show still continue?
Yeah, I think it will. I think the deal that Lemon worked out, a multi-million-dollar deal that was basically designed pretty quickly in order to make X sound more palatable to advertisers. X is out there in the marketplace trying to sign up more advertisers. It's been hard to do that because of all the content moderation problems, all the spam and pornography that fills up X. But Don Lemon signed on. He said he would do one exclusive show a week on X, and then he would do lots of other shows on YouTube and on podcasts, etc. So that's why Lemon Show is going to continue in various formats. But that X partnership, the advertiser partnership, that is gone kaput. From X's point of view, they can make deals with whoever and whatever they want. And that's what they say. This is a basic contract dispute. There was no actual signed contract yet, but they had a handshake agreement because X really needs video creators. Elon Musk says he wants X to be more like a YouTube platform, more of a video platform. But in order to do that, he needs lots of people to make videos. And this shows the tension when he might be too thin-skinned to answer questions. It ends up, canceling a relationship with a content creator. I think it really shows the drama that's inherent in Elon Musk's relationship with his platform.
Brian, what do you make of the fact also that, as Joe mentioned, they're saying it's still going to be available if he's so upset about this interview?
Right, that's a good point. Lemon's going to post the interview on his own, but he won't have that financial relationship with Musk anymore. And maybe ultimately that's a good thing because, he can go off and do an interview whoever he wants. But it does show that Musk says he commits to freedom of speech, will let anything be posted on X as long as it doesn't break any laws. That is Musk's promise. I just think sometimes in the actual delivery, he reacts badly to criticism. And this is one of those cases where he just, Don Lemon rubbed him the wrong way and he said, okay, we're breaking up.
So it wasn't just a partnership with Don Lemon. X has also announced shows with former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, sports talk show host Jim Rome, of course, Tucker Carlson has a show there too. What is the future right now for new content on this platform?
Yeah, I think there still is a very interesting opportunity here when it comes to X, in the same way that it's true on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. When you can interact, when you can watch in real time with other people, when you can feel like you're part of a community, part of a broader viewing community, there's a real opportunity there. So I wouldn't count X out. But I do think a situation like this shows that they can go out and make fancy promises, they can make grand announcements, they can make big promises to advertisers, but then if Elon Musk wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, all of that might go away.
Brian Stelter, we love when you join us. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Financial headlines now. Sportswear giant Under Armour has announced a leadership shakeup.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Kevin Plank is retaking the helm of Under Armour. Plank founded the sportswear brand back in 1996 and ran it up until 2019 when he stepped down as CEO, but remained chairman of the board. Under Armour enjoyed rapid growth for years under Plank, reaching about $5 billion in annual sales. But the business hit a wall in 2017 and has struggled to regain its footing in recent years. Plank joins a short list of companies whose founders returned as CEO, including Steve Jobs at Apple and Larry Page at Google. Meanwhile, Microsoft is moving to a single app for Teams that will allow you to easily switch between personal and work accounts. The new version, which is currently being tested, will roll out to commercial users next month. Now, in future updates, you'll also be able to choose the account you want to use when joining a meeting link or even join a meeting without having to sign in. And Pinterest has launched a new AI feature letting users filter search results by body type. It starts with a visual cue to select between 4 body type ranges. Now, the new tool is only available for women's fashion and wedding-related items, but will expand to men's clothing later this year. And while it's hard to represent all body types, Pinterest says the tool will help make the site a more inclusive place, guys. I can't wait to try out that tool. It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a great idea. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Coming up, swiping left on dating apps.
After the break, why some experts say younger Americans are starting to ditch those popular apps like Tinder and Match, and how the companies could possibly win users back. That's next. Stay with us.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A developer says he has the funding to build America's tallest skyscraper in Oklahoma City. It would be called the Legends Tower, and it would stand at 1,907 feet. That's more than 100 feet taller than One World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. It'd be the center point of a $1.5 billion development, including a hotel and apartments. Developer Scott Madison told the Oklahoman the plans are now fully funded, but another developer called the tower fanciful. The City Council is due to vote on the plan in June. Oklahoma City, who knew?
It's gonna be lonely up there.
Exactly. It will definitely stand out there, but
interesting.
Good for them.
Okay.
All right.
Well, dating apps have loomed large in our love lives ever since the early 2010s, but could our love affair with them be at an end?
Apps like Tinder and Bumble have been steadily losing their market value since 2021. Experts say younger generations are less willing to fork out the money for costly subscriptions.
Yeah, I didn't even realize there were these subscriptions. Dr. Jess Carbino joins us for more on this. She's the former sociologist of Tinder and Bumble. Doctor, thanks for joining us. So why are these apps struggling to get people to pay for their service? Is it like a changing demographic, or is some of this just that they're too expensive?
I think it's fundamentally a demographic change. If you look at Gen Z as a population, which is what the media is most often discussing, Gen Zers were born between the years 1997 and 2012. So legally, a very strong proportion of the individuals who fall within Gen Z are not even eligible to use the app because you have to be 18 years old to do so. Moreover, dating apps exist and are still fundamentally the number one way individuals are meeting their romantic partners for long-term partnerships. We also know that over half of individuals who are between the ages of 18 to 29, according to the Pew Research Center, are using online dating apps. But individuals who are between the ages of, 15 and 27, which is really the primary demographic of individuals who are in Gen Z, are meeting partners outside of it. They're meeting people through existing social institutions, like their local schools or through their neighborhoods, because they're still living there. And dating apps really developed to help fill that gap. So it makes absolute sense that, a kid who's in college is not paying for a dating app because they're able to meet people outside of it. And I think, as with millennials, when these Gen Zers transition outside of educational institutions to meet romantic partners, because we know that the age at first marriage is not going to decline. If anything, it's going to continue to increase. We are going to see them returning and paying to dating apps for subscriptions. They're still using the apps. They are just not paying for them because they don't have that need yet.
What is Gen Z looking for in the dating scene?
Gen Zers are really looking to explore. We know that Gen Zers are a generation that is very curious. They have a lot of questions as it relates to the authenticity of themselves and the authenticity of others. So I think that Gen Zers are using dating apps as a mechanism by which to discover and find themselves and others and to build community, which is something that we know Gen Zers really long for fundamentally.
Can we also talk about the price tag on the league? I mean, this graphic that we have over here, $2.99 a month. I mean, what is it that apps need to do to win users back? You sound confident that Gen Zers will come back. What do they need to do?
Well, I think that the price tag associated with other dating apps is incredibly reasonable. A lot of streaming services are approximately $20, and the satisfaction we get from streaming services, while high, is not in any way commensurate with what we find when we are in a relationship with someone. And I think that individuals who are paying a real premium, like the league for $300, are really invested and are interested in finding people who are equally invested. And my research has shown that people think about whether or not individuals are paying when using a dating app, and think of that payment as a signal of investment. So it makes sense to me that a 22-year-old is not paying $300 a month for a dating app because they don't need to. They're in college. And frankly, I think it's a good thing that they're meeting people organically. But at the same time, I think that fundamentally, they are still using the dating apps. They are using dating apps in college, and they're meeting people organically, which is really important because when they're meeting people organically in college, they have the skills and background to be able, when they're, in their late 20s and early 30s, like the millennials did, to communicate and form long-lasting relationships on the dating apps, which I absolutely believe you will see happen.
Dr. Jess Carbino, thank you so much.
Some people may prefer their relationship with their streaming services. Right, we end this hour in the California hills, where crowds are flocking to see the incredible displays of flowers, which they're hoping will be another super bloom. Those new to the area can learn more about the phenomenon with the help of a 40-year-old telephone hotline. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has the story.
As spring emerges all around Southern California, the hills are alive with the sound of
displays of sand verbena, dune evening primrose.
That's actor Joe Spano, seen on NCIS.
Now we can do one of two things here.
And in Apollo 13.
Welcome.
And heard on one of California's most quirky traditions, the Wildflower Hotline.
What is it that gives you so much joy about being part of this hotline every year?
There's no downside to beautiful flowers coming out of the ground.
The weekly telephone hotline started 41 years ago by the Theodore Payne Foundation, a way for the group's botanists to let fellow flower enthusiasts find the best spring blooms.
Pick up the phone and call.
Yeah, just pick up the phone and call. I mean, there's something, charming about it, right?
Now, getting to some of the most popular spots, like here in the Anza Borrego Desert, does require a drive. But for all these colors, folks say it's worth it. And this is just the start of the season. Experts say just wait. This year's rain could lead to another super bloom, like recent years in the Carrizo Plain and Antelope Valley.
Imagine someone taking a paintbrush and just flinging paint across the hills.
I'm glad we did this.
That vision is what brought Shandini Sharma all the way from Oklahoma, showing it off to her friend in India.
It's just so beautiful and so colorful. So colorful. I dreamt of it all night.
A simple yet extraordinary pleasure, preserved by painters,
You turn the other way?
photographers, and a voice sharing this natural wonder with the world.
We have the right conditions for an excellent wildflower viewing season.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
Let's get it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now, though.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being with us this Thursday right now on Morning News Now. Back in court, former President Trump is expected to attend a Florida hearing today on whether the criminal case involving his handling of classified documents should be thrown out. It comes as Mr. Trump is handed a boost in the Georgia election interference case, where a judge has dismissed 3 criminal counts against him. We'll have the latest on Trump's legal turmoil. Also this morning, the clock is ticking for TikTok after the House passed a bill that would ban the popular social media app unless its Chinese parent company cuts it loose.
I would say the choice is in TikTok's hands. I have no problem with continued dance videos or even political campaigning on TikTok so long as the ownership structure changes.
Why TikTok users are fighting back against the potential ban as the bill heads to the Senate. Speaking out, Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley have revealed they're being treated for breast and skin cancer, respectively. Why both actors hope their stories will help others and what you need to know about these conditions. Plus, failure to launch. Former CNN host Don Lemon says Elon Musk has canceled his new web-based show that was supposed to debut on the platform X. Why Musk is pulling the plug and how the decision could set the stage for a legal showdown. We begin this hour with the race for the White House and a busy day ahead on the campaign trail.
President Biden is set to campaign later today in Michigan. That's an important battleground state that the president hopes to win again in November. Mr. Biden's opponent, former President Trump, making a very different stop. He's set to appear in a Florida courtroom today for a hearing in his classified documents case. This comes after a Georgia judge dismissed some of the charges against Trump yesterday in that state's election interference case. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us from Milwaukee with all the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, nice to see both of you this morning. We, of course, have a long way to go in this presidential race, but it really does begin in earnest this week with both President Biden and former President Trump just clinching their parties' respective nominations. And to give you a sense of the urgency here, President Biden is right now wrapping up what is his 9th visit to this key swing state of Wisconsin since taking office, while his predecessor, the former president, is off the trail this week, as you note, instead making his arguments in court.
This morning, with the general election fight off to the races, President Biden will campaign in Michigan, while former President Trump returns to court in Florida as part of his classified documents case.
I took him very legally, and I wasn't hiding him.
Mr. Trump praising the judge in his Georgia election interference case after he dismissed 6 of the 41 criminal counts against Mr. Trump and his co-defendants, including one charge involving Mr. Trump's phone call to Georgia's Secretary of State, pressuring him to overturn the results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
The judge found those counts lacked sufficient detail, but said prosecutors could refile them. Mr. Trump has pleaded not guilty. President Biden is hitting his second Midwest battleground in 2 days. First Wisconsin, now Michigan, where both races are expected to be highly competitive this fall. The president emphasizing his bipartisan success investing in America's infrastructure.
My predecessor talked about infrastructure week for 4 years. He didn't get a single thing done.
But one key challenge, stubborn inflation. At Alley Boys Bagelry in Milwaukee, owners Ben Nierenhausen and Stacy Lopez have felt pressure from rising costs, but support President Biden's views on social issues like reproductive rights.
Like I said, I do feel a lot of the issues that he touches on are not just meant for today, but for future generations that he's not even going to see.
In Waukesha County, Matt Leopard's Republican politics are on full display at his auto body shop. He says America needs 4 more years of Mr. Trump.
I want my economy back. I want our national security back. I want our tax money to stay here.
Also certain to make headlines today, Vice President Kamala Harris, as an effort to sort of demonstrate the administration's commitment on the issue of reproductive rights today, will visit a Planned Parenthood clinic that provides abortion services in Minnesota's Twin Cities. Joe and Savannah, this is a powerful and symbolic move. It'll also be, we believe, the first time a president or vice president has ever made such a visit while in office. Back to you guys.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Let's get more on the legal battles facing former President Trump with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Hey, Ken, so you are outside the courthouse in Florida where a judge is expected to hear arguments on Trump's motions to dismiss the classified documents case against him. Walk us through what we can expect from today's hearings and the argument that's being made here.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, we're told that Mr. Trump will be in the courtroom today, as he was during the last motions hearing here in Fort Pierce. And Judge Aileen Cannon is expected to hear 2 of Donald Trump's many motions to dismiss this case today. One involves the Presidential Records Act, and another asserts that the Espionage Act, which undergirds most of the charges in this case, is unconstitutionally vague. So in terms of presidential records, Mr. Trump is arguing that the Civil Presidential Records Act, which governs how presidents treat their records after they leave office, moots this prosecution. Essentially, he's saying that anything that he decided to take out of the White House automatically became a personal record and his property, and therefore the government cannot come after him because those records were classified. Now, obviously, the government says that's ridiculous and absurd, and that he's trying to act as if because he was president, he's not subject to the same laws as everyone else. On the second motion, he's arguing that the 1917 Espionage Act is unconstitutionally vague, that some of the terms are not well defined. People have tried that before unsuccessfully. The Espionage Act has been used many, many times to prosecute people who have taken home classified information. Most recently, notably Jack Teixeira, the airman in Massachusetts, who is pleading guilty to taking home and leaking massive amounts of classified information. So it'll be an interesting set of legal technical arguments today, and in fact, it's expected to last all day. And if passed as the guide, Special Counsel Jack Smith will be sitting in the courtroom behind his prosecutors who are arguing these matters.
So, Ken, what are the possible outcomes here? How quickly do we expect the judge to make decisions?
Joe, this judge moves methodically. I don't expect her to rule from the bench today. She will probably issue written rulings at some point. We don't know when. In terms of the outcomes, look, most legal experts say these claims by Mr. Trump are absurd and baseless. But Judge Aileen Cannon has, at different points during this case, entertained the idea that somehow because Donald Trump was president, he gets special treatment. We saw that when she had a special master appointed to review material that was seized by the FBI at his house. A lot of people criticized that ruling, which was eventually overturned on appeal. So it wouldn't be surprising if she entertained particularly the Presidential Records Act issue. But the idea that she would dismiss these counts on those grounds considered very remote.
Ken, we just have about a minute here, but I do want to ask you about the Georgia election interference case before we let you go. As we heard from Peter, a judge had dismissed 3 criminal counts against Trump. Walk us through what we saw there.
Yeah, so this is not unusual, and most of the counts survive. That's what's important, and only 1 felony conviction is enough here in a case like this. But these are counts involving accusing Mr. Trump and others of pressuring local officials to violate their oaths to the Georgia and U.S. Constitution. And what the judge found is that the prosecutors did not allege specifically enough which parts of the Constitution were allegedly violated. And so that was a fatal defect. Now, the prosecution can appeal, and so they may be reinstated. But as of now, they are out, guys.
All right. Ken Delanian on a journey there in Florida. Ken, thank you so much.
That was good. Well, turning now to Washington, where lawmakers are one step closer to potentially banning TikTok because they see it as a national security threat. The House passed a bipartisan bill yesterday that would require the popular app to be sold by its Chinese parent company or be banned in the U.S. President Biden says he supports the bill, but it now faces an uncertain future in the Senate. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now with the latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And yeah, that overwhelming bipartisan vote yesterday, along with how fast the vote happened at all in a Congress that does not do anything quickly, is a sign of lawmakers' concerns about what they believe are the national security risks of this popular video app, used by more than 170 million Americans. But now TikTok's users are pushing back, and it's not clear what steps Washington or TikTok will take next.
For dangerous propaganda is too immense to allow one of our foremost adversaries to have this control over what is increasingly becoming the dominant news platform in America.
Lawmakers and national security experts have long been concerned with ByteDance's ties to the Chinese Communist Party, which many believe can and does store data from American users, partly because of a national security law that requires Chinese companies to share data and other information with the government.
The reason that is valuable to the Chinese Communist Party is it begins to allow them to know how to influence Americans.
In its annual threat assessment, the U.S. intelligence community says China used TikTok in the 2022 midterms, warning it could do so again in this fall's presidential election. TikTok has repeatedly denied any connections to the Chinese government, with the company's CEO responding to the House vote late Wednesday.
We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights, to protect this amazing platform.
Just 65 House members, mostly Democrats, opposed the bill.
It's an overly broad bill that I don't think will withstand First Amendment scrutiny. The other issue is that there are a lot of people who make their livelihoods on this,
including creators like J.T. Laybourne.
It is 100% of our income. It's how I feed my wife and 3 children.
Even some who support a divestment see a double-edged sword in an election year, with more than 20% of American voters using TikTok at least once a day.
Cutting out a large group of young voters is not the best known strategy for re-election.
A lot of Savannah Sellers Easter eggs in that spot. So what happens next? This bill will go to the Senate now, where Leader Schumer says the Senate will review it. They don't appear to be in any hurry to do that. If the bill does get passed through the Senate, though, and signed by President Biden, it gives 6 months for this sale to occur. And that's without what would be an almost inevitable court challenge. So the bottom line here, I think, is that TikTok is not going anywhere anytime soon. Savannah?
All right. Garrett Haig, thanks for sharing the Hill with me yesterday. Good to see you.
You bet.
The escalating turmoil in Haiti is making it increasingly harder for Americans trapped in the chaotic country to leave safely. This morning, the U.S. military is sending in more Marines to ramp up security at the embassy there as gang violence overtakes the nation. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is at Haiti's border in the Dominican Republic with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hi there, Joe and Savannah. Good morning. Well, right behind me, just across this gate, is Haiti's border. It's mostly closed, and it's a country essentially on lockdown. No flights in or out, and we're now learning more about the harrowing efforts to escape.
This morning, as even more gang-fueled violence erupts in Haiti, a new team of U.S. Marines is on the ground in Port-au-Prince, securing the American embassy, the capital gripped by gunfire and chaos. It's been 3 days since Haiti's prime minister announced he would step down after relentless pressure from gangs who wanted him gone. Now, efforts to stabilize the country may be stalling. Any delay could put the aid of a multinational police force led by Kenya and largely funded by the U.S. in jeopardy. With gangs controlling most of the capital, many civilians are now trapped. Haitian-American Cherie Belhumer says she's hoping to escape Haiti and see her family in Miami, but has no way to get there.
They saying if we was to come back home and get our things, that they is gonna kill us.
Best-selling author Mitch Albom now safe in Michigan after a stealth private helicopter mission in the middle of the night rescued him and staffers from an orphanage his charity runs.
How harrowing was that escape?
You know, the fear is that the gangs are going to shoot at the helicopters, and the door closed, and within 60 seconds we were up in the air in the dark and flying and trying to get out of Haiti.
The UN says 1 million Haitians are now on the brink of famine. Hospitals are struggling too, desperate for generator fuel. We spoke with a doctor who says armed men executed a patient inside an ambulance.
We're also seeing, patients who suffer from gunshot wounds the previous day, who are only able to make it to our facility 12 hours later when they feel safe.
Missionary Jill Dolan and her family are trapped at a makeshift motel near the airport. She's frantically trying to get back to Florida in time for her daughter's wedding. But with the airport still shut down, she's instead ducking for cover.
We did hear gunfire right outside at this gate, and it was very scary. And we hid in our room until it went away.
As more Haitians flee the country, it could impact the border crisis back in the U.S. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is already bracing for an influx of Haitian migrants, deploying more soldiers and drones to the state's southern coast. Joan, Savannah.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Colorado is bracing for the worst winter storm to hit the state in 3 years. It comes as other parts of the country are experiencing tornadoes and unseasonably warm temperatures. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is in Boulder, Colorado this morning with more. Hey, Dana, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Savannah. This is just the beginning of that intense snowstorm. You can already see the wet, heavy rain falling, which could present a threat for downed trees and power lines. Denver forecasted to get more than a foot of snow in the metro area. The mountains could get up to 5 feet of snow, but officials here say they're ready. The biggest storm to hit Colorado in 3 years, arriving like a thief in the night. Quickly shifting from rain to heavy wet snow, falling at a rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Forecasters predicting when it's over, the snow will be measured in feet, not inches. The heavy snow creating treacherous roadways, stranding dozens of cars under blinding conditions on Interstate 70. And leaving semi-trucks completely stuck. Denver city officials calling this a rare Tier 4 storm.
The Tier 4 level for us is heavy accumulation, major drifting potential.
And with hundreds of flight cancellations already at Denver International, both Southwest and United Airlines are offering free rebookings for passengers flying to Colorado this week. While Colorado gets hammered with snow, California facing its own problems, a massive landslide destroying homes in this Los Angeles neighborhood, collapsing roofs and decimating yards. Fortunately, there were no injuries reported, with several people evacuated. Other parts of the country are dealing with wild weather too. Overnight, south central and midwestern states facing severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, and golf-sized hail. The so-called gorilla hail creating dangerous conditions on the road, even cracking this truck's windshield.
I was flustered. I really thought all the glass was going to shatter in my truck.
Tornado on the ground. We got tornado on the ground.
These storm chasers capturing this massive tornado touching down in Alta Vista, Kansas. And from Oklahoma to New England, an unusual winter warm-up with temperatures more than 15 degrees above normal, with many hoping it's a sign that spring may be around the corner. Now, this heavy, wet snow is expected to keep falling through Friday morning, and FlightAware is already reporting some 1,300 combined cancellations and delays. Officials warning people to stay home, stay off the roads, and stay safe. Savannah.
All right, Dana, stay safe and go get warm at the Buff. Best breakfast in town. While it's still winter out west, the East Coast gets a taste of spring-like weather.
Angie Lastman's here with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Spring is definitely in the air for the east. We've got temperatures running more than 20 degrees above normal in some of these spots. Places like Cincinnati and St. Louis are going to be well into the 70s today. We've got Cleveland on tap to hit 67 degrees. Nashville and Little Rock, they're going to make it to the 80s, and the warmth will even continue into tomorrow the closer you are to the east. We've got Elizabeth City, Wilmington, Charleston, all into the 80s tomorrow. New York will still be running well above normal with a temperature of 64 degrees, and Washington, D.C. is expected to hit 76. By the time we get into the weekend, things will start to kind of moderate out. So you can see places like Detroit going from the upper 50s on Saturday to the 30s by Monday. A bit of a reality check, if you ask me. We've got New York into the upper 50s for Saturday and Sunday, and we are back to the low 50s by Monday. And this is the general trend we'll see even in places like St. Louis, going from the 60s to the 40s in a matter of a couple of days. So spring not settling in permanently just yet, but we will enjoy those mild temperatures for a little while longer. Meanwhile, you heard Dana talk about some of those storms that we saw yesterday. Kansas City really bearing the brunt of that with some of that hail, and now they continue to charge on. These lines of thunderstorms prompting a thunderstorm watch that's going to last until noon Central Time across these regions, parts of Illinois and Missouri included in that. You can see St. Louis dead center in that watch, and this is why. We've got the storm system working to the east. We're going to expect not just the thunderstorms possible in that region through noon, but even into the afternoon and evening hours. We're going to watch this area. You can see a big chunk of the country from the Midwest down to the plains that has the potential to see some of those strong to severe storms later today. Our biggest concern is going to be the large hail, kind of like what we saw yesterday. 2 inches or larger is possible. We'll see those wind gusts and maybe a couple of tornadoes too. And the system not done just yet. Even as we get into tomorrow, we'll still see that cold front moving as we get into the afternoon hours tomorrow and bringing the potential for some strong storms yet again. It's a smaller area, mainly across portions of southern Texas. Still, those threats will remain, especially the large hail that we're going to watch into the afternoon and evening hours. And the rocky snow continues. 5 million people under these winter alerts. We've got the heavy snow happening. Colorado Springs, Denver, Boulder, all picking up some additional snow. The largest totals are going to be mainly in the isolated areas of the Front Range. I think few and far between we'll see 4 feet, but still places like Denver, 9 to 18 inches. We're expecting Evergreen anywhere from 28 to 36 inches.
That is a lot of snow.
Even for Colorado, which, by the way, March is their snowiest month. So
right, and it'll be like
crazy.
75 degrees in 3 days, probably.
Exactly. Yes, the flip-flop is insane there. Angie, thank you. Of course. Coming up, after days of speculation over Princess Kate's edited photo, Prince William is back in the spotlight tonight at an event honoring his late mother.
The tribute William will be paying to Princess Diana and the role his brother Prince Harry will also have. That's all next.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now he's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now he's real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Both Prince William and Prince Harry are set to make appearances at a memorial event for their mother, Princess Diana. It will put the Prince of Wales back into the public spotlight just days after his wife posted that edited photo, which led to a wave of questions about the royal family. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from London.
And as the questions keep coming, we've actually just learned that we will see both brothers, Prince William and Prince Harry, at this same event tonight. And the legacy of their mother, Diana, is top of mind. Take a look.
This morning, on two different continents, both Prince William and Prince Harry preparing for a royal event near to their hearts. The Legacy Awards tonight in London, put on by the Diana Award nonprofit in honor of their late mother. Back in 2017, both brothers were there in person for the inaugural event. And tonight, Prince William will present the awards, giving a short speech. And later, Prince Harry will speak with the recipients separately and virtually to celebrate their accomplishments. This comes as Prince William carries on with public royal duties as Kensington Palace stays mum on Kate. But the late Princess of Wales's legacy looms large as the current Princess of Wales stays out of sight. In recent years, Prince Harry has spoken frequently about the threat of media attention, of course, leading to his move to the States with his family.
Rarely do we have a holiday without someone with a camera, jumping out of a bush or something. Within the family, within the system, the advice that's always given is don't react. Don't feed into it.
And on this side of the pond, Kensington Palace has been clear. Kate will recuperate in private. There will be no rolling health updates.
William regards the media with suspicion. I think his instinct is to try to keep a lid on things as much as possible. The problem is that if you go back to the age of Diana, life was so simple. There wasn't this nightmarish social media thing in the middle.
As the headlines waned days after that photo was posted, The Sun implored readers to lay off Kate, and the Daily Mail today, give Kate a break.
The public and the media do not have the intense interest in the king that they do in the Princess of Wales, Kate. She's a different matter for them altogether.
Now, as you heard Tim just say right there, it is so interesting watching how Buckingham Palace is dealing with King Charles. Of course, he is undergoing cancer treatment right now, but they feel a responsibility to show the 75-year-old monarch to the public. Just this week, we've received numerous photos of the king performing state duties. Kensington Palace clearly has a very different approach. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you.
Let's get you more international headlines now, starting with the latest show of force by North Korea's leader.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. State media in North Korea is reporting that the leader Kim Jong-un has joined his troops while they were training to operate a new type of battle tank. Now, the Korean Central News Agency said that during the training, the North Korean leader mounted one of the tanks and drove it himself, and later called the new tank the world's most powerful. And the training is seen as a response to the annual joint military drills by South Korea and the U.S., which lasted 11 days and are expected to end today, which North Korea sees as a rehearsal for invasion. Let's go to India, where thousands of farmers traveled to the capital New Delhi on buses and trains to push their demand for a guaranteed minimum profitable crop prices. Initially, the farmers were planning to drive their tractors into the capital, but the authorities blocked all access to the city using cement blocks and barbed wire. The farmers then decided to take public transport to join the rally, where they also said they also asked the government to keep its promises to waive loans and withdraw legal cases brought against them during the 2021 protests. And let's end this tour of the world in Australia, where the first male professional soccer player to come out as gay in a main league has proposed to his partner. Josh Cavallo, who plays for the Australian team Adelaide United, made history in 2021 when he came out with an emotional online video vowing to change the sports culture to show, and I quote, that everyone is welcome in the game of soccer. Today, he posted a picture of him going down on his knee on his home pitch at the Coopers Stadium, and given the photos of the emotional reaction of his fiancée, looks like he said yes. Congratulations to both.
Okay, I hope so.
We see the ring on, so I think he accepted it. Oh, that's so sweet. Claudia, thank you so much.
Coming up, Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley sharing their cancer diagnoses.
Why the two women are speaking out and what you need to know about their conditions up next.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a story about two celebrities revealing their cancer diagnoses on social media.
Both Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley shared the news on Instagram yesterday. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has that story.
Doctors say the key to beating cancer is catching it early. Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley would agree. Both women are sharing stories about their cancer diagnoses, hoping what they've gone through will remind people to make those appointments and get those exams.
On the red carpet at the Oscars this weekend, Olivia Munn and her partner John Mulaney held hands and smiled for the cameras. No sign of the serious health battle the 43-year-old actress has been waging. Munn announcing Wednesday she was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in both breasts last April and underwent a double mastectomy. Writing on Instagram, "I went from feeling completely fine one day to waking up in a hospital bed after a 10-hour surgery the next." Munn, who many know from her role on HBO's The Newsroom, writes, "I'm lucky. We caught it with enough time that I had options." She says Dr. Thais Ali Abadi saved her life when she did a breast cancer assessment. Munn's score was high, 37%, according to the actress's post.
What does that 37% mean?
In her case, 37.3% was her lifetime risk for breast cancer. And the way I explain it to my patients, if you had a 37.5% chance of boarding a plane that would crash, would you ever board that plane?
Dr. Ali Abadi sent her for a breast MRI, and that's when they discovered the cancer.
Olivia says that she wasn't going to be going in for another mammogram for a year. What would have happened in that year, potentially?
Her cancer would have grown. She had an aggressive cancer.
Along with thanking her doctor, Munn thanked Mulaney. The couple have a son together. I'm so thankful to John, she writes, for being there before I went into each surgery and being there when I woke up, and for placing framed photos of our little boy Malcolm by her hospital bed. Also sharing a cautionary tale, actress and model Christy Brinkley, who posted photos of the procedure she had to remove skin cancer from her face. Like Munn, she writes, the good news for me is we caught the basal cell carcinoma early. Brinkley adding, I was lucky to find mine because I was accompanying one of my daughters to her checkup. In her post, she reminds people to get regular total body checkups and slather up with sunscreen. Two different women, each with scary personal stories to tell and important health messages they hope will help others.
Brinkley says she had a little dot on the side of her face and just asked the doctor to take a look. In her words, he knew right away. A reminder that doctors can sometimes identify a problem very quickly. As for Olivia Munn, she has a lot of support around her. Her partner, John Mulaney, commenting on her announcement post, saying, thank you for fighting so hard to be here for us. Malk and I adore you. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Let's dig in more on this issue of breast cancer in younger women. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Doctor, good morning. So in just a minute, I'm going to ask you another question about kind of how this was actually found, because I think a lot of people are like, what does that mean? And can I ask for that? But first, let's just start with the details. Olivia Munn, she's just 43 years old. How common is it to see breast cancer among women who are under 45 and who is at that higher risk of being diagnosed at a younger age?
Yeah, Savannah, great questions. Look, 1 in 8 women or people who identify as women will get breast cancer. Anyone with breast can get breast cancer. Of those 1 in 8, 1 in 10 of those breast cancer patients will be under the age of 45. So about 9% of breast cancer patients are under the age of 45, which might shock a lot of people because that does seem young. Risk factors, very briefly, any genetic history. Most people think it's just with mothers or the mother's line. That's not true. The father's line, anyone in the relatives pool that can have breast cancer can put you at risk. Having children in an older age, that includes me. I calculated my own breast cancer risk. Talk about that in a second. And then other certain characteristics of breast, women with dense breasts, women with genetic markers. There are other factors that can contribute to that increased risk.
What are the signs women do need to be most aware of?
Yeah, the signs can be incredibly broad, but Joe, I would use an overall framework, and you heard a little bit of it with Olivia and Christy's story. Anything that seems off. So women can have very dense breasts, and it can sometimes worry them, but it's always very important, even at an incredibly young age, Joe, to make sure that you have that. They talk about a total body exam, or Christy Brinkley did. I think it's very important to make sure that not just a proper breast exam is done, but I encourage women to understand how their own breasts feel and how that can change with periods and different times in their life after they've given birth. So sometimes skin changes, dense breasts, all of these changes can be signals. But then sometimes, like in Olivia Munn's case, there could be no symptoms.
Doctor, so let's talk through this breast cancer assessment. And in the piece, it says that Olivia's score was high. What does that look like? Should you be asking your doctor for that? At what age can anyone get that number and have a plan of action?
Yeah, I'm going to recommend people go to an organization that I started working with when I was a medical student, the Susan G. Komen Foundation. It's easy to remember their website, komen.org, KOMEN.org. And they have an incredible, robust description. They've got very good advice, and they have this breast cancer risk assessment tool. I took it myself just again this morning to prepare for this. I personally have a 5.5% lifetime average risk of getting breast cancer, and it's elevated because of some of those risk factors. I want everybody here, men included, because men too can get breast cancer. Anybody with breast can get breast cancer. So I want people to go to that komen.org. They can get that tool as well.
Dr. Kavita Patel, great actionable advice. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, Elon Musk pulls the plug on Don Lemon's new web-based show before it even launches on X.
Why Musk canceled the show and the feud now ignited between them. That's next.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest chapter in the saga of this year's chaotic college admissions season, which left thousands of students in limbo. As the New York Times reported last week, the U.S. Education Department discovered 70,000 unread emails from students all over the country containing essential information.
So with just days until a processing deadline, just 200 department employees, including the nation's top student aid official, had to read through all those emails to ensure those students got the financial help they needed. It's just the latest challenge the Education Department has faced since Congress ordered the new version of the free application for federal student aid, also known as FAFSA.
Joining us now for more on this story, New York Times associate reporter Zach Montague. Zach, thanks for joining us. So first of all, just explain how this huge number of emails went undiscovered, and then what's the impact of that on student applications this year?
Thanks. Good to be with you. So the emails that we've uncovered here were actually from students that couldn't provide a social security number for either themselves or a parent or a contributor when they filled out the form originally. And that's actually a pretty egregious burden for a lot of students that are already overcoming a number of disadvantages in accessing college. And, out of those 70,000, the department realized that, all of them had failed to fill this in and were now facing the prospect of missing out, and had asked them to send in an identification that they could use to verify their identity. Upon discovering this, this set off a fire drill for the department to race through this backlog and try to verify all of these by hand.
Let's go back to the rollout of this newest version of FAFSA. You actually wrote that a series of blunders by the department, from a haphazard rollout to technical meltdowns, plunged the most critical stage of the college admissions season into disarray. I mean, it really sounds like a nightmare. Tell us about this new version of this application and what it is about it that's caused so many problems.
Well, it's been a 3-year process to build this new form, which, as you know, is a pretty critical tool for students and their families who are trying to get federal aid to go to college. And the department had, like I said, 3 years to put this together. But over the last 6 months, normally the form would be out in October. That was delayed until December. The department then announced a soft launch where the form wasn't available to everyone all at once, but just sort of came out periodically in bursts that was not previously announced to students. So since then, since December, students have sort of found themselves panicking trying to get these forms into the department, which by this time of year is really supposed to be processing the data that comes in, sending that out to schools so that colleges across the country can come up with their own estimates of how much tuition students can pay. So we're just behind the ball on all of this year. You know, the schools themselves don't know how much they can tell accepted students that they're going to end up paying for college. Students don't know what sort of aid packages they can expect, how, you know, they can't weigh different offers from different schools. So it's not really clear to them. So everyone's had to push back. And we're now moving into the spring, where by now a lot of people would know where they're going to school, how much they're going to pay. And we're seeing deadlines push back well into April, in some cases into May, for both the universities that are scrambling to get this all figured out, and for students that are just waiting to hear what they can expect.
All right, Zach Montague, thanks so much for joining us this morning, and thanks for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Let's get you financial headlines now, starting with some new economic data and the latest read on unemployment.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, we're getting a fresh view on the health of the economy. Jobless claims. That's the number of Americans applying for jobless benefits last week. It did inch up, but largely stayed at historically low levels as the labor market continues to thrive despite those elevated interest rates. The number coming in at 209,000. It was expected that we would get 218,000. Meanwhile, retail sales up 0.6% in February. We were expecting a 0.8% uptick. That's bouncing back from a January retreat, showing the resilience of consumer spending. All right, former President Trump has reportedly discussed choosing hedge fund billionaire John Paulson for Treasury Secretary if he wins re-election in November. Bloomberg says the conversations so far have been informal and preliminary. Paulson hosted a fundraiser for Trump at his home in Palm Beach last month. Other names potentially in the mix include former U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer and Jeff Yass, who is the founder of private equity firm Susquehanna and an investor in TikTok's parent company ByteDance. And it's time to celebrate pi, the mathematical number that represents the circumference of a circle. Today is Pi Day, and several restaurants and retailers have some great deals. 7-Eleven customers can get any large pizza for $3.14 if they're members of the 7 Rewards program. You can get a free Hershey's Sundae Pie at Burger King with a purchase of at least $3.14. Online food platform Goldbelly is offering 31.4% of all pies today, guys. So lots to choose from.
All right.
Happy Pie Day.
Sweet, the savory, all the pies. All right.
Thank you.
Just days before premiering, former CNN anchor Don Lemon says his new X-based talk show has been canceled.
Lemon says Elon Musk pulled the plug on the show after being interviewed by him in the first episode of the series. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us with more on what happened. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. It was supposed to be part of the next chapter for the 2 high-profile men. So Lemon launching a new show after being fired from CNN, and Musk bringing exclusive content to his recently purchased platform X. But just 24 hours after Lemon interviewed Musk for what was supposed to be the launch of that very show, he says it all came crashing down with a text that said, "Contract is canceled." Lemon appearing on CNN to explain what happened. This morning, a high-profile deal between 2 unlikely partners imploding after a confrontational interview between former CNN anchor Don Lemon and Elon Musk turned tense during a taping of the new The Don Lemon Show that was supposed to debut next week on Musk's platform X. Lemon pushing the billionaire behind ventures like SpaceX and Tesla for allowing tweets that endorse anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats? I don't have to answer these questions. The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
The interview also covering topics like Musk's depression and drug use, as well as the businessman's recent conversations with former President Donald Trump.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Hours later, Lemon says he received a short text from Musk that read, "Contract is canceled."
They were a distribution partner So he never was my boss. He never had any editorial control of the show.
Musk firing back in a post on X, saying the show's approach was basically just CNN, but on social media, which doesn't work. X's own account online defending its right to terminate the relationship, but adding, quote, "The Don Lemon Show is welcome to publish its content on X without censorship." The move reigniting arguments about the balance of free speech and misinformation on the platform.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
As for Lemon, he was fired from CNN last year following controversial comments about women, including then Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, that were seen as sexist and ageist.
Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
Lemon publicly apologized for those comments, and a spokesperson for Lemon tells NBC News he still expects to be paid for the partnership, but an X representative says there was no signed agreement between the Don Lemon Show and X, setting the stage for a potential legal showdown. As far as the interview, Lemon says it will post on Monday on YouTube as well as X. So, guys, this may be far from over.
At least we'll see what happened.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. Coming up, we are raising the curtain on one of the most powerful news shows on Broadway.
Two of the stars from Days of Wine and Roses are here to talk about the show that's got critics excited. That is up next.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is...
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. We have a cute one for you. Workers at a Virginia Wildlife Center found a unique way to stop a newborn fox from becoming too used to humans. Take a look at this. Founder Melissa Stanley and her team wore this fox mask while feeding milk to the little animal. Now, it's not just cute, it's got a purpose here. It was designed to prevent what is known as imprinting. That is where newborns form a strong bond with the first animal who cares for them. Well, the baby fox weighed less than 3 ounces when it was found. After it has been rehabilitated at the Richmond Wildlife Center, workers will try to unite it with its real mom. Isn't that cool, Joe?
That is cute, but the fox may also have a like really into Muppets now or something like that.
Might be a little scarred. He's a real fox, but good nonetheless.
Interesting idea. All right, cool. Thanks, Savannah. Let's end the hour with a curtain call, your front row ticket to some of the hottest shows on Broadway and beyond. This morning, we are thrilled to welcome 2 Broadway legends, Kelly O'Hara and Brian Darcy James. They star in the new musical Days of Wine and Roses, which is based on a 1958 teleplay and 1962 film of the same name. It's about a couple in New York in the 1950s falling in love and forming a family while wrestling with alcohol addiction. The show has earned rave reviews. The New York Times branded it a critic's pick, calling the performances superb. And those superb performers join us now. Congratulations on the show. It is so incredibly powerful. Kelly, it's maybe not a topic that naturally lends itself to a musical, but I understand this is like an idea you had many years ago while working with Brian. Tell us where the idea came from to do this show.
Yeah, you know, I think of music as, I love musical dramas. You know, we think of musical theater often and put it in the comedy category, which I love as well. But I'm also from the opera world a little bit. I got my degree in that, and so I really love taking a story to the next step with music. And so when I thought about this one, some of the unspoken things about this particular situation lend themselves well to being musicalized. And, you know, so I asked Adam Gettle, who wrote The Light in the Piazza, which was another show I did, around 2002. We had just finished a show called Sweet Smell
When you were a
Success.
teenager.
When I was 3. I said, what about musicalizing this show for Brian and me? And he liked the idea, and gosh, it took a while, but here we are.
Here you are. And also people did comment on the fact that they thought you look like Lee Remick, you look like Jack Lemmon, who were in the original movie. That helped too, didn't it?
Yeah, you know, the imagination can...
Clearly this is a lot about how much you love working with each other. What is it about your just relationship on stage that clicks so much, Brian?
Well, you know, like Kelly said, we did this great show 20 years ago, and that's how we really kind of forged our friendship and our working relationship. And over those 20 years, we've never really done a proper show like that, a Broadway show. We've done recordings, we've done concerts, we've done readings, so we've definitely been in each other's, orbit as friends and colleagues. And so when this started kind of bubbling up, it was great. And I will say that doing the show every night with Kelly and seeing your friend and seeing also, I'm a fan of Kelly's, so to be able to see the work that she's doing in this show in particular is thrilling, because I don't know, it's something that I've never seen her do, and I think audiences haven't seen her do as well. So it is it's a kind of two things. It's cheering your friend on and just being so proud of your friend, but also knowing that you're in the company of greatness. And so this kind of relationship that we have on stage is one that I've never experienced before in terms of the characters and how they bounce off each other.
The audience really can feel it. This is obviously not a high-energy pop show. Talk about the music, and how do you get that tone just right?
You know, both Craig Lucas, our book writer, and Adam Gettle are just extraordinary, telling specifically very human stories. You know, these people, I think some people feel the show so deeply and dramatically because it feels so human. It doesn't feel sort of like an archetype of a person, but yet you're getting to know these two people very deeply and intimately. And so it's really on the page. You know, the music is underneath us, sort of swelling, the words that we say. But the tone is also what Brian was saying. This is a personal and professional sort of collaboration of safety, friendship, trust. We are very much not these people, and yet if we bring ourselves to the table in the trusted way that we are together, the tone kind of it works for itself. It just sort of takes us and goes. But I really lean on that great material. You know, it's already there for us if we just trust it.
Can I add to also, in terms of tone, I mean, we have an incredible director in Michael Greif, who his job is basically to see what's happening with every element of the production, our performances, the company's performances, the physical aspects of it, how it moves, how everything is presented and ultimately is delivered. So his eye, not only in, you know, speaking personally, his ability to kind of monitor and calibrate what we're doing to have the story kind of reveal itself in the proper way. That takes an expert eye, and we have that in Michael. So that I think, in terms of tone, I think that is our ace in the hole.
One of the best directors out there.
Yeah, and he's got about 17 Broadway shows.
I was about to say, he is a busy man this season. Google it. Alcohol addiction, I mean, it is an issue that affects nearly every family. What are you hearing from people who see this show? Do they talk about that and the impact that this has on them and the impact your show then has on them?
I've had the most amazing conversations of my career with all people, but especially I'm finding with young people. We have a generation now which is the first sober, curious generation ever. We know so much more about alcoholism now. We know so much more about the different programs one might go into it if they suffer from alcoholism. At this time in our show, nobody knew about this. And so now we're talking to people who lived through it, children of people who lived through it, people who are attached to it. There are some people who come and have really see the hope and the joy in the show. There is a lot of that. Talk about tone. There's a lot of different things happening because it's a human life that we're talking about. 2, 3, 4 human lives in our show. But I think that I think that the conversations about how it affects people are so different and vast that it's making me feel like I'm doing one of the more purposeful things of my career, you know?
Yeah. Brian, we have like 15 seconds left here, but anything else you want to add to that?
Well, just the idea that when we do get to meet people and they have a reaction that, whether it is their own experience dealing with addiction or their relatives, having that interchange and that kind of recognition is something that is very, very powerful, and I'm very appreciative of that. We're doing our job, and the message is, the show is getting across.
Very good. All right, Kelly O'Hara, Brian Darcy James, thank you both. And you can catch Days of Wine and Roses at Studio 54 through March 31st. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Great interview. The news continues right now. Stay with us.
Right now on Morning News Now, the clock is ticking for TikTok. The House overwhelmingly approving a bill that could ban the popular app here in the U.S. But how will it fare in the Senate, and what could it all mean for TikTok's millions of American users? Savannah will break it all down. Also this morning, major developments in former President Trump's election interference case in Georgia. The judge dismissing 3 of the counts against him. We'll explain what's behind that decision as the former president heads to a Florida courtroom today for a different case. Plus, a promising medical breakthrough that might shape the way doctors detect colon cancer. The new research that shows lives could be saved with a simple blood test. And swiping left, why some of the big dating apps are on the decline among younger Americans. The Gen Z trends that have them looking for love elsewhere.
Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Good to be back here in New York with you.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. We're going to start with TikTok's time in the U.S. possibly running out. A bill that could ban the popular social video app cleared the House yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, they overwhelmingly passed it with strong bipartisan support in a 352 to 65 vote. So this is called the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. The legislation says TikTok is a threat to national security because it is controlled by China, a foreign adversary. The company maintains it is not controlled or owned by the Chinese government. Well, this bill essentially gives tech giant ByteDance, that's TikTok's parent company, 2 options. Either sell the app to a buyer approved by the U.S. government within 6 months, or forgo a sale and be banned in the U.S. TikTok CEO Shou Chu posted a video last night speaking directly to the app's users and expressing his disappointment.
This bill gives more power to a handful of other social media companies. It will also take billions of dollars out of the pockets of creators and small businesses. It will put more than 300,000 American jobs at risk, and it will take away your TikTok. We will not stop fighting and advocating for you. We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights.
So a potential ban could be devastating for small business owners and creators who use TikTok to earn their living. Several well-known TikTok creators have already started looking for ways to diversify their businesses and brands. So now what's next? The bill heads to the Senate, where it faces an uncertain future.
So you were there yesterday on Capitol Hill as the vote went down, and that's the big question. What happens next? Leaders of the Senate Intelligence Committee have already endorsed this. Is that a sign of what could happen in the Senate, or does it face a tougher road here?
Yeah, so the leaders of that committee, they put out this statement essentially praising the bill, praising the fact that the House had passed the bill, and then also urging Senate action, saying we should do this, we should bring this to the vote. The thing, though, is that Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has been very noncommittal about actually bringing that to a vote on the floor. It is unclear if or when he would do so. We also have heard just anecdotally from senators more negativity than we did from representatives, several of them pointing out the fact that is it really a good idea to mess with something young voters specifically love? Dick Durbin actually has been saying, does that really sound like a good re-election strategy? It's, of course, on the back of everybody's minds that it's 2024. At the same time, this fight is going down.
So if it is approved by the Senate, the president would have to sign it. We know that he uses TikTok in his campaign. At the same time, it sounds like he probably would sign it. Where do things stand with the president?
Yeah, it's a great question because he is posting, as recently as this week, he is fully using the app while this conversation is going on in the background. I actually spoke with several Democratic representatives yesterday who said that is a mixed message. I don't like that. It's not clear why the president would be using the app that he seems to believe, as well as many members of Congress do, could potentially be a national security threat. He has, though, said should this make it to his desk, he would sign it. Of course, that still passes the big hurdle that I just laid out in the Senate. Unclear if it will make it to his desk. If it does, that's when that 6-month time starts for ByteDance to divest this company. And if not, the theory is that it would just essentially disappear from app stores, be unavailable on your phone. But TikTok will likely challenge that in court should it get to that point.
That's the other part of this as well.
Yeah.
A huge issue for tens of millions of people who use TikTok.
And make their money on it.
And much more to come. All right, Savannah, thank you so
Absolutely.
much. Now to a major development in the Georgia election interference case against former President Donald Trump.
Yeah, Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee has dismissed 3 of the counts against Mr. Trump, but it's important to note he still faces 10 other counts in the Georgia case. For more, we are joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. He is in Fort Pierce, Florida. We also have NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos here on set with us. Ken, I'll get started with you there in Florida. What can you tell us about the charges that were dropped?
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. 6 counts total, 3 of which apply to former President Trump. And essentially what the judge decided here is that these counts did not allege sufficient violations of the Georgia and U.S. constitutions. That was the issue, not the overt acts that were alleged. This involved the alleged acts by Mr. Trump and his co-defendants to pressure local officials over bogus allegations of fraud. And again, the indictment is still in place. Most of the charges are still in place, but these particular charges have been dismissed, and the prosecution could appeal this ruling.
All right, Danny, let's bring you in here. Why did the judge decide to drop these 3 charges? Was this a mistake in your mind by the DA to even bring them in the first place, or was this kind of a surprise?
No, this was an unforced error in a sense. This is called a demurrer. Basically, what you do, and it exists in civil and criminal law, you say, look, take a look at the charging instrument. Here are the 4 corners of that instrument. Did they allege properly the crimes? Did they give us sufficient notice of what we have to defend against? These motions are almost always denied. They're very difficult for the defense to win because the pleading standard is really very light. But this is not your ordinary robbery or burglary case that is charged thousands of times and that the DA's office would know how to allege the facts. Instead, here, this is a complex case. And what the judge found is that there was an allegation that people solicited the violation of oath of office. But they didn't articulate, the state, what part of that oath of office specifically was solicited. So when you do that, you really have 2 things you have to prove. You have to prove the solicitation, or allege it, I should say. And you also have to allege the elements of this oath that was violated. So it really was, in my view, an unforced error, because it's something that they just needed to allege with more specificity. They could do it again, arguably. That's really all these motions really win you. They may just win you more time as the state or the government goes back and gets the proper indictment. But, you know, any win on the defense that slows things down for the Trump team and the co-defendants is a win.
Absolutely. Ken, we're also watching for a decision on whether or not D.A. Willis will be disqualified from the case. Fani Willis, do we have any idea when that ruling could come down?
It could come down any day now, Savannah, and this is really much more important than the other decision we're talking about, because if she is knocked out of this case, it could be the end of the case. It would fall to a state prosecution board to decide who would replace her as prosecutor, and that board moves notoriously slowly. Now, if the judge does rule that she has a conflict of interest here, and this involves the hiring of a person that she had a romantic relationship with, she may be able to appeal that ruling, and that could allow her to remain in the case, but again, that would cause a big delay. So either way, unless the judge completely absolves her and decides she can remain in the case, this could be a very difficult situation for this case and for the prosecution, guys.
All right, so Danny, let's talk about why Ken is in Florida right now, and that's because we're going to have this hearing today about the classified documents case that impacts Mr. Trump there. What could we expect in that hearing today? We know that Mr. Trump and his legal team, they'd love to have this case thrown out, at the very least delayed, right?
Yeah, courts are very reluctant to throw cases out and deny the government their day in court. Even more so, I would expect, in cases of this importance. Arguably the most important criminal cases in American history are all pending at the same time, including in the Southern District of Florida. The argument is basically trying to boil this complex issue down to a simple explanation is really that the Presidential Records Act and the president's status as president allowed him a special privilege to sort of designate documents as not classified. That and some other arguments that they're making to throw the case out. It's a legal issue that the court can decide at this stage. But no matter the outcome, we already know what we're going to see. We're going to see a number of appeals. Now, whether or not those appeals can stall the pending criminal case, that's another legal issue. But these are legal issues the court can decide at this stage. It's just practically, they almost never will decide these in favor of the defendant because it means denying the state or the people, or in this case, the government, the federal government, the prosecutors, their trial in court.
So we love when you make a prediction for us, if not thrown out. I mean, at the very least, is this delayed, do you think?
If the appeal, the problem is interlocutory appeal in criminal cases usually doesn't stall the underlying criminal case. There's a good reason for that. We saw that earlier in one of the other Trump cases, the D.C. case. There's a reason we have that rule, because if every criminal or criminal defendant could stall his case by simply appealing, then no cases would ever go to trial. You'd be 20 years down the road in the appellate process, and the original trial never would go forward. So, look, predictions, I'm usually wrong, but if I were guessing, the court is not likely to grant this motion simply because they want the government to have their day in court. And you don't want to be that judge that denied that opportunity to the state, the people, or the federal government.
All right, Ken Delaney and Danny Ceballos, thank you both.
Legal challenges are not the only thing on former President Trump's mind. After clinching the GOP nomination earlier this week, speculation is growing over who he'll pick for a running mate. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has new exclusive reporting that shows Mr. Trump is focused on abortion as he considers the other half of his ticket.
Former President Trump's search for a running mate coming into sharper focus, and one issue dominating the discussions, abortion.
We're living in a time when there has to be a little bit of a concession one way or the other, and I think I want to get it right.
Multiple sources telling NBC News Trump views abortion as a singular liability for Republicans in November and is screening candidates for a running mate for possible vulnerabilities on the issue. Trump even reportedly surveying his own guests at Mar-a-Lago about potential VP picks and their views on abortion.
For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Trump's 3 nominees to the Supreme Court were critical in overturning Roe v. Wade, but he now blames recent Republican losses on what he sees as the party's poor messaging on reproductive rights. Since the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe in June 2022, abortion rights have gone virtually undefeated in ballot measures from coast to coast. And polls show voters trust President Biden over Trump on the issue. Trump now determined to make sure his ticket doesn't face the same fate. Can a change in messaging to be more moderate really have an impact?
Republicans have yet to find that silver bullet or that tightrope that they can walk that gets them suburban voters, but also doesn't alienate or disassociate themselves from past positions.
Among the top VP candidates, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, a former 2024 rival who has since endorsed and campaigned with the former president. But his hardline stance on abortion has some concern in Trump world.
I would literally sign the most conservative pro-life legislation that they can get through Congress.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem also on the list and also under scrutiny after her state's trigger laws went into effect when Roe was overturned, instituting a near total ban. Noem defending those laws, which do not have exceptions in the cases of rape or incest. In an interview with CNN, Noem was asked about the possibility of a 10-year-old rape victim seeking abortion treatment.
In South Dakota, the law today is that the abortions are illegal except to save the life of the mother, because I don't believe a tragic situation should be perpetuated by another tragedy.
New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, currently in House leadership and considered a rising star in the party, has expressed support for a different approach, a 15-week national ban with exceptions.
We stand for life. We are proud to stand for life, and we will oppose this very radical anti-life agenda that we're seeing from House Democrats.
The New York Times reports Trump supported a 16-week ban in private, a claim his campaign denies. As Trump seeks to walk a fine line between appealing to the majority of Americans who support some abortion rights without alienating the pro-life base that's critical to his campaign.
Our thanks to Dasha Burns for that report. The former president has not given a timeline on when he'll select his running mate. In 2016, he announced Mike Pence as his VP pick in mid-July.
Now to Oklahoma, where we're getting new details about the death of Nex Bennett, a transgender student. Last month, a medical examiner's report has ruled his cause of death as suicide. The report released yesterday cited the probable combined toxicity from 2 drugs as the cause of death. One of the drugs is available over the counter, the other by prescription. The 16-year-old, who used they and he pronouns, died February 8th, a day after he was involved in a fight at school. Nex reportedly told his mother that he was bullied at school because of his gender identity. If you or anyone you know is struggling, please call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988.
It's day 2 of jury deliberations in the case against the father of a Michigan school shooter. James Crumbley faces 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for his alleged role in the attack that killed 4 teenage students at Oxford High School. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broadus has the latest as we wait for a verdict.
A jury has started deliberating whether to convict James Crumbley of involuntary manslaughter and make him the first father to be held criminally responsible for a school shooting committed by their child.
James Crumbley is not on trial for what his son did. James Crumbley is on trial for what he did and what he didn't do.
You heard testimony from over a dozen witnesses. None of them told you that James knew what his son was planning.
His wife, Jennifer, found guilty on the same charges last month in her own landmark trial.
I mean, it was chaos.
The prosecution calling many of the same witnesses this time around, arguing James Crumbley didn't do enough to stop Ethan from killing 4 students at Oxford High School in 2021.
The most precious in my mind was his smile. He had those braces on for a long time, and he had literally just got them off a couple months before.
James Crumbley was presented with the easiest, most glaring opportunities to prevent the deaths of these 4 students, and he did nothing.
A key issue, how James Crumbley stored the gun, purchased a few days before the mass shooting. Prosecutors reading excerpts from Ethan's journal, saying in part, quote, "I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot up the school," Ethan wrote, and saying, quote, "I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the expletive school." Unlike his wife, James Crumbley did not take the stand, and the defense called just one witness, his sister, Karen, who took the stand today.
Your nephew never wrote you a note that said, "Help me"?
No, sir.
And he never drew a picture next to that note with a gun, did he?
No.
After 4 days of testimony, another landmark case is in the jury's hands.
Seeing the evidence and seeing the testimony says enough for itself, and just seeing us there as a present for our children, it says enough.
Our thanks to Adrian Broaddus for that report.
Well, as is often the case, we've got some wild weather to get to. It might feel like spring in the Northeast, but it is still very much winter out west. Right now, Colorado is being hit with its biggest snowstorm in 3 years.
Overnight snow started falling at a rate of 2 to 3 inches an hour. Forecasters say Denver could get maybe up to 20 inches. Other parts of the state could see as much as 3 to 4 feet. Top of all that snow, wind gusts of up to 40 miles an hour are making travel nearly impossible. Airlines are telling passengers to double check their flight statuses and rebook if possible. And on the ground, officials closed several stretches of Interstate 70 with rescue crews ready to save any stranded motorists.
Let's get more on all this from meteorologist Angie Lassman.
She's tracking the snow headed for the Rockies and just how much. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yes, we've got wintry weather for folks across the Rockies, and that same storm system also going to leave us with the potential for some severe weather today. Let's start with the winter alerts, though. 5 million people included in those right now, and you can see that heavy snow continues stretching across much of Colorado. We've got Fort Collins, Boulder, Denver, Colorado Springs all dealing with the heavy snow, really impressive snowfall rates that we're expecting through the day today. And because of that, totals are going to be impressive in some spots. We've got the potential for the Front Range to pick up anywhere from 3 to 4 feet. Those are going to be on the higher ends of some of those totals. You can see Boulder anywhere from 12 to 20 inches. We've got Denver up to 18 inches by the time we get through tomorrow. And again, it's not just the heavy snow that's going to be problematic. We've also got those wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. So whiteout conditions are going to be likely. Denver airport is going to be difficult to travel in and out of here for the next couple of days. Meanwhile, I mentioned the severe storms that we're watching. We've got a thunderstorm watch in effect, and that's going to go until 12 o'clock. You can see St. Louis included in that, parts of Illinois, as well as that system starts to march to the east. Here's what we're expecting through the day today and into tonight. The greatest threat is going to be later into the day and into the evening hours, and you can see right where we're looking at the bullseye. It stretches from Texas all the way up into portions of Ohio, but Indianapolis, St. Louis, Dallas, all included in that, Memphis as well. But folks across portions of Oklahoma and Arkansas are going to see that chance for us to pick up some large hail. That's going to be the biggest threat. You can see that stretches into parts of Indianapolis and down to Dallas. We won't rule out some strong wind gusts, too, and a couple of tornadoes. We're not done with the storm system just yet as we get into tomorrow either. Those thunderstorms will increase in intensity actually as we get through the morning hours and in the afternoon hours, and we'll once again be looking at a severe threat. It'll be a lot smaller tomorrow, but it's still there, especially across parts of Texas. Otherwise, some thunderstorms will be possible across the southeast and into the southern plains. Those same threats will be possible, specifically the 2-inch hail across, again, Texas. Now, looking ahead to the weekend, notice your Friday showers and the mild conditions from the northeast to the southeast, but the northern tier of the country, that's where the milder conditions are, and that's where you'll also find some sunshine, guys. We head into Saturday with more mild highs across much of the east.
Wow.
Like to see that.
Totals.
A mixed bag.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Angie.
Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including a new way to screen for colon cancer with a simple blood test. The breakthrough research that could help save lives.
But first, we have boots on the ground in Haiti this morning, with the U.S. now sending a team of Marines to protect its embassy there. We've got the latest as the Caribbean nation descends into chaos. That's up next. Stay with us.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
Everybody safe? Everybody good?
Women, children,
report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? What the president himself has called a crisis.
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back now with the latest on the spiraling crisis of violence in Haiti. The U.S. is sending in a new contingent of Marines to guard the embassy as Americans, including a best-selling author, are making harrowing escapes. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez reports from neighboring Dominican Republic.
With Haiti in utter chaos, a new team of U.S. Marines has been sent to help protect the American embassy. This is what hell on earth sounds like. A nighttime gun battle in Port-au-Prince captured on a terrified bystander's cell phone. Another woman, Haitian-American Cherie Belhumer, says an armed gang kicked her out of her home and threatened to kill her if she went back.
We are so frightened for our lives. We can never go back home.
She's now desperately trying to escape and meet up with her family in Miami. But the border and the airports are shut down. Also suddenly trapped, best-selling author Mitch Albom, visiting an orphanage his charity runs in Haiti.
You can't go anywhere, you can't get out. That's how Haitians live every single day.
Then a harrowing escape. A stealth private helicopter mission rescued Albom and orphanage staffers.
You know, the fear is that the gangs are going to shoot at the helicopters. That's they've done that. We were all on top of one another, not in seats, just a big ball of humanity. And the door closed, and within 60 seconds, we were up in the air in the dark and flying.
Haiti's prime minister just said he'd step down as soon as a new interim government took over. But a notorious gang leader known as Barbecue is calling for civil war. Here in the neighboring Dominican Republic, the government is stopping desperate Haitians from coming. And in Florida, the governor is already deploying extra law enforcement and drones in anticipation of a possible migrant influx from Haiti. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Santiago, Dominican Republic.
More international headlines now, and we start with the latest on the conflict raging in Gaza.
Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. The United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees say that one of its staff members was killed and 22 others were injured after Israeli forces hit a food distribution center in the southern Gaza Strip. Now, according to the agency, the distribution center was hit despite having shared their coordinates with Israel's military. The Israeli Defense Forces say it was a precise strike which eliminated a Hamas commander. Now to Australia's Victoria state, where a 27-year-old man died and another was seriously injured after rocks collapsed inside an underground gold mine. Authorities said 29 workers at the site were rescued as they took refuge in a safety pod when the accident happened. The mine has been shut down while the police and local safety regulators investigate what happened. And we end up in Denmark, which has started calling up women for military service as it boosts its army. The plan is to extend military conscription to women and also increase the standard service time. The Danish Prime Minister said they are doing this not because they want war, but because they want to avoid it. The change makes Denmark the third country in Europe to introduce female conscription in the army. Back to you guys.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, a huge potential advancement in the way doctors can screen for colon cancer.
After the break, can a simple blood test actually save more lives in the face of rising cases? Our Dr. John Torres is looking into it. Doctor is in next.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
We're back with the results of a promising new study that could dramatically increase and improve colon cancer detection. This is important because the number of colon cancer cases in the U.S. continues to rise.
According to the New England Journal of Medicine, research shows a simple blood test may be able to detect early signs of colorectal cancer. The doctors say the technology is a major step forward in this screening process.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres joins us now with more on this. Medical correspondent, good to have you with us. So walk us through how this compares to other screening methods for colon cancer. Why do doctors think this is so promising?
And the reason doctors think this is promising and the reason it's hitting the news is, like you mentioned, the study showing that its accuracy, 83%. It's very accurate at detecting colon cancer in those early stage cancers, which is all important. And what we know right now is it is comparative to the other ones that you have at home, which are called the FIT test, the Cologuard tests. The difference being those are stool tests. This is a blood test, and that's the big difference. And what they think is going to happen is this is going to drive people towards getting this blood test that didn't want to do the stool test or aren't getting a colonoscopy. And that's probably the biggest advice, saying this does not replace the colonoscopy, but is an additional tool to the colonoscopy.
Yeah, and in fact, I think on this point, correct me if I'm wrong, though, the test found 83% of the cancers. However, it found few of the pre-cancerous growths, that could be found in a colonoscopy. Does that mean maybe it's not like a good tool for early detection, and that's still an important part of care?
So it's the Shield blood test by Guardant Health is the one we're talking about. And what they say is, 45 and above with average risk of colon cancers are the ones that should be looking at this. And you can see the early signs of colon cancer right there. The other one would be changes in your stool. If you have issues with that, then that's another thing to look at. But the biggest thing is to remember that this is detecting early stage colon cancer because it uses DNA in the blood. What happens is the tumor puts out DNA when it starts shedding, gets into the blood, and the blood test can detect that DNA. Polyps don't necessarily do that because they're early on, and that's why a colonoscopy is that gold standard, because they can actually visually see the polyps, remove them, and test them.
So Doctors are struggling to get people to screen, even though we are seeing younger people get more colon cancer. We know the screening went down, the colonoscopy to 45, but talk about how important screening is, and could this blood test play any factor in trying to get that up?
And screening is so important. And you'll hear people tell time after time about how something happened, they ended up getting a colonoscopy for whatever reason, or having one of those blood tests that led them to a colonoscopy, and they found it early, and they were able to take care of it, cure it, and get them back to their normal lives. Extremely important. And the problem is right now, colonoscopy, only 50 to 60% of people are getting colonoscopies. If you add the other tests, we still have that segment of the population that's not getting those tests, and so they think this will fill the gap. And that's the important thing to understand, that what this is doing is saying, if you get this, it's positive, then you go to a colonoscopy at that point to make sure that that's what the diagnosis is, and then you get treatment if you have colon cancer, but you get it early, which can save your life.
And quickly, what would you say to people who are worried about a colonoscopy? They don't like the sound of it.
Yeah, it's not as bad as you think. I've had colonoscopies before. Yeah,
it's fine.
It's the thought of it happening is worse than actually doing it. The prep is something that people don't like. Once you get through the prep, which is not that bad, then the colonoscopy, you don't even really think much about it.
Yeah. All right. Dr. John, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Great to see you. Well, a traditionally conservative town in Oklahoma is facing a political reckoning. A small group of locals have forced a recall vote against a city commissioner who attended events supporting white nationalism. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny takes a closer look at the fallout.
It's an unusual meetup on a Monday night in Enid, Oklahoma. The location is secret. Somebody minds the door for security. A small group determined to change their city.
Everybody in this room played a role.
Among those here are 69-year-old Connie Vickers.
I was born and raised here in Enid.
And 74-year-old Nancy Presnell.
I've lived here most of my life.
They're best friends and Democrats, rare in the deeply conservative county. Both retired, but hard at work.
How many doors did you knock on?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a lot. Enough to get the signatures needed for a recall election of City Commissioner Judd Blevins. This is Judd Blevins. In 2017, tiki torch in hand in Charlottesville, Virginia, marching alongside avowed white supremacists and neo-Nazis.
I saw the picture of Judd Blevins with the tiki torch, and I was just shocked.
The more they looked, the more they found. Blevins had been an active leader in the white nationalist group Identity Europa. According to an analysis of photos, biographical details, and other information, Blevins hid his white nationalist identity behind the online moniker Conway. In private online forums reviewed by NBC News, Blevins, as Conway, posted racist messages and praised Hitler. And yet, when the former Marine ran for city commissioner last year as a conservative Republican,
he won by 36 votes.
Now, Presnell and Vickers are part of the Enid Social Justice Committee, vocal opponents of Blevins since he took office, the group mincing no words on its website, saying Enid has a Nazi problem.
A lot of people don't want to say the word Nazi, but when you see what he did and what he's involved with, it's not name-calling, it's what he is and what he believes.
We wanted to ask Blevins what he believes for ourselves, but he denied our multiple requests for interviews. We tried once more outside a city council meeting.
Can I ask, you were a leader in an Oklahoma chapter of a white nationalist organization, and I want to know if you have any explanation to that. Come here. Then why did you march and unite the right? Why did you hold a tiki torch and march as people say Jews will not replace us, sir?
I've been a conservative all my life.
Cindy Allen was editor and publisher of the Enid News and Eagle when Blevins won. Her paper had published a front-page story about his past prior to the election. Blevins called it a hit piece.
We followed up many times, and he never would answer us.
And yet he won.
He won. There's an opportunity now to address what kind of tolerance of extremism this community is going to have.
Enid's mayor, David Mason, also a conservative Republican, says behind closed doors, Blevins admitted to his involvement in white nationalist activities.
And my follow-up question was, are you still involved with those groups? And he told me I do not have to answer that question. And my thought was, you just did.
Blevins' opponent in the recall election, set for April 2nd, is a Republican too. She didn't want to talk about the race with us, a race that most here see as squarely about Blevins.
If we vote him in a second time, it probably says a lot about who we are.
That identity is exactly what Vickers and Presnell are working for.
National white supremacist organizations have called you two outrageous Antifa commandos.
Badge of honor.
What happens if you don't win?
We keep putting up a fight. We're not going to put up with it quietly.
Fighting, they say, for the soul of their city. Brandy Zadrozny, NBC News, Enid, Oklahoma.
Coming up, a battle of the X's.
It's a media smackdown that's pitting former CNN anchor Don Lemon and Elon Musk against each other. This morning, more on their testy one-on-one interview and Lemon's deal with Musk's ex that's now toast. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man who delivered it.
All right, it just me too.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with disturbing accusations about what was going on behind the scenes of some of the 90s and early 2000s, including All That, The Amanda Show, and Drake and Josh. A new docuseries is shining a spotlight on claims of discrimination, sexism, and sexual abuse. NBC's Stephen Romo has the story.
Bring in the dancing lobsters.
They were massive TV hits for kids in the 90s and early 2000s. Nickelodeon shows like Drake and Josh, iCarly, All That, and more.
Nickelodeon was kid everything. And you better hope that your house had cable.
Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV is a new investigation discovery documentary series raising disturbing allegations about some of these beloved shows and the people behind them, like Powerhouse creator and producer Dan Schneider. Business Insider first reporting on some of these allegations in 2022, but the new series delves deeper with interviews from some on and off-camera team members. 2 women writers on The Amanda Show, starring Amanda Bynes, say the production was a hostile work environment for women, accusing Schneider of telling them that women aren't funny. There are also accusations of sexual abuse against members of Schneider's staff, a major accusation that came to light in a new teaser trailer. Actor Drake Bell, co-star of Drake and Josh, coming forward as an alleged sexual abuse victim of dialogue coach and actor Brian Peck, who was convicted of child sex abuse back in 2004. The minor, who was previously identified as John Doe, is set to be Bell in the docuseries. One of our reporters got an advanced screening of Bell's accusations.
He asked the producer to essentially imagine the most horrible form of sexual abuse possible, and that's what happened to him.
Bell has faced disturbing charges of his own. In 2021, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 2 years probation for felony child endangerment and a misdemeanor charge of disseminating harmful material to a juvenile after a woman says Bell attempted to groom her when she was 12.
In the documentary, he kind of said that he took responsibility for that. What this documentary kind of highlights with those 2 cases juxtaposed with each other is that a lot of times there's a cycle of abuse.
A spokesperson for Schneider told NBC News that he was the biggest champion for child actors on these shows and said that an investigation by Nickelodeon after Schneider's departure found he was a challenging, tough, and demanding person to work with, nothing else. These revelations, a stark contrast from the happy-go-lucky shows they stem from.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report. For its part, Nickelodeon says it cannot corroborate or negate these allegations from decades ago, but the network says it has adopted new safeguards since that period.
Former CNN anchor Don Lemon said that Elon Musk canceled his new talk show on X before the first episode even premiered.
Lemon says his deal with the social media platform was terminated after he interviewed Musk. This comes just 2 months after X announced it was partnering with Lemon in a new content deal on the site. Lemon took to X yesterday to talk about what he says happened.
Speaking of free speech, right? I thought the first person interview, no brainer, Elon Musk, the man who calls himself a free speech absolutist. I asked him to do it. He willingly agreed to the interview. Apparently, free speech absolutism doesn't apply when it comes to questions about him from people like me.
Well, for more on this, we are joined by Vanity Fair special correspondent Brian Stelter. We have breaking news this morning. SpaceX's Starship rocket, which is an important part of the future of the U.S. space program, is in the middle of an important test flight after lifting off from Texas.
Yeah, you're looking at video that was taken about 20 minutes ago when it launched. This is SpaceX's 3rd test flight of the mega rocket, testing out new technologies and techniques that could be used on future missions to the moon. Starship's debut flight last April ended with the rocket exploding a few minutes after liftoff. SpaceX lost contact with Starship after a second launch in November. Let's bring in NBC senior correspondent Tom Costello, who covers space for us. So, Tom, we're about 20 minutes into this one, which I believe is longer than the previous 2. Tell us, how's it going? What do they hope to learn with this test?
This appears to have been an absolutely flawless launch this morning from South Texas, right there along the Mexican border. A tremendous liftoff just before 9:30 Eastern time this morning. You're looking at the views there from space as this Starship, which is the biggest rocket ever built, taller than the Empire State Building, lifted off on the 3rd test for Starship. As you mentioned, the first 2 tests ended when the rocket itself exploded at altitude. In this case, perfect from top to bottom. In fact, this procedure called a hot stage apparently went absolutely flawlessly. That is where literally they separate the rocket booster from the rocket itself, from Starship, and the booster then falls back to Earth, landing in the Gulf of Mexico. There's the hot stage right there. You're going to see it's going to separate out, and the booster will fall back into the Gulf of Mexico as Starship. This is unmanned. We should hasten to add. Starship does not have a crew on board. It's all about proving this technology. And if Elon Musk's Starship, SpaceX rather, which runs Starship, if they can have a perfect launch as it appears they have today, then they are well on their way to joining with the Artemis program, NASA's Artemis program, to put astronauts back in orbit around the moon. That would be a first, with an orbiting space station around the moon, and then coming down and landing on the lunar surface, and then from there going on to Mars. And as you know, Elon Musk is passionate about colonizing Mars. He believes that is the future for the human race. So today, a very, very big look at. By the way, you see how it looks like you have a whole bunch of fires, individual fires underneath the bottom of that rocket. Yeah, 33 engines, 33 Raptor engines came together in synchronicity, lifting this rocket, the biggest and most powerful ever built, off the ground there in Texas, and well on its way to space. So all of this has gone as well, if not better than ever expected. It is a huge, huge victory for Starship and for SpaceX, which only yesterday got FAA approval for this third attempt, and the third time appears to have been the charm, you guys.
Absolutely. Tom, you bring up Elon Musk's name. Of course, many people, immediately think of him when we talk about SpaceX, but this is not just only important to this private space company. This is also important for the U.S. space program and the return to the moon. You kind of talk through how and why it's connected, but just explain the relationship there and what specifically the success, them understanding that this is working, whatever they did here, means to getting one step closer to that.
Well, they had to literally continue to refine the engineering because they lost the first two rockets, and there was a problem with, for example, the rocket engines not firing completely in unison. There was some disconnect, if you will, on the second attempt. But look at those images. Isn't that spectacular? So, yes, the Artemis program, which is, again, the NASA program that will take humans back to, first of all, orbiting around the moon and then landing on the moon. That is about 18 months away from that first mission where humans will go and then really in a very big loop around the moon. Then if that goes well, they will land on the moon. So the Orion space capsule will do that. That is part of the Artemis stack and the Orion space capsule. However, they need the Starship in order to, first of all, be able to come back down to the lunar surface, and then also to power all the way to Mars. This is critical. This technology is all about NASA partnering up with the private sector, with the SpaceX. And by the way, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin might also be a part of Artemis because they want to build a lunar base. So all of this is about NASA's future and the future of the Artemis mission, which is not just America. It is America and many of our allies coordinating to put humans back on the lunar surface, and this time with a permanent presence, building a lunar base on the south side of the moon where there is lunar, I should say frozen ice water, critical for not only establishing a human colony, but then building and using rocket fuel to go on to Mars.
Tom Costello, fascinating details. We love getting to talk to you about any kind of space news. Big news here that this actually just happened and was successful. Thanks for joining us.
You bet.
We'll continue to bring you the very latest from the launch throughout the morning and throughout the day right here on NBC News Now. A great idea. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Coming up, swiping left on dating apps.
After the break, why some experts say younger Americans are starting to ditch those popular apps like Tinder and Match, and how the companies could possibly win users back. That's next. Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A developer says he has the funding to build America's tallest skyscraper in Oklahoma City. It would be called the Legends Tower, and it would stand at 1,907 feet. That's more than 100 feet taller than One World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. It'd be the center point of a $1.5 billion development, including a hotel and apartments. Developer Scott Madison told the Oklahoman the plans are now fully funded, but another developer called the tower fanciful. The City Council is due to vote on the plan in June. Oklahoma City, who knew?
It's gonna be lonely up there.
Exactly. It will definitely stand out there, but
interesting.
Good for them.
Okay.
All right.
Well, dating apps have loomed large in our love lives ever since the early 2010s, but could our love affair with them be at an end?
Apps like Tinder and Bumble have been steadily losing their market value since 2021. Experts say younger generations are less willing to fork out the money for costly subscriptions.
Yeah, I didn't even realize there were these subscriptions. Dr. Jess Carbino joins us for more on this. She's the former sociologist of Tinder and Bumble. Doctor, thanks for joining us. So why are these apps struggling to get people to pay for their service? Is it like a changing demographic, or is some of this just that they're too expensive?
I think it's fundamentally a demographic change. If you look at Gen Z as a population, which is what the media is most often discussing, Gen Zers were born between the years 1997 and 2012. So legally, a very strong proportion of the individuals who fall within Gen Z are not even eligible to use the app because you have to be 18 years old to do so. Moreover, dating apps exist and are still fundamentally the number one way individuals are meeting their romantic partners for long-term partnerships. We also know that over half of individuals who are between the ages of 18 to 29, according to the Pew Research Center, are using online dating apps. But individuals who are between the ages of, 15 and 27, which is really the primary demographic of individuals who are in Gen Z, are meeting partners outside of it. They're meeting people through existing social institutions, like their local schools or through their neighborhoods, because they're still living there. And dating apps really developed to help fill that gap. So it makes absolute sense that, a kid who's in college is not paying for a dating app because they're able to meet people outside of it. And I think, as with millennials, when these Gen Zers transition outside of educational institutions to meet romantic partners, because we know that the age at first marriage is not going to decline. If anything, it's going to continue to increase. We are going to see them returning and paying to dating apps for subscriptions. They're still using the apps. They are just not paying for them because they don't have that need yet.
What is Gen Z looking for in the dating scene?
Gen Zers are really looking to explore. We know that Gen Zers are a generation that is very curious. They have a lot of questions as it relates to the authenticity of themselves and the authenticity of others. So I think that Gen Zers are using dating apps as a mechanism by which to discover and find themselves and others and to build community, which is something that we know Gen Zers really long for fundamentally.
Can we also talk about the price tag on the league? I mean, this graphic that we have over here, $2.99 a month. I mean, what is it that apps need to do to win users back? You sound confident that Gen Zers will come back. What do they need to do?
Well, I think that the price tag associated with other dating apps is incredibly reasonable. A lot of streaming services are approximately $20, and the satisfaction we get from streaming services, while high, is not in any way commensurate with what we find when we are in a relationship with someone. And I think that individuals who are paying a real premium, like The League for $300, are really invested and are interested in finding people who are equally invested. And my research has shown that people think about whether or not individuals are paying when using a dating app, and think of that payment as a signal of investment. So it makes sense to me that a 22-year-old is not paying $300 a month for a dating app because they don't need to. They're in college. And frankly, I think it's a good thing that they're meeting people organically. But at the same time, I think that fundamentally they are still using the dating apps. They are using dating apps in college, and they're meeting people organically, which is really important, because when they're meeting people organically in college, they have the skills and background to be able, when they're, in their late 20s and early 30s, like the millennials did, to communicate and form long-lasting relationships on the dating apps, which I absolutely believe you will see happen.
Dr. Jess Carbino, thank you so much.
Some people may prefer their relationship with their streaming services. Right, we end this hour in the California hills, where crowds are flocking to see the incredible displays of flowers, which they're hoping will be another super bloom. Those new to the area can learn more about the phenomenon with the help of a 40-year-old telephone hotline. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has the story.
As spring emerges all around Southern California, the hills are alive with the sound of
displays of sand verbena, dune evening primrose.
That's actor Joe Spano, seen on NCIS.
Now we can do one of two things here.
And in Apollo 13.
Welcome.
And heard on one of California's most quirky traditions, the Wildflower Hotline.
What is it that gives you so much joy about being part of this hotline every year?
There's no downside to beautiful flowers coming out of the ground.
The weekly telephone hotline started 41 years ago by the Theodore Payne Foundation, a way for the group's botanists to let fellow flower enthusiasts find the best spring blooms.
Pick up the phone and call.
Yeah, just pick up the phone and call. I mean, there's something, charming about it, right?
Now, getting to some of the most popular spots, like here in the Anza Borrego Desert, does require a drive. But for all these colors, folks say it's worth it. And this is just the start of the season. Experts say just wait.
This year's rain could lead to another super bloom, like recent years in the Carrizo Plain and Antelope Valley.
Imagine someone taking a paintbrush and just flinging paint across the hills.
I'm glad we did this.
That vision is what brought Shandini Sharma all the way from Oklahoma, showing it off to her friend in India.
It's just so beautiful and so colorful. So colorful. I dreamt of it all night.
A simple yet extraordinary pleasure, preserved by painters,
you turn the other way,
photographers, and a voice sharing this natural wonder with the world.
We have the right conditions for an excellent wildflower viewing season.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
Let's get it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now, though.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for being with us this Thursday. Right now on Morning News Now, back in court. Former President Trump is expected to attend a Florida hearing today on whether the criminal case involving his handling of classified documents should be thrown out. It comes as Mr. Trump is handed a boost in the Georgia election interference case, where a judge has dismissed 3 criminal counts against him. We'll have the latest on Trump's legal turmoil. Also this morning, the clock is ticking for TikTok after the House passed a bill that would ban the popular social media app unless its Chinese parent company cuts it loose.
I would say the choice is in TikTok's hands. I have no problem with continued dance videos or even political campaigning on TikTok so long as the ownership structure changes.
Why TikTok users are fighting back against the potential ban as the bill heads to the Senate. Speaking out, Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley have revealed they're being treated for breast and skin cancer, respectively. Why both actors hope their stories will help others and what you need to know about these conditions. Plus, failure to launch. Former CNN host Don Lemon says Elon Musk has canceled his new web-based show that was supposed to debut on the platform X. why Musk is pulling the plug, and how the decision could set the stage for a legal showdown. We begin this hour with the race for the White House and a busy day ahead on the campaign trail.
President Biden is set to campaign later today in Michigan. That's an important battleground state that the president hopes to win again in November. Mr. Biden's opponent, former President Trump, making a very different stop. He's set to appear in a Florida courtroom today for a hearing in his classified documents case. This comes after a Georgia judge dismissed some of the charges against Trump yesterday in that state's election interference case. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us from Milwaukee with all the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, nice to see both of you this morning. We, of course, have a long way to go in this presidential race, but it really does begin in earnest this week with both President Biden and former President Trump just clinching their party's respective nominations. And to give you a sense of the urgency here, President Biden is right now wrapping up what is his 9th visit to this key swing state of Wisconsin since taking office, while his predecessor, the former president, is off the trail this week, as you note, instead making his arguments in court.
This morning, with the general election fight off to the races, President Biden will campaign in Michigan, while former President Trump returns to court in Florida as part of his classified documents case.
I took him very legally, and I wasn't hiding him.
Mr. Trump praising the judge in his Georgia election interference case after he dismissed 6 of the 41 criminal counts against Mr. Trump and his co-defendants, including one charge involving Mr. Trump's phone call to Georgia's Secretary of State, pressuring him to overturn the results.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
The judge found those counts lacked sufficient detail, but said prosecutors could refile them. Mr. Trump has pleaded not guilty. President Biden is hitting his second Midwest battleground in 2 days. First Wisconsin, now Michigan, where both races are expected to be highly competitive this fall. The president emphasizing his bipartisan success investing in America's infrastructure.
My predecessor talked about infrastructure week for 4 years. He didn't get a single thing done.
But one key challenge, stubborn inflation. At Alley Boy's Bagelry in Milwaukee, owners Ben Nierenhausen and Stacy Lopez have felt pressure from rising costs, but support President Biden's views on social issues like reproductive rights.
I said I do feel a lot of the issues that he touches on are not just meant for today, but for future generations that he's not even going to see.
In Waukesha County, Matt Leopard's Republican politics are on full display at his auto body shop. He says America needs 4 more years of Mr. Trump.
I want my economy back. I want our national security back. I want our tax money to stay here.
Also certain to make headlines today, Vice President Kamala Harris, as an effort to sort of demonstrate the administration's commitment on the issue of reproductive rights today, will visit a Planned Parenthood clinic that provides abortion services in Minnesota's Twin Cities. Joe and Savannah, this is a powerful and symbolic move. It'll also be, we believe, the first time a president or vice president has ever made such a visit while in office. Back to you guys.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Let's get more on the legal battles facing former President Trump with NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. Hey, Ken, so you are outside the courthouse in Florida, where a judge is expected to hear arguments on Trump's motions to dismiss the classified documents case against him. Walk us through what we can expect from today's hearings and the argument that's being made here.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Well, we're told that Mr. Trump will be in the courtroom today, as he was during the last motions hearing here in Fort Pierce. And Judge Aileen Cannon is expected to hear 2 of Donald Trump's many motions to dismiss this case today. One involves the Presidential Records Act, and another asserts that the Espionage Act, which undergirds most of the charges in this case, is unconstitutionally vague. So in terms of presidential records, Mr. Trump is arguing that the Civil Presidential Records Act, which governs how presidents treat their records after they leave office, moots this prosecution. Essentially, he's saying that anything that he decided to take out of the White House automatically became a personal record and his property, and therefore the government cannot come after him because those records were classified. Now, obviously, the government says that's ridiculous and absurd, and that he's trying to act as if because he was president, he's not subject to the same laws as everyone else. On the second motion, he's arguing that the 1917 Espionage Act is unconstitutionally vague, that some of the terms are not well defined. People have tried that before unsuccessfully. The Espionage Act has been used many, many times to prosecute people who have taken home classified information. Most recently, notably Jack Teixeira, the airman in Massachusetts, who is pleading guilty to taking home and leaking massive amounts of classified information. So it'll be an interesting set of legal technical arguments today. And in fact, it's expected to last all day. And if passed as the guide, Special Counsel Jack Smith will be sitting in the courtroom behind his prosecutors who are arguing these matters.
So, Ken, what are the possible outcomes here? How quickly do we expect the judge to make decisions?
Joe, this judge moves methodically. I don't expect her to rule from the bench today. She will probably issue written rulings at some point. We don't know when. In terms of the outcomes, look, most legal experts say these claims by Mr. Trump are absurd and baseless. But Judge Aileen Cannon has, at different points during this case, entertained the idea that somehow because Donald Trump was president, he gets special treatment. We saw that when she had a special master appointed to review material that was seized by the FBI at his house. A lot of people criticized that ruling, which was eventually overturned on appeal. So it wouldn't be surprising if she entertained particularly the Presidential Records Act issue. But the idea that she would dismiss these counts on those grounds considered very remote.
Ken, we just have about a minute here, but I do want to ask you about the Georgia election interference case before we let you go. As we heard from Peter, a judge had dismissed 3 criminal counts against Trump. Walk us through what we saw there.
Yeah, so this is not unusual, and most of the counts survive. That's what's important, and only 1 felony conviction is enough here in a case like this. But these are counts involving accusing Mr. Trump and others of pressuring local officials to violate their oaths to the Georgia and U.S. Constitution. And what the judge found is that the prosecutors did not allege specifically enough which parts of the Constitution were allegedly violated. And so that was a fatal defect. Now, the prosecution can appeal, and so they may be reinstated. But as of now, they are out, guys.
All right, Ken Delaney on a journey there in Florida. Ken, thank you so much.
That was good. Well, turning now to Washington, where lawmakers are one step closer to potentially banning TikTok because they see it as a national security threat. The House passed a bipartisan bill yesterday that would require the popular app to be sold by its Chinese parent company or be banned in the U.S. President Biden says he supports the bill, but it now faces an uncertain future in the Senate. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now with the latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And yeah, that overwhelming bipartisan vote yesterday, along with how fast the vote happened at all in a Congress that does not do anything quickly, is a sign of lawmakers' concerns about what they believe are the national security risks of this popular video app used by more than 170 million Americans. But now TikTok's users are pushing back, and it's not clear what steps Washington or TikTok will take next.
For social media giant TikTok, an uncertain future this morning as a bill calling for the company to split from its Chinese parent company or be shut down now heads to the Senate. The U.S. House on Wednesday, in a rare and overwhelmingly bipartisan vote, passing the measure that requires TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, to sell the app within 6 months. Republican Mike Gallagher wrote the bill.
What do you say to people who just fundamentally don't understand why the app where they watch silly dance videos is a national security threat?
The possibility for dangerous propaganda is too immense to allow one of our foremost adversaries to have this control over what is increasingly becoming the dominant news platform in America.
Lawmakers and national security experts have long been concerned with ByteDance's ties to the Chinese Communist Party, which many believe can and does store data from American users, partly because of a national security law that requires Chinese companies to share data and other information with the government.
The reason that is valuable to the Chinese Communist Party is it begins to allow them to know how to influence Americans.
In its annual threat assessment, the U.S. intelligence community says China used TikTok in the 2022 midterms, warning it could do so again in this fall's presidential election. TikTok has repeatedly denied any connections to the Chinese government, with the company's CEO responding to the House vote late Wednesday.
We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights, to protect this amazing platform.
Just 65 House members, mostly Democrats, opposed the bill.
It's an overly broad bill that I don't think will withstand First Amendment scrutiny. The other issue is that there are a lot of people who make their livelihoods on this,
including creators like JT Laybourne.
It is 100% of our income. It's how I feed my wife and 3 children.
Even some who support a divestment see a double-edged sword in an election year, with more than 20% of American voters using TikTok at least once a day.
Cutting out a large group of young voters is not the best known strategy for re-election.
A lot of Savannah Sellers Easter eggs in that spot. So what happens next? This bill will go to the Senate now, where Leader Schumer says the Senate will review it. They don't appear to be in any hurry to do that. If the bill does get passed through the Senate, though, and signed by President Biden, it gives 6 months for this sale to occur. And that's without what would be an almost inevitable court challenge. So the bottom line here, I think, is that TikTok is not going anywhere anytime soon. Savannah?
All right. Garrett Haig, thanks for sharing the Hill with me yesterday. Good to see you.
You bet.
The escalating turmoil in Haiti is making it increasingly harder for Americans trapped in the chaotic country to leave safely. This morning, the U.S. military is sending in more Marines to ramp up security at the embassy there as gang violence overtakes the nation. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is at Haiti's border in the Dominican Republic with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hi there, Joe and Savannah. Good morning. Well, right behind me, just across this gate, is Haiti's border. It's mostly closed, and it's a country essentially on lockdown. No flights in or out, and we're now learning more about the harrowing efforts to escape.
This morning, as even more gang-fueled violence erupts in Haiti, a new team of U.S. Marines is on the ground in Port-au-Prince, securing the American embassy, the capital gripped by gunfire and chaos. It's been 3 days since Haiti's prime minister announced he would step down after relentless pressure from gangs who wanted him gone. Now, efforts to stabilize the country may be stalling. Any delay could put the aid of a multinational police force led by Kenya and largely funded by the U.S. in jeopardy. With gangs controlling most of the capital, many civilians are now trapped. Haitian-American Cherie Belhumer says she's hoping to escape Haiti and see her family in Miami, but has no way to get there.
They saying if we was to come back home to get our things, that they is gonna kill us.
Best-selling author Mitch Albom now safe in Michigan after a stealth private helicopter mission in the middle of the night rescued him and staffers from an orphanage his charity runs.
How harrowing was that escape?
You know, the fear is that the gangs are going to shoot at the helicopters, and the door closed, and within 60 seconds, we were up in the air in the dark and flying and trying to get out of Haiti.
The UN says 1 million Haitians are now on the brink of famine. Hospitals are struggling too, desperate for generator fuel. We spoke with a doctor who says armed men executed a patient inside an ambulance.
We're also seeing, patients who suffer from gunshot wounds the previous day, who are only able to make it to our facility 12 hours later when they feel safe.
Missionary Jill Dolan and her family are trapped at a makeshift motel near the airport. She's frantically trying to get back to Florida in time for her daughter's wedding. But with the airport still shut down, she's instead ducking for cover.
We did hear gunfire right outside at this gate, and it was very scary. And we hid in our room until it went away.
As more Haitians flee the country, it could impact the border crisis back in the U.S. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is already bracing for an influx of Haitian migrants, deploying more soldiers and drones to the state's southern coast. Joan, Savannah.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Colorado is bracing for the worst winter storm to hit the state in 3 years. It comes as other parts of the country are experiencing tornadoes and unseasonably warm temperatures. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is in Boulder, Colorado this morning with more. Hey, Dana, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Savannah. This is just the beginning of that intense snowstorm. You can already see the wet, heavy rain falling, which could present a threat for downed trees and power lines. Denver forecasted to get more than a foot of snow in the metro area. The mountains could get up to 5 feet of snow, but officials here say they're ready. The biggest storm to hit Colorado in 3 years, arriving like a thief in the night. Quickly shifting from rain to heavy wet snow, falling at a rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Forecasters predicting when it's over, the snow will be measured in feet, not inches. The heavy snow creating treacherous roadways, stranding dozens of cars under blinding conditions on Interstate 70. and leaving semi-trucks completely stuck. Denver city officials calling this a rare Tier 4 storm.
The Tier 4 level for us is heavy accumulation, major drifting potential.
And with hundreds of flight cancellations already at Denver International, both Southwest and United Airlines are offering free rebookings for passengers flying to Colorado this week. While Colorado gets hammered with snow, California facing its own problems, a massive landslide destroying homes in this Los Angeles neighborhood, collapsing roofs and decimating yards. Fortunately, there were no injuries reported, with several people evacuated. Other parts of the country are dealing with wild weather too. Overnight, South Central and Midwestern states facing severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, and golf-sized hail. The so-called gorilla hail creating dangerous conditions on the road, even cracking this truck's windshield.
I was flustered. I really thought all the glass was going to shatter in my truck.
Tornado on the ground. We got tornado on the ground.
These storm chasers capturing this massive tornado touching down in Alta Vista, Kansas. And from Oklahoma to New England, an unusual winter warm-up with temperatures more than 15 degrees above normal, with many hoping it's a sign that spring may be around the corner. Now, this heavy, wet snow is expected to keep falling through Friday morning, and FlightAware is already reporting some 1,300 combined cancellations and delays. Officials warning people to stay home, stay off the roads, and stay safe. Savannah?
All right, Dana, stay safe and go get warm at the Buff. Best breakfast in town. While it's still winter out west, the East Coast gets a taste of spring-like weather.
Angie Lastman's here with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Spring is definitely in the air for the east. We've got temperatures running more than 20 degrees above normal in some of these spots. Places like Cincinnati and St. Louis are going to be well into the 70s today. We've got Cleveland on tap to hit 67 degrees. Nashville and Little Rock, they're going to make it to the 80s, and the warmth will even continue into tomorrow the closer you are to the east. We've got Elizabeth City, Wilmington, Charleston, all into the 80s tomorrow. New York will still be running well above normal with a temperature of 64 degrees, and Washington, D.C. is expected to hit 76. By the time we get into the weekend, things will start to kind of moderate out. So you can see places like Detroit going from the upper 50s on Saturday to the 30s by Monday. A bit of a reality check, if you ask me. We've got New York into the upper 50s for Saturday and Sunday, and we are back to the low 50s by Monday. And this is the general trend we'll see even in places like St. Louis, going from the 60s to the 40s in a matter of a couple of days. So spring not settling in permanently just yet, but we will enjoy those mild temperatures for a little while longer. Meanwhile, you heard Dana talk about some of those storms that we saw yesterday. Kansas City really bearing the brunt of that with some of that hail, and now they continue to charge on. These lines of thunderstorms prompting a thunderstorm watch that's going to last until noon Central Time across these regions, parts of Illinois and Missouri included in that. You can see St. Louis dead center in that watch, and this is why. We've got the storm system working to the east. We're going to expect not just the thunderstorms possible in that region through noon, but even into the afternoon and evening hours. We're going to watch this area. You can see a big chunk of the country from the Midwest down to the plains that has the potential to see some of those strong to severe storms later today. Our biggest concern is going to be the large hail, kind of like what we saw yesterday. 2 inches or larger is possible. We'll see those wind gusts and maybe a couple of tornadoes too. And the system not done just yet. Even as we get into tomorrow, we'll still see that cold front moving as we get into the afternoon hours tomorrow and bringing the potential for some strong storms yet again. It's a smaller area, mainly across portions of southern Texas. Still, those threats will remain, especially the large hail that we're going to watch into the afternoon and evening hours. And the rocky snow continues. 5 million people under these winter alerts. We've got the heavy snow happening, Colorado Springs, Denver, Boulder, all picking up some additional snow. The largest totals are going to be mainly in the isolated areas of the Front Range. I think few and far between we'll see 4 feet, but still places like Denver, 9 to 18 inches. We're expecting Evergreen anywhere from 28 to 36 inches.
That is a lot of snow.
Even for Colorado, which, by the way, March is their snowiest month. So
right, and it'll be like
crazy.
75 degrees in 3 days, probably.
Exactly. Yes, the flip-flop is insane there. Angie, thank you. Of course. Coming up, after days of speculation over Princess Kate's edited photo, Prince William is back in the spotlight tonight at an event honoring his late mother.
The tribute William will be paying to Princess Diana and the role his brother Prince Harry will also have. That's all next.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children,
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back, both Prince William and Prince Harry are set to make appearances at a memorial event for their mother, Princess Diana. It will put the Prince of Wales back into the public spotlight just days after his wife posted that edited photo, which led to a wave of questions about the royal family. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from London.
And as the questions keep coming, we've actually just learned that we will see both brothers, Prince William and Prince Harry, at this same event tonight. And the legacy of their mother, Diana, is top of mind. Take a look.
This morning, on two different continents, both Prince William and Prince Harry preparing for a royal event near to their hearts. The Legacy Awards tonight in London, put on by the Diana Award nonprofit in honor of their late mother. Back in 2017, both brothers were there in person for the inaugural event. And tonight, Prince William will present the awards, giving a short speech. And later, Prince Harry will speak with the recipients separately and virtually to celebrate their accomplishments. This comes as Prince William carries on with public royal duties as Kensington Palace stays mum on Kate. But the late Princess of Wales's legacy looms large as the current Princess of Wales stays out of sight. In recent years, Prince Harry has spoken frequently about the threat of media attention, of course, leading to his move to the States with his family.
Rarely do we have a holiday without someone with a camera, jumping out of a bush or something. Within the family, within the system, the advice that's always given is don't react. Don't feed into it.
And on this side of the pond, Kensington Palace has been clear. Kate will recuperate in private. There will be no rolling health updates.
William regards the media with suspicion. I think his instinct is to try to keep a lid on things as much as possible. The problem is that if you go back to the age of Diana, life was so simple. There wasn't this nightmarish social media thing in the middle.
As the headlines waned days after that photo was posted, The Sun implored readers to lay off Kate, and the Daily Mail today, give Kate a break.
The public and the media do not have the intense interest in the king that they do in the Princess of Wales, Kate. She's a different matter for them altogether.
Now, as you heard Tim just say right there, it is so interesting watching how Buckingham Palace is dealing with King Charles. Of course, he is undergoing cancer treatment right now, but they feel a responsibility to show the 75-year-old monarch to the public. Just this week, we've received numerous photos of the king performing state duties. Kensington Palace clearly has a very different approach. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you.
Let's get you more international headlines now, starting with the latest show of force by North Korea's leader.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. State media in North Korea is reporting that the leader Kim Jong-un has joined his troops while they were training to operate a new type of battle tank. Now, the Korean Central News Agency said that during the training, the North Korean leader mounted one of the tanks and drove it himself, and later called the new tank the world's most powerful. The training is seen as a response to the annual joint military drills by South Korea and the U.S., which lasted 11 days and are expected to end today, which North Korea sees as a rehearsal for invasion. Let's go to India, where thousands of farmers traveled to the capital New Delhi on buses and trains to push their demand for a guaranteed minimum profitable crop prices. Initially, the farmers were planning to drive their tractors into the capital, but the authorities blocked all access to the city using cement blocks and barbed wire. The farmers then decided to take public transport to join the rally, where they also said they also asked the government to keep its promises to waive loans and withdraw legal cases brought against them during the 2021 protests. And let's end this tour of the world in Australia, where the first male professional soccer player to come out as gay in a main league has proposed to his partner. Josh Cavallo, who plays for the Australian team Adelaide United, made history in 2021 when he came out with an emotional online video vowing to change the sports culture to show, and I quote, that everyone is welcome in the game of soccer. Today, he posted a picture of him going down on his knee on his home pitch at the Coopers Stadium, and given the photos of the emotional reaction of his fiancée, looks like he said yes. Congratulations to both.
Okay, I hope so.
We see the ring on, so I think he accepted it. Oh, that's so sweet. Claudia, thank you so much.
Coming up, Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley sharing their cancer diagnoses.
Why the two women are speaking out and what you need to know about their conditions up next.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 574. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammers with everything.
All right, it is me.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer and everything.
All right, it just did too.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a story about 2 celebrities revealing their cancer diagnoses on social media.
Both Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley shared the news on Instagram yesterday. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has that story.
Doctors say the key to beating cancer is catching it early. Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley would agree. Both women are sharing stories about their cancer diagnoses, hoping what they've gone through will remind people to make those appointments and get those exams.
On the red carpet at the Oscars this weekend, Olivia Munn and her partner John Mulaney held hands and smiled for the cameras. No sign of the serious health battle the 43-year-old actress has been waging. Munn announcing Wednesday she was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in both breasts last April and underwent a double mastectomy. Writing on Instagram, "I went from feeling completely fine one day to waking up in a hospital bed after a 10-hour surgery the next." Munn, who many know from her role on HBO's The Newsroom, writes, "I'm lucky. We caught it with enough time that I had options." She says Dr. Thais Ali Abadi saved her life when she did a breast cancer assessment. Munn's score was high, 37%, according to the actress's post.
What does that 37% mean?
In her case, 37.3% was her lifetime risk for breast cancer. And the way I explain it to my patients, if you had a 37.5% chance of boarding a plane that would crash, would you ever board that plane?
Dr. Ali Abadi sent her for a breast MRI, and that's when they discovered the cancer.
Olivia says that she wasn't going to be going in for another mammogram for a year. What would have happened in that year, potentially?
Her cancer would have grown. She had an aggressive cancer.
Along with thanking her doctor, Munn thanked Mulaney. The couple have a son together. "I'm so thankful to John," she writes, "for being there before I went into each surgery and being there when I woke up, and for placing framed photos of our little boy Malcolm by her hospital bed." Also sharing a cautionary tale, actress and model Christy Brinkley, who posted photos of the procedure she had to remove skin cancer from her face. Like Munn, she writes, "The good news for me is we caught the basal cell carcinoma early." Brinkley adding, "I was lucky to find mine because I was accompanying one of my daughters to her checkup." In her post, she reminds people to get regular total body checkups and slather up with sunscreen. 2 different women, each with scary personal stories to tell and important health messages they hope will help others.
Brinkley says she had a little dot on the side of her face and just asked the doctor to take a look. In her words, he knew right away. A reminder that doctors can sometimes identify a problem very quickly. As for Olivia Munn, she has a lot of support around her. Her partner, John Mulaney, commenting on her announcement post, saying, "Thank you for fighting so hard to be here for us. Malk and I adore you." Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Let's dig in more on this issue of breast cancer in younger women. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Doctor, good morning. So in just a minute, I'm going to ask you another question about kind of how this was actually found, because I think a lot of people are like, what does that mean? And can I ask for that? But first, let's just start with the details. Olivia Munn, she's just 43 years old. How common is it to see breast cancer among women who are under 45, and who is at that higher risk of being diagnosed at a younger age?
Yeah, Savannah, great questions. Look, 1 in 8 women, or people who identify as women, will get breast cancer. Anyone with breast can get breast cancer. Of those 1 in 8, 1 in 10 of those breast cancer patients will be under the age of 45. So about 9% of breast cancer patients are under the age of 45, which might shock a lot of people because that does seem young. Risk factors, very briefly, any genetic history. Most people think it's just with mothers or the mother's line. That's not true. The father's line, anyone in the relatives pool that can have breast cancer can put you at risk. Having children in an older age, that includes me. I calculated my own breast cancer risk. We'll talk about that in a second. And then other certain characteristics of breast, women with dense breasts, women with genetic markers. There are other factors that can contribute to that increased risk.
What are the signs women do need to be most aware of?
Yeah, the signs can be incredibly broad, but Joe, I would use an overall framework, and you heard a little bit of it with Olivia and Christy's story. Anything that seems off. So women can have very dense breasts, and it can sometimes worry them, but it's always very important, even at an incredibly young age, Joe, to make sure that you have that. They talk about a total body exam, or Christy Brinkley did. I think it's very important to make sure that not just a proper breast exam is done, but I encourage women to understand how their own breasts feel and how that can change with periods and different times in their life after they've given birth. So sometimes skin changes, dense breasts, all of these changes can be signals. But then sometimes, like in Olivia Munn's case, there could be no symptoms.
Doctor, so let's talk through this breast cancer assessment. And in the piece, it says that Olivia's score was high. What does that look like? Should you be asking your doctor for that? At what age can anyone get that number and have a plan of action?
Yeah, I'm going to recommend people go to an organization that I started working with when I was a medical student, the Susan G. Komen Foundation. It's easy to remember their website, komen.org, KOMEN.org. And they have an incredible, robust description. They've got very good advice, and they have this breast cancer risk assessment tool. I took it myself just again this morning to prepare for this. I personally have a 5.5% lifetime average risk of getting breast cancer, and it's elevated because of some of those risk factors. I want everybody here, men included, because men too can get breast cancer. Anybody with breast can get breast cancer. So I want people to go to that komen.org. They can get that tool as well.
Dr. Kavita Patel, great actionable advice. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, Elon Musk pulls the plug on Don Lemon's new web-based show before it even launches on X.
Why Musk canceled the show and the feud now ignited between them. That's next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment
I apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to Florida. From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children, this damage.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest chapter in the saga of this year's chaotic college admissions season, which left thousands of students in limbo. As the New York Times reported last week, the U.S. Education Department discovered 70,000 unread emails from students all over the country containing essential information.
So with just days until a processing deadline, just 200 department employees, including the nation's top student aid official, had to read through all those emails to ensure those students got the financial help they needed. It's just the latest challenge the Education Department has faced since Congress ordered the new version of the free application for federal student aid, also known as FAFSA.
Joining us now for more on this story, New York Times associate reporter Zach Montague. Zach, thanks for joining us. So first of all, just explain how this huge number of emails went undiscovered, and then what's the impact of that on student applications this year?
Thanks. Good to be with you. So the emails that we've uncovered here were actually from students that couldn't provide a social security number for either themselves or a parent or a contributor when they filled out the form originally. And that's actually a pretty egregious burden for a lot of students that are already overcoming a number of disadvantages in accessing college. And, out of the 70,000, the department realized that, all of them had failed to fill this in and were now facing the prospect of missing out, and had asked them to send in an identification that they could use to verify their identity. Upon discovering this, this set off a fire drill for the department to race through this backlog and try to verify all of these by hand.
Let's go back to the rollout of this newest version of FAFSA. You actually wrote that a series of blunders by the department, from a haphazard rollout to technical meltdowns, plunged the most critical stage of the college admissions season into disarray. I mean, it really sounds like a nightmare. Tell us about this new version of this application and what it is about it that's caused so many problems.
Well, it's been a 3-year process to build this new form, which, as you know, is a pretty critical tool for students and their families who are trying to get federal aid to go to college. And the department had, like I said, 3 years to put this together. But over the last 6 months, normally the form would be out in October. That was delayed until December. The department then announced a soft launch where the form wasn't available to everyone all at once, but just sort of came out periodically in bursts that was not previously announced to students. So since then, since December, students have sort of found themselves panicking, trying to get these forms into the department, which by this time of year is really supposed to be processing the data that comes in, sending that out to schools so that colleges across the country can come up with their own estimates of how much tuition students can pay. So we're just behind the ball on all of this year. The schools themselves don't know how much they can tell accepted students that they're going to end up paying for college. Students don't know what sort of aid packages they can expect. They can't weigh different offers from different schools, so it's not really clear to them. So everyone's had to push back, and we're now moving into the spring, where by now a lot of people would know where they're going to school, how much they're going to pay, and we're seeing deadlines push back well into April, in some cases into May, for both the universities that are scrambling to get this all figured out, and for students that are just waiting to hear what they can expect.
All right, Zach Montague, thanks so much for joining us this morning, and thanks for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Let's get you financial headlines now, starting with some new economic data and the latest read on unemployment.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, we're getting a fresh view on the health of the economy. Jobless claims. That's the number of Americans applying for jobless benefits last week. It did inch up, but largely stayed at historically low levels as the labor market continues to thrive despite those elevated interest rates. The number coming in at 209,000. It was expected that we would get 218,000. Meanwhile, retail sales up 0.6% in February. We were expecting a 0.8% uptick. That's bouncing back from a January retreat, showing the resilience of consumer spending. All right, former President Trump has reportedly discussed choosing hedge fund billionaire John Paulson for Treasury Secretary if he wins re-election in November. Bloomberg says the conversations so far have been informal and preliminary. Paulson hosted a fundraiser for Trump at his home in Palm Beach last month. Other names potentially in the mix include former U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer and Jeff Yass, who is the founder of private equity firm Susquehanna and an investor in TikTok's parent company ByteDance. And it's time to celebrate pi, the mathematical number that represents the circumference of a circle. Today is Pi Day, and several restaurants and retailers have some great deals. 7-Eleven customers can get any large pizza for $3.14 if they're members of the 7 Rewards program. You can get a free Hershey's Sundae Pie at Burger King with a purchase of at least $3.14. Online food platform Goldbelly is offering 31.4% of all pies today, guys. So lots to choose from.
All right.
Happy Pie Day.
Sweet, the savory, all the pies. All right.
Thank you.
Just days before premiering, former CNN anchor Don Lemon says his new X-based talk show has been canceled.
Lemon says Elon Musk pulled the plug on the show after being interviewed by him in the first episode of the series. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us with more on what happened. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. It was supposed to be part of the next chapter for the 2 high-profile men. So Lemon launching a new show after being fired from CNN, and Musk bringing exclusive content to his recently purchased platform X. But just 24 hours after Lemon interviewed Musk for what was supposed to be the launch of that very show, he says it all came crashing down with a text that said, "Contract is canceled." Lemon appearing on CNN to explain what happened. This morning, a high-profile deal between 2 unlikely partners imploding after a confrontational interview between former CNN anchor Don Lemon and Elon Musk turned tense during a taping of the new The Don Lemon Show that was supposed to debut next week on Musk's platform X. Lemon pushing the billionaire behind ventures like SpaceX and Tesla for allowing tweets that endorse anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats? I don't have to answer these questions. The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
The interview also covering topics like Musk's depression and drug use, as well as the businessman's recent conversations with former President Donald Trump.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Hours later, Lemon says he received a short text from Musk that read, "Contract is canceled."
They were a distribution partner. So he never was my boss. He never had any editorial control of the show.
Musk firing back in a post on X, saying the show's approach was basically just CNN, but on social media, which doesn't work. X's own account online defending its right to terminate the relationship, but adding, quote, "The Don Lemon Show is welcome to publish its content on X without censorship." The move reigniting arguments about the balance of free speech and misinformation on the platform.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
As for Lemon, he was fired from CNN last year following controversial comments about women, including then Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, that were seen as sexist and ageist.
Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
Lemon publicly apologized for those comments, and a spokesperson for Lemon tells NBC News he still expects to be paid for the partnership, but an X representative says there was no signed agreement between the Don Lemon Show and X, setting the stage for a potential legal showdown. As far as the interview, Lemon says it will post on Monday on YouTube as well as X. So, guys, this may be far from over.
Yes. At least we'll see what happened.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. Coming up, we are raising the curtain on one of the most powerful news shows on Broadway.
Two of the stars from Days of Wine and Roses are here to talk about the show that's got critics excited. That is up next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We have a cute one for you. Workers at a Virginia Wildlife Center found a unique way to stop a newborn fox from becoming too used to humans. Take a look at this. Founder Melissa Stanley and her team wore this fox mask while feeding milk to the little animal. Now, it's not just cute, it's got a purpose here. It was designed to prevent what is known as imprinting. That is where newborns form a strong bond with the first animal who cares for them. Well, the baby fox weighed less than 3 ounces when it was found. After it has been rehabilitated at the Richmond Wildlife Center, workers will try to unite it with its real mom. Isn't that cool, Joe?
That is cute, but the fox may also have a like really into Muppets now or something like that.
Might be a little scarred. He's a real fox, but good nonetheless.
Interesting idea. All right, cool. Thanks, Savannah. Let's end the hour with a curtain call. Your front row ticket to some of the hottest shows on Broadway and beyond. This morning, we are thrilled to welcome two Broadway legends, Kelly O'Hara and Brian Darcy James. They star in the new musical Days of Wine and Roses, which is based on a 1958 teleplay and 1962 film of the same name. It's about a couple in New York in the 1950s falling in love and forming a family while wrestling with alcohol addiction. The show has earned rave reviews. The New York Times branded it a critic's pick, calling the performances superb. And those superb performances. Performers join us now. Congratulations on the show. It is so incredibly powerful. Kelly, it's maybe not a topic that naturally lends itself to a musical, but I understand this is like an idea you had many years ago while working with Brian. Tell us where the idea came from to do this show.
Yeah, you know, I think of music as, I love musical dramas. You know, we think of musical theater often and put it in the comedy category, which I love as well. But I'm also from the opera world a little bit. I got my degree in that, and so I really love taking a story to the next step with music. And so when I thought about this one, some of the unspoken things about this particular situation lend themselves well to being musicalized. And, you know, so I asked Adam Gettle, who wrote The Light in the Piazza, which is another show I did, around 2002. We had just finished this show called Sweet Smell of Success.
When you were a teenager.
When I was 3. I said, what about musicalizing this show for Brian and me? And he liked the idea, and gosh, it took a while, but here we are.
Here you are. And also people did comment on the fact that they thought you look like Leah Remick, you look like Jack Lemmon, who were in the original movie. That helped too, didn't it?
Yeah, you know, the imagination can...
Clearly this says a lot about how much you love working with each other. What is it about your just relationship on stage that clicks so much, Brian?
Well, you know, like Kelly said, we did this great show 20 years ago, and that's how we really kind of forged our friendship and our working relationship. And over those 20 years, we've never really done a proper show like that, a Broadway show. We've done recordings, we've done concerts, we've done readings, so we've definitely been in each other's, orbit as friends and colleagues. And so when this started kind of bubbling up, it was great. And I will say that doing the show every night with Kelly and seeing your friend and seeing also, I'm a fan of Kelly's, so to be able to see the work that she's doing in this show in particular is thrilling, because I don't know, it's something that I've never seen her do, and I think audiences haven't seen her do as well. So it is it's a kind of two things. It's cheering your friend on and just being so proud of your friend, but also knowing that you're in the company of greatness. And so this kind of relationship that we have on stage is one that I've never experienced before in terms of the characters and how they bounce off each other.
The audience really can feel it. This is obviously not a high-energy pop show. Talk about the music, and how do you get that tone just right?
You know, both Craig Lucas, our book writer, and Adam Gettle are just extraordinary at telling specifically very human stories. You know, these people, I think some people feel the show so deeply and dramatically because it feels so human. It doesn't feel sort of like an archetype of a person, but yet you're getting to know these two people very deeply and intimately. And so it's really on the page. You know, the music is underneath us, sort of swelling, the words that we say. But the tone is also what Brian was saying. This is a personal and professional sort of collaboration of safety, friendship, trust. We are very much not these people, and yet if we bring ourselves to the table in the trusted way that we are together, the tone kind of it works for itself. It just sort of takes us and goes. But I really lean on that great material. You know, it's already there for us if we just trust it.
Can I add also, in terms of tone, I mean, we have an incredible director in Michael Greif, who his job is basically to see what's happening with every element of the production, our performances, the company's performances, the physical aspects of it, how it moves, how everything is presented and ultimately is delivered. So his eye, not only in speaking personally, his ability to kind of monitor and calibrate what we're doing to have the story kind of reveal itself in the proper way. That takes an expert eye, and we have that in Michael. So that I think, in terms of tone, I think that is our ace in the hole.
One of the best directors out there.
Yeah, and he's got about 17 Broadway shows.
I was about to say, he is a busy man this season. Google it. Alcohol addiction, I mean, it is an issue that affects nearly every family. What are you hearing from people who see this show? Do they talk about that and the impact that this has on them and the impact your show then has on them?
I've had the most amazing conversations of my career with all people, but especially I'm finding with young people. We have a generation now which is the first sober, curious generation ever. We know so much more about alcoholism now. We know so much more about the different programs one might go into it if they suffer from alcoholism. At this time in our show, nobody knew about this. And so now we're talking to people who lived through it, children of people who lived through it, people who are attached to it. There are some people who come and have really see the hope and the joy in the show. There is a lot of that. Talk about tone. There's a lot of different things happening because it's a human life that we're talking about. 2, 3, 4 human lives in our show. But I think that I think that the conversations about how it affects people are so different and vast that it's making me feel like I'm doing one of the more purposeful things of my career, you know?
Yeah. Brian, we have like 15 seconds left here, but anything else you want to add to that?
Well, just the idea that when we do get to meet people and they have a reaction that, whether it is their own experience dealing with addiction or their relatives. Having that interchange and that kind of recognition is something that is very, very powerful, and I'm very appreciative of that. We're doing our job, and the message is, the show is getting across.
Very good. All right, Kelly O'Hara, Brian Darcy, James, thank you both. And you can catch Days of Wine and Roses at Studio 54 through March 31st. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Great interview. The news continues right now. Stay with us.
Got some breaking news out of Florida, where former President Donald Trump is back in court this morning. It's his latest push to dismiss the classified documents case against him.
Trump arrived at a federal courthouse in Fort Pierce, where a district judge is now hearing arguments on whether all or some of the charges he faces should be thrown out on the grounds that the Presidential Records Act protects him from prosecution. Joining us now from outside the courthouse there in Florida is NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, good to have you with us. So District Judge Aileen Cannon said both sides should expect to be in court all day. Tell us what we've heard so far and what you're expecting to hear throughout the day.
Yeah, going to be a long day here, guys. Now, first of all, in the courtroom today is Special Counsel Jack Smith, along with 2 other lawyers from the government side. You've got Trump and his legal team, the former president's legal team. Walt Nauta, the former president's right-hand man, his legal team. Notably absent is Mar-a-Lago property manager Carlos de Oliveira. His legal team is there. He was reportedly supposed to be here today, but he is not present as of now. Now, they've started on the first of 2 motions to dismiss that they'll be arguing today, the Trump team. The first motion that they're arguing is under unconstitutional vagueness. Now, that is a constitutional rule that requires that criminal laws state explicitly and definitely what conduct is punishable. And the Trump team is arguing that the main statute used against Trump here is constitutionally vague. So that is what they're arguing right now. Second motion to dismiss is what you mentioned in the intro there, which is the Presidential Records Act. They're also using that to say that the former president made the records and materials found at Mar-a-Lago personal records while he was in office, guys.
So yeah, Dasha, remind us what the Presidential Records Act actually says and a little more about how that plays into what Trump's legal team is arguing here.
Yeah, so this is the 1978 Presidential Records Act, and it's intended to govern the preservation of information during and after the presidency. And what the Trump team is arguing is that he has what they call, quote, undisputably or unreviewable discretion to designate records as personal when he was president. And the former president does say that while he was in office, he designated the materials that were found at Mar-a-Lago as personal. Now, that is going to be refuted by the government today, but that is what we will likely hear from the Trump team when they get on to that second motion, guys.
And what have we heard from Special Counsel Jack Smith on all this?
So he has responded to both of these motions to dismiss, and what we're likely to hear from the government side today on the Presidential Records Act. Smith argues that those documents are, quote, undisputably presidential. So he's going to argue that those are documents that should have been given over, and that he was unlawfully and willfully holding on to those documents. He's going to argue when it comes to this constitutional vagueness rule that the law is really clear here, that the former president knew what he was doing and knew that it was wrong and continued to hold on to those documents even when asked to return them.
And Dasha, the former president is there in court. Talk more about how this has in some ways become like a campaign stop for him, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I mean, in the primary, they really emphasized these stops at the courtrooms. He wasn't required to be here today. He decided to be here today, similarly to what we saw in New York with the hush money case, with the E. Jean Carroll case, with the fraud case. A lot of those hearings, he didn't have to attend. He decided to because he believes that it's going to be a boost for him. This is how he's going to rally voters, is to make these courtroom appearances part of the campaign trail. And pretty soon, though, guys, he is going to be required to be at these hearings, especially for that trial starting later this month. So he is going to be preoccupied necessarily by the courtroom, and he's going to have to figure out how the other parts of the campaign trail align with that schedule, guys.
Dasha, quickly before we let you go, what is the scene like outside the courthouse?
Yeah, a lot of media around here, and it's tough for me to show you with our camera just because of where our spot is, but we've got a few dozen Trump supporters on both sides of me earlier today blasting different soundtracks, all very familiar songs that are played at Trump rallies, a lot of Trump flags, a lot of anti-Biden flags, so some supporters here and a lot of media for what's going to be really important, and as you said, very long day here.
All right, Dasha Burns, we heard a little Journey, Don't Stop Believing earlier this morning, so I'm sure that is part of the soundtrack. Let's bring in NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. Angela, we know that former President Trump's lawyers plan to argue to try and dismiss the federal criminal case against him. Legally, what role could the Presidential Records Act play in all this?
Well, it's so interesting because the Presidential Records Act is really being used on both sides, even though here Trump is using that and highlighting it as part of this attempted motion to dismiss. Now, big picture, Joe and Savannah, this is not going to be dismissed. I doubt this motion to dismiss is going to be successful, but this is what every defense attorney does, especially in a case as significant as this. They raise the motions to dismiss. Now, the Presidential Records Act on his side, his team is using to claim that these records could be turned personal at any time by a president. You'll see a theme across all of the former president's defenses, which is that presidents generally have total power, total immunity. And that's almost what he's saying with this Records Act, that act gave the former president almost total power to change acts from presidential to personal. But we're going to see from Jack Smith's side literally the opposite, which is that in the same Presidential Records Act, there are limits written. There are limits written into these statutes that prevent a president from having total discretion and total power to just decide anything could be unclassified, classified, presidential, or personal.
Angela, both sides will also discuss a second motion to dismiss the case, which calls the main statute that was used against Trump unconstitutionally vague. And actually, from our team that's in the courtroom right now, it sounds like that's kind of what they're getting at right now as this is laying out. What are Trump's lawyers arguing here?
So this has to do specifically with regards to a president. So again, this is why I said you'll see a theme across all of the former president's arguments and defenses, which is that the willful retention of classified information as a crime does not necessarily pertain to presidents, because presidents have wide discretion, a large amount of power. They are not the same and should not be treated the same as everybody else in this country. So that is going to be Trump's main argument, because it is true in the regard that any statute has to be clear with regards to whether or not a prosecutor can bring the charge. Now, whether or not that it really is unconstitutionally vague for the president, I don't think so.
So, Angela, in this case, Trump is facing 40 criminal charges relating to his alleged mishandling of classified documents. He, of course, has pleaded not guilty to all counts. What is this case shaping up to be as far as going to trial? Is there any chance it happens before the election, or is it looking like we could be going into next year before this one actually goes before a judge, before a jury?
This is the million-dollar question, Joe, and we hope that the judge will provide some sort of insight, because trial judges like Judge Cannon have almost total discretion here in deciding any sort of date as to when this trial will happen. Now, we know that the prosecutors were hoping for July. We know that Trump's team said, no, we can't do July, but maybe August, but really we want to wait till after the election. In classified documents cases like this, especially when the charges are so expansive, the judge takes a lot of time to go over every single piece of evidence. So it's possible these motions will take a lot of time. We won't see a trial before the election.
All right. Ken Delanian told us earlier this is a judge that tends to approach these cases very methodically, not ruling from the bench, but actually writing out her opinions. So it could be a little bit before we find out some of the decisions that come from today's hearings. All right. NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella, as always, thank you for helping us understand all of these cases.
Turning now to Washington, where lawmakers are one step closer to potentially banning TikTok because they see it as a national security threat. The House passed a bipartisan bill yesterday that would require the popular app to be sold by its Chinese parent company or be banned in the U.S. President Biden says he supports the bill, but it now faces an uncertain future in the Senate. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig joins us now with the latest. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And yeah, that overwhelming bipartisan vote yesterday, along with how fast the vote happened at all in a Congress that does not do anything quickly, is a sign of lawmakers' concerns about what they believe are the national security risks of this popular video app used by more than 170 million Americans. But now TikTok's users are pushing back, and it's not clear what steps Washington or TikTok will take next. For social media giant TikTok, an uncertain future this morning as a bill calling for the company to split from its Chinese parent company or be shut down now heads to the Senate. The U.S. House on Wednesday, in a rare and overwhelmingly bipartisan vote, passing the measure that requires TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, to sell the app within 6 months. Republican Mike Gallagher wrote the bill.
What do you say to people who just fundamentally don't understand why the app where they watch silly dance videos is a national security threat?
The possibility for dangerous propaganda is too immense to allow one of our foremost adversaries to have this control over what is increasingly becoming the dominant news platform in America.
Lawmakers and national security experts have long been concerned with ByteDance's ties to the Chinese Communist Party, which many believe can and does store data from American users, partly because of a national security law that requires Chinese companies to share data and other information with the government.
The reason that is valuable to the Chinese Communist Party is it begins to allow them to know how to influence Americans.
In its annual threat assessment, the U.S. intelligence community says China used TikTok in the 2022 midterms, warning it could do so again in this fall's presidential election. TikTok has repeatedly denied any connections to the Chinese government, with the company's CEO responding to the House vote late Wednesday.
We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights, to protect this amazing platform.
Just 65 House members, mostly Democrats, opposed the bill.
It's an overly broad bill that I don't think will withstand First Amendment scrutiny. The other issue is that there are a lot of people who make their livelihoods on this,
including creators like J.T. Laybourne.
It is 100% of our income. It's how I feed my wife and 3 children.
Even some who support a divestment see a double-edged sword in an election year, with more than 20% of American voters using TikTok at least once a day.
Cutting out a large group of young voters is not the best known strategy for re-election.
A lot of Savannah Sellers Easter eggs in that spot. So what happens next? This bill will go to the Senate now, where Leader Schumer says the Senate will review it. They don't appear to be in any hurry to do that. If the bill does get passed through the Senate, though, and signed by President Biden, it gives 6 months for this sale to occur. And that's without what would be an almost inevitable court challenge. So the bottom line here, I think, is that TikTok is not going anywhere anytime soon. Savannah?
All right. Garrett Haig, thanks for sharing the Hill with me yesterday. Good to see you.
You bet.
The escalating turmoil in Haiti is making it increasingly harder for Americans trapped in the chaotic country to leave safely. This morning, the U.S. military is sending in more Marines to ramp up security at the embassy there as gang violence overtakes the nation. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is at Haiti's border in the Dominican Republic with the latest. Gabe, good morning.
Hi there, Joe and Savannah. Good morning. Well, right behind me, just across this gate, is Haiti's border. It's mostly closed, and it's a country essentially on lockdown. No flights in or out, and we're now learning more about the harrowing efforts to escape.
This morning, as even more gang-fueled violence erupts in Haiti, a new team of U.S. Marines is on the ground in Port-au-Prince, securing the American embassy, the capital gripped by gunfire and chaos. It's been 3 days since Haiti's prime minister announced he would step down after relentless pressure from gangs who wanted him gone. Now, efforts to stabilize the country may be stalling. Any delay could put the aid of a multinational police force led by Kenya and largely funded by the U.S. in jeopardy. With gangs controlling most of the capital, many civilians are now trapped. Haitian-American Cherie Belhumer says she's hoping to escape Haiti and see her family in Miami, but has no way to get there.
They saying if we was to come back home to get our things, that they is gonna kill us.
Best-selling author Mitch Albom now safe in Michigan after a stealth private helicopter mission in the middle of the night rescued him and staffers from an orphanage his charity runs.
How harrowing was that escape?
You know, the fear is that the gangs are going to shoot at the helicopters, and the door closed, and within 60 seconds we were up in the air in the dark and flying and trying to get out of Haiti.
The UN says 1 million Haitians are now on the brink of famine. Hospitals are struggling too, desperate for generator fuel. We spoke with a doctor who says armed men executed a patient inside an ambulance.
We're also seeing, patients who suffer from gunshot wounds the previous day, who are only able to make it to our facility 12 hours later when they feel safe.
Missionary Jill Dolan and her family are trapped at a makeshift motel near the airport. She's frantically trying to get back to Florida in time for her daughter's wedding. But with the airport still shut down, she's instead ducking for cover.
We did hear gunfire like right outside at this gate, and it was very scary. And we hid in our room until it went away.
As more Haitians flee the country, it could impact the border crisis back in the U.S. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is already bracing for an influx of Haitian migrants, deploying more soldiers and drones to the state's southern coast. Joan, Savannah.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Colorado is bracing for the worst winter storm to hit the state in 3 years. It comes as other parts of the country are experiencing tornadoes and unseasonably warm temperatures. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is in Boulder, Colorado this morning with more. Hey, Dana, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Savannah. This is just the beginning of that intense snowstorm. You can already see the wet, heavy rain falling, which could present a threat for downed trees and power lines. Denver forecasted to get more than a foot of snow in the metro area. The mountains could get up to 5 feet of snow, but officials here say they're ready. The biggest storm to hit Colorado in 3 years, arriving like a thief in the night. Quickly shifting from rain to heavy wet snow, falling at a rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Forecasters predicting when it's over, the snow will be measured in feet, not inches. The heavy snow creating treacherous roadways, stranding dozens of cars under blinding conditions on Interstate 70. And leaving semi-trucks completely stuck. Denver city officials calling this a rare Tier 4 storm.
The Tier 4 level for us is heavy accumulation, major drifting potential.
And with hundreds of flight cancellations already at Denver International, both Southwest and United Airlines are offering free rebookings for passengers flying to Colorado this week. While Colorado gets hammered with snow, California facing its own problems, a massive landslide destroying homes in this Los Angeles neighborhood, collapsing roofs and decimating yards. Fortunately, there were no injuries reported, with several people evacuated. Other parts of the country are dealing with wild weather too. Overnight, south central and midwestern states facing severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, and golf-sized hail. The so-called gorilla hail creating dangerous conditions on the road, even cracking this truck's windshield.
I was flustered. I really thought all the glass was going to shatter in my truck.
Tornado on the ground. We got tornado on the ground.
These storm chasers capturing this massive tornado touching down in Alta Vista, Kansas. And from Oklahoma to New England, an unusual winter warm-up with temperatures more than 15 degrees above normal, with many hoping it's a sign that spring may be around the corner. Now, this heavy, wet snow is expected to keep falling through Friday morning, and FlightAware is already reporting some 1,300 combined cancellations and delays. Officials warning people to stay home, stay off the roads, and stay safe. Savannah.
All right, Dana, stay safe and go get warm at the Buff. Best breakfast in town. While it's still winter out west, the East Coast gets a taste of spring-like weather.
Angie Lastman's here with the forecast. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Spring is definitely in the air for the east. We've got temperatures running more than 20 degrees above normal in some of these spots. Places like Cincinnati and St. Louis are going to be well into the 70s today. We've got Cleveland on tap to hit 67 degrees. Nashville and Little Rock, they're going to make it to the 80s, and the warmth will even continue into tomorrow, the closer you are to the east. We've got Elizabeth City, Wilmington, Charleston, all into the 80s tomorrow. New York will still be running well above normal with a temperature of 64 degrees, and Washington, D.C. is expected to hit 76. By the time we get into the weekend, things will start to kind of moderate out. So you can see places like Detroit going from the upper 50s on Saturday to the 30s by Monday. A bit of a reality check, if you ask me. We've got New York into the upper 50s for Saturday and Sunday, and we are back to the low 50s by Monday. And this is the general trend we'll see even in places like St. Louis, going from the 60s to the 40s in a matter of a couple of days. So spring not settling in permanently just yet, but we will enjoy those mild temperatures for a little while longer. Meanwhile, you heard Dana talk about some of those storms that we saw yesterday. Kansas City really bearing the brunt of that with some of that hail, and now they continue to charge on. These lines of thunderstorms prompting a thunderstorm watch that's going to last until noon Central Time across these regions, parts of Illinois and Missouri included in that. You can see St. Louis almost dead center in that watch. And this is why. We've got the storm system working to the east. We're going to expect not just the thunderstorms possible in that region through noon, but even into the afternoon and evening hours. We're going to watch this area. You can see a big chunk of the country from the Midwest down to the plains that has the potential to see some of those strong to severe storms later today. Our biggest concern is going to be the large hail, kind of like what we saw yesterday. 2 inches or larger is possible. We'll see those wind gusts and maybe a couple of tornadoes too. And the system not done just yet. Even as we get into tomorrow, we'll still see that cold front moving as we get into the afternoon hours tomorrow and bringing the potential for some strong storms yet again. It's a smaller area, mainly across portions of southern Texas. Still, those threats will remain, especially the large hail that we're going to watch into the afternoon and evening hours. And the rocky snow continues. 5 million people under these winter alerts. We've got the heavy snow happening, Colorado Springs, Denver, Boulder, all picking up some additional snow. The largest totals are going to be mainly in the isolated areas of the Front Range. I think few and far between we'll see 4 feet, but still places like Denver, 9 to 18 inches. We're expecting Evergreen anywhere from 28 to 36 inches.
That is a lot of snow.
Even for Colorado, which, by the way, March is their snowiest month. So
right, and it'll be like
crazy.
75 degrees in 3 days, probably.
Exactly. Yes, the flip-flop is insane there. Angie, thank you. Of course. Coming up, after days of speculation over Princess Kate's edited photo, Prince William is back in the spotlight tonight at an event honoring his late mother.
The tribute William will be paying to Princess Diana and the role his brother, Prince Harry, will also have. That's all next.
In the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
We're back and forth because
this is it, right?
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
back. Both Prince William and Prince Harry are set to make appearances at a memorial event for their mother, Princess Diana. It will put the Prince of Wales back into the public spotlight just days after his wife posted that edited photo, which led to a wave of questions about the royal family. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from London.
And as the questions keep coming, we've actually just learned that we will see both brothers, Prince William and Prince Harry, at this same event tonight. And the legacy of their mother, Diana, is top of mind. Take a look.
This morning, on two different continents, both Prince William and Prince Harry preparing for a royal event near to their hearts. The Legacy Awards tonight in London, put on by the Diana Award nonprofit in honor of their late mother. Back in 2017, both brothers were there in person for the inaugural event. And tonight, Prince William will present the awards, giving a short speech. And later, Prince Harry will speak with the recipients separately and virtually to celebrate their accomplishments. This comes as Prince William carries on with public royal duties as Kensington Palace stays mum on Kate. But the late Princess of Wales's legacy looms large as the current Princess of Wales stays out of sight. In recent years, Prince Harry has spoken frequently about the threat of media attention, of course, leading to his move to the States with his family.
Rarely do we have a holiday without someone with a camera, jumping out of a bush or something. Within the family, within the system, the advice that's always given is don't react. Don't feed into it.
And on this side of the pond, Kensington Palace has been clear. Kate will recuperate in private. There will be no rolling health updates.
William regards the media with suspicion. I think his instinct is to try to keep a lid on things as much as possible. The problem is that if you go back to the age of Diana, life was so simple. There wasn't this nightmarish social media thing in the middle.
As the headlines waned days after that photo was posted, The Sun implored readers to lay off Kate, and the Daily Mail today, give Kate a break.
The public and the media do not have the intense interest in the king that they do in the Princess of Wales, Kate. She's a different matter for them altogether.
Now, as you heard Tim just say right there, it is so interesting watching how Buckingham Palace is dealing with King Charles. Of course, he is undergoing cancer treatment right now, but they feel a responsibility to show the 75-year-old monarch to the public. Just this week, we've received numerous photos of the king performing state duties. Kensington Palace clearly has a very different approach. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you.
Let's get you more international headlines now, starting with the latest show of force by North Korea's leader.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. State media in North Korea is reporting that the leader Kim Jong-un has joined his troops while they were training to operate a new type of battle tank. Now, the Korean Central News Agency said that during the training, the North Korean leader mounted one of the tanks and drove it himself, and later called the new tank the world's most powerful. Now, the training is seen as a response to the annual joint military drills by South Korea and the U.S., which lasted 11 days and are expected to end today, which North Korea sees as a rehearsal for invasion. Let's go to India, where thousands of farmers traveled to the capital New Delhi on buses and trains to push their demand for a guaranteed minimum profitable crop prices. Initially, the farmers were planning to drive their tractors into the capital, but the authorities blocked all access to the city using cement blocks and barbed wire. The farmers then decided to take public transport to join the rally, where they also said they also asked the government to keep its promises to waive loans and withdraw legal cases brought against them during the 2021 protests. And let's end this tour of the world in Australia, where the first male professional soccer player to come out as gay in a main league has proposed to his partner. Josh Cavallo, who plays for the Australian team Adelaide United, made history in 2021 when he came out with an emotional online video vowing to change the sports culture to show, and I quote, that everyone is welcome in the game of soccer. Today, he posted a picture of him going down on his knee on his home pitch at the Coopers Stadium. And given the photos of the emotional reaction of his fiancée, looks like he said yes. Congratulations to both.
Okay, I hope so.
You see the ring on, so I think he accepted it. Oh, that's so sweet. Claudia, thank you so much.
Coming up, Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley sharing their cancer diagnoses.
Why the two women are speaking out and what you need to know about their conditions up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the elections.
All right, it just fit too.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a story about two celebrities revealing their cancer diagnoses on social media.
Both Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley shared the news on Instagram yesterday. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk has that story.
Doctors say the key to beating cancer is catching it early. Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley would agree. Both women are sharing stories about their cancer diagnoses, hoping what they've gone through will remind people to make those appointments and get those exams.
On the red carpet at the Oscars this weekend, Olivia Munn and her partner John Mulaney held hands and smiled for the cameras. No sign of the serious health battle the 43-year-old actress has been waging. Munn announcing Wednesday she was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in both breasts last April and underwent a double mastectomy. Writing on Instagram, "I went from feeling completely fine one day to waking up in a hospital bed after a 10-hour surgery the next." Munn, who many know from her role on HBO's The Newsroom, writes, "I'm lucky. We caught it with enough time that I had options." She says Dr. Thais Ali Abadi saved her life when she did a breast cancer assessment. Munn's score was high, 37%, according to the actress's post.
What does that 37% mean?
In her case, 37.3% was her lifetime risk for breast cancer. And the way I explain it to my patients, if you had a 37.5% chance of boarding a plane that would crash, would you ever board that plane?
Dr. Ali Abadi sent her for a breast MRI, and that's when they discovered the cancer.
Olivia says that she wasn't going to be going in for another mammogram for a year. What would have happened in that year, potentially?
Her cancer would have grown. She had an aggressive cancer.
Along with thanking her doctor, Munn thanked Mulaney. The couple have a son together. "I'm so thankful to John," she writes, "for being there before I went into each surgery and being there when I woke up, and for placing framed photos of our little boy Malcolm by her hospital bed." Also sharing a cautionary tale, actress and model Christy Brinkley, who posted photos of the procedure she had to remove skin cancer from her face. Like Munn, she writes, "The good news for me is we caught the basal cell carcinoma early." Brinkley adding, "I was lucky to find mine because I was accompanying one of my daughters to her checkup." In her post, she reminds people to get regular total body checkups and slather up with sunscreen. Two different women, each with scary personal stories to tell and important health messages they hope will help others.
Brinkley says she had a little dot on the side of her face and just asked the doctor to take a look. In her words, he knew right away. A reminder that doctors can sometimes identify a problem very quickly. As for Olivia Munn, she has a lot of support around her. Her partner, John Mulaney, commenting on her announcement post, saying, "Thank you for fighting so hard to be here for us. Malk and I adore you." Back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much.
Let's dig in more on this issue of breast cancer in younger women. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Doctor, good morning. So in just a minute, I'm going to ask you another question about kind of how this was actually found, because I think a lot of people are like, what does that mean? And can I ask for that? But first, let's just start with the details. Olivia Munn, she's just 43 years old. How common is it to see breast cancer among women who are under 45, and who is at that higher risk of being diagnosed at a younger age?
Yeah, Savannah, great questions. Look, 1 in 8 women, or people who identify as women, will get breast cancer. Anyone with breast can get breast cancer. Of those 1 in 8, 1 in 10 of those breast cancer patients will be under the age of 45. So about 9% of breast cancer patients are under the age of 45, which might shock a lot of people because that does seem young. Risk factors, very briefly, any genetic history. Most people think it's just with mothers or the mother's line. That's not true. The father's line, anyone in the relatives pool that can have breast cancer can put you at risk. Having children in an older age, that includes me. I calculated my own breast cancer risk. Talk about that in a second. And then other certain characteristics of breast, women with dense breasts, women with genetic markers. There are other factors that can contribute to that increased risk.
What are the signs women do need to be most aware of?
Yeah, the signs can be incredibly broad, but Joe, I would use an overall framework, and you heard a little bit of it with Olivia and Christy's story. Anything that seems off. So women can have very dense breasts, and it can sometimes worry them, but it's always very important, even at an incredibly young age, Joe, to make sure that you have that. They talk about a total body exam, or Christy Brinkley did. I think it's very important to make sure that not just a proper breast exam is done, but I encourage women to understand how their own breasts feel and how that can change with periods and different times in their life after they've given birth. So sometimes skin changes, dense breasts, all of these changes can be signals. But then sometimes, like in Olivia Munn's case, there could be no symptoms.
Doctor, so let's talk through this breast cancer assessment. And in the piece, it says that Olivia's score was high. What does that look like? Should you be asking your doctor for that? At what age can anyone get that number and have a plan of action?
Yeah, I'm going to recommend people go to an organization that I started working with when I was a medical student, the Susan G. Komen Foundation. It's easy to remember their website, komen.org, KOMEN.org. And they have an incredible, robust description. They've got very good advice, and they have this breast cancer risk assessment tool. I took it myself just again this morning to prepare for this. I personally have a 5.5% lifetime average risk of getting breast cancer, and it's elevated because of some of those risk factors. I want everybody here, men included, because men too can get breast cancer. Anybody with breast can get breast cancer. So I want people to go to that komen.org. They can get that tool as well.
Dr. Kavita Patel, great actionable advice. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, Elon Musk pulls the plug on Don Lemon's new web-based show before it even launches on X.
Why Musk canceled the show and the feud now ignited between them. That's next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their #1 issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on. now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. People all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest chapter in the saga of this year's chaotic college admissions season, which left thousands of students in limbo. As the New York Times reported last week, the U.S. Education Department discovered 70,000 unread emails from students all over the country containing essential information.
So with just days until a processing deadline, just 200 department employees, including the nation's top student aid official, had to read through all those emails to ensure those students got the financial help they needed. It's just the latest challenge the Education Department has faced since Congress ordered the new version of the free application for federal student aid, also known as FAFSA.
Joining us now for more on this story, New York Times associate reporter Zach Montague. Zach, thanks for joining us. So first of all, just explain how this huge number of emails went undiscovered, and then what's the impact of that on student applications this year?
Thanks. Good to be with you. So the emails that we've uncovered here were actually from students that couldn't provide a social security number for either themselves or a parent or a contributor when they filled out the form originally. And that's actually a pretty egregious burden for a lot of students that are already overcoming a number of disadvantages in accessing college. And, out of those 70,000, the department realized that, all of them had failed to fill this in and were now facing the prospect of missing out, and had asked them to send in an identification that they could use to verify their identity. Upon discovering this, this set off a fire drill for the department to race through this backlog and try to verify all of these by hand.
Let's go back to the rollout of this newest version of FAFSA. You actually wrote that a series of blunders by the department, from a haphazard rollout to technical meltdowns, plunged the most critical stage of the college admissions season into disarray. I mean, it really sounds like a nightmare. Tell us about this new version of this application and what it is about it that's caused so many problems.
Well, it's been a 3-year process to build this new form, which, as you know, is a pretty critical tool for students and their families who are trying to get federal aid to go to college. And the department had, like I said, 3 years to put this together. But over the last 6 months, normally the form would be out in October. That was delayed until December. The department then announced a soft launch where the form wasn't available to everyone all at once, but just sort of came out periodically in bursts that was not previously announced to students. So since then, since December, students have sort of found themselves panicking trying to get these forms into the department, which by this time of year is really supposed to be processing the data that comes in, sending that out to schools so that colleges across the country can come up with their own estimates of how much tuition students can pay. So we're just behind the ball on all of this year. You know, the schools themselves don't know how much they can tell accepted students that they're going to end up paying for college. Students don't know what sort of aid packages they can expect, they can't weigh different offers from different schools. So it's not really clear to them. So everyone's had to push back. And we're now moving into the spring, where by now a lot of people would know where they're going to school, how much they're going to pay. And we're seeing deadlines push back well into April, in some cases into May, for both the universities that are scrambling to get this all figured out, and for students that are just waiting to hear what they can expect.
All right, Zach Montague, thanks so much for joining us this morning, and thanks for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Let's get you financial headlines now, starting with some new economic data and the latest read on unemployment.
CNBC's Savannah Henao has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, we're getting a fresh view on the health of the economy. Jobless claims. That's the number of Americans applying for jobless benefits last week. It did inch up, but largely stayed at historically low levels as the labor market continues to thrive despite those elevated interest rates. The number coming in at 209,000. It was expected that we would get 218,000. Meanwhile, retail sales up 0.6% in February. We were expecting a 0.8% uptick. That's bouncing back from a January retreat, showing the resilience of consumer spending. All right, former President Trump has reportedly discussed choosing hedge fund billionaire John Paulson for Treasury Secretary if he wins re-election in November. Bloomberg says the conversations so far have been informal and preliminary. Paulson hosted a fundraiser for Trump at his home in Palm Beach last month. Other names potentially in the mix include former U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer and Jeff Yass, who is the founder of private equity firm Susquehanna and an investor in TikTok's parent company ByteDance. And it's time to celebrate pi, the mathematical number that represents the circumference of a circle. Today is Pi Day, and several restaurants and retailers have some great deals. 7-Eleven customers can get any large pizza for $3.14 if they're members of the 7 Rewards program. You can get a free Hershey's Sundae Pie at Burger King with a purchase of at least $3.14. Online food platform Goldbelly is offering 31.4% of all pies today, guys. So lots to choose from.
All right.
Happy Pie Day.
Sweet, the savory, all the pies. All right.
Thank you.
Just days before premiering, former CNN anchor Don Lemon says his new X-based talk show has been canceled.
Lemon says Elon Musk pulled the plug on the show after being interviewed by him in the first episode of the series. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us with more on what happened. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. That's right. It was supposed to be part of the next chapter for the 2 high-profile men. So Lemon launching a new show after being fired from CNN, and Musk bringing exclusive content to his recently purchased platform X. But just 24 hours after Lemon interviewed Musk for what was supposed to be the launch of that very show, he says it all came crashing down with a text that said, "Contract is canceled." Lemon appearing on CNN to explain what happened. This morning, a high-profile deal between 2 unlikely partners imploding after a confrontational interview between former CNN anchor Don Lemon and Elon Musk turned tense during a taping of the new The Don Lemon Show that was supposed to debut next week on Musk's platform X. Lemon pushing the billionaire behind ventures like SpaceX and Tesla for allowing tweets that endorse anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats? I don't have to answer these questions. The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
The interview also covering topics like Musk's depression and drug use, as well as the businessman's recent conversations with former President Donald Trump.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Hours later, Lemon says he received a short text from Musk that read, "Contract is canceled."
They were a distribution partner So he never was my boss. He never had any editorial control of the show.
Musk firing back in a post on X, saying the show's approach was basically just CNN, but on social media, which doesn't work. X's own account online defending its right to terminate the relationship, but adding, quote, "The Don Lemon Show is welcome to publish its content on X without censorship." The move reigniting arguments about the balance of free speech and misinformation on the platform.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
As for Lemon, he was fired from CNN last year following controversial comments about women, including then Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, that were seen as sexist and ageist.
Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
Lemon publicly apologized for those comments, and a spokesperson for Lemon tells NBC News he still expects to be paid for the partnership, but an X representative says there was no signed agreement between the Don Lemon Show and X, setting the stage for a potential legal showdown. As far as the interview, Lemon says it will post on Monday on YouTube as well as X. So, guys, this may be far from over.
Yes. At least we'll see what happened. Yeah. All right, Brian, thank you so much. Coming up, we are raising the curtain on one of the most powerful news shows on Broadway.
Two of the stars from Days of Wine and Roses are here to talk about the show that's got critics excited. That is up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Banner delivery system.
All right, it just fit too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. We have a cute one for you. Workers at a Virginia Wildlife Center found a unique way to stop a newborn fox from becoming too used to humans. Take a look at this. Founder Melissa Stanley and her team wore this fox mask while feeding milk to the little animal. Now, it's not just cute. It's got a purpose here. It was designed to prevent what is known as imprinting. That is where newborns form a strong bond with the first animal who cares for them. Well, the baby fox weighed less than 3 ounces when it was found. After it has been rehabilitated at the Richmond Wildlife Center, workers will try to unite it with its real mom. Isn't that cool, Joe?
That is cute, but the fox may also have a like really into Muppets now or something like that.
Might be a little scarred. I mean, he's a real fox, but good nonetheless.
Interesting idea. All right, cool. Thanks, Savannah. Let's end the hour with a curtain call, your front row ticket to some of the hottest shows on Broadway and beyond. This morning, we are thrilled to welcome 2 Broadway legends, Kelly O'Hara and Brian Darcy James. They star in the new musical Days of Wine and Roses, which is based on a 1958 teleplay and 1962 film of the same name. It's about a couple in New York in the 1950s falling in love and forming a family while wrestling with alcohol addiction. The show has earned rave reviews. The New York Times branded it a critic's pick, calling the performances superb and those superb performers join us now. Congratulations on the show. It is so incredibly powerful. Kelly, it's maybe not a topic that naturally lends itself to a musical, but I understand this is like an idea you had many years ago while working with Brian. Tell us where the idea came from to do this show.
Yeah, you know, I think of music as, I love musical dramas. You know, we think of musical theater often and put it in the comedy category, which I love as well. But I'm also from the opera world a little bit. I got my degree in that. And so I really love taking a story to the next step with music. And so when I thought about this one, some of the unspoken things about this particular situation lend themselves well to being musicalized. And, you know, so I asked Adam Guettel, who wrote The Light in the Piazza, which was another show I did, around 2002. We had just finished this show called Sweet Small Success.
When you were a teenager.
When I was 3. I said, what about musicalizing this show for Brian and me? And he liked the idea, and gosh, it took a while, but here we are.
Here you are. And also people did comment on the fact that they thought you look like Leah Remick, you look like Jack Lemmon, who were in the original movie. That helped too, didn't it?
Yeah, you know, the imagination can...
Clearly this is a lot about how much you love working with each other. What is it about your just relationship on stage that clicks so much, Brian?
Well, you know, like Kelly said, we did this great show 20 years ago, and that's how we really kind of forged our friendship and our working relationship. And over those 20 years, we've never really done a proper show like that, a Broadway show. We've done recordings, we've done concerts, we've done readings, so we've definitely been in each other's, orbit as friends and colleagues. And so when this started kind of bubbling up, it was great. And I will say that doing the show every night with Kelly and seeing your friend and seeing also, I'm a fan of Kelly's, so to be able to see the work that she's doing in this show in particular is thrilling, because it's something that I've never seen her do, and I think audiences haven't seen her do as well. So it is it's a kind of two things. It's cheering your friend on and just being so proud of your friend, but also knowing that you're in the company of greatness. And so this kind of relationship that we have on stage is one that I've never experienced before in terms of the characters and how they bounce off each other.
The audience really can feel it. This is obviously not a high-energy pop show. Talk about the music, and how do you get that tone just right?
You know, both Craig Lucas, our book writer, and Adam Guettel are just extraordinary at telling specifically very human stories. You know, these people, I think some people feel the show so deeply and dramatically because it feels so human. It doesn't feel sort of like an archetype of a person, but yet you're getting to know these two people very deeply and intimately. And so it's really on the page. You know, the music is underneath us, sort of swelling, the words that we say. But the tone is also what Brian was saying. This is a personal and professional sort of collaboration of safety, friendship, trust. We are very much not these people, and yet if we bring ourselves to the table in the trusted way that we are together, the tone kind of it works for itself. It just sort of takes us and goes. But I really lean on that great material. You know, it's already there for us if we just trust it.
Can I add also, in terms of tone, I mean, we have an incredible director in Michael Greif, who his job is basically to see what's happening with every element of the production, our performances, the company's performances, the physical aspects of it, how it moves, how everything is presented and ultimately is delivered. So his eye, not only in speaking personally, his ability to kind of monitor and calibrate what we're doing to have the story kind of reveal itself in the proper way. That takes an expert eye, and we have that in Michael. So that I think, in terms of tone, I think that is our ace in the hole.
One of the best directors out there.
Yeah, and he's got about 17 Broadway shows.
I was about to say, he is a busy man this season. Google it. Alcohol addiction, I mean, it is an issue that affects nearly every family. What are you hearing from people who see this show? Do they talk about that and the impact that this has on them and the impact your show then has on them?
I've had the most amazing conversations of my career with all people, but especially I'm finding with young people. We have a generation now which is the first sober, curious generation ever. We know so much more about alcoholism now. We know so much more about the different programs one might go into it if they suffer from alcoholism. At this time in our show, nobody knew about this. And so now we're talking to people who lived through it, children of people who lived through it, people who are attached to it. There are some people who come and have really see the hope and the joy in the show. There is a lot of that. Talk about tone. There's a lot of different things happening because it's a human life that we're talking about. 2, 3, 4 human lives in our show. But I think that I think that the conversations about how it affects people are so different and vast that it's making me feel like I'm doing one of the more purposeful things of my career, you know?
Yeah. Brian, we have like 15 seconds left here, but anything else you want to add to that?
Well, just the idea that when we do get to meet people and they have a reaction that whether it is their own experience dealing with addiction or their relatives, having that interchange and that kind of recognition is something that is very, very powerful, and I'm very appreciative of that. We're doing our job, and the message is the show is getting across.
Very good. All right, Kelly O'Hara, Brian Darcy James, thank you both. And you can catch Days of Wine and Roses at Studio 54 through March 31st. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Great interview. The news continues right now. Stay with us.
Hey everyone, good Thursday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
That's right. Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 14th. Uncertain future. Legislation that could end TikTok in the U.S. is moving quickly through Congress. Now, a former Trump administration official is looking to buy the app to save it from being banned.
Game Changer, a newly developed blood test showing promise for early colon cancer detection. How the test works and its potential to save thousands of lives.
Shocking allegations. Nickelodeon is facing accusations about what was going on behind the scenes in the 90s and early 2000s. More on the allegations of discrimination, sexism, and sexual abuse.
Disappearing act. We've all had that friend who drops everything and everyone at the start of a new romantic relationship. Well, TikTok users are calling it boyfriend sickness. What it means and how to fix it, coming up next.
That is a real ailment.
Yeah, right?
Okay, welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the battle over TikTok. All eyes are now on the Senate after the House passed a bill that could potentially ban the popular app if its China-based owner refuses to sell it. The key issue here is national security. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say TikTok poses a serious threat, but the company's CEO insists they have taken steps to protect Americans' data.
Last few years, we have invested to keep your data safe and our platform free from outside manipulation. We have committed that we will continue to do so. Our platform matters to the small business owners who rely on TikTok to make ends meet, to the teachers who inspire millions of students to learn, and to everyone who discovers and finds joy on TikTok.
Now, to be clear, there's still a lot of uncertainty about what could actually happen to TikTok. In fact, just earlier today, former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin told CNBC that he's putting together a group of investors to try to buy the social media platform. But all of that, of course, hinges on whether its parent company, ByteDance, actually decides to sell. So NBC Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers has been following the story. Savannah, what is the temperature in the Senate right now? I mean, does this bill actually stand a chance?
It's such a good question. It's the million-dollar question. And the short answer is we don't know. I mean, its future in the Senate is uncertain. I'll tell you what facts we do have so far. So, I mean, first and foremost, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has been non-committal about actually bringing this to a vote, which is, of course, important. On the other side of this, though, the chairs of the Senate Intelligence Committee, the chair and the co-chair, they were out with a statement where they praised this bill, they praised its passage in the House, and they urged Senate action. Also, importantly, we heard from the White House press secretary who said, we want to see the Senate move on this. Go ahead, move, do it quickly. And that is important because, of course, President Biden has said that if it were to hit his desk, which would be the step after this making it through the Senate, that he would indeed sign it. But when I was on the Hill yesterday, I heard a lot of questions, and I was able to also catch some senators and speak with them about it. Of course, this was happening over with the representatives, but many of them just said, you know, we do feel like this was rushed. We are not sure if we are ready to bring this to a vote. We are not sure that we will. And by the way, we might want to make amendments to it, which is a process that would slow that down as it is. Totally. So it does not mean that it's headed for sure anytime soon. And the other big thing that I've really been thinking was a smart point from some of the representatives, as well as Senator Dick Durbin, saying, do we really want to be doing something like this in an election year with so many young voters that care about TikTok? That doesn't sound like a great re-election strategy to me. One other final point I'll make, a lot of Democrats were actually also pointing out it's a little confusing that the Biden administration is saying they support this while campaigning and posting on TikTok.
Maybe they're willing to unplug if it gets to the president's desk. Let's ask about the reality of Mnuchin's plan to buy this to help ByteDance divest from TikTok. And also, you were asking, what if we gave them more than 6 months? What if we went to 12 months? What was the answer on that?
Yeah, I love that you brought that up. Thank you. This is one of my favorite questions I was asking yesterday. I was asking lawmakers, what if ByteDance were to say, hey, instead of 6 months, because again, that's how this law is written, right? It's if we were to pass this, the clock starts. ByteDance, this parent company, they have 6 months to divest TikTok, then fine, it's not banned. TikTok has pointed out to me that's not really a realistic timeline. I mean, we've watched things like this happen before, how long it took Elon Musk to acquire Twitter with his own financing, by the way. Is this realistic? I said, what if they said, fine, we'll do it, but we need 12 months? No one said fine. They all said the bill says 6 months and just pointed to that language, which I think is pretty telling in terms of what they're hoping to do. Let me tell you one thing, though, that Mnuchin said. He said this should be owned by U.S. businesses. There is no way that China would let a U.S. company own something like this in China. So that's where he's coming at. The big question, though, right, is in order to buy something, you have to know what it costs. Let me let you listen to a little bit more of what he said today on CNBC.
I think the legislation should pass, and I think it should be sold. I understand the technology. It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok.
What is its value?
Well, that's the thing. We have valuation for ByteDance, but not actually for TikTok. So what is that going to cost, and what would they accept?
Well, we know it is a great business, like you said. That much we do know.
That is a fact. NBC News Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
Well, one of the biggest snowstorms in years is battering the Colorado Rockies. Forecasters recording 2 to 3 inches of snowfall, and that's per hour. And guess what? It's not even expected to let up until tomorrow.
The storm is impacting operations out of Denver International Airport, where more than 800 flights have been canceled. Winter weather is now impacting 5 million people across 5 states. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Boulder, Colorado. Dana, nearly 2 feet of snow has already fallen in some parts of the state where you are. What are you seeing, and what's the public safety message as this severe weather continues?
Hey, Vicki, good morning to you. Well, the public safety message is to stay off the roads, stay home, and stay safe. And here's why. Take a look. So far, inches have fallen here. It looks a lot bigger just because the snowplows have been coming through. But this snow, I want to give you an example of why this storm is different, because this snow is packed full of water. It's very thick, very dense, not the fluffy kind of stuff that you're used to. So there is a concern that this will take down trees and power lines. I want to show you the neighborhood that we're in. You're seeing several families shoveling snow, getting the snow off of their trees. This is Ben and Mary Turbo right there. They are trying to preserve one of their cherry trees so that they can have fruit later, and they are trying to clear off their sidewalk. I'm going to walk over so we're out of the roadway. But the concern here is that so much snow is going to fall in such a short amount of time. Denver forecasted to get more than 1.5 feet of snow in the metro area, and in the mountains up to 5 feet of snow is possible. And that's why people are trying to clear the snow early, because the more that dumps, the harder it is to shovel. I spoke with one person that lives in this neighborhood. Listen to what he told me.
You don't really notice until you start, but every foot, every shovelful is probably like 20, 30 pounds.
You're getting your workout in today.
Yeah. I can't make it to the gym, so gotta do it somewhere else.
That's smart. He's not making it to the gym, and a lot of kids are not going to school. There's a school just next to us. It is closed for the day. Several other state offices are closed, and we're keeping an eye specifically on the power lines. We've seen some as we've been driving that have just really heavy snow on them, and the concern is that more customers will lose power. I think at this hour, up to 1,000 customers are currently without power. Vicki, Morgan?
Right. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, stay warm and stay safe. Thanks so much, Dana.
Well, colon cancer is the second most common cause of cancer death among American adults, this according to the National Cancer Institute. But now a new blood test could change the game for early detection, potentially saving lives.
The study published in the New England Journal of Medicine shows an 83% accuracy rate for detecting colorectal tumors. Guardian Health, the company that's actually manufacturing this test, says the FDA will review their product for approval later on this year. NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres joins us now. Dr. John, this is really interesting. Number one, how does the test work, and could this ultimately replace a colonoscopy?
And it is really interesting. And the way the tests work is it detects DNA that the tumor puts out, that the colon cancer puts out. And that's why you're seeing that 83% detection rate. It's really good at finding in the blood those DNA markers that come off the tumor, saying, hey, this looks like this could be a cancerous tumor. Let's go ahead and do a colonoscopy just to verify. And that's the important part. This is not a use alone kind of test. This is a test to use along with a colonoscopy. The other thing to understand is this is for certain people, and right now they're saying 45 and above with an average risk of colon cancer, so not anybody that's at a higher risk. And what it's trying to do is trying to address the group of people that would not get a colonoscopy, would not do any of those other tests, and save their lives by at least getting this test.
So you said the target audience for this, people 45 and above with an average risk, not a family history. What are some of the drawbacks of a blood test like this?
So some of the drawbacks are that people would get this test and not get the colonoscopy they need to follow up, or they would get this test, and right now it's looking at every 3 years they're saying this is probably when they're going to do this. They would get it, and then they would not follow up with frequent tests every 3 years. And those colon cancers, the earlier you detect them, the more likely they are to be cured and taken care of. The later, the less likely they are. And so we know they can be dangerous if they're detected late. Want to detect them early.
You mentioned the frequency of detection. Who should be getting screened? Who's most susceptible to colon cancer?
So right now, the American Cancer Society and the CDC, they recommend 45 and above to get screened for colon cancer if you have an average risk. If your risk is more than average, in other words, you have a family history of it, you have heavy alcohol use, you have a lot of consumption of processed meats, you're American Indian or Alaskan Native, those are the groups that have higher risks, then you might want to get it earlier, and that means talk to your doctor about getting these tests. Colonoscopy is still a golden standard, and that's still the one they want everybody to get. But other people aren't going to get those necessarily or get the other tests, and so this is one that at least they'll get it and hopefully save lives.
All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres. Thank you so much, Dr. Torres.
And turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, we have liftoff. SpaceX successfully launched its Starship rocket this morning, its third test flight of this spacecraft. Now, this marks a pretty important step in NASA's plan to send astronauts back to the moon.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. Steve, good to see you. So we know the spacecraft didn't survive a re-entry to Earth, but what were the goals that SpaceX was able to achieve during this test flight?
Yeah, so while the rocket never quite made it to splashdown in the Indian Ocean, it did complete several milestones. That includes reaching orbital velocity, opening and closing doors that would be used to release payloads, and transferring fuel during the flight. The launch flew further than its previous two tests, lasting about an hour, but the company says it did not show the operational issues that plagued prior missions. Now over to Dick's Sporting Goods, raising its dividend by 10% today after it reported that its fourth quarter was the biggest sales quarter in its history. And it projected another year of growth. While many retailers benefited from the fiscal 2023's extra week, the sports retailer said it still broke sales records even without that extra week. The results come after the company told investors during its third quarter results that it was cautious ahead of the holiday season. And here's a good one. The Mega Millions jackpot closing in on $800 million. Since two tickets in California won the $394 million jackpot in December, no one has won since. Currently, the jackpot's at $792 million ahead of Friday night's drawing. Go get your tickets now, girls.
Might be time.
$100 million.
No one
can't even, wrap my head around that. All right, CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac, as always. Thank you, Steve.
Coming up, what an NBC News investigation is revealing about an Oklahoma City official with ties to white nationalism. Plus, the upcoming recall election that could remove him from office. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now to an NBC News investigation. Enid is a small community in northern Oklahoma of about 50,000 people, and the politics there are usually pretty simple and solidly conservative.
But right now, the town is divided over one city official who once ran a local chapter of a white nationalist group. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny has an inside look at the growing push to remove him from office.
It's an unusual meetup on a Monday night in Enid, Oklahoma. The location is secret. Somebody minds the door for security. A small group determined to change their city.
Everybody in this room played a role.
Among those here are 69-year-old Connie Vickers.
I was born and raised here in Enid.
And 74-year-old Nancy Presnell.
I've lived here most of my life.
They're best friends and Democrats, rare in the deeply conservative county. Both retired, but hard at work.
How many doors did you knock on?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a lot. Enough to get the signatures needed for a recall election of City Commissioner Judd Blevins. This is Judd Blevins. In 2017, tiki torch in hand in Charlottesville, Virginia, marching alongside avowed white supremacists and neo-Nazis.
I saw the picture of Judd Blevins with the tiki torch, and I was like just shocked.
The more they looked, the more they found. Blevins had been an active leader in the white nationalist group Identity Europa. According to an analysis of photos, biographical details, and other information, Blevins hid his white nationalist identity behind the online moniker Conway. In private online forums reviewed by NBC News, Blevins, as Conway, posted racist messages and praised Hitler. And yet, when the former Marine ran for city commissioner last year as a conservative Republican,
he won by 36 votes.
Now, Presnell and Vickers are part of the Enid Social Justice Committee, vocal opponents of Blevins since he took office, the group mincing no words on its website, saying Enid has a Nazi problem.
A lot of people don't want to say the word Nazi, but when you see what he did and what he's involved with, you know, it's not name-calling, it's what he is and what he believes.
We wanted to ask Blevins what he believes for ourselves, but he denied our multiple requests for interviews. We tried once more outside a city council meeting.
Can I ask, you were a leader in an Oklahoma chapter of a white nationalist organization, and I want to know if you have any explanation to that. Come here.
Then why did you march and unite the right? Why did you hold a tiki torch and marches? People say Jews will not replace us, sir.
I've been a conservative all my life.
Cindy Allen was editor and publisher of the Enid News and Eagle when Blevins won. Her paper had published a front-page story about his past prior to the election. Blevins called it a hit piece.
We followed up many times, and he never would answer us.
And yet he won.
He won. There's an opportunity now to address what kind of tolerance of extremism this community is going to have.
Enid's mayor, David Mason, also a conservative Republican, says behind closed doors, Blevins admitted to his involvement in white nationalist activities.
And my follow-up question was, are you still involved with those groups? And he told me I do not have to answer that question. And my thought was, you just did.
Blevins' opponent in the recall election, set for April 2nd, is a Republican too. She didn't want to talk about the race with us, a race that most here see as squarely about Blevins.
If we vote him in a second time, it probably says a lot about who we are.
That identity is exactly what Vickers and Presnell are working for.
National white supremacist organizations have called you two outrageous Antifa commandos.
Badge of honor.
What happens if you don't win?
We keep putting up a fight. We're not going to put up with it quietly.
Fighting, they say, for the soul of their city. Brandy Zadrozny, NBC News, Enid, Oklahoma.
Later this hour, the horrifying allegations behind some of the most nostalgic Nickelodeon shows. What former stars of the channel are now saying in a new docuseries. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
After the nation's most prestigious private equity firm acquired the country's biggest autism treatment program for children, complaints started coming in about the quality and reliability of care.
That's right. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson spoke with one mother who says her autistic son suffered in a Louisiana program as a result of this buyout. Take a look.
You'd never know JJ Bautista only started speaking at the age of 5.
Dad half. This half.
These days, he's got a million questions. But when he started asking his mom, Misty Richard, every day about bad weather, terrified it might storm, her intuition told her something was wrong.
It just got progressively worse to the point where we were at a friend's house, it started raining, and he wouldn't get in the car.
JJ's on the autism spectrum, and in 2017, his mother enrolled him at a private therapy clinic near their home in Baton Rouge. At first, happy with JJ's progress at CARD, the Center for Autism and Related Disorders. But after the chain of clinics was acquired by a prestigious private equity firm, Blackstone, in 2018, she said she became worried about some of the staffing changes she saw.
They had a lot of turnover of people at the time.
Her concerns coming to a head in June 2022, when JJ melted down at the clinic. After repeatedly asking for details, which Richard says the clinic only reluctantly provided, she was shown a video of her son in a therapy session and a staffer flipping the lights on and off, apparently to mimic lightning. Her son, she says, visibly upset.
It pissed me off to no end, and you basically tortured my special needs kid.
So they framed it as a therapy lesson.
Right.
Do you believe it was?
That's bullshit. That was not a therapy lesson. You're supposed to be like medical professionals, and you tortured my son. and you laughed about it.
Blackstone, in a statement to NBC News, denied its ownership of Card had anything to do with JJ's experience, saying the firm could not comment on a particular client, but said the firm was never involved in determining the appropriate course of treatment for patients. Blackstone also says the company significantly increased clinical training under its ownership. 2 employees disputed this and provided a document showing training time cut roughly in half between 2016, 2 years before Blackstone's takeover, and 2020. About 1 in every 36 kids is diagnosed with autism in the United States. Treatment covered by Medicaid and private insurers in all 50 states. And now services to help those kids with autism have become big business, generating an estimated $7 billion a year in revenue. Private equity flooding the zone, with those firms behind 85% of company buyouts between 2017 and 2022. John Bailey runs an ethics hotline for ABA therapy, applied behavior analysis, often used to treat autism. He says he hears time and again these private equity firms are putting profits over patients.
I'm worried about what's going to happen down the road as the private equity erodes our value systems.
Card ended up filing bankruptcy in May. Blackstone says the company's financial issues were the result of well-documented industry-wide challenges stemming from impacts of the pandemic and its aftershocks and insufficient reimbursements from insurers. Doreen Grenpiche founded Card in 1990 and spent the next 25 years building it into the largest autism services provider in the country. She's the one who sold to Blackstone in 2018, but left her board seat after 4 years. Frustrated, she says, with management's decisions to add expensive executives and third-party contracts. Now she's back in charge after purchasing most of the company's operations last summer and pledging to rebuild, hiring 250 new staffers in training and opening up clinics to new patients.
Helping children and families with autism is my entire life. I started working in this field when I was 16 years old, and I could not walk away seeing that there's still a lot to be done.
Blackstone tells NBC returning Card to its founder was the right thing to do so she could keep its existing center-based facilities open for patients. As for JJ, now 9 years old, he's receiving treatment at a new facility. His mom filed a complaint with the Louisiana Behavior Analysis Board, and in February, the Card staffer involved in the light switch incident was disciplined for ignoring a client's demand to stop an action that was agitating and provoking the client.
So you believe that they were motivated by profit?
Of course. Yes, because you're obviously not interested in helping kids. They don't care about anyone but their pocketbook.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
Wow. So important, and I'm so glad Hallie did that report.
But also heartbreaking for those
absolutely.
parents to hear that level of torture. I mean, that 84% is striking.
Unconscionable. Well, you are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey there and welcome back. Thanks again for joining us. It is 12:30 in Watertown and New York City, New York. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for new elections in Israel. In a speech on the Senate floor today, Schumer said he wants Prime Minister Netanyahu out of office, saying his government no longer fits the needs of Israel after the October 7th Hamas attacks. Schumer is the highest-ranking Jewish official in the U.S.
And former President Donald Trump is back in court today in Florida, where his lawyers are pushing to dismiss some or all of the charges he's facing in the federal case that deals with his handling of classified documents. Now, all of this comes after a judge dismissed 3 counts against Trump just yesterday in the Georgia election interference case. He has pleaded not guilty.
Vice President Kamala Harris will visit an abortion clinic in Minneapolis later today. This will be the first time a president or vice president has visited an abortion clinic. Minnesota has become a safe haven for women looking to have the procedure ever since Roe v. Wade was overturned.
Another story we've been talking about this week in Haiti. Citizens stuck in the crossfire of escalating gang violence. They're now trying to escape the country. So let's take a look at first how we got here. On March 3rd, the Haitian government declared a state of emergency. The next day, armed gangs freed inmates from prison and then tried to seize control of the airport.
Then on March 11th, Caribbean leaders and the U.S. held an emergency meeting that led to the resignation of Prime Minister Ariel Henry. Yesterday, the U.S. sent in a new team of Marines to protect the American embassy in Port-au-Prince, and now plans to create an interim government are in jeopardy with threats of more violence from the country's most notorious gang leader. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Haiti's border with the Dominican Republic. Gabe, talk to us about the situation where you are right now.
Hi there, Morgan. Well, as you can see, it's a very busy scene. We are here in the Dominican Republic, but Haiti's border is just over there. And for a few hours today, there's an open-air market here, and Haitians are actually allowed to come over the border into this sort of no man's land and come to this market and sell whatever goods they have, pick up supplies. You're going to see a lot of people behind me, like this gentleman right here, going back towards Haiti with some drinks and with some food. We've been seeing people carrying eggs. There is a desperate need here, Morgan. Incredible hunger in this part of Haiti, the northeast part of Haiti. Most of the violence is happening in Port-au-Prince, but what we're seeing here is a desperation to find food. Again, they're allowed here for several hours, about once a week. For the most part, though, the border is closed. And over here, to my right here, you can see there's a huge security presence, and this gate does not allow most people past that gate. So, Morgan, this is an ongoing situation. The U.S. monitoring this very closely, and today the UN announced a sort of humanitarian corridor in the sky to be able to bring humanitarian aid over into Haiti. Morgan?
Gabe, you have done incredible reporting, frankly, over the years there on the ground in Haiti. If you can, explain to our viewers about the tension right there between a lot of the people there in the Dominican Republic and Haitians, and what this means as they're trying to figure out the path forward. What is it the gangs want? What do they want to see in terms of conditions changing?
Well, they want a political change, Morgan, and that really is the big challenge going forward. They did not want the prime minister to stay in power. He clearly is not now. He announced that he is stepping down. The question will be, will the gangs accept this political transition that the U.S., along with other countries, is trying to make happen in Haiti? That is unclear at this moment. Right now, the political transition has stalled. And here in the Dominican Republic, again, they do not want to see a large number of migrants coming here from Haiti. But as you can see, Morgan,
I think we just lost Gabe Gutierrez's picture. He was describing the tension there between a lot of Haitians and people there living in the Dominican Republic, and how in the Dominican Republic they have been reticent to receive a lot of Haitian migrants historically, and this is now only creating more of a tinderbox of tension there because of this particular chaos there at the border. Our deep thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for his reporting on the ground in the Dominican Republic.
Bringing it back to the U.S. now, in Oklahoma, the death of transgender student Nex Benedict has been ruled a suicide. The 16-year-old died last month, a day after he was involved in a school fight. According to family and friends, Nex experienced harassment because of his gender identity.
Now, Nex's case, unfortunately, is not uncommon. In fact, according to a 2022 survey from the Trevor Project, more than 40% of LGBTQ plus youth between the ages of 13 and 24 said they seriously considered attempting suicide. Now, with trans and non-binary kids, they reported even higher rates. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now. Antonia, this is a crisis happening in front of our eyes. This is an epidemic of suicide among trans and non-binary youth. What did the findings find? And also, what's been the response to these findings?
Well, you're absolutely right. This is heartbreaking, and it is happening far too often. What we've learned from the medical examiner in Nex Benedict's case is that the 16-year-old committed suicide by taking in a toxic combination of antihistamines and antidepressants just one day after this fight occurred at school. And what we know from his family and from his friends was that he'd been bullied for a while, but that day, 3 female classmates were harassing him about the way that he and a friend dressed, and that he retaliated by throwing water on them. And then the 3 classmates attacked and beat Nex. According to the family, he hit the floor at one point and even blacked out. And so, you know, what we're hearing from advocates and civil rights lawyers who work with families like the Benedict family is that this is happening in so many schools' communities. We don't always hear about these instances, but it is really becoming an alarming case and representative of so much of what's happening right now.
It is absolutely heartbreaking. As you share those details, we know it really rallied a lot of LGBTQ advocates across the country. What are they doing, and how can allies support that cause?
Well, their hope is to make meaning out of this, to show people the consequences of really what's happening in our culture war right now, to give people even more of that national perspective here. Oklahoma is one of at least 23 states that have banned gender-affirming care. The superintendent of education there has made anti-LGBTQ issues, banning books, and all of these really hot-button issues in schools really a centerpiece of his political career. And now there is a federal investigation. They're going to be looking into this district. And the Department of Education, their Office for Civil Rights, they have been drowning in cases like these just over the last 2 to 3 years. So that tells us something very important, I think, that when we debate policy in schools, when we talk about LGBTQ children, it's not theory. You know, it's not just possibility. It's not just rhetoric that adults get to debate, you know, in D.C. It has a real impact on children's lives, and that is what advocates and lawyers and teachers have been warning us would happen for years now.
And I think what's also sad is that it's almost like we're waiting to see incidents like this. This was a big, bad incident. There are so many steps leading up to a moment like that where we're not even making sure these kids are believed when they report this. Important reporting.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. Antonia, thank you as always. And if you or anyone you know is struggling, call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. The number is there on your screen, 988.
A major fight brewing between billionaire Elon Musk and former CNN anchor Don Lemon. Now, just days before Lemon was set to launch a new show on X, Musk pulled it from his platform.
This coming just 24 hours after the pair taped a one-on-one interview for the premiere, which was set for Monday. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung has the details on what led Musk to pull the plug.
A high-profile deal between 2 unlikely partners imploding after a confrontational interview between former CNN anchor Don Lemon and Elon Musk turned tense during a taping of the new The Don Lemon Show that was supposed to debut next week on Musk's platform X. Lemon pushing the billionaire behind ventures like SpaceX and Tesla for allowing tweets that endorse anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats? I don't have to answer these questions. The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
The interview also covering topics like Musk's depression and drug use, as well as the businessman's recent conversations with former President Donald Trump.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Hours later, Lemon says he received a short text from Musk that read, "Contract is canceled."
They were a distribution partner. So he never was my boss. He never had any editorial control of the show.
Musk firing back in a post on X, saying the show's approach was basically just CNN, but on social media, which doesn't work. X's own account online defending its right to terminate the relationship, but adding, quote, "The Don Lemon Show is welcome to publish its content on X without censorship." The move reigniting arguments about the balance of free speech and misinformation on the platform.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
As for Lemon, he was fired from CNN last year following controversial comments about women, including then Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, that were seen as sexist and ageist.
Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
Brian Chung.
Wow. Now to some shocking accusations surrounding beloved kids television network Nickelodeon.
Yeah, a new docuseries is now shining a light on claims of discrimination, sexism, and sexual abuse behind the scenes of the network's most powerful and popular shows. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
Bring in the dancing lobsters.
They were massive TV hits for kids in the 90s and early 2000s. Nickelodeon shows like Drake and Josh, iCarly, All That, and more.
Nickelodeon was kid everything. And you better hope that your house had cable.
Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV is a new investigation discovery documentary series raising disturbing allegations about some of these beloved shows and the people behind them, like Powerhouse creator and producer Dan Schneider. Business Insider first reporting on some of these allegations in 2022, but the new series delves deeper with interviews from some on and off-camera team members. Two women writers on The Amanda Show, starring Amanda Bynes, say the production was a hostile work environment for women, accusing Schneider of telling them that women aren't funny. There are also accusations of sexual abuse against members of Schneider's staff, a major accusation that came to light in a new teaser trailer. Actor Drake Bell, co-star of Drake and Josh, coming forward as an alleged sexual abuse victim of dialogue coach and actor Brian Peck, who was convicted of child sex abuse back in 2004. The minor, who was previously identified as John Doe, is said to be Bell in the docuseries. One of our reporters got an advanced screening of Bell's accusations.
He asked the producer to essentially imagine the most horrible form of sexual abuse possible, and that's what happened to him.
Bell has faced disturbing charges of his own. In 2021, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 2 years probation for felony child endangerment and a misdemeanor charge of disseminating harmful material to a juvenile after a woman says Bell attempted to groom her when she was 12.
In the documentary, he kind of said that he took responsibility for that. What this documentary kind of highlights with those two cases juxtaposed with each other is that a lot of times there's a cycle of abuse.
A spokesperson for Schneider told NBC News that he was the biggest champion for child actors on these shows and said that an investigation by Nickelodeon after Schneider's departure found he was a challenging, tough, and demanding person to work with, nothing else. These revelations a stark contrast from the happy-go-lucky shows they stem from.
Wow. Well, our thanks to NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo for that report. And we should note a representative for Brian Peck did not return our request for comment.
And stay with us, because coming up next, most of us have heard a friend disappearing once they get a new partner. It is such a common occurrence that some are even coining it boyfriend sickness. We're going to explain what it is and why it happens. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
the NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
You or one of your girlfriends may be suffering from boyfriend sickness right now. You might see symptoms such as your girlfriend disappearing for months at a time, might completely stop responding to your texts, and her actual personality might change.
Boyfriend sickness. It is a new term getting a lot of buzz. Where else? On TikTok. Essentially, it is when someone puts their friendships on the back burner early on in a new romantic relationship.
And to be clear, this can happen to anybody, regardless of their gender or their sexual orientation. So here to help us break this down, licensed psychotherapist Dr. Tiffany Henry, also the host of the podcast, The Intimate Details with Dr. Tiff. Dr. Tiff, thank you for joining us. This is a really interesting phenomenon. I think even more interestingly, how it's bubbled up in the popular consciousness via TikTok. I know this happens when someone becomes so infatuated with their partner that they sort of neglect and forget about all the other people in their lives. What are some of the warning signs? Like, how does that neglect show up in everyday life?
Well, I think if you have friends like mine, they will absolutely tell you. Usually our friends and our family are the first line of defense, and they will always kind of pull us to the side and say, listen, I haven't heard from you. Where are you? You're not returning my calls. So you will know for sure from those family members and friends that love you. But you also start to notice that you kind of feel out of the loop with your friend group. You've lost contact. You don't know the latest of what's going on with someone. And you can even find yourself canceling plans, not attending activities, things, and not being as responsible as you usually are, and not really being engaged in the things that you once really cared so much about.
So those are the symptoms if you are suffering from this sickness. But is there any degree of it, Dr. Tiff, that is a little bit healthy, a little bit normal when it comes to new relationships and you prioritizing that romantic relationship? What's happening in our brains when you meet someone new and you're infatuated?
Right. So it actually does depend. I mean, I think it is kind of normal. You meet someone new, they're that shiny new object, right? A lot of your friendships, especially if they're longer term, you know them well. Things are pretty standard, status quo, but this is a new person. And if you're doing it right, you should be intrigued. You should want to know more about this person, which means spending more time with them. So it's kind of normal to want to spend more time with someone as time goes on, especially someone that you're really intrigued by. And what's happening in the brain is the brain releases this hormone. You may have heard of it, oxytocin. Yeah. We think of that as the love hormone. And certainly if someone is intriguing us, if someone makes us want to spend more time with them, that hormone is released and we crave it even more, right? Because it's a feel-good hormone. It makes us feel great. And so we want to continue that feeling. So we become a little bit more hyper-focused. We really want to spend more time. And that's kind of what's going on, is this never-ending cycle. And again, our older friendships, again, we love them to death, but they're not as shiny as this new object. And we're not getting that oxytocin.
But you can't make old friends, which is great. Dr. Tiff, we only have about 20 seconds left. How do you cure this?
Woo! Well, you have to absolutely be cognizant of who you are, who your friends are, and what those needs are. And you really do have to kind of reach out to your friends, make sure that they know, hey, I'm still here, still need the connection, a little busy over here, but I'm going to get right back. Make sure you're scheduling time with friends, because they need that time from you too.
All practical, great advice. Licensed psychotherapist and host of the Intimate Details with Dr. Tiff podcast, Dr. Tiffany Henry, thank you so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
But we are getting some big news and previews for some of 2024's biggest films, including reviews from the South by Southwest Film Festival.
And when it comes to what people want to watch, a new Tubi survey found that 74% of millennials and Gen Zers prefer original movies and shows over remakes of old ones. It's a hot debate. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I thought there was some nostalgia. Well, host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa, joins us now to break it all down. Ralphie, it is so good to see you.
Likewise.
So on the heels of this survey, we've got a Venom sequel starring Tom Hardy. Everybody loves him. He has a new title. So tell us about that and some other big movies we should be watching out for this year.
All right, so Venom 3's in the headlines because, yeah, as you mentioned, a new title. It's called The Last Dance, and they actually pushed up the release of this as well. So it was going to come out November 8th. Now it's going to come out end of October. So again, this study that we'll talk about in just a second, I'm a little skeptical about it, to be perfectly honest with you, but a lot of people are looking forward to Venom 3. Of course, we just had Dune 2 being a huge success in the box office, so perhaps that's one of the reasons why this one got pushed up. Tom Hardy, Juno Temple, looking forward to Venom 3 for sure.
It's funny, I was walking in the hall yesterday and I heard these people debating the benefit of having these sequels. What do you think the aversion is to the sequels?
Yeah.
Like,
or is it sequels or remakes?
Remakes.
What's the difference?
Well, I think it's the study was 74% of millennials and Gen Zers want original as opposed to either or with the remakes or the sequels. And so I think part of it is, you ask somebody, would you rather hear a new song or a song you've heard a million times? And they'll always be like a new song. But guess what stations rate the most when it comes to radio?
The oldies? Oldies
are the stations that play the, like the top 40 stations because they play familiar songs. People, even when we talk about Barbie and Oppenheimer, it's like Oppenheimer, to some degree the story of the atomic bomb.
Sure.
Everybody knows who Barbie is, and you certainly know the actors that were in that movie as well. So I don't know, I get that millennials and Gen Z are saying this, but I don't know if it's 1,000% true. It'll play out in the box office, that's for sure.
So take it with a grain of salt. What about South by Southwest? What is interesting? What's popping out of that?
Well, speaking of Barbie and Oscars, we had Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt. They're in The Fall Guy, and that's receiving rave reviews. One of our reporters, Aaron Jensen, was actually there as well, speaking with both of these actors about not just this movie, but also Ryan's Oscar performance that everybody's still buzzing about. And Emily made a good point about this. Emily was saying how, she told Ryan that, this is going to be, his moment at the Oscars is going to be something people kind of talk about forever. It's just going to be, one of those huge pop culture moments. And as for Ryan, he wanted to have as many people involved, whether it was Wolfgang Van Halen or Slash or obviously Mark Ronson as well and all of the other Kens. It was just a really huge... it was just a really huge moment. And so yeah, but this movie, again, The Fall Guy, great reviews.
Can we go back to that, though? I mean, you were there. You were on the red carpet. You were seeing all the buzz. I mean, this was we were talking about how you loved it as a viewer this year. It felt
more than
different. What was it like for you covering it?
So, speaking of that performance, I ran into Wolfgang Van Halen, and of course, he was with his mom as well, Valerie Bertinelli, and his wife, Andrea. And he was saying how Mark Ronson had asked him to be there because he had actually played on the Barbie soundtrack and had played on some of the songs in the movie. And I'm like, wait, are you going to be on stage? And he was like, no. Then he was on stage. So afterwards, I'm staying in the hotel next to the Dolby Theater. I run into him and his mom and his wife. And I'm like, there. And after the performance, I say, Wolfgang, you lied to me. He was like, I'm sorry, I had to. And everyone laughed. We all laughed about it.
Okay, so it was a surprise to us, but not him. He knew he was going on. He just had to keep it under wraps.
Well, we saw Slash walk the red carpet, and I was like, wait, what is Slash doing here? And then we found out during that incredible Ryan Gosling performance. So.
All right, before you go, what to watch this weekend?
All right, Apples Never Fall. Let's talk about that because it's on Peacock. Annette Bening, another Academy Award nominee, of course, in this one, along with Alison Brie. Absolutely love her. And yes, the author from Big Little Liars, Leon Moriarty. There we go. We got that. This is based on her best-selling novel, so this is really good. It's on Peacock.
What's it about?
It's about a family. The mom goes missing. There's like a tennis club.
right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's like a to-do family, and they seem like the perfect family. But then the mom goes missing, and there's a whole bunch of plot
Stuff
lines that you
unravels.
don't
Wow,
see
I think that sounds
coming.
like right up my alley.
Yeah, it does.
And then Love Lies Bleeding as well as in theaters. That's with Kristen Stewart. That was on our list of like one of the big movies to watch out for this weekend, or this year rather. So yeah, so you're definitely gonna want to check that out too.
I love this. All right, host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa. Ralphie, as always, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
We
Thanks
always
so much.
love when you come. Thanks for
Appreciate
that.
it. Thank
Fresh
you.
off the red
We
carpet take,
appreciate it.
too. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, March 14th. Ticking clock. The future of TikTok is growing increasingly unclear as lawmakers weigh a bill that could ban it. Why some say this is really just a start of efforts to crack down on social media.
Harsh words. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is becoming increasingly critical of the Israeli Prime Minister. Why he says Netanyahu, quote, no longer fits the needs of Israel.
And sharing her story, actor Olivia Munn announced she's been diagnosed with breast cancer and underwent a double mastectomy. The one test, she says, saved her life that all women need to know about.
Automated architect. Artificial intelligence is moving into the housing space. How the new technology is helping people design and build their own homes.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah, very cool. I don't know if I'd trust myself with that, though.
I definitely don't. I can't barely design my own house. All right, welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with the crackdown and the showdown on Capitol Hill over the fate of TikTok right here in the U.S. Now, senators are weighing in on a bill that could potentially lead to a nationwide ban on the popular app. The House passed it overwhelmingly just yesterday, and many Democrats and Republicans say TikTok is really threatening our national security because it is owned by ByteDance. That's the company based in China.
TikTok CEO insists, though, though, the app has never shared Americans' data with the Chinese government. Now, to be clear, this bill would essentially give ByteDance an ultimatum: either sell off U.S. operations within 6 months, or the app will be banned. Earlier today, former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin told CNBC he's putting together a group of investors to try to buy TikTok.
I think the legislation should pass, and I think it should be sold. I understand the technology. It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok.
Well, NBC News Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers is following it all for us. Savannah, I know you've been busy, running on no sleep, running around Capitol Hill, literally talking to as many lawmakers as you can. To wrap your arms around this, what is your sense? Is there a path forward for this in the Senate?
I hope I don't look like I had no sleep.
No, you look amazing.
Yes, the short answer is it's totally unclear, to be honest with you. We don't even know for sure if Chuck Schumer, Majority Leader, is going to bring it to the floor, is going to bring this to a vote. We have heard from several senators that they think that this was rushed on the House side. And the truth is it kind of was rushed on the House side, and we have some reporting that TikTok was essentially blindsided that this was moving as quickly as it ultimately did here. They also say they may want to amend it. We are also hearing more concerns on the Senate side about what this could do to young voters in an election year, and free speech issues. Can we really take an app like this away? Now, for their part, there is also, though, the chair and the co-chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee put out this statement where they praised this bill. They praised the fact that it passed, and they also said that we should make Senate action happen here.
You know, it's interesting because you mentioned sort of the broader fallout. What does this mean about sort of the crackdown on social media in general, especially when it comes to things like free speech?
Yes, absolutely. We have a great piece out from my colleague Jason Abrsese on NBCnews.com where we really get into exactly what is going on across social media generally right now. What is pretty amazing about this, first of all, the fact that it was bipartisan, the way that it passed, but also the fact that it is tech regulation actually moving. I mean, think about how many things, how many hearings have we seen, how many times have we seen tech CEOs brought to the Hill, and you think, okay, well, nothing really came of that. They just kind of shouted at each other. There is certain legislation, like, for example, the Kids Online Safety Act. That one's gotten a lot of attention lately, not TikTok specific. But the big issue here, and the reason that this is moving forward, is the concern about its ties to China, which is not the case with other apps.
But also a great point you make about bipartisan bill in this climate, in this moment, in an election year. Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers. Savannah, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. We have breaking news now from the Senate floor. Democratic Majority Leader, go ahead, Morgan. Go for it.
Taking sharp aim at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying he has lost his way. Now, this marks the harshest criticism of the Israeli government by a U.S. leader since Hamas's attack on October 7th. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Julie, Schumer is the highest-ranking Jewish official in the country. This has weight. This has meaning. What else did he say on the Senate floor, and why were his comments so significant?
Morgan, you're so smart to point that out. He is not only the highest-ranking Jewish official, he's the first Jewish majority leader in the Senate. He visited Israel very shortly after the October 7th attack on Hamas. He's been very close with the country in years past, in his reign, really, a Senate majority leader here. I want you to take a listen to what he said on the floor, because he really signaled out Prime Minister Netanyahu here.
As a lifelong supporter of Israel, it has become clear to me the Netanyahu coalition no longer fits the needs of Israel after October 7th. The only real and sustainable solution to this decades-old conflict is a negotiated two-state solution, a demilitarized Palestinian state living side by side with Israel.
Look, Morgan, he's getting some pushback from Republicans from across the aisle saying he's trying to meddle in foreign elections, trying to interfere in foreign elections. But for Schumer's part, again, as somebody who's been a strong supporter of Israel, he's saying all of this because he wants to see the country survive and persevere and thrive. He also wants to see across the way a free Palestine as well.
You know, he also argued that Israel must take course corrections in its strategy against Hamas. What exactly does he mean by that, Julie? And also, why is he saying this now?
Well, certainly he means this because of the plummeting that Israel has endured in Gaza. Of course, they are trying to get rid of Hamas. Schumer supports that. He actually called against a permanent ceasefire, but he did say that there needs to be a temporary ceasefire in order to get some of that humanitarian aid, humanitarian assistance there. One of the reasons that Schumer could be bringing this up now is because public support has, of course, fallen in terms of even Democrats up here who have always been supportive of Israel, who will continue to be. They are are shuddering at the thought that Prime Minister Netanyahu is essentially, in words of one senator, ignoring what the U.S. government is telling Netanyahu and just doing whatever he wants. Netanyahu also is not embracing a two-state solution. And so here Schumer, very notably in these remarks, while aid to Israel, I might add, is tied up because of progressive pushback, is noting this course correction, is calling for a change in order for Israel and Palestine to have any prospect at peace.
Excellent reporting there. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joining us from her post on Capitol Hill. Julie, you're the best. Thank you.
Well, Morgan, weather whiplash from coast to coast today. Out west, the biggest snowstorm in 3 years is slamming the Rockies, while the rest of the country is bracing for thunderstorms or warmer temperatures. All eyes on Colorado right now, though. In some parts of the state, people are digging out from nearly 2 feet of snow, and it's not letting up. Forecasters say some parts of Colorado will see 2 to 3 inches every hour until tomorrow morning. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now from Boulder, Colorado. She's bundled up there. Dana, thank you. Colorado used to big snowstorms, but talk to us about why this one is so different. So much snow fell so quickly.
Yeah, Vicki, and I think the concern is for the power lines and down trees, and here's why. This particular snow, I'll take a little sample of it. There we go. So you can see, usually, you know, fluffy stuff, it breaks up in your hand, but this is very thick, it's very dense, so much moisture, right? So that's why you've got several neighbors. There was one guy out here just moments ago shoveling their sidewalks. They're doing it early so that as more snow falls, they're not breaking their back trying to get it cleared later tonight. We spoke with one neighbor and listened to his suggestion.
Get out early. Do it multiple times, for sure. Trying to do all this later this evening it would take hours.
How long have you been at this?
Probably just the sidewalk, an hour 15, hour 20.
See, and he says he's going to be out a couple of more hours. So right now the streets are clear. They've been doing a great job having snow trucks or plow trucks come through to try to clear out the streets. Schools are closed. A lot of state workers are not going to work today. So a really nice snow day. And right now the word is to stay home, stay off the roads, and stay safe.
Before we let you go, Dana, talk to us about the other parts of the country that are dealing with some wild weather right now.
Yeah, so you've got everywhere from Missouri to Illinois. They're experiencing thunderstorms. In Alta Vista, Kansas overnight, they actually had a tornado and hail. There was some video that was shared overnight showing just how crazy the wind was whipping there and that tornado that sort of touched down. And in other parts of the country, there's nice sunshine. Some areas up to 15 degrees hotter than average. So it's an interesting, wacky week of weather here.
Yeah, we're not complaining here in the Northeast,
We are
though. We're getting some couple of nice days. All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. Dana, thanks so much. We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. In February, wholesale inflation increased by 0.6% on the month. Economists had expected only a 0.3% jump.
That's right. CNBC Markets and investing reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. Pippa, break down these numbers. Which products are actually seeing these price jumps?
So, Morgan, the producer price index increased 1.6% on a year-over-year basis. And that is actually the biggest move since September 2023. And 2/3 of the rise came from a surge in the cost of goods like gasoline and food. The PPI is considered a leading indicator for inflation as it indicates costs early in the supply chain. Meantime, athletic apparel company Outdoor Voices is reportedly closing all of its stores this week, but the brand will continue online. Employees told the New York Times they were notified Wednesday and were not offered severance. Outdoor Voices lists 16 retail locations on its website in large cities across the U.S. And Hyundai is recalling more than 28,000 cars. The automaker warns they might be susceptible to an oil leak that could risk setting the engine compartment on fire. The recall affects some 2018 to 2022 Genesis models and some 2019 to 2022 G70 vehicles. Back to you.
Good to know. Thank you, CNBC Markets and investing reporter Pippa Stevens.
Coming up next, actor Olivia Munn reveals her secret battle with breast cancer, what she says all women need to know about the test that saved her life. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now, this is a fascinating story you don't want to miss. This is also an NBC News investigation. Enid is a small community in northern Oklahoma of about 50,000 people, but the politics there, they're usually straightforward. They're simple. They're solidly conservative.
But right now, the town is divided over one city official who once ran a local chapter of a white nationalist group. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny has an inside look at the growing push to remove him from office.
It's an unusual meetup on a Monday night in Enid, Oklahoma. The location is secret. Somebody minds the door for security. A small group determined to change their city.
Everybody in this room played a role.
Among those here are 69-year-old Connie Vickers.
I was born and raised here in Enid.
And 74-year-old Nancy Presnell.
I've lived here most of my life.
They're best friends and Democrats, rare in the deeply conservative county. Both retired, but hard at work.
How many doors did you knock on?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a lot. Enough to get the signatures needed for a recall election of City Commissioner Judd Blevins. This is Judd Blevins. In 2017, tiki torch in hand in Charlottesville, Virginia, marching alongside avowed white supremacists and neo-Nazis.
I saw the picture of Judd Blevins with the tiki torch, and I was just shocked.
The more they looked, the more they found. Blevins had been an active leader in the white nationalist group Identity Europa. According to an analysis of photos, biographical details, and other information, Blevins hid his white nationalist identity behind the online moniker Conway. In private online forums reviewed by NBC News, Blevins, as Conway, posted racist messages and praised Hitler. And yet, when the former Marine ran for city commissioner last year as a conservative Republican,
he won by 36 votes.
Now, Presnell and Vickers are part of the Enid Social Justice Committee, vocal opponents of Blevins since he took office. The group mincing no words on its website, saying Enid has a Nazi problem.
A lot of people don't want to say the word Nazi, but when you see what he did and what he's involved with, it's not name calling, it's what he is and what he believes.
We wanted to ask Blevins what he believes for ourselves, but he denied our multiple requests for interviews. We tried once more outside a city council meeting.
Can I ask, you were a leader in an Oklahoma chapter of a white nationalist organization, and I want to know if you have any explanation to that.
Come here.
Then why did you march and unite the right? Why did you hold a tiki torch and marches? People say Jews will not replace us.
I've been a conservative all my life.
Cindy Allen was editor and publisher of the Enid News and Eagle when Blevins won. Her paper had published a front-page story about his past prior to the election. Blevins called it a hit piece.
We followed up many times, and he never would answer us.
And yet he won.
He won. There's an opportunity now to address what kind of tolerance of extremism this community is going to have.
Enid's mayor, David Mason, also a conservative Republican, says behind closed doors, Blevins admitted to his involvement in white nationalist activities.
And my follow-up question was, are you still involved with those groups? And he told me I do not have to answer that question. And my thought was, you just did.
Blevins' opponent in the recall election, set for April 2nd, is a Republican too. She didn't want to talk about the race with us, a race that most here see as squarely about Blevins.
If we vote him in a second time, it probably says a lot about who we are.
That identity is exactly what Vickers and Presnell are working for.
National white supremacist organizations have called you two outrageous Antifa commandos.
Badge of honor.
What happens if you don't win?
We keep putting up a fight. We're not going to put up with it quietly.
Fighting, they say, for the soul of their city. Brandy Zadrozny, NBC News, Enid, Oklahoma.
Well, Vice President Kamala Harris will visit an abortion clinic in Minneapolis later today. This will be the first time a president or vice president has visited a clinic providing abortion care. Minnesota has become a safe haven for women looking to have the procedure ever since the decision to overturn Roe versus Wade.
And former President Donald Trump is back in court today in Florida. His lawyers are pushing to dismiss some or all of the charges he's facing in the federal case that deals with his handling of classified documents. Now, all of this comes after a judge dismissed 3 counts against Trump yesterday in the Georgia election interference case. He has pleaded not guilty.
Well, coming up, how artificial intelligence could play a role in designing your next home. We look at the tech that is taking your vision to the next level. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Live from studio. Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. This is where it all begins. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up, and really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
After the nation's most prestigious private equity firm acquired the country's biggest autism treatment program for children, complaints started coming in about the quality and reliability of care.
That's right. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson spoke with one mother who says her autistic son suffered in a Louisiana program as a result of this buyout. Take a look.
You'd never know JJ Bautista only started speaking at the age of 5.
This half.
These days, he's got a million questions. But when he started asking his mom, Misty Richard, every day about bad weather, terrified it might storm, her intuition told her something was wrong.
It just got progressively worse to the point where we were at a friend's house, it started raining, and he wouldn't get in the car.
JJ's on the autism spectrum, and in 2017, his mother enrolled him at a private therapy clinic near their home in Baton Rouge. At first, happy with JJ's progress at CARD, the Center for Autism and Related Disorders. But after the chain of clinics was acquired by a prestigious private equity firm, Blackstone, in 2018, she said she became worried about some of the staffing changes she saw.
They had a lot of turnover of people at the time.
Her concerns coming to a head in June 2022 when JJ melted down at the clinic. After repeatedly asking for details, which Richard says the clinic only reluctantly provided, she was shown a video of her son in a therapy session and a staffer flipping the lights on and off, apparently to mimic lightning. Her son, she says, visibly upset.
It pissed me off to no end, and you basically tortured my special needs kid.
So they framed it as a therapy lesson.
Right.
Do you believe it was?
That's bullshit. That was not a therapy lesson. You're supposed to be like medical professionals, and you tortured my son, and you laughed about it.
Blackstone, in a statement to NBC News, denied its ownership of CARD had anything to do with JJ's experience, saying the firm could not comment on a particular client, but said the firm was never involved in determining the appropriate course of treatment for patients. Blackstone also says the company significantly increased clinical training under its ownership. 2 employees disputed this and provided a document showing training time cut roughly in half between 2016, 2 years before Blackstone's takeover, and 2020. About 1 in every 36 kids is diagnosed with autism in the United States. Treatment covered by Medicaid and private insurers in all 50 states. And now services to help those kids with autism have become big business, generating an estimated $7 billion a year in revenue. Private equity flooding the zone, with those firms behind 85% of company buyouts between 2017 and 2022. John Bailey runs an ethics hotline for ABA therapy, applied behavior analysis, often used to treat autism. He says he hears time and again these private equity firms are putting profits over patients.
I'm worried about what's going to happen down the road as the private equity erodes our value systems.
CARD ended up filing bankruptcy in May. Blackstone says the company's financial issues were the result of well-documented industry-wide challenges stemming from impacts of the pandemic and its aftershocks and insufficient reimbursements from insurers. Doreen Grenpiche founded CARD in 1990 and spent the next 25 years building it into the largest autism services provider in the country. She's the one who sold to Blackstone in 2018, but left her board seat after 4 years. Frustrated, she says, with management's decisions to add expensive executives and third-party contracts. Now she's back in charge after purchasing most of the company's operations last summer and pledging to rebuild, hiring 250 new staffers in training and opening up clinics to new patients.
Helping children and families with autism is my entire life. I started working in this field when I was 16 years old, and I could not walk away seeing that there's still a lot to be done.
Blackstone tells NBC returning CARD to its founder was the right thing to do so she could keep its existing center-based facilities open for patients. As for JJ, now 9 years old, he's receiving treatment at a new facility. His mom filed a complaint with the Louisiana Behavior Analysis Board, and in February, the CARD staffer involved in the light switch incident was disciplined for ignoring a client's demand to stop an action that was agitating and provoking the client.
So you believe that they were motivated by profit?
Of course. Yes, because you're obviously not interested in helping kids. They don't care about anyone but their pocketbook.
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
Wow.
So important, and I'm so glad Hallie did that report.
But also heartbreaking for those
absolutely.
parents to hear that level of torture. I mean, that 84% is striking.
Unconscionable. Well, you are watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment
I apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
Well, welcome back. It is 12:30 in Hastings, Nebraska, and 1:30 in Columbia, South Carolina. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks again for joining us. Here's what's making news right now. 3 men are facing federal firearm charges related to the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade shooting. That left 1 person dead, 22 others injured. Officials say the defendants are not accused of opening fire at the February 14th event, but that they were involved in illegal firearms trafficking. Now, 2 of those firearms found at the scene were illegally purchased or trafficked.
And censorship efforts at U.S. libraries soared last year, with the number of banned books hitting a new record high. A new report from the American Library Association shows that more than 4,000 books were targeted by bans in 2023. That's a 65% increase from the year before. Nearly half of those books had racial or LGBTQ themes.
Senator Bernie Sanders is introducing a bill today to shorten the standard work week to just 4 days without reducing pay. Now, those changes would take place over the span of 4 years. Sanders argues this legislation would increase productivity and reduce stress for all working families.
Well, actress Olivia Munn revealed that she has been diagnosed with breast cancer. The 43-year-old announcing the news on Instagram yesterday, saying doctors found an aggressive form of cancer in both breasts.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more on how Munn hopes that sharing her story will lead to more women getting checked.
On the red carpet at the Oscars this weekend, Olivia Munn and her partner John Mulaney held hands and smiled for the cameras. No sign of the serious health battle the 43-year-old actress has been waging. Munn announcing Wednesday she was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in both breasts last April and underwent a double mastectomy. Writing on Instagram, "I went from feeling completely fine one day to waking up in a hospital bed after a 10-hour surgery the next." Munn, who many know from her role on HBO's The Newsroom, writes, "I'm lucky. We caught it with enough time that I had options." She says Dr. Thais Ali Abadi saved her life when she did a breast cancer assessment. Munn's score was high, 37%, according to the actress's post.
What does that 37% mean? In her case, 37.3% was her lifetime risk for breast cancer. And the way I explain it to my patients, if you had a 37.5% chance of boarding a plane that would crash, would you ever board that plane?
Dr. Ali Abadi sent her for a breast MRI, and that's when they discovered the cancer.
Olivia says that she wasn't going to be going in for another mammogram for a year. What would have happened in that year, potentially? Her cancer would have grown. She had an aggressive cancer.
Along with thanking her doctor, Munn thanked Mulaney. The couple have a son together. I'm so thankful to John, she writes, for being there before I went into each surgery and being there when I woke up, and for placing framed photos of our little boy Malcolm by her hospital bed. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Joining us now is Chief Medical Officer at Verywell Health and OBGYN, Dr. Jessica Shepard. Dr. Shepard, first off, thanks for joining us. What is the breast cancer risk? No, our pleasure. What exactly is the breast cancer risk assessment score? Frankly, I hadn't heard of this before this story. Yeah, what factors actually go into determining what it is?
Yeah, this is a tool that we can use with providers actually looking at patients and looking at their risk assessment. So when we look at things such as family history, personal history, any exposure to radiation in the past, and age and ethnicity, these are the things that we can look at as predeterminants of what is that actual risk that a patient might have, and in Olivia Munn's case was elevated.
You know, doctor, what is the number then? It gives you a percentage of your risk, right? So what number indicates you may need some further testing like Olivia did? And should all women be asking for this as part of their usual screenings?
Yeah, you know, when I think of should all patients be asking for this, they can. We do have good screening tools when we look at mammograms starting at the age of 40, but we really want to make sure we keep the balance of what are risk factors and then not creating a lot of anxiety with women when we look at breast cancer. Now, this particular tool is a way that everyone can ask for it because there's no unnecessary imaging or diagnostic test before the actual tool, an online tool, is done. So I do think that this is something that women can access. Again, the quick thing is, do I need it? Should I talk to my provider about it? And getting the answers that you need to see, do I need further testing or imaging?
You know, one of the things that she said that really stuck out to me was that she was at higher risk because she had a baby over the age of 30. And I had a baby at 34, I'm 36, and I know that she's in her 40s. That was really surprising. What is the connection there?
Yeah, the connection really is that anytime we look at, you know, reproductive years and when you have children, how late you have children, how early you might start even your menstrual cycle, these again are the things that we look at as risk factors that might increase someone's risk of having breast cancer. And that's why it's important to look at not just one factor of what can increase your risk, but looking at it in totality and bringing everything together to really get an answer that's going to be helpful.
You know, doctor, I think one of the learning lessons out of this experience is that mammograms are a great screening tool, but they are not perfect. We have heard women with dense breasts have to get ultrasounds, others get MRIs, as Olivia did. What are some of the additional screenings that you would want to get after a mammogram, and are they covered by insurance?
That's a great question. So when we look at actual screening is what everybody should be doing, which is mammogram at the age of 40. Now, through mammograms and also these types of tools that we have for risk assessment, then we can determine who from a mammogram and screening can then go on to have an MRI, which can get a little bit better imaging based on risk factors and finding lesions that may not have been caught with a mammogram. And then also using ultrasound. Ultrasound, again, is a form of imaging that we can use that can, again, look for specific calcifications or lesions that may not have been caught on the mammogram. So again, looking at it full picture, getting your screening. Everyone should be getting their screening of a mammogram at the age of 40. From that, and then from this tool, we can then decide who needs further testing.
A very important discussion. Chief Medical Officer at Verywell Health and OBGYN, Dr. Jessica Shepard. Dr. Shepard, thank you so much.
And the SpaceX Starship mega rocket broke up above the Indian Ocean as it embarked on its third test flight today.
Still, the NASA chief called it a success because the flight actually reached space and fixed problems that occurred during earlier tests. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk says there will be at least 6 more Starship flights this year. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello joins us now. Tom, it is great to see you. So SpaceX says even though the rocket didn't splash down as planned, that this flight still achieved several key milestones. What can you tell us?
Bottom line is, listen, ladies, this is the biggest rocket ever. It has 33 engines. It is meant and built to take humans to the moon and then on to Mars. And that image right there is critical. That is the plasma that is enveloping the rocket, the Starship, as it was trying to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and come back to Earth. Ultimately, it enveloped the entire rocket, and the rocket was lost. But what matters is the rocket flew for 45 minutes. It achieved optimal speed in space. It did hit space. And so this is viewed as yet another success, keeping in mind this was the third attempt to launch Starship, which is, again, the biggest rocket ever built, part of the SpaceX Starship system that will eventually carry humans to the moon and maybe one day even Mars. So, yes, a failure that they want to investigate, but also a success.
Now, the eventual hope, Tom, is that, this rocket system will eventually be able to take astronauts to the moon for NASA and ultimately sort of transform the commercial spaceflight industry. How does today's failure then sort of reckon with those long-term plans?
Well, the bottom line is you're not going to have, a perfect series of tests before you actually put people on board. You have to have failures to learn from the failures and move on. We saw that through the entire Apollo system as well. This is, however, part of Artemis, returning humans to the moon. We expect a big orbital mission around the moon in August 2025, and then landing a crew on the moon within a few years after that. It is part of NASA's program that is a joint collaboration with SpaceX.
All right, NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello with some very interesting, exciting news. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence is now making its way into the housing industry, especially in architecture and construction.
It's fascinating. Icon, the company that brought us the first 3D printed home community, is unveiling a new AI product that can design your house for you, potentially putting architects' jobs at risk. CNBC senior real estate correspondent Diana Olick got an up-close look at this new technology at the South by Southwest Festival. Diana, you get some cool assignments. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, it's very cool. Look, Icon is a pioneer in 3D printed homes. Now they're unveiling what they call Vitruvius, an AI program that is yet another step in housing automation. It enables consumers not just to design their own homes online, but to take their vision much further.
The big vision of Vitruvius is to go all the way from human desire all the way through delivery. So like construction documents, budget schedules, even robotic instructions.
And Vitruvius asks you questions and learns from your answers, as well as from every design it's literally ever seen. Then it gives you 3 potential homes. So I tried it out with Ballard's help.
I'd like a log cabin style vacation ski home.
How many bedrooms and bathrooms?
I'd like 5 bedrooms and at least 3.5 bathrooms. I'd like an open floor plan for family events.
Would you like the home to feature any specific amenities such as a fireplace, a mudroom for ski equipment, or a hot tub?
I want all of that.
Ready? Let's go. And now it's beginning to generate.
Oh, I like the second one.
It's got the fireplace in your bedroom, as you have asked. This is a 1-story right now.
Okay, I think I'd like a 2-story.
And you'll notice it put the bedroom on the 2nd floor because you said you wanted the living area downstairs. And so it's really understood quite a bit.
Can I change it right now to see what an affordable home would look like?
Let's see. This looks expensive. Can you make the home more affordable? And so you can see it's made it a little smaller.
The kitchen's smaller, I see.
Everything is smaller. Everything's a little more basic.
Now, the program can also show you what the home would look like if it were 3D printed, and it would actually put the specs into the printer eventually. It can also design the home in a style of a famous architect, living or dead, and that, of course, brings up issues with potential copyright. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, what about those issues with copyright? I mean, since we've seen that problem with AI in other areas, what does that mean for architects and their job security?
Well, actually, it's going to be really rough for some architects because this is going to make it a lot easier for people to do it on their own. And that's the entire point of this technology, is that they really want to make it not just faster, but cheaper. Anybody who's designed a home knows that the blueprints are incredibly expensive. They can run you into the thousands of dollars. But again, you will have those copyright issues.
All right. Our big thanks, CNBC senior climate and real estate correspondent Diana Olick. Diana, appreciate it.
Who would have pegged her for a log cabin kind of gal? All right, up next, spring is ushering in a new slate of shows and movies. We have a look at what's to come in our weekly entertainment wrap. You don't want to miss it. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
But we are getting some big news and previews for some of 2024's biggest films, including reviews from the South by Southwest Film Festival.
And when it comes to what people want to watch, a new Tubi survey found that 74% of millennials and Gen Zers prefer original movies and shows over remakes of old ones.
It's a hot debate.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I thought there was some nostalgia. Well, host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa, joins us now to break it all down. Ralphie, it is so good to see you.
Likewise.
So on the heels of this survey, we've got a Venom sequel starring Tom Hardy. Everybody loves him. He has a new title. So tell us about that and some other big movies we should be watching out for this year.
All right, so Venom 3's in the headlines because, yeah, as you mentioned, a new title. It's called The Last Dance, and they actually pushed up the release of this as well. So it was going to come out November 8th. Now it's going to come out end of October. So again, this study that we'll talk about in just a second, I'm a little skeptical about it, to be perfectly honest with you, but a lot of people are looking forward to Venom 3. Of course, we just had Dune 2 being a huge success in the box office, so perhaps that's one of the reasons why this one got pushed up. Tom Hardy, Juno Temple, looking forward to Venom 3 for sure.
It's funny, I was walking in the hall yesterday and I heard these people debating the benefit of having these sequels. What do you think the aversion is to the sequels?
Yeah.
Like,
or is it sequels or remakes?
Remakes.
What's the difference? Yeah.
Well, I think it's the study was 74% of millennials and Gen Zers want original as opposed to either or with the remakes or the sequels. And so I think part of it is, you ask somebody, would you rather hear a new song or a song you've heard a million times? And they'll always be like a new song. But guess what stations rate the most when it comes to radio?
The oldies.
Oldies are the stations that play the, like the top 40 stations because they play familiar songs. People, even when we talk about Barbie and Oppenheimer, it's like Oppenheimer, to some degree the story of the atomic bomb.
Sure.
Everybody knows who Barbie is, and you certainly know the actors that were in that movie as well. So I don't know, I get that millennials and Gen Z are saying this, but I don't know if it's 1,000% true. It'll play out in the box office, that's for sure.
So take it with a grain of salt. What about South by Southwest? What is interesting? What's popping out of that?
Well, speaking of Barbie and Oscars, we had Ryan Gosling and Emily Blunt. They're in The Fall Guy, and that's receiving rave reviews. One of our reporters, Aaron Jensen, was actually there as well, speaking with both of these actors about not just this movie, but also Ryan's Oscar performance that everybody's still buzzing about. And Emily made a good point about this. Emily was saying how, she told Ryan that, this is going to be, his moment at the Oscars is going to be something people kind of talk about forever. It's just going to be, one of those huge pop culture moments. And as for Ryan, he wanted to have as many people involved, whether it was Wolfgang Van Halen or Slash, or obviously Mark Ronson as well, and all of the other Kens. It was just a really huge... it was just a really huge moment. And so yeah, but this movie, again, The Fall Guy, great reviews.
Can we go back to that, though? I mean, you were there. You were on the red carpet. You were seeing all the buzz. I mean, this was we were talking about how you loved it as a viewer this year. It felt
more than
different. What was it like for you covering it?
So, speaking of that performance, I ran into Wolfgang Van Halen, and of course, he was with his mom as well, Valerie Bertinelli, and his wife, Andrea. And he was saying how Mark Ronson had asked him to be there because he had actually played on the Barbie soundtrack and had played on some of the songs in the movie. And I'm like, wait, are you going to be on stage? And he was like, no. Then he was on stage. So afterwards, I'm staying in the hotel next to the Dolby Theater. I run into him and his mom and his wife. And I'm like, there. And after the performance, I say, Wolfgang, you lied to me. He was like, I'm sorry, I had to. And everyone laughed. We all laughed about it.
Okay, so it was a surprise to us, but not him. He knew he was going on. He just had to keep it under wraps.
Well, we saw Slash walk the red carpet, and I was like, wait, what is Slash doing here? And then we found out during that incredible Ryan Gosling performance. So.
All right, before you go, what to watch this weekend?
All right, Apples Never Fall. Let's talk about that because it's on Peacock. Annette Bening, another Academy Award nominee, of course, in this one, along with Alison Brie. Absolutely love her. And yes, the author from Big Little Liars, Leon Moriarty. There we go. We got that. This is based on her best-selling novel, so this is really good. It's on Peacock.
What's it about?
So it's about a family. The mom goes missing. There's like a tennis club.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's like a to-do family, and they seem like the perfect family. But then the mom goes missing, and there's a whole bunch of plot
Stuff
lines that you
unravels.
don't
Wow,
see
I think that sounds
coming.
like right up my alley.
Yeah, it does.
And then Love Lies Bleeding as well as in theaters. That's with Kristen Stewart. That was on our list of like one of the big movies to watch out for this weekend, or this year rather. So yeah, so you're definitely gonna want to check that out too.
I love this. All right, host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa. Ralphie, as always, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
We
Thanks
always
so
love
much.
when you
I
come.
know.
Thanks for that.
Appreciate it. Thank
Fresh
you.
off the red
We
carpet
appreciate
take,
it.
too. Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The 40-year-old California Wildflower Hotline has become a tradition that helps super bloom enthusiasts find one of the state's most popular attractions. NBC News correspondent Liz Croyd spoke to the voice behind this hotline and some flower fans who traveled near and far to see this beautiful spring phenomenon.
As spring emerges all around Southern California, the hills are alive with the sound of
displays of sand verbena, dune evening primrose.
That's actor Joe Spano, seen on NCIS.
Now we can do one of two things here.
And in Apollo 13.
Welcome.
And heard on one of California's most quirky traditions, the Wildflower Hotline.
What is it that gives you so much joy about being part of this hotline every year?
There's no downside to beautiful flowers coming out of the ground.
The weekly telephone hotline started 41 years ago by the Theodore Payne Foundation, a way for the group's botanists to let fellow flower enthusiasts find the best spring blooms.
Pick up the phone and call.
Yeah, just pick up the phone and call. I mean, there's something, charming about it, right?
Now, getting to some of the most popular spots, like here in the Anza Borrego Desert, does require a drive. But for all these colors, folks say it's worth it. And this is just the start of the season. Experts say just wait.
This year's rain could lead to another super bloom, like recent years in the Carrizo Plain and Antelope Valley.
Imagine someone taking a paintbrush and just flinging paint across the hills.
I'm glad we did this.
That vision is what brought Shandini Sharma all the way from Oklahoma, showing it off to her friend in India.
It's just so beautiful and so colorful. So colorful. I dreamt of it all night.
A simple yet extraordinary pleasure, preserved by painters,
You turn the other way?
photographers, and a voice sharing this natural wonder with the world.
We have the right conditions for an excellent wildflower viewing season.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, Americans are feeling inflation more and more these days, especially when it comes to food prices. In fact, one restaurant in San Francisco is now hiking the price of its signature burrito to $22 in an effort to keep up with the rising costs. Sergio Quintana from KNTV has more on the pricey burrito that's sparking a lot of buzz online.
The first thing you notice when you walk into La Vaca Birria is not the crowd of people or the colorful items on the wall. It's the smell of the food.
When you walk in here, does it always smell this amazing?
Yes, either like birria or charcoal. Tengo todos que van a ir saliendo ahorita.
For the last 2 years, Ricardo Lopez has operated this spot built out of a former record store in the Mission. His vision has been to make the kind of food his aunts, uncles, and mother used to make, but kicked up a notch. The only problem is the price of nearly everything he uses to make his food has gone up, like onions, for example.
Before COVID, they were like $9 a sack at Restaurant Depot. I used to pick them up. During COVID and after, it was $40. Right now, it's $80.
And this is the signature burrito here. Nearly every ingredient that goes into it has doubled in cost, and that's the reason why the owner says so has its price. In fact, the latest consumer price index shows prices for food, gas, and housing all rose last month nationwide. To be fair, Lopez has also made a conscious decision to buy premium beef to make his birria, which is Mexican marinated beef, and he chooses not to buy any prepared foods from suppliers. Everything is made from scratch, with the exception of the tortillas, which he gets from a local shop. And all that effort is also reflected in the prices.
The food, you make in your pueblo back, in Mexico, it's very labor intensive. And the only way you get that here is at these fine dining restaurants, doing everything from scratch. Hoy estamos bien.
Judging from the lunch rush we saw, his decision not to skimp on ingredients or cut staff seems to be paying off. The customers we talked with say they've noticed the higher prices, but they're okay with that for now.
If it just takes, us as consumers to pay a little bit more to support people's dreams and get, really good food back, then that's fine with me.
And Lopez says he knows people can choose to go to the burrito shop a few doors down for a $9 option, which he says is good too. And for regulars who have decided to cut back,
Things are pricey, and they're like, I can't come all the time. Are you okay with that?
I have to be. There's no, it's either that or keep the price the same, don't make any money, and we close our doors at one point.
And now I'm starving.
Same. I would gladly pay $22 as Lindsay was
Exactly,
saying.
right? Our thanks to Sergio Quintana for that report from KNTV.
I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay with us. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. The news continues right after this.
don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivered.
All right, it gets me too.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber. Kate and Clay are off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, March 14th, 2024. Court fight. Former President Trump returns to a Florida courthouse trying to get the classified documents case thrown out. The arguments his team is making and where the dispute stands right now. Heavy hitter, a nasty winter storm is absolutely pummeling parts of the Rockies, up to 3 inches of snow every hour, when spring might finally break through. And survivor stories, 2 well-known celebrities both revealing their cancer diagnoses, how Olivia Munn and Christy Brinkley are raising awareness about the signs you should look out for. And forget-me-not, how to make sure you don't put your friendships on the back burner when you're sparking a new relationship. We're going to begin this hour, though, in Florida and the legal battle happening right now to dismiss former President Donald Trump's classified documents case. Mr. Trump is back inside of a federal courtroom as his lawyers argue to Judge Eileen Cannon 2 motions to dismiss the charges tied to Trump's alleged illegal retention of top-secret classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort and home. The former president has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges against him. Today's case is just one of the many legal plates Trump and his attorneys are spinning, with the biggest one coming up in April, when the Supreme Court will hear arguments on Trump's claim of presidential immunity. Leading us off this hour is NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She is outside of the courthouse there in Florida. Also with us is NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Dasha, let's start with you. What is the focus of today's hearing? What have we heard thus far?
So 2 motions to dismiss today, Ellison, one based on the Presidential Records Act, the other based on what's called unconstitutional vagueness. And the unconstitutional vagueness arguments were the first to be heard today. That's where we spent the first half of the day, where the Trump legal team is arguing that the main statute being used against Trump in this case is unconstitutionally vague. Now, that's a rule that requires criminal laws to state explicitly and definitely which conduct is punishable. His attorney, Emil Bove, argued that the government cannot make decisions based on selective criteria and political bias, and pointed to other instances where other former presidents had classified materials in their possession and were not charged. Now we're moving on to the Presidential Records Act. They took a break for lunch. They're back, and now the team is arguing that the former president did not violate the Presidential Records Act because he says he made those materials that were found at Mar-a-Lago, that he made those personal materials, which don't fall under the Presidential Records Act. But Judge Cannon seemed to take some issue with that. She said after his attorney Todd Blanche argued that presidents since George Washington have taken materials out of the White House at their discretion, she heard his argument and said, it's difficult to see how this gets you to dismissal of an indictment. She said that's something that's better argued during a trial. So that is where we stand right now. The Trump team presenting both of their motions, and then the government will be responding. Ellison.
Danny, let's get you in here. How strong are these arguments from a legal standpoint?
Generally speaking, judges do not like to dismiss cases, whether it's in a civil or criminal case, and deny the government their day in court. And at the same time, even a win at the district court won't mean all that much for Trump, because it would immediately be appealed and the circuit courts would look at it fresh. But the argument of vagueness is an interesting one. I mean, there's a legal fiction first that everybody is presumed to know the law, which is obviously a fiction. And then there's another rule that says that if you read a law, it should tell you pretty clearly what is illegal and what is not illegal. And that's the concept of unconstitutional vagueness. A law is unconstitutionally vague if, when you read it, you don't really know what's legal and what's not legal. So in theory, had Trump been aware of the law, which he's presumed to know, could he have conformed his conduct, or is the law so vague that no one really knows?
Dasha, can you talk about how these cases are impacting Trump's campaign for president? He was not ordered to actually be in court today, but he is there anyway. Does the campaign think these sorts of court appearances really help the former president's chances in November? I mean, we've seen fundraising bumps anytime he's been indicted.
Yeah, and many times he has not been required to show up at court, but he has done so anyway. And that's exactly because of what you said there, Ellison. The team does believe that this is helpful for him politically. Pretty soon, though, he's not going to have a choice in some of these criminal cases. He is going to have to show up in court, and that's going to mean he's off the campaign trail during those days and during those hours. But they do see the courtroom as kind of another type of campaign stop, and they have a lot of surrogates, mostly his family, who they believe will be good to deploy across the country while he's in court, Ellison.
All right, Dasha Burns in Florida, Danny Savalos, thank you both. We appreciate it. Parts of Colorado are getting blasted with the biggest snowstorm it's seen in 3 years, and it is causing travel problems all across the country. Take a look at some of the conditions near Denver. The city could get more than a foot of snow, and the mountains could see up to 4 feet of fresh powder by the time this storm is over. As for people trying to get around, portions of I-70 are closed near the mountains, and hundreds of flights are canceled at Denver International Airport, which is one of the busiest airports in the country. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking it all, but let's start with NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. She is in a very snowy Boulder, Colorado. Dana, you have been out there all day. First of all, thank you for being there for us, but how is it right now? How are people there dealing with the storm?
Yeah, Ellison, happy to be here and glad to be with you right now. It has been constantly snowing since the moment we woke up. It started overnight with rain that quickly switched over to snow. And this is a result of several hours of a continuous snowfall. And we've still got several more hours. This is going to last until Friday morning. The concern right now is the type of snow that's falling. I'm just going to take a handful just to show you. Usually when you pick up snow, it breaks apart. It's nice and fluffy. This is very thick. It's very dense. That's because it's weighed down with so much moisture, and it's impacting the power lines. That's the biggest concern. We've seen some snow fall already, but crews obviously do not like when there's a ton of snow because it could create power outages. Right now in the Denver metro area, some 50,000 customers without power. You've seen a lot of people out here shoveling. I spoke with one neighbor who talked about why he gets out so early. Listen.
Get out early. Do it multiple times for sure. Trying to do all this later this evening would take hours.
How long have you been at this?
Probably just the sidewalk, an hour 15, hour 20.
And crews here say that they've got all hands on deck. They are working around the clock. We're seeing constant snowplows come through to try to keep these roads clear. Ellison?
Dana, thank you. Bill, that looks like some East Coast thick snow she has there. What are you tracking?
Yeah, this has been an incredible storm, and it really varies just by a couple miles. So Aspen Springs, already 38 inches of snow in Conifer. That's up at a higher elevation. Boulder, about 7 inches downtown on average. Denver, 6 inches. But if you go to the south side of downtown Denver, it's a foot of snow by Centennial. And if you go out by the airport, 0. Zip. That's out there a little bit to the east and to the northeast of the downtown area. So just depends kind of where you are, how much snow you've seen. Winter storm warnings continue. We've had wave 1 overnight and this morning. Now we had a little bit of break this morning. And then we're going to see the rest of this afternoon, wave 2. You can kind of see it. Watch. Moving and sliding in. So we do expect another burst of snow out of this. And when we add it to the totals we've already had, that's where we're going to get up to the 4 feet in some areas. Boulder, we still think 12 to 20. Denver, about average 9 to about 18 in the downtown area. This is our computer model that blends all of our models together. And it is saying about another 6 for downtown Denver, another 10 for Boulder on top of what you already saw people shoveling. Castle Rock's already had about a foot, and now they got 10 more inches coming. And then the other story that'll develop, Ellison, the rest of this afternoon is severe weather outbreak. About 35 million people at risk, and it does include the potential for some tornadoes. That'll be the story the rest of the day.
Bill Cairns, Dana Griffin, thank you both. We appreciate it. Desperation is growing for people in Haiti to try and escape the gang violence that has really taken over the country. Many civilians, including some Americans, are trapped with gangs now controlling the majority of the capital city. It's been 3 days since the prime minister and acting president said he will resign, but plans to appoint a new leader appear to have stalled. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez reports along the border of Haiti and the Dominican Republic.
Ellison, we're here along the Haitian border. The Haitian border is right over there, and we're in the Dominican Republic, in one of the border towns. Now, today, Haitians were allowed briefly to come here to this sort of no man's land in between the two borders to go to this open air market. And they've been taking supplies back to Haiti. Now, Ellison, the majority of the violence has been happening in Port-au-Prince, as you know. About 80% of the capital city is under the control of violent gangs. Here, though, it's much more rural part of the country. So the problem here is poverty, and you can see just how needed food is here in this part of Haiti, in the northeastern part of Haiti. We're across the border again in the Dominican Republic. Ellison, the United Nations just announced that it's going to start a sort of humanitarian corridor in the sky, an air bridge as they call it, to be able to get humanitarian aid from the Dominican Republic into Haiti. But there are also concerns of a mass exodus here as the violence continues to spiral out of control in Haiti. Today, the Biden administration and national security officials confirmed that they are considering temporarily housing some Haitian migrants in Guantanamo Bay, like they've done in the past. But again, this is an unfolding humanitarian crisis as the violence in Haiti continues. Ellison, back to you.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. It is time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Another sign of prices going up, and a popular snack is getting recalled in 30 states. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Ellison. Well, wholesale inflation edged higher last month, just days after the Consumer Price Index. The CPI data showed prices ticked higher in February as well. So this is the Producer Price Index, which we're talking about. That rose 0.6% for the month, for a jump of more than 1.5% on a year-to-year basis. That's the largest move since last September. And we care about this PPI number because it's considered a leading indicator for inflation, as it can show costs early on in the supply chain with producers. Cashews sold by Walmart could have milk and coconut allergens, according to a warning from the FDA. The manufacturer issued a recall of Great Value branded honey roasted cashews, saying a limited number of the coconut cashews were mislabeled as honey. The cashews were sold in 30 states and sold on Walmart's website. The vote is open for the World Video Game Hall of Fame. Asteroids is the oldest game up for nomination. It's competing against other well-known contenders, including Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, SimCity, and Guitar Hero. I'm smiling because I remember playing a lot of SimCity. So cool back then.
Oh my gosh, me too. Unfortunately, Child Services took my kids away because I couldn't figure out how to move the baby I had from outside to inside. Christina Partsenevelos, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Still ahead, we have liftoff, what SpaceX's successful launch means for a potential return to the moon and beyond. But first, the royal drama that keeps unfolding. Prince William making his first public appearance as questions swirl about the photo fiasco. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start. This is where it all begins.
The Biden administration is increasing the use of body-worn cameras that are worn by law enforcement, but specifically for officers who typically deal with migrants. After a 6-month pilot program, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents will start wearing cameras in 5 cities: Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has new reporting on this and joins us now. So, Julia, tell us a little more about this program. Why is it rolling out now? Why these 5 cities in particular?
Well, Ellison, it's making good on a 2022 executive order signed by President Biden that required all federal law enforcement agencies to adapt policies on body-worn cameras and basically to start moving in the direction of putting them on all of their officers. This is supposed to really be a model to try to lead local and state law enforcement agencies to wear more body-worn cameras themselves. But, of course, they're expensive. Budgets are tight. And it also takes a budget just to figure out how you're going to store a lot of this material. ICE is really one of the first law enforcement agencies to start wearing these. And they'll start in those 5 cities that you laid out. But right now, according to the acting director of ICE, they don't have the money to expand further unless Congress appropriates more funds.
Julia Ainsley, thank you. The royal drama could be heating up. Prince William is set to face the public tonight in London as questions continue to swirl about his wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales. And Prince Harry is set to attend the same event. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
On 2 different continents, both Prince William and Prince Harry preparing for a royal event near to their hearts. The Legacy Awards tonight in London, put on by the Diana Award nonprofit in honor of their late mother. Back in 2017, both brothers were there in person for the inaugural event. And tonight, Prince William will present the awards, giving a short speech. And later, Prince Harry will speak with the recipients separately and virtually to celebrate their accomplishments. This comes as Prince William carries on with public royal duties as Kensington Palace stays mum on Kate. But the late Princess of Wales's legacy looms large as the current Princess of Wales stays out of sight. In recent years, Prince Harry has spoken frequently about the threat of media attention, of course, leading to his move to the States with his family.
Rarely do we have a holiday without someone with a camera, jumping out of a bush or something. Within the family, within the system, the advice that's always given is don't react. Don't feed into it.
And on this side of the pond, Kensington Palace has been clear. Kate will recuperate in private. There will be no rolling health updates.
William regards the media with suspicion. I think his instinct is to try to keep a lid on things as much as possible. The problem is that if you go back to the age of Diana, life was so simple. There wasn't this nightmarish social media thing in the middle.
As the headlines waned days after that photo was posted, The Sun implored readers to lay off Kate, and the Daily Mail today, give Kate a break.
The public and the media do not have the intense interest in the king that they do in the Princess of Wales, Kate. She's a different matter for them altogether.
Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Still ahead, a town divided. The push to remove an Oklahoma community leader, the shocking revelation prompting that recall effort. But first, some good news for you. It is time for today's Daily Snapshot. Check out this picture from Auckland, New Zealand. That is canoe athlete Finn Butcher just ripping down the whitewater course during a Paris 2024 canoe slalom selection race. Competitors have to navigate a course in the fastest time possible for a chance to win the gold. Canoe slalom and canoe flat water are 2 of the 10 Olympic water sports that are coming up in this summer's Olympics. You did not know, now you do. You can watch them, of course, on all the NBC networks, by the way. You are watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The artificial intelligence revolution is hitting home. The company that brought us the first ever 3D printed home community now has a new technology that could eventually replace architects. CNBC's Diana Olick got a firsthand look at this technology, and she joins us now. Hi, Diana.
Hey, Allison. Yeah, Texas-based Icon is a pioneer in 3D printed homes, and now they're unveiling what they call Vitruvius. It's an AI program that is yet another step in housing automation. It enables consumers not just to design their own homes online, but to take their vision much further.
The big vision of Vitruvius is to go all the way from human design all the way through delivery. So like construction documents, budget schedules, even robotic instructions.
So Vitruvius asks you questions and learns from your answers, as well as from every design it's ever seen. Then it gives you 3 potential homes. So it's really kind of cool, Allison.
So, Diana, how detailed does it get, and can it make changes if you're like, no, not that bathroom design, I guess?
Incredibly detailed. It's because it builds on your answers. It learns from them. And yes, the whole idea is to make changes and make that much easier. So I tried it out with Ballard's help so you can see.
I'd like a log cabin style vacation ski home.
How many bedrooms and bathrooms?
I'd like 5 bedrooms and at least 3.5 bathrooms. I'd like an open floor plan for family events.
Would you like the home to feature any specific amenities such as a fireplace, a mudroom for ski equipment, or a hot tub?
I want all of that.
Ready? Let's go. And now it's beginning to generate.
Oh, I like the second one.
It's got the fireplace in your bedroom, as you have asked. This is a 1-story right now.
Okay, I think I'd like 2-story.
And you'll notice it put the bedroom on the 2nd floor because you said you wanted the living area downstairs. And so it's really understood quite a bit.
Can I change it right now to see what an affordable home would look like?
Let's see. This looks expensive. Can you make the home more affordable? And so you can see it's made it a little smaller.
The kitchen's smaller, I see.
Everything is smaller. Everything's a little more basic.
So the whole idea here is to make the process not just easier and faster, but again, considerably cheaper. Architectural plans and any changes to them can run you well into thousands of dollars. Allison?
Fascinating stuff. Diana Olick, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Nearly 20,000 women will be diagnosed with ovarian cancer this year, but a business owner in Philadelphia is proving that it doesn't have to put your dreams on hold. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro shares how a chocolate maker battling cancer is still making people's lives a little sweeter.
Some of life's sweetest moments happen when you're mixing up a batch of chocolate.
Nobody's mad at you. When you make chocolate, everyone wants to be your friend.
Good chocolates, to be precise. Lisa Schoenbeck's Philadelphia business.
What is it about chocolate? I don't know. It's so special. That's 100% creative and delicious.
The combinations of decadent, flavor-filled bonbons.
Blood peach, white peach, cassis.
And molded chocolate shapes were hatched inside this small industrial kitchen space.
So you make a shell, and then you fill it, and then you seal the top and turn it out.
Looking forward meant expansion, a new, bigger kitchen with a storefront in the works. But that project put on a back burner when life had other plans.
The year I decided to take a chance, I got cancer instead.
Schoenbeck was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, one of the leading causes of cancer deaths among women. An estimated 20,000 women will be diagnosed this year. The diagnosis, followed by surgery and several rounds of chemotherapy, may have slowed Schoenbeck down. But she says taking things slowly is a key ingredient for making good chocolate.
If you push too hard, if you move too fast, it won't work. If you do any of these steps too quickly, you are at risk of making a mistake.
Schoenbeck bravely pushed ahead with growing her business, her cancer shrinking away.
Do you think that health scare kind of drove you to take that risk? I mean, I think I'm still sifting through the rubble of that. Yesterday I had a 3-month checkup, and I'm clean. Part of me is scared about stepping into this big commitment with all this money and, you know, the idea of it coming back. But you really have to kind of live each day to its fullest and take it one step at a time.
Living out her life and her dream, the ultimate sweet reward. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to tour a Planned Parenthood clinic in Minnesota today, according to sources familiar with the planning. This is believed to be the first time a president or vice president has ever visited a clinic that provides abortions. Harris will tour the clinic and speak with healthcare providers. The vice president has been an outspoken proponent of abortion rights. And SpaceX has successfully launched the third test flight of its Starship rocket. The launch was conducted from the company's Starbase facility in Texas this morning. Founder Elon Musk congratulated SpaceX on social media, saying that the Starship had, quote, reached orbital velocity. The rocket has now flown further than its previous tests, which were conducted last year. And the world's fastest commercial aircraft made a slow, leisurely trip on the Hudson River today. A British Airways Concorde jet has been shipped back to New York's Intrepid Museum after a 7-month restoration in Brooklyn. Intrepid says the jet set the world record speed for a passenger aircraft at more than 1,300 miles per hour. Only 20 Concordes, which are considered to be supersonic planes, ever took to the air. They were retired in 2023. There's a push in Oklahoma to recall a white supremacist who was knowingly elected as a city commissioner. But not everyone in the town is on board. Judd Blevins was pictured here at a neo-Nazi march back in 2017 in Charlottesville. It's apparently not his only tie to white nationalist groups, but Blevins was still elected as Enid, Oklahoma City's commissioner just last year. NBC News senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny traveled to Oklahoma for this story, and she joins me now on set. Sabrina, Brandy, it was fascinating reading this. Take me through this, because you had two women, elderly women, who at one point said they were being called like Grandma Antifa throughout all of this, who noticed this and then started pressing this guy to be like, hey, this is you in the photo, right? What did you find?
Yeah, it all started with a sign. These two ladies in their golden years realized, because something had been written about him on the internet, that this person was now running for their city council. So they started appearing with blow-up, and we just showed that picture, blow-up signs of him at that rally. And at every city council meeting, they would show up and they would say, is this you? Is this you? He never accounted for it, and then he won. When he won, you'd think that maybe they would stop. Well, he's won now, that's what's happening. But they didn't. They formed this group called the Enid Social Justice Committee with about 100 other people in Enid, and they have not given up. They started a recall petition for his recall, and I talked to them in Oklahoma, and they talked about just how hard it was to get signatures for that. You can take a listen.
A lot of people don't want to say the word Nazi, but when you see what he did and what he's involved with, you know, it's not name calling, it's what he is and what he believes.
What happens if you don't win?
We keep putting up a fight. We're not going to put up with it quietly.
So you can hear just how dedicated they are to this. And there is a recall election on April 2nd where the voters will have to decide, with all of the knowledge of what he is and what he's done in the past, they'll have to decide again.
So they were standing outside with that photo well before he was elected. Surely people in the community were aware of the possibility of this, but yet he still won. What are people saying now? Are people surprised by this? Is it splitting what seems to be a pretty conservative community?
This is happening all over, right? There is definite political polarization everywhere you go. Enid really acts as a microcosm for everything that we're seeing all throughout the country, which is that there is a far-right wing of the conservative Republican movement and party that is very, very extreme. And so those folks that were anti-mask and then library book culture war warriors and now have turned, in this instance, to support this man, it's very, very hard. But as I saw in Enid, there is a vocal contingent of conservatives saying, this is a line that's too far. We're not going to have that in our community, which is why on April 2nd, it'll be so interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. Has Blevins responded to this at all?
No.
Nothing. All right. Brandy Zadrozny, thank you so much. We appreciate you and your reporting. A heartbreaking update to a story we brought you last month. The death of Oklahoma student Nex Benedict has been ruled a suicide, according to the state medical examiner. Friends and family said the 16-year-old was transgender and had been bullied a number of times at school. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been following this story and joins us now. Antonia, what else did the medical examiner's report say?
Well, Ellison, this report showed that Nex Benedict committed suicide by using or taking in a combination of antihistamines and antidepressants at a toxic level, just one day after friends and family say that Nex was attacked in a bathroom by 3 classmates after Nex had thrown water on them for making fun of the way that he and a friend were dressed. And so what we've heard from students and some community members who've spoken to NBC News is that there is a culture there in this school of that bullying, and that in some ways they feel like Nex has been failed by his community. And this is a story that's now spread across the country. Even the president has released a statement saying that in memory of Nex, we must all recommit to our work to end discrimination and address the suicide crisis impacting too many non-binary and transgender children. And so this is really, for many people, becoming a rallying cry, another example of the way in which the culture wars, anti-LGBTQ legislation and rhetoric is having a real impact on families, schools, and kids.
Yeah, Antonia, let's talk a little more about that, because you have reported so extensively on all of this across the United States. I mean, LGBTQ plus advocates, they say this is part of the larger onslaught of legislation that has made trans students feel and become less safe when they're at school. What specifically are they arguing? And when we're talking about this bigger pattern in your broader reporting, how does all of this tie in?
Well, Ellison, what they're effectively arguing is that when we talk about policy, when we talk about books being banned in schools, it may sound like these are theoretical things or just minor policy differences that adults are debating at the Capitol or at school board meetings, but that they actually, in the view of civil rights organizers, lawyers, many educators and advocates, they actually have a direct impact on the mental health of children. It can affect their health outcomes, their safety at school. And that's what Nex's case really represents to all of them. You can see there on the screen. A survey from 2022 by the Trevor Project found that more than 40% of youth, about the ages of 13 to 24, seriously considered suicide, and that the rates are actually higher for transgender and non-binary children. And when you talk to doctors, I've spoken to everyone from the medical community to educators, what they say is there is a connection between our culture war and these health outcomes.
Antonia Hilton, thank you. Amazing reporting as always. We appreciate it. And for anyone who may be struggling or considering suicide, help is always available. You can call or text the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 988, or you can reach out online, 988lifeline.org. Other groups like the Trevor Project, they are always there to help as well. Two celebrities are opening up about their battles with cancer. Actress Olivia Munn and former supermodel Christy Brinkley both announced their diagnosis on Instagram yesterday. And now Munn is sharing details about the breast cancer test that she says saved her life. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
On the red carpet at the Oscars this weekend, Olivia Munn and her partner John Mulaney held hands and smiled for the cameras. No sign of the serious health battle the 43-year-old actress has been waging. Munn announcing Wednesday she was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in both breasts last April and underwent a double mastectomy. Writing on Instagram, "I went from feeling completely fine one day to waking up in a hospital bed after a 10-hour surgery the next." Munn, who many know from her role on HBO's The Newsroom, writes, "I'm lucky. We caught it with enough time that I had options." She says Dr. Thais Ali Abadi saved her life when she did a breast cancer assessment. Munn's score was high, 37%, according to the actress's post.
What does that 37% mean? In her case, 37.3% was her lifetime risk for breast cancer. And the way I explain it to my patients, if you had a 37.5% chance of boarding a plane that would crash, would you ever board that plane?
Dr. Ali Abadi sent her for a breast MRI, and that's when they discovered the cancer.
Olivia says that she wasn't going to be going in for another mammogram for a year. What would have happened in that year, potentially? Her cancer would have grown. She had an aggressive cancer.
Along with thanking her doctor, Munn thanked Mulaney. The couple have a son together. "I'm so thankful to John," she writes, "for being there before I went into each surgery and being there when I woke up, and for placing framed photos of our little boy Malcolm by her hospital bed." Also sharing a cautionary tale, actress and model Christy Brinkley, who posted photos of the procedure she had to remove skin cancer from her face. Like Munn, she writes, "The good news for me is we caught the basal cell carcinoma early." Brinkley adding, "I was lucky to find mine because I was accompanying one of my daughters to her checkup." In her post, she reminds people to get regular total body checkups and slather up with sunscreen. Two different women, each with scary personal stories to tell and important health messages they hope will help others. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Let's stay on this subject now and bring in Dr. Roshni Rao. She's the chief of the Division of Breast Surgery at Columbia University Medical Center. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. Let's dig into this breast cancer risk assessment test, in particular, the one that Olivia Munn took. What is that, and exactly how does it work?
Yeah, so the great thing is that this is something that anyone can do. You can go to Google and type in NCI risk assessment, and it will get you to the site. You can input your own information, including things about your age, when you started your periods, how many children you've had, any family history, any biopsies, and it will give you this assessment. So you need to reach certain numbers to sort out if you need additional MRIs like Olivia Munn did, or if mammogram is sufficient. And I think it's something that everyone should be aware of to make sure that you're getting the screening that's right for you.
So is this a test that every woman should be getting? If so, at what age should we start really asking about this? And what about the cost? Is it covered by insurance?
So the MRI itself is a specific imaging that's very sensitive, and we only offer it to people who really meet what we call high-risk criteria. So if you have a 20% or higher lifetime risk of getting cancer, then you may benefit from MRI. But you don't really know that if you don't have some sort of risk assessment. And that's the entire concept that we're going to these days, is that perhaps a mammogram is not enough. Perhaps you need a mammogram and an ultrasound if your breast tissue is dense, or perhaps you need an MRI because you are over 20%.
What sort of factors should people start thinking about if they want to come and ask for not just this test, but just sort of anything to kind of stay ahead and make sure they are monitoring their own bodies at home?
Yeah, so certainly screening and getting evaluations with your physician or your primary care provider is key. Knowing what it is that may put you at risk, including any family history, any sun exposure that you've had, and any other risk factors that are particular to you will help you sort out what you need to do for additional screening, including visits with your dermatologist, mammograms, colonoscopies, and any other tests that they think would be important for you to get proactively.
Dr. Roshni Rao, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here.
You're welcome.
Just ahead, avoiding the relationship disappearing act. How to make sure you don't dump your friends because you're dating someone new. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
You or one of your girlfriends may be suffering from boyfriend sickness right now. You might see symptoms such as your girlfriend disappearing for months at a time, might completely stop responding to your texts, and her actual personality might change.
In today's mental health check, there's a new term that's getting a lot of buzz on social media. It's called boyfriend sickness. It's basically when someone puts their friendships on the back burner in the early stages of a new romantic relationship. And to be clear, it can happen to anyone, regardless of gender or sexual orientation. So here to help us break this down is Tiffany Henry. She's a licensed psychotherapist and host of the Intimate Details with Dr. Tiff podcast. Okay, so Tell us more about this. What happens to our brains when we enter a new relationship? And is this quote-unquote boyfriend sickness? I mean, look, I've done it. I have been accused of doing it. I've complained about somebody else doing it. And at this point in my life, I'm just like, mind your own business. Is it really a problem?
It certainly can be. And what's happening inside our brains is pretty much indicative that this is indeed something. There could be some hormonal things that are happening, right? So the brain releases oxytocin. We're all familiar that this is kind of a love hormone. It stimulates us. It makes us feel so good, and we start to crave it and want more. That's why we want to spend more time with this person. This person intrigues us. But in a way, it kind of is healthy. We want to spend more time with people that we want to learn more about, and this is really the only way to build a relationship, right? To get close to them, to learn more about it, to spend more time with them. But we should not do that at the risk of losing other friendships.
Okay, so how do you do this in a healthy way? And if you're watching this and thinking, okay, actually, maybe I have not been doing this in the healthiest way, what do you do to correct course?
Yeah, so it's important to recognize when it's gone too far. So I think that's probably the first step. If you're noticing that you're pulling away from your friends, if you're losing contact with them, if you become so hyper-focused on this new relationship that nothing else matters, if you're starting to neglect responsibilities, I mean, perhaps you have a dog and you realize, oh my gosh, I've not fed this dog in a couple of days. If you are losing ground on things that are super important to you, then this is probably a problem that needs to be addressed, and we probably need to take some steps back. It might mean scheduling dates with your friends, making sure that you apologize for ghosting them, because it's not cool to ghost your friends, right? But taking ownership of your pulling back, understanding that they might be a little mad at you for taking them for granted. But all in all, let's not ghost our friends, because it's going to be very awkward when it's time to introduce them to your new mate.
Yeah, and goodness gracious, check on the dog. Okay, so how do you handle this if, say it's your best friend, and it's like, this is my friend of 10 years, she's doing this sort of thing right now, and I want to bring it up with her, but I'm also worried that it's going to really hurt her feelings, and she is happy right now. How do we strike that balance of talking to someone else about their behaviors in this sort of adult context where you're like, you're an adult, you get to do what you want to do, but also I'm hurt.
Right. Well, here's the beauty of adult relationships. Most adult relationships, we want our friends to be in happy relationships. We want them to find love. And as adults, we also want to share in that. So I think if I was going to address this with a friend, I would say, you know what? I love you so much. I know that you found somebody great in your life. I would love to be a part of that, to celebrate it with you. And also, if anything goes down, honey, your friend, your new love needs to know you have me in your corner, and I'm not going to let anything funky slide.
All right, we got about 20 seconds left. Any words of wisdom for people who are navigating this space, or final thoughts for how to just keep on going but not lose yourself?
Yeah, don't lose yourself. You're the one that's going to be with you throughout, whether this relationship lasts or not. So be intentional about spending the time that you need in order to get to know this person, but also be respectful of the relationships that you have and that have been with you for the long haul.
Tiffany Henry, thank you as always. Love having you on. We appreciate it. Stay with us. There is more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Spring is right around the corner. Flowers, they will be popping up all across the country in a few weeks, and it has already started in some states. NBC News correspondent Liz Croyt shows us how the decades-long tradition of California's super bloom is already blossoming.
As spring emerges all around Southern California, the hills are alive with the sound of
displays of sand verbena, dune evening primrose.
That's actor Joe Spano, seen on NCIS.
Now we can do one of two things here.
And in Apollo 13.
Welcome.
And heard on one of California's most quirky traditions, the Wildflower Hotline.
What is it that gives you so much joy about being part of this hotline every year?
There's no downside to beautiful flowers coming out of the ground.
The weekly telephone hotline started 41 years ago by the Theodore Payne Foundation, a way for the group's botanists to let fellow flower enthusiasts find the best spring blooms.
Pick up the phone and call.
Yeah, just pick up the phone and call. I mean, there's something, charming about it, right?
Now, getting to some of the most popular spots, like here in the Anza Borrego Desert, does require a drive. But for all these colors, folks say it's worth it. And this is just the start of the season. Experts say just wait. This year's rain could lead to another super bloom, like recent years in the Carrizo Plain and Antelope Valley.
Imagine someone taking a paintbrush and just flinging paint across the hills.
I'm glad we did this.
That vision is what brought Shandini Sharma all the way from Oklahoma, showing it off to her friend in India.
It's just so beautiful and so colorful. So colorful. I dreamt of it all night.
A simple yet extraordinary pleasure, preserved by painters,
You turn the other way?
photographers, and a voice sharing this natural wonder with the world.
We have the right conditions for an excellent wildflower viewing season.
Liz Croyt, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Finally, this hour, an incredible 7-year-old is already making a name for herself in the music world. She performed on America's Got Talent and posted a clip recently playing Beyonce's hit Texas Hold'em. And now the aspiring singer, pianist, she caught the attention of the Queen Bee herself.
My mama told me when I was young, we were all born superstars.
7-year-old Zoe Ariana was born to perform. The aspiring pop star stepping into the spotlight last year on America's Got Talent, receiving a standing ovation from the audience for her performance of Lady Gaga's Born This Way, and capturing the judges' hearts.
It's a fourth yes from your favorite judge.
Her time on the show kickstarting her music journey.
1, 2, 3.
Zoe's family documenting her incredible talents on Instagram to more than 500,000 followers, showcasing her ability to learn songs just from listening to them.
This girl is on fire.
Mastering everything from Alicia Keys to Coldplay to Bach.
But we found out that she had perfect pitch around age 2.
When I hear a song or when I look at the music to the song, then I can see the notes in my head.
Her latest challenge, learning to play Beyonce's hit country song, Texas Hold'em, without any sheet music.
Whoa, good job.
The kindergarten composer beaming when she nails it.
We have a special delivery.
Zoe's musical mastery catching the attention of Beyonce herself. Queen Bee surprising the superfan with a heartfelt bouquet and note.
What does the card say? Will you read it to us?
Sure. It says, Zoe, your rendition of Texas Hold'em brought me so much joy. You are brilliant. Please keep it up. All my love, Beyonce.
Since you have the piano there, is there anything, do you want to play something for us?
Sure.
Zoe, I cannot wait to come to your concert one day. You're amazing. So I asked her how long it took her to learn Texas Hold'em on the piano. She said like maybe 10 minutes. She just sees the notes in her head when she hears music. She is amazing. I'm Ellison Barber. You are watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber. Kate and Clay are off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, March 14th, 2024, Trump's new fight. The former president is sitting inside a federal courtroom again. Why his lawyers argue the case involving his handling of classified documents should be dropped. On the record, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement begins rolling out body cameras to some of its agents. Where it's happening and why now? Quiet on Set, a new docu-series is alleging years of sexual abuse on some of Nickelodeon's biggest shows for kids. The famous child star who is now coming forward. And Survivor Stories, actress Olivia Munn and legendary supermodel Christy Brinkley are opening up about their battles with cancer, what they say saved their lives and how it could help save yours too. We're going to start this hour with the latest on the legal battles facing former President Donald Trump. Trump is heading back home after spending hours inside a Florida courtroom today. His lawyers arguing to a federal judge 2 motions should be dropped, motions that are tied to the former president's alleged illegal retention of top-secret classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort. Trump has claimed, even in the last 24 hours, that he did nothing wrong. He has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges against him. Today's case is just one of many that Trump and his attorneys are currently dealing with, and a seismic one is coming in April. That's when the Supreme Court will hear arguments on Trump's claims of presidential immunity. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who is outside of the courthouse in Florida. Dasha, talk to us about the arguments Trump's attorneys put forward today and ultimately what happened in court.
So things moved a lot quicker today, Ellison, than folks were expecting, adjourning just before 3 o'clock here today. The two major motions to dismiss that were heard today were, number one, the Trump team argued that the main statute used against Trump here is unconstitutionally vague. And that's a constitutional rule that requires a law to state clearly and explicitly what conduct is punishable, what is prohibited, and they're saying that the rule that they're using against Trump is too vague and that it allows for certain biases and too much discretion over who can and cannot be charged. Now, the second motion to dismiss was based on the Presidential Records Act. And there the Trump team is arguing that the former president, while he was in office, designated the materials found at Mar-a-Lago as personal records, that he was able to do that, and that because of that, he cannot be charged, that this should all be dismissed. And here's how the former president has been defending himself. Take a listen.
I took him very legally, and I wasn't hiding them. We had boxes on the front of and a lot of those boxes had clothing, and we're moving out, okay? Unfortunately, we're moving out of the White House.
Now, one of the president's attorneys said basically, look, presidents since George Washington have been taking home materials and have not been charged for it. Cannon seems skeptical of that line of argument for dismissal. She said it is difficult to see how this sets you to the dismissal of an indictment. So saying that's better held for trial, Ellison.
So when do we think, Dasha, or do we know when Judge Cannon could actually issue a ruling on these motions?
It's totally up to her. She could do it tomorrow. She could do it in a week. She could do it in 3 weeks or in months. We just don't know. She's been taking her time with these decisions, so I don't expect necessarily a very quick turnaround here.
And what about campaign trail life? That is usually where you spend most of your time. Is this something that Trump's team politically is thinking will help them as they go back out on the trail?
Yeah, look, you've seen him show up at court when he has not been required to be there, today included, and that's because the Trump campaign does see this as a campaign stop of sorts, as a way to boost support, to rally voters around him. And even today, we had supporters all around the courthouse here, dozens of folks waving flags, playing music, kind of a tailgate of sorts outside the courthouse here today, showing support for the former president. So they're hoping he can keep riding that wave, Ellison.
Dasha Burns, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thanks, my friend. The Biden administration is increasing the use of body cameras worn by law enforcement, specifically for officers who typically deal with migrants. After a 6-month pilot program, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents will start wearing cameras in 5 cities. Those cities are Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley has new reporting on this and joins us now from D.C. So, Julia, talk to us a little more about this program. Why is it rolling out? Why these 5 cities? And big picture, what does this possibly mean overall for the migrant crisis in the United States?
Yeah, I got to go see these body cameras myself yesterday at ICE, and they'll just clip right to the front of these officers' jackets. That's when they go to make arrest if a migrant's being deported. They could also be making arrest of American citizens if they're in violation of immigration law, say for human smuggling, human trafficking, or knowingly employing an undocumented migrant. This is where they will be recording those things, and it could mean a lot for the press as we try to get more transparency into the process, how migrants are treated when they're arrested. There's been a lot of people in the past who have said that sometimes ICE is too aggressive going into homes, especially when you could have a home where there might be some small children. Now we'll be able to get that footage, as well as workplace raids. That's something ICE has conducted in the past, to be able to get footage of what that looks like. Could actually really open up a lot of transparency into this process. In terms of the migrant crisis, of course, really it all comes down to money. They don't have enough money yet to roll these cameras out beyond the 5 cities. And so that's because Republicans are really tightening the purse strings around DHS. They want Biden to do more to curb undocumented migrants from crossing the southern border. And until he does that, they don't want to give more funding. That's putting ICE in a really tight spot on their budget. They may have to cut other services. And that could also mean for Customs and Border Protection, they might not be able to do their job at the level we're even seeing now as those funding shortfalls start playing out over the next year. And so that'll really come down to money, whether or not they can expand this program and what more they can do at the border as well, Ellison.
Julia Ainsley, thank you so much. We appreciate it. There is a desperate rush to escape Haiti and the violence that has overtaken the country. Many civilians are trapped with gangs controlling most of the capital. The country's prime minister and acting president announced he would resign 3 days ago, but talks to put a new leader in place appear to have broken down already. NBC News' Gabe Gutierrez is along the border of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and he joins us now. So, Gabe, walk us through what you are seeing there. What are you hearing from people trying to get out of Haiti right now?
Hi there, Allison. Good afternoon. Well, we're here, as you mentioned, in the Dominican Republic, but just across the border from Haiti, which is right over there. And what you're looking at here is an open-air market, and many of these folks here are Haitians. Now, authorities have closed off the border between the Dominican Republic and Haiti, but today, the Haitians were allowed to come into this no man's land around here right before the actual Dominican Republic to kind of come here and be able to get supplies and take them back over the border. Now, the violence is concentrated in the Port-au-Prince area, which is the capital. This area, which is in the northeastern part of Haiti, more rural, not as much violence, but the issue here is extreme poverty and hunger. And that's what we're seeing here on the ground. Many of the people that we've spoken with are frustrated that right now they have a political vacuum in Haiti and they don't know what's next, Elsie.
Gabe, you have extensively reported in Haiti, and we know this situation right now is a culmination in a lot of ways of many issues. Can you walk us through just some of the context as it relates to the current situation in Haiti, how we got here, and those talks that are supposed to happen to form a new government? Why have they stalled?
Yeah, well, there's a lot, as I mentioned, a lot of frustration among the people in Haiti after years of mismanagement and, frankly, decades of corruption, and so many things have been building to this. But picking up on your point about the current political instability and the political vacuum, as we show a little bit more here, there are a lot of questions about whether this transitional government, after the prime minister stepped down a few days ago, whether that will be allowed to happen. Now, the U.S. is funding a multinational police force, security force. The White House has insisted that there will be no American boots on the ground, but they are working with other Caribbean nations to try and have some stability here. But as you can see, it's a very, it is very difficult, very chaotic situation, and there's so many questions about the future of the political process in Haiti and also in the neighboring region. The Dominican Republic has increased patrols along its border, and concerns are growing of a mass exodus from Haiti and potentially an even larger humanitarian crisis.
I mean, Gabe, we just saw behind you what looked like a big trolley that has a lot of water on it. Is aid getting in through the area where you are right now? When you talk to people there, do they feel like the international community is doing enough?
Well, it's few and far between, Elson. Now, yes, as we see this here, these are Haitians that are actually trying to get some of this water and food back over the border. The UN announced today that it will be creating a humanitarian corridor of sorts in the sky, what's called an air bridge, to try and get this aid in. But, Ellison, this is such a difficult situation, not just here in the rural areas, but also in Port-au-Prince, which is mostly controlled by those armed gangs. There are many Americans. We're learning now hundreds of Americans have registered with the State Department that they are trapped inside Haiti right now. Ellison?
Gabe Gutierrez, amazing, important reporting. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. TikTok, they have a potential buyer. And despite odds of 3,720 to 1, a piece of Star Wars memorabilia sells for a record amount. Steve Kovac joins us now with more. Steve, tell us about it.
Yeah, so let's go with TikTok first. Former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, of all people, said that he was working on forming an investor group to buy TikTok. That bipartisan bill is currently working its way through Congress that requires ByteDance, the Chinese company that owns TikTok, to either divest or face a ban. Mnuchin said that he was in favor of the bill's passing and that it should be sold, he said on CNBC's Squawk Box this morning, though he has yet to say who the investors would be or how much the social media platform would be worth. Also, more than 28,000 Hyundai vehicles have been recalled due to oil leak risks. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said that the oil leak could cause a fire in the engine compartment. The recall affects some Genesis models from 2018 to 2020. And a C-3PO head from Star Wars was sold at an auction for almost $850,000. That's according to Prop Store Auction. Actor Anthony Daniels, who played the overly cautious robot for decades, decided to part with it after holding onto it for all these years. The head was featured in multiple scenes in Return of the Jedi. Allison, I'm really upset you outbid me on that one.
Steve, sorry. Next one. Next one is yours.
I had a spot on my shelf for it and everything. Jeez.
I love it. Thank you. Coming up, the world's tallest and most powerful rocket ever launches into space. Amazing, right? The new milestone, SpaceX's massive Starship rocket notched today. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
The case is now in the hands of a jury in the historic trial of James Crumbley. Crumbley is charged with involuntary manslaughter. He's accused of failing to safely secure the gun that his son used to kill 4 classmates back in 2021. You'll remember Crumbley's wife, Jennifer. She was found guilty of the same charges last month, and she was the first parent in the United States to be held criminally responsible for their child's school shooting. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus joins me now from outside of the courthouse in Pontiac, Michigan. Adrian, what did we hear in closing arguments yesterday? Was James Crumbley's defense any different from what we heard in his wife's trial?
Allison, there are some similarities, but some key differences. In this case, James Crumbley did not take the stand in his own defense. The prosecution's key argument, how that gun was stored. Prosecutors arguing that James Crumbley could have prevented the deaths of the 4 students who were killed, saying it's foreseeable and preventable. By contrast, the defense arguing that if school leaders didn't suspect Ethan Crumbley was a threat to others, how could his father? Also saying James Crumbley had no knowledge of his son's intentions. I spoke with family members who were inside of the courtroom. None of this was easy for them.
It just can be really difficult to see how they interpret the evidence, and it's hard.
We've heard it so many times that each time it's a little bit harder to process because it just makes it a little bit more real. It is the unimaginable pain.
Do you want me to tag? Meanwhile, the jury is split evenly, 6 men, 6 women. They're still deliberating. At least 5 of them are gun owners. Ellison?
Adrian Broaddus, thank you. The 90s and early 2000s, they were the golden years for children's TV network Nickelodeon. But a new documentary is shining a spotlight on claims of discrimination, sexism, and sexual abuse on some of the network's most popular shows. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
Bring in the dancing lobsters.
They were massive TV hits for kids in the 90s and early 2000s. Nickelodeon shows like Drake and Josh, iCarly, All That, and more.
Nickelodeon was kid everything. And you better hope that your house had cable.
Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV is a new investigation discovery documentary series raising disturbing allegations about some of these beloved shows and the people behind them, like Powerhouse creator and producer Dan Schneider. Business Insider first reporting on some of these allegations in 2022, but the new series delves deeper with interviews from some on and off-camera team members. 2 women writers on The Amanda Show, starring Amanda Bynes, say the production was a hostile work environment for women, accusing Schneider of telling them that women aren't funny. There are also accusations of sexual abuse against members of Schneider's staff. A major accusation that came to light in a new teaser trailer, actor Drake Bell, co-star of Drake and Josh, coming forward as an alleged sexual abuse victim of dialogue coach and actor Brian Peck, who was convicted of child sex abuse back in 2004. The minor, who was previously identified as John Doe, is said to be Bell in the docuseries. One of our reporters got an advanced screening of Bell's accusations.
He asked the producer to essentially imagine the most horrible form of sexual abuse possible, and that's what happened to him.
Bell has faced disturbing charges of his own. In 2021, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 2 years probation for felony child endangerment and a misdemeanor charge of disseminating harmful material to a juvenile after a woman says Bell attempted to groom her when she was 12.
In the documentary, he kind of said that he took responsibility for that. What this documentary kind of highlights with those 2 cases juxtaposed with each other is that a lot of times there's a cycle of abuse.
A spokesperson for Schneider told NBC News that he was the biggest champion for child actors on these shows and said that an investigation by Nickelodeon after Schneider's departure found he was a challenging, tough, and demanding person to work with, nothing else. These revelations, a stark contrast from the happy-go-lucky shows they stem from.
you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The artificial intelligence revolution is hitting home. The company that brought us the first ever 3D printed home community now has a new technology that could eventually replace architects. CNBC's Diana Olick got a firsthand look at this technology, and she joins us now. Hi, Diana.
Hey, Allison. Yeah, Texas-based Icon is a pioneer in 3D printed homes, and now they're unveiling what they call Vitruvius. It's an AI program that is yet another step in housing automation. It enables consumers not just to design their own homes online, but to take their vision much further.
The big vision of Vitruvius is to go all the way from human desire all the way through delivery. So like construction documents, budget schedules, even robotic instructions.
So Vitruvius asks you questions and learns from your answers, as well as from every design it's ever seen. Then it gives you 3 potential homes. So it's really kind of cool, Allison.
So, Diana, how detailed does it get, and can it make changes if you're like, no, not that bathroom design, I guess?
Incredibly detailed. It's because it builds on your answers. It learns from them. And yes, the whole idea is to make changes and make that much easier. So I tried it out with Ballard's help so you can see.
I'd like a log cabin style vacation ski home.
How many bedrooms and bathrooms?
I'd like 5 bedrooms and at least 3.5 bathrooms. I'd like an open floor plan for family events.
Would you like the home to feature any specific amenities such as a fireplace, a mudroom for ski equipment, or a hot tub?
I want all of that.
Ready? Let's go. And now it's beginning to generate.
Oh, I like the second one.
It's got the fireplace in your bedroom, as you have asked. This is a 1-story right now.
Okay, I think I'd like 2-story.
And you'll notice it put the bedroom on the 2nd floor because you said you wanted the living area downstairs. And so it's really understood quite a bit.
Can I change it right now to see what an affordable home would look like?
Let's see. This looks expensive. Can you make the home more affordable? And so you can see it's made it a little smaller.
The kitchen's smaller, I see.
Everything is smaller. Everything's a little more basic.
So the whole idea here is to make the process not just easier and faster, but again, considerably cheaper. Architectural plans and any changes to them can run you well into thousands of dollars. Allison?
Fascinating stuff. Diana Olick, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Nearly 20,000 women will be diagnosed with ovarian cancer this year, but a business owner in Philadelphia is proving that it doesn't have to put your dreams on hold. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro shares how a chocolate maker battling cancer is still making people's lives a little sweeter.
Some of life's sweetest moments happen when you're mixing up a batch of chocolate.
Nobody's mad at you. When you make chocolate, everyone wants to be your friend.
Good chocolates, to be precise. Lisa Schoenbeck's Philadelphia business.
What is it about chocolate? I don't know. It's so special. That's 100% creative and delicious.
The combinations of decadent, flavor-filled bonbons,
blood peach, white peach, cassis,
and molded chocolate shapes were hatched inside this small industrial kitchen space.
So you make a shell, and then you fill it, and then you seal the top and turn it out.
Looking forward meant expansion, a new, bigger kitchen with a storefront in the works. But that project put on a back burner when life had other plans.
The year I decided to take a chance, I got cancer instead.
Schoenbeck was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, one of the leading causes of cancer deaths among women. An estimated 20,000 women will be diagnosed this year. The diagnosis, followed by surgery and several rounds of chemotherapy, may have slowed Schoenbeck down. But she says taking things slowly is a key ingredient for making good chocolate.
If you push too hard, if you move too fast, it won't work. If you do any of these steps too quickly, you are at risk of making a mistake.
Schoenbeck bravely pushed ahead with growing her business, her cancer shrinking away.
Do you think that health scare
kind of drove you to take that risk?
I mean, I think I'm still sifting through the rubble of that. Yesterday I had a 3-month checkup, and I'm clean. Part of me is scared about stepping into this big commitment with all this money and, you know, the idea of it coming back. But you really have to kind of live each day to its fullest and take it one step at a time.
Living out her life and her dream, the ultimate sweet reward. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
And thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling for new elections in Israel to replace Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish official in the United States, said, quote, the Netanyahu coalition no longer fits the needs of Israel after October 7th. The Democratic senator also expressed his support for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. SpaceX has successfully launched the third test flight of its Starship rocket. The launch was conducted from the company's Starbase facility in Texas this morning. Founder Elon Musk congratulated SpaceX on social media, saying that the Starship had, quote, reached orbital velocity. The rocket has now flown further than its previous tests, which were conducted last year. And around 140 of Washington, D.C.'s iconic cherry trees are set to be chopped down. The National Park Service says it's to make room for a new seawall that's meant to protect the area around the Jefferson Memorial. The trees draw millions of visitors to the area every single year. People come from across the world to take in the cherry blossoms. The National Park says construction will not start until late May. Parts of Colorado are getting blasted with the biggest snowstorm it's seen in 3 years, and it is causing travel problems all across the country. Take a look at some of the conditions near Denver. The city could get more than a foot of snow, and the mountains could see up to 4 feet of fresh powder by the time this storm is over. As for people trying to get around, portions of I-70 are closed near the mountains, and hundreds of flights are canceled at Denver International Airport, which is one of the busiest airports in the country. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking it all. But let's start with NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin. She is in a very snowy Boulder, Colorado. Dana, you have been out there all day. First of all, thank you for being there for us. But how is it right now? How are people there dealing with the storm?
Yeah, Ellison, happy to be here and glad to be with you right now. It has been constantly snowing since the moment we woke up. It started overnight with rain that quickly switched over to snow. And this is a result of several hours of continuous snowfall. And we've still got several more hours. This is going to last until Friday morning. The concern right now is the type of snow that's falling. I'm just going to take a handful just to show you. Usually when you pick up snow, it breaks apart. It's nice and fluffy. This is very thick. It's very dense. That's because it's weighed down with so much moisture, and it's impacting the power lines. That's the biggest concern. We've seen some snow fall already, but crews obviously do not like when there's a ton of snow because it could create power outages. Right now in the Denver metro area, some 50,000 customers without power. You've seen a lot of people out here shoveling. I spoke with one neighbor who talked about why he gets out so early. Listen.
Get out early. Do it multiple times for sure. Trying to do all this later this evening would take hours.
How long have you been at this?
Probably just the sidewalk, an hour 15, hour 20.
And crews here say that they've got all hands on deck. They are working around the clock. We're seeing constant snowplows come through to try to keep these roads clear. Ellison.
Dana, thank you. Bill, that looks like some East Coast thick snow she has there. What are you tracking?
Yeah, this has been an incredible storm, and it really varies just by a couple miles. So Aspen Springs, already 38 inches of snow in Conifer. That's up at a higher elevation. Boulder, about 7 inches downtown on average. Denver, 6 inches. But if you go to the south side of downtown Denver, it's a foot of snow by Centennial. And if you go out by the airport, 0. Zip. That's out there a little bit to the east and to the northeast of the downtown area. So just depends kind of where you are, how much snow you've seen. Winter storm warnings continue. We've had wave 1 overnight and this morning. Now we had a little bit of break this morning. And then we're going to see the rest of this afternoon, wave 2. You can kind of see it. Watch. Moving and sliding in. So we do expect another burst of snow out of this. And when we add it to the totals we've already had, that's where we're going to get up to the 4 feet in some areas. Boulder, we still think 12 to 20. Denver, about average 9 to about 18 in the downtown area. This is our computer model that blends all of our models together. And it is saying about another 6 for downtown Denver, another 10 for Boulder on top of what you already saw people shoveling. Castle Rock's already had about a foot, and now they got 10 more inches coming. And then the other story that will develop, Ellison, the rest of this afternoon is severe weather outbreak. About 35 million people at risk, and it does include the potential for some tornadoes. That'll be the story the rest of the day.
Bill Cairns, Dana Griffin, thank you both. We appreciate it. Two big names are having a very public dispute. Former CNN host Don Lemon and billionaire businessman Elon Musk. Lemon was set to premiere a new web-based show next week on Musk's social media platform X, but after a wide-ranging interview between the two men, Lemon says Musk pulled the plug. NBC's Brian Chung joins me now with more. So, Brian, what happened?
Yeah, Alice, well, it was supposed to be the next big chapter for both of these big high-profile folks. And for Don Lemon, it was supposed to be the first big show since he got fired from CNN. And for Elon Musk, it was supposed to be the debut of long-form pieces on his platform X. But it all came to a crashing halt to one text that said, "Contract is canceled." A high-profile deal between two unlikely partners imploding after a confrontational interview between former CNN anchor Don Lemon and Elon Musk turned tense during a taping of the new The Don Lemon Show that was supposed to debut next week on Musk's platform X. Lemon pushing the billionaire behind ventures like SpaceX and Tesla for allowing tweets that endorse anti-Semitism and conspiracy theories.
Hate speech on the platform is up. Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats? I don't have to answer these questions. The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
The interview also covering topics like Musk's depression and drug use, as well as the businessman's recent conversations with former President Donald Trump.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Hours later, Lemon says he received a short text from Musk that read, "Contract is canceled."
They were a distribution partner So he never was my boss. He never had any editorial control of the show.
Musk firing back in a post on X, saying the show's approach was basically just CNN, but on social media, which doesn't work. X's own account online defending its right to terminate the relationship, but adding, quote, "The Don Lemon Show is welcome to publish its content on X without censorship." The move reigniting arguments about the balance of free speech and misinformation on the platform.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
As for Lemon, he was fired from CNN last year following controversial comments about women, including then Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, that were seen as sexist and ageist.
Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
Lemon has since apologized for those remarks, but this is far from over because Don Lemon says that he could pursue legal action, suggesting that if there's anything that's owed to him that isn't paid out, he could go to the courts. But X, for its part, saying that nothing was ever really signed. So we'll have to see how all this pans out, Elsa.
Yes, we will see if this winds up somewhere else in another court. Brian Chung, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Two celebrities are opening up about their battles with cancer. Actress Olivia Munn and former supermodel Christy Brinkley both announced their diagnoses on Instagram just yesterday. And now Munn is sharing details about the breast cancer test that she says saved her life. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
On the red carpet at the Oscars this weekend, Olivia Munn and her partner John Mulaney held hands and smiled for the cameras. No sign of the serious health battle the 43-year-old actress has been waging. Munn announcing Wednesday she was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in both breasts last April and underwent a double mastectomy. Writing on Instagram, "I went from feeling completely fine one day to waking up in a hospital bed after a 10-hour surgery the next." Munn, who many know from her role on HBO's The Newsroom, writes, "I'm lucky. We caught it with enough time that I had options." She says Dr. Thais Ali Abadi saved her life when she did a breast cancer assessment. Munn's score was high, 37%, according to the actress's post.
What does that 37% mean?
In her case, 37.3% was her lifetime risk for breast cancer. And the way I explain it to my patients, if you had a 37.5% chance of boarding a plane that would crash, would you ever board that plane?
Dr. Ali Abadi sent her for a breast MRI, and that's when they discovered the cancer.
Olivia says that she wasn't going to be going in for another mammogram for a year. What would have happened in that year, potentially?
Her cancer would have grown. She had an aggressive cancer.
Along with thanking her doctor, Munn thanked Mulaney. The couple have a son together. "I'm so thankful to John," she writes, "for being there before I went into each surgery and being there when I woke up, and for placing framed photos of our little boy Malcolm by her hospital bed." Also sharing a cautionary tale, actress and model Christy Brinkley, who posted photos of the procedure she had to remove skin cancer from her face. Like Munn, she writes, "The good news for me is we caught the basal cell carcinoma early." Brinkley adding, "I was lucky to find mine because I was accompanying one of my daughters to her checkup." In her post, she reminds people to get regular total body checkups and slather up with sunscreen. Two different women, each with scary personal stories to tell and important health messages they hope will help others. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Let's stay on this subject now and bring in Dr. Roshni Rao. She's the chief of the Division of Breast Surgery at Columbia University Medical Center. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. Let's dig into this breast cancer risk assessment test, in particular, the one that Olivia Munn took. What is that, and exactly how does it work?
Yeah, so the great thing is that this is something that anyone can do. You can go to Google and type in NCI risk assessment, and it will get you to the site. You can input your own information, including things about your age, when you started your periods, how many children you've had, any family history, any biopsies, and it will give you this assessment. So you need to reach certain numbers to sort out if you need additional MRIs like Olivia Munn did, or if mammogram is sufficient. And I think it's something that everyone should be aware of to make sure that you're getting the screening that's right for you.
So is this a test that every woman should be getting? If so, at what age should we start really asking about this? And what about the cost? Is it covered by insurance?
So the MRI itself is a specific imaging that's very sensitive, and we only offer it to people who really meet what we call high risk criteria. So if you have a 20% or higher lifetime risk of getting cancer, then you may benefit from MRI. But you don't really know that if you don't have some sort of risk assessment. And that's the entire concept that we're going to these days, is that perhaps a mammogram is not enough. Perhaps you need a mammogram and an ultrasound if your breast tissue is dense, or perhaps you need an MRI because you are over 20%.
What sort of factors should people start thinking about if they want to come and ask for not just this test, but just sort of anything to kind of stay ahead and make sure they are monitoring their own bodies at home?
Yeah, so certainly screening and getting evaluations with your physician or your primary care provider is key. Knowing what it is that may put you at risk, including any family history, any sun exposure that you've had, and any other risk factors that are particular to you will help you sort out what you need to do for additional screening, including visits with your dermatologist, mammograms, colonoscopies, and any other tests that they think would be important for you to get proactively.
Dr. Roshni Rao, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here. Coming up, a new blood test is promising to save countless lives from a common form of cancer. We'll tell you what you need to know about it. But first, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. Check out this picture from Auckland, New Zealand. Canoe athlete Finn Butcher just ripping down the whitewater course during a Paris 2024 canoe slalom selection race. Competitors have to navigate a course in the fastest time possible for a chance to win the gold. Canoe slalom and canoe flatwater, they are two of the 10 Olympic water sports coming up in this summer's Olympics. Of course, you can watch them on the networks of NBC, by the way. More NBC News Daily right after this.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, a first-of-its-kind blood test to screen for colorectal cancer could be approved this year. So according to the American Cancer Society, colorectal cancer is the third most common cancer diagnosed in both men and women in the U.S. This year alone, it is expected to cause more than 53,000 deaths. Joining us now is NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres. So, Dr. John, break this down for us. What does this test mean in the fight against colorectal cancer, and what does it mean for people who are already high risk for this type of cancer?
And what it means is it means saving lives, because this is one more tool we have. Right now we have the colonoscopy, we have the stool test, which have been out there for a few years, but not everybody gets those. And so now we have this blood test, a simple blood test that can help as well. But the other thing it means is this is not a test that's used by itself. If you do get positive, and we'll talk about this from there, you move on to a colonoscopy.
Yeah, so how does this particular test work? And if you do have some sort of genetic predisposition to colorectal cancer, should you still be getting a colonoscopy regularly as well?
So the way it works is we all have DNA in our body, and it's a regular DNA that we have. The cancer itself develops a separate type of DNA, and it's a blood test that looks for that DNA that the cancer is putting into the bloodstream. It can detect it at very, very small levels when the cancer is still early on. The caveat here being is it is cancer that's detecting. It's not detecting those polyps necessarily, and that's what we found out. It's 83% effective at detecting these cancers, but it's only 13% effective at detecting the polyps early on, and so it's not necessarily used for that. As far as the risk factor here, what they're saying is for this test, kind of like the stool test, 45 and above, average risk of colon cancer. If you're above average risk, then you need the colonoscopy.
Okay, and since we're talking about that a little and talking about polyps versus the other stuff that it's screening for, remind people what exactly a colonoscopy is, how frequently you need to get it, and when that process.
So colonoscopy is what they call the gold standard of looking for colon cancer, because it's basically, it's a tube that gets inserted up into the colon with a camera, and the gastroenterologist actually looks at your entire colon lining to see if there are any polyps, which could be precursors to cancer, or any cancer there. And if they detect that, they go ahead and take it out, remove it, do what it needs to do in order to cure it. The thing with the colonoscopy, and the reason a lot of people still don't get them, only about 60% of the people who should get them, is because you have to do that prep the night before, which is 24 hours essentially of clearing out your colon so they can visualize the things they need to.
So what are some of the risks for colorectal cancer, and for people who are worried about their own health, what can they do to actively try and lower the chances of maybe having this happen?
So one of the problems with colorectal cancer is sometimes by the time you start getting symptoms, it's advanced. Symptoms are usually bleeding, you get belly pain, you might get changes in your stools, which you normally have, the types of stools you have, and that's usually by the time it's gotten to a more advanced stage. As far as risk factors, the risk factors are some you can't control. Family risk factors, if you get genetics from your family, American Indians and Alaskan Natives, they also have a higher risk of doing this, but some you can't control. You can see them there, you know, being overweight, long-term issues with smoking, excess of alcohol, those types of things can increase your risk. You can cut back on those.
All right, Dr. John Torres, important information. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Stay with us because there's more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Spring is right around the corner. Flowers, they will be popping up all across the country in a few weeks, and it has already started in some states. NBC News correspondent Liz Croyt shows us how the decades-long tradition of California's super bloom is already blossoming.
As spring emerges all around Southern California, the hills are alive with the sound of
displays of sand verbena, dune evening primrose.
That's actor Joe Spano, seen on NCIS.
Now we can do one of two things here.
And in Apollo 13.
Welcome.
And heard on one of California's most quirky traditions, the Wildflower Hotline.
What is it that gives you so much joy about being part of this hotline every year?
There's no downside to beautiful flowers coming out of the ground.
The weekly telephone hotline started 41 years ago by the Theodore Payne Foundation, a way for the group's botanists to let fellow flower enthusiasts find the best spring blooms.
Pick up the phone and call.
Yeah, just pick up the phone and call. I mean, there's something, charming about it, right?
Now, getting to some of the most popular spots, like here in the Anza Borrego Desert, does require a drive. But for all these colors, folks say it's worth it. And this is just the start of the season. Experts say just wait.
This year's rain could lead to another super bloom, like recent years in the Carrizo Plain and Antelope Valley.
Imagine someone taking a paintbrush and just flinging paint across the hills.
I'm glad we did this.
That vision is what brought Shandini Sharma all the way from Oklahoma, showing it off to her friend in India.
It's just so beautiful and so colorful. So colorful. I dreamt of it all night.
A simple yet extraordinary pleasure, preserved by painters,
You turn the other way?
photographers, and a voice, sharing this natural wonder with the world.
We have the right conditions for an excellent wildflower viewing season.
Liz Croyt, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Finally, this hour, an incredible 7-year-old is already making a name for herself in the music world. She performed on America's Got Talent and posted a clip recently playing Beyonce's hit Texas Hold'em. And now the aspiring singer, pianist, she caught the attention of the Queen Bee herself.
My mama told me when I was young, we were all born superstars.
7-year-old Zoe Ariana was born to perform. The aspiring pop star stepping into the spotlight last year on America's Got Talent, receiving a standing ovation from the audience for her performance of Lady Gaga's Born This Way and capturing the judges' hearts.
It's a fourth yes from your favorite judge.
Her time on the show kickstarting her music journey.
1, 2, 3.
Zoe's family documenting her incredible talents on Instagram to more than 500,000 followers, showcasing her ability to learn songs just from listening to them.
This girl is on fire.
Mastering everything from Alicia Keys to Coldplay to Bach.
But we found out that she had perfect pitch around age 2.
When I hear a song or when I look at the music to the song, then I can see the notes in my head.
Her latest challenge, learning to play Beyonce's hit country song, Texas Hold'em, without any sheet music.
Whoa, good job.
The kindergarten composer beaming when she nails it.
We have a special delivery.
Zoe's musical mastery catching the attention of Beyonce herself. Queen Bee surprising the superfan with a heartfelt bouquet and note.
What does the card say? Will you read it to us?
Sure. It says, Zoe, your rendition of Texas Hold'em brought me so much joy. You are brilliant. Please keep it up. All my love, Beyonce.
Since you have the piano there, is there anything, do you want to play something for us?
Sure.
Zoe, I cannot wait to come to your concert one day. You're amazing. So I asked her how long it took her to learn Texas Hold'em on the piano. She said like maybe 10 minutes. She just sees the notes in her head when she hears music. She is amazing. I'm Ellison Barber. You are watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Thursday, former President Trump returns to the courtroom as a Florida judge considers dismissing the charges against him for mishandling classified documents in the special counsel's criminal trial. Plus, Senate Leader Chuck Schumer, the nation's highest-ranking elected Jewish official, calls for new elections in Israel to effectively replace Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, following President Biden's rebuke of the Israeli government just days ago. Plus, Kamala Harris becomes the first sitting vice president to publicly visit a clinic that provides abortion services as Democrats double down on the issue of abortion and reproductive rights in the race for the White House. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. We begin in Florida, where just about an hour ago, former President Donald Trump left a criminal courtroom as a judge he appointed now considers whether or not to dismiss the charges against him, mishandling classified documents. The former president's attorneys argued today the special counsel's entire classified documents case was invalid, citing what they call the unconstitutional vagueness of the Presidential Records Act. Lawyers for the Justice Department argued otherwise. Judge Aileen Cannon says she will rule promptly on the issue. It was Mr. Trump's first time in a courtroom since becoming the presumptive Republican presidential nominee. And it comes amid new reporting by NBC News about how the Trump campaign is planning to use his court dates for political gain. An unprecedented task for a presidential candidate facing 88 criminal counts across 4 separate cases. That strategy will be complex. It'll involve trying to portray President Joe Biden as someone attempting to imprison his political opponents, muddying the waters between Trump's and Biden's legal problems. creating counter-programming events focused on policy, and ultimately pushing to delay the trials for as long as possible. Mr. Trump appeared to deploy that strategy during an interview with Newsmax just last night.
You know, I was dealing with them. We were dealing fine. We weren't. And then all of a sudden they raided this house. They raided Mar-a-Lago. These are corrupt people. But they release Biden. What Biden did, he wasn't protected by the presidential because he wasn't president. I took him very legally, and I wasn't hiding them. We had boxes on the front of and a lot of those boxes had clothing and we're moving out, okay? Unfortunately, we're moving out of the White House. And because we're moving out of the White House, our country's going to hell. But we weren't hiding anything. He was.
Now, as you can see, Donald Trump's legal calendar is packed for the next several months, with his hush money trial in New York set to begin later this month, although just moments ago, prosecutors in that case said they wouldn't oppose a brief delay. And as for his classified documents trial, it's still slated to begin in May. Although Judge Aileen Cannon, the Trump-appointed judge presiding over the case, will likely delay the start of that case as well. That's if she doesn't take the extraordinary step of dismissing the charges following today's hearing. Joining me now outside the courthouse in Fort Pierce, Florida, is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian. On set with me is NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. Also with us are legal experts, Mark Zaid, an attorney who focuses on national security and government investigations, and Barbara McQuaid, former U.S. attorney and an NBC legal analyst. She is also the author of the new book, Attack from Within, How Disinformation is Sabotaging America. Thanks to all of you for being here, for starting us off on a very big day. Ken, let me start with you. Outside of the courthouse, Judge Cannon heard two motions effectively to dismiss today. What are your key takeaways? What did you hear from the Trump's lawyers, and what did Judge Cannon say? Was she receptive to their arguments?
In part, and skeptical about others. Kristen, good afternoon. So with Donald Trump sitting behind them at the defense table, Mr. Trump's lawyers argued that the Espionage Act, which is the law that undergirds most of the charges in this case, is unconstitutionally vague. And they said there were certain key terms in that law which were not defined, like national defense information and entitled to receive it. And they said that so Mr. Trump was not on notice about what was criminal and therefore couldn't have known that he was breaking the law when he took all those classified documents to his home. Judge Cannon really didn't indicate which way she was leaning on that. Most legal experts believe that's a long shot because that law has been used hundreds of times to prosecute people who have brought home documents and leaked classified documents, including most recently and notoriously Jack Teixeira, the Massachusetts National Guard's airman who leaked, hundreds of highly classified documents. The second motion involved the Presidential Records Act, and that's a civil law passed after Watergate designed to ensure that presidential records are the property of the American people. What Trump's lawyers are arguing is that that law essentially moots this prosecution, and that under that law, he can take any record that was his in the White House when he was president, deem it personal, and take it home and essentially store it in his bathroom or under any other circumstance, and prosecutors can't do anything about it. Now, on that score, Judge Cannon seemed skeptical. She said that she didn't see how that argument was grounds for dismissing the case. She said, really, the issue of what's personal and what's presidential records is more an issue for the jury. It's a fact issue. It's not a legal issue proper for a motion to dismiss. So she seemed skeptical of that one. Look, a lot of legal experts have said that these were marginal, borderline frivolous motions that never even should have been the subject of a day-long hearing. But the fact is they were, and the fact is that there are a lot of procedural issues still pending in this case, which could have the result of delaying any potential trial date, Kristen.
And Ken, how is Jack Smith, the special counsel, responding to these arguments?
You can almost see their heads exploding when you read their briefs and hear them argue in court, because they just think that these arguments have no merit. Essentially, they say this is Donald Trump trying to argue that because he was president, the laws don't apply to him, and that's just not how our system works. And they point out that, for example, Mr. Trump in 2016 and at other times made a point of saying that he was going as president to enforce the laws about classified information and make sure to bring to justice people who violate those laws. So he was well aware of the rules, and he was also briefed on them while he was the president. And in terms of the Presidential Records Act, They just say it's absurd. It has nothing to do with the criminal law. It's a civil law. And it doesn't say that a president can take information marked classified, including nuclear secrets, and decide that it's personal and take it to his house, Kristen.
And Ken, very quickly before I let you go, we are learning that March 25th hush money trial date may be moving as well. What can you tell us about that, and do you expect it to definitely shift?
It looks that way, Kristen. The prosecutor in the case, Alvin Bragg, is now saying he wouldn't oppose a 30-day delay. The Trump side wants a 90-day delay, and at issue is a sudden disclosure of 31,000 documents by federal prosecutors in New York who investigated the same case, the Michael Cohen hush money case. They had already turned over tens of thousands of documents, but this was a last-minute disclosure. And generally, when a prosecutor gets documents, they have to give the defense time to review those documents out of fairness, and so that's what appears to be happening here. The prosecutor not too happy about this. They want this case to go to trial, but this was sort of sprung on them, as they tell it, by federal prosecutors who apparently had not turned those documents over before, but have now turned them over.
All right, Ken Delaney, and covering all of the angles and twists and turns from outside of the courthouse in Fort Pierce, Florida. Thank you so much for that, Ken. We appreciate it. John, let me turn to you now and your fantastic reporting. The fact that your sources are telling you, not surprisingly, but that the Trump team is planning to effectively use these court dates as a campaign tactic. What are you expecting? What are you hearing?
So what we're hearing is there's kind of a two-pronged approach here. One prong is to go to the court, basically messaging to the base and people maybe outside the base who think that the president is being unfairly targeted. So we've seen in the primary that's very effective for the Trump base. We saw him struggling before he was charged with crimes, and then we saw him rebound past his rivals. So that's one prong. The other prong is he's going to go out on the campaign trail and he's going to make a policy argument against Joe Biden. So basically what he's saying is, I'm better on policy than Biden, and also Biden is going after me in court. But no one on his team seems to be under the impression that he would rather be in court facing criminal charges than not. They say they're going to try to make lemons out of lemonade and try to neutralize the Biden advantage on this.
You make a really interesting point, which is that this is a strategy that was incredibly effective during the primary. There's no doubt about that. But we are talking about the general election. And we saw all of those voters in the primary who voted for Nikki Haley. Now, some of them Trump is never going to win over, but some of them are independent voters. Some of them are moderate Republicans who may want to give him a chance. How does this type of strategy potentially play with them, John, and how risky is it?
I mean, it's very risky, but of course, running for president while you're on trial in 4 separate criminal cases, not to mention all the civil actions that he's faced, all of that is risky. We don't know how this is going to turn out. You're right. I think that there are Republicans that would certainly rather have a different nominee than Donald Trump. I think you're right that there are some Republicans that are going to cross over and vote for Joe Biden, and still some people who considered themselves Republicans 8 or 10 years ago who've been voting for Democrats in the last several elections. So I would love to be able to have a crystal ball and tell you what's going to happen in November or how these trials are going to affect it. What I know for sure, and having reported this with our colleagues Matt Dixon and Olympia Sonier, is that Trump is trying to make the best of it. One of the people that we talked to, like I was saying, basically said that they know that their best hope here is to kind of neutralize what's going on in court.
Well, we know how effective it was in the primary, so we will have to see how it plays out in these coming months. John Allen, thank you so much.
Thanks, Kristen.
Great to have you here in person. I want to turn to our legal powerhouse, and Barbara, let me start with you. Barbara, can we start off just talking big picture here? The fact that this hearing is happening at all, how unusual is that you would actually have a court hearing for these types of motions?
I think it's not that unusual, Kristen. As we heard Ken say, these are kind of borderline frivolous. I don't imagine the judge would be granting either of these motions. But in federal court, there is this luxury of time. It's very different from state courts where overcrowded dockets sometimes preclude the ability for judges to have oral argument on motions. But it's pretty common in federal court when there is a motion to dismiss a case, a meaty motion like this with legal issues, to actually read the briefs and then hold a hearing to see if the parties have anything to supplement their arguments. And it gives the judge an opportunity to ask questions so that she can have a more informed decision when she ultimately decides the case. But I do agree with Ken that both of these arguments strike me as likely to fail.
Mark, let me ask you a little bit about what we learned was said today in court. Judge Cannon apparently told DOJ lawyers she was, quote, struck by the retention charge beginning on January 21, 2021, basically saying the charge about him retaining these documents, given that there was no demand for these documents. Meanwhile, one of our legal experts said the Presidential Records Act doesn't require a demand. What do you make of Judge Cannon's comments?
Yeah, it's actually a little troubling to me that she thought that that was a significant factor, but she ultimately said, I think any issues here are ultimately for a jury to decide. But as you say, there's no requirement for demand. If Donald Trump is not supposed to have classified documents, national defense documents, it isn't for someone to say, "Mother, may I," before he turns them back in. It's illegal to retain them when you do not have a legal ability to do that. He lost that legal ability at the end of his term, and so he had an obligation to return them regardless of whether there was a demand.
Mark, what do you make of Cannon's comments?
Sure. I mean, understanding the two different acts is very important. I mean, let's just be very straight about it. What Trump could have done was return the documents initially and then sued to recover them by claiming the Presidential Records Act covers it and he made certain decisions, which he never vocalized, of course. There's nothing that indicates within the Espionage Act, which dates back to 1917, 60 years before the Presidential Records Act, not to also say about all the executive orders that were issued following the Presidential Records Act that makes no exception or reference to the PRA. Now, there was an extensive period of time of requests by the National Archives to recover this information, and at the heart of it, Trump refused. And that's what set in place the indictment ultimately, and the difference between what happened with President Biden's case.
Mark, it strikes me that what Trump's lawyers are arguing in this case is very similar to what they are arguing in the election interference case. Basically, he can do whatever he wants as president. Mark, is that accurate or is it overstated?
No, they're clearly trying to make that argument. And while some of these arguments are novel in the sense it just has never arisen before, so to say it's necessarily frivolous as a legal matter is tough because there's no precedent. But I think pretty much before instructions for the microwave came out and saying you shouldn't put your pet in it to dry it, I knew not to do that. So I didn't need the instructions to say that. And the same with this argument that's being made. I think it's pretty clear that it will fail. But as everyone has been saying so far, this is all about the three words we always say in every broadcast: delay, delay, delay.
You took me to my next question, Mark. I have it written down right here: delay, delay, delay. Barbara, isn't that what this is about after all? And if she rejects the Trump team's arguments, does this go to the Supreme Court? What are you anticipating happens next here?
Yeah, so I think that it is likely that some of the strategy here is delay, although in most cases, defendants look for every possible way they can dismiss the case before going to trial. So that's part of what it means to have a vigorous and zealous defense. I think that these arguments, though, would not allow an interlocutory appeal. They would have to wait until after the end of trial. And that's the normal rule, Kristen. There are only a few exceptions to that rule, and that is if the case never should have begun to begin with, or a defendant will be irreparably harmed by going to trial. That's why his immunity argument has been appealed, because the argument there is he should not have to even have any of the burdens of litigation. And so he doesn't have to wait for that one. But these two arguments about dismissal under these two statutes requires just interpretation of statutes. And so this would follow the ordinary final judgment rule, which means that even if Donald Trump loses here and he wants to appeal, he'd have to wait until after the trial to do that.
All right. And Mark, let me ask you one more finally. Let's say Judge Cannon dismisses the entire case. Let's just say that happens. What happens then? Does the special counsel have any recourse?
Sure, he could appeal up to the 11th Circuit, which no doubt I imagine he would, especially based on these particular motions. I mean, the Classified Information Procedure Act, which governs this, has a lot of different pitfalls to it. I will say on the motion with respect to the unconstitutionality or the ambiguousness, when I teach and lecture on this subject, this is why I say I don't want Congress to amend the statute, because most of those issues, frankly, have already been decided, that this is a constitutional statute. So it would be unusual if these arguments won, because so much of it actually has been decided before, at least with respect to the Espionage Act.
Well, this is complicated stuff, and you both made us a lot smarter. Mark and Barbara, really appreciate it. Thank you, and great to have both of you.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Senate Majority Leader's major speech on the Senate floor, calling Israel's prime minister an obstacle to peace and saying the country should hold new elections. Plus, President Biden hits the trail in battleground Michigan as the vice president shines a spotlight on the issue of abortion with a first-of-its-kind visit to a clinic that provides abortions. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In a stunning floor speech this morning, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the country's highest-ranking Jewish elected official, offered his most scathing criticism yet of the Netanyahu government. In his nearly 45-minute remarks from the Senate floor, Schumer laid out what he viewed as the four major obstacles standing in the way of peace in the Middle East: Hamas, far-right extremists in the Israeli government, Palestinian Authority President Abbas, and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Going even further, Schumer then essentially called for Netanyahu's ouster through new elections in Israel.
At this critical juncture, I believe a new election
is the only way to allow for a healthy and open decision-making process about the future of Israel. Of course, the United States cannot dictate the outcome of an election, nor should we try. That is for the Israeli public to decide, a public that I believe understands better than anybody that Israel cannot hope to succeed as a pariah opposed by the rest of the world. As a democracy, Israel has the right to choose its own leaders, and we should let the chips fall where they may.
Senator Schumer did not hold back in his criticisms of Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying the Netanyahu coalition was failing the Israeli people. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he said.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has also weakened Israel's political and moral fabric through his attempts to co-opt the judiciary. And he has shown zero interest in doing the courageous and visionary work required to pave the way for peace, even before this present conflict. As a lifelong supporter of Israel, it has become clear to me the Netanyahu coalition no longer fits the needs of Israel after October 7th. The world has changed radically since then, and the Israeli people are being stifled right now by a governing vision that is stuck in the past.
Now, the White House says it received advance notice of Schumer's remarks, adding the administration remains focused on getting a temporary ceasefire in Gaza. But these latest remarks by the Senate's top Democrat come as President Biden has also ramped up his public criticism of the Netanyahu government. In his State of the Union address, in conversations with lawmakers, and in a recent interview on MSNBC. Meanwhile, on the other side of the aisle, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson condemned Schumer's remarks today, calling them grotesque and inappropriate.
It is grotesque and hypocritical for Americans who hyperventilate about foreign interference in our own democracy to call for the removal of a democratically elected leader of Israel. This is unprecedented. We should not treat fellow democracies this way at all.
This is not only highly inappropriate, it's just plain wrong. For an American leader to play such a divisive role in Israeli politics while our closest ally in the region is in an existential battle for its very survival. We need to be standing with Israel, and we need to give our friends and allies our full support.
Joining me now, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor and NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Sahil, let me start with you. A lot of reaction pouring in on Capitol Hill. What are your key takeaways so far?
Hey, Kristen. Well, this was an extraordinary speech from Chuck Schumer for a number of reasons. He's not only the most powerful senator, he's not only the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in the United States, he's also one of the most pro-Israel Democrats dating back to many years. And what seems to have caused this was Schumer's belief that Israel's actions in Gaza have reached a breaking point, have crossed a red line, and that Netanyahu's behavior is threatening the long-term survival of Israel. He made abundantly clear that he continues to believe in Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state, and that Netanyahu was damaging the kind of global support that Israel needs to keep that going in the long haul. Now, the reaction has been mixed. You just played what Republicans are saying. They're, kind of unanimously, to the extent that we've heard critical of Chuck Schumer's comment. They say this was inappropriate. Democrats have a very different view. Some of them, like Senator John Fetterman, who I spoke to, are not joining Schumer's calls for new elections in Israel. He is not criticizing Netanyahu, but a number of other Democrats are praising Schumer's speech as thoughtful and courageous, even if they're not necessarily joining the calls for essentially regime change in Israel. There's finally the context of a potential aid package where numerous Democratic senators continue to support aid to Israel at this time. So the question of a policy shift behind this is still unclear.
Sahil, let me ask you a little bit about what happened last week. Of course, Leader Schumer meeting with Benny Gantz, a top political rival to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Is there any concern from his office that he's putting his thumb on the scale when it comes to Israel's domestic politics, as images that we're seeing right now, Schumer meeting with Gantz?
Oh, without a doubt. It's such an unusual move for Chuck Schumer, and there's no doubt that he, didn't come to this lightly. A number of his allies on his leadership team are saying the exact same thing, how extraordinary it is to see Schumer do this. It clearly rose to a situation where he thought he could no longer speak up. And the political backdrop here is also notable, Kristen, with this constant bombardment of, voices from the left in particular speaking out against Israel's actions, demanding a change in U.S. policy to Israel. Senator Bernie Sanders, who I spoke to a little bit ago, said Chuck Schumer's speech was a step in the right direction. He wants to see it backed by policy, and that the U.S., in his view, should withhold aid to Israel and military weapons to Israel as long as they are, in his view, causing the starvation of hundreds and thousands of children in Gaza. And finally, there's the political question as well, that a lot of Democrats feel like Netanyahu has been taking the United States for granted, that he's kind of openly aligned himself with the Republican Party, dating all the way back to 2015 when he accepted, an invitation from Republicans to come to Congress and blast President Obama's Iran nuclear deal. Watching Schumer's speech, you couldn't help but get the impression that he's trying to remind Netanyahu who the senior partner in this relationship really is.
It's a really fascinating read on this situation. Kelly O'Donnell, let me turn to you at the White House on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue. You and the team are reporting that the White House did get an advanced copy of Schumer's remarks. How are they reacting, though, particularly given the fallout that Sahil's just laid out?
Well, Kristen, the heads up is important, but it is not a surprise when you consider how closely allied the president is with Chuck Schumer. And it serves perhaps to give the president some cover, to have Schumer, with all of the stature that our conversation here has made clear, saying these things that really amount to the United States putting pressure on the Netanyahu government. There may be ways in which that is helpful to the president, but keeping him at some distance, allowing President Biden to continue to put subtle pressure on the Netanyahu government, but to not go as far as Schumer has done. The White House says that it is up to Schumer to make these remarks. They respect that it is his choice to make. They say they did not give any approval in terms of what specifically he said, didn't work on the remarks with him when I asked about coordination. But this whole experience since October 7th has, of course, created so many different kinds of challenges for the Biden administration and for the president in terms of all of the political fallout, all of the logistical issues, all of the humanitarian concerns. And so now the delicate dance of how do you deal with someone who is an elected leader in another country when we are certainly focused on supporting a democracy and the longstanding support of Israel, but at a time when there are leaders who believe that that elected leader in Benjamin Netanyahu may not have his own country's interest for the long term in the right place, according to Schumer and others, and for the president to be able to try to ratchet up influence where he can, but also still embrace Israel in all the ways that are also critically important. Kristen?
Yeah, it is a really fine line, Kelly, and complicating matters, of course, this uncommitted movement by Muslim Americans, Arab Americans, young voters who oppose the president's handling of the war in the Middle East. And, of course, some officials are meeting with community leaders in Chicago today. What do you know about those meetings and the level of concern, Kelly, about this uncommitted movement that we are seeing have an impact in the primary, albeit not diminishing the fact that he just clinched the nomination, but still sending a signal?
It's a measured reaction among Biden allies. They recognize that in this moment in March, these are very passionate, concerned issues. They agree on many levels related to civilian concerns and humanitarian needs. And yet at the same time, they believe that many of those who acted in the non-committed voting exercise of the primary period might view it differently by general election time. At the same time, in states like Michigan, where there is a large Arab American community, where there is real, deep, passionate concern and family connection to Gaza, so this isn't just about big ideas, it's about their own families, they recognize that there's an important number of voters there that they want to speak to. So these are complicated issues. It's going to take a lot of delicate empathy, compassion, and a vision for how they want to handle this. And it is not an easy task.
It is, and I think you hit the nail on the head with the word complicated, Kelly. It sure is. Sahil, Kelly, thank you both so much. Really appreciate your great reporting. Coming up next, Kamala Harris becomes the first sitting vice president to publicly visit a clinic that provides abortion services as Democrats ramp up their 2024 messaging on reproductive rights. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting.
Safe. Everybody good?
Women, children,
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. It's a day of both offense and defense for President Biden's re-election campaign. First, the defense. As we mentioned, the president is on the trail today in Michigan. It's the first time Mr. Biden has been in the state since last month's Democratic primary. So more than 100,000 votes cast for uncommitted, many of them citing their opposition to his administration's policy in Gaza. As for the offense, Vice President Harris today became the first vice president in U.S. history to publicly visit a clinic that provides abortion services. The trip to a Minnesota Planned Parenthood comes as the Biden campaign has leaned more and more into the abortion issue in the 2024 race. Harris spoke from the clinic this afternoon. Take a listen.
I'm here at this health care clinic to uplift the work that is happening in Minnesota as an example of what true leadership looks like, which is to understand it is only right and fair that people have access to the health care they need, and that they have access to health care in an environment where they are treated with dignity.
NBC's Yamiche Alcindor broke the story of the vice president's travel and joins me now from outside the White House. Yamiche, fantastic work. So take us behind the scenes. What went into this visit by the vice president?
Well, the vice president really wanted to make sure that she had boots on the ground in a space where healthcare providers are providing abortion. And of course, as you said, this is believed to be the first time that a president or vice president has ever visited an abortion clinic. She did so at a St. Paul, Minnesota Planned Parenthood, and she had fiery words for lawmakers who are trying to restrict access to abortion. She said that it's outrageous and immoral to have any sort of restrictions on abortion. She said that it's putting women's lives at risk and that a number of women have had scary and at times almost life-threatening situations because they were denied access to abortion care. She also underscored that Planned Parenthood clinics do more than just provide abortion. She said that they also provide breast cancer screenings. They also treat fibroid tumors. So she was really trying to underscore that Planned Parenthood is a key, she said, a healthcare provider in communities. She also said that she wanted to go to Minnesota in particular because the states around Minnesota have been restricting abortion access, but that state in Minnesota, their governor has actually been expanding abortion access. She also talked about 2024, and of course this is an election year. She said elections matter and vowed that if Democrats control both chambers of Congress as well as the presidency, that they will move to have federal protections for federal abortion rights. So they would essentially, she said, codify the rights that were taken away when Roe v. Wade was overturned, Kristen.
Well, as you know, Yamiche, President Biden has sometimes struggled with how to talk about, how to campaign on the issue of abortion. Do you think this is going to be really the vice president's issue? Will she be taking the lead on this through November?
The vice president will certainly be taking the lead on the issue of abortion. We saw President Biden talk about abortion issues in the State of the Union, but he didn't actually say the word abortion, even though it was in his prepared remarks. So you can tell that it seems to be a little bit more uncomfortable with the topic of women's reproductive health, though he has vowed to say that he's going to support them and fight for access to abortion. But Kamala Harris really is in her element here. Her office says that she's met with hundreds of legislators. She's gone to a number of different states on a tour. This stop in Minnesota was actually the 6th stop in a reproductive rights tour that she's kicked off in January. I was there with her in Wisconsin when she was blasting people like former President Trump, who of course is now going to be heading up and having a rematch with President Biden in November. She was saying that Republicans really are putting women's lives at risk. So this is definitely something that Vice President Kamala Harris feels very, very comfortable with, Kristen.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you. Fantastic reporting again. Congrats on a great scoop. Joining me now on set for some more insight is NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. Great to see you, Chuck.
Nice to see you, Kristen.
So what do you make of this visit by the vice president? She's the first vice president to visit such a clinic. She's obviously made this her big issue. How big of an impact?
Look, I want to pick up on something you asked Yamiche at the end, which is there's a real generational divide about how you talk about abortion, okay? Our parents whispered it.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
They didn't want to talk about it. There was this taboo that if you had to get an abortion, that you've somehow you have a scar in your life, and nobody's saying that to some people it is, and all this stuff. But I think people under 50 talk about it. It's like, look, it's a necessity in life. You may not, it's sort of, and I think there's a lot of abortion rights activists who don't like, who say for 30 or 40 years that by creating a stigma on it, it made people not look at their own health. This is a healthcare issue first. And I do think that where the right has sort of missed this is that the Democrats talk about this now via healthcare. They don't talk about it being about a choice or lifestyle or any of that. That was the conversation in the 80s and 90s. And I think this is why the Democratic position is so much more dominant in polls, because they talk about it as a healthcare issue, because women see it as a healthcare issue. I think Joe Biden, because he's of another generation, he was brought up on the politics of stigma and taboo, and it was not treated as a healthcare issue in political circles. I think this is where she's helping to have a better conversation with voters under 50 on this issue.
Yeah, well, you talk about the polls. Let's look at one. This is from Kaiser. And basically, it shows that about 2/3 of voters say Trump had at least some responsibility for the Dobbs decision. What do you make of that number? Because Democrats are trying to remind voters every day, hey, wait a minute. No, he is responsible for the Dobbs decision. He's the one who
shows you that it is.
Do you think would you expect it to be higher? I mean, it should be like 95%?
No, because
he's responsible for it.
Right, but I think he shares the responsibility with Mitch McConnell, with the Republican senators,
Sure.
I think that's a reasonable number. I get it. Look, Democrats hope it's the only thing voters are thinking about going into the polls because they have such an advantage on that. I understand what they're hoping for here, but this is why I am always hesitant. Like, I think Trump is the underdog because of abortion. Forget everything else. I think because of abortion, he's the underdog. And I think national, and I believe this, somebody else said it first, but I believe it. I don't know if Republicans are going to win another national election until either abortion is considered a settled issue with the public, and boy, are we not settled now, or Republicans change their position to where the country is.
Very quickly, he knows he's an underdog. I mean, he said this privately on this issue. Yeah. And you can see it in his public responses.
And look, this is why he is going to pick somebody who is to the left of Mike Pence on abortion.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, what does that look like? I don't know if... I don't think the public that wants to vote on this issue is interested in some sort of compromise that helps the right. And that's the problem the right has on this right now, is that there is... Look, I'll tell you somebody who's getting it. It's Kellyanne Conway. But she's sort of...
She's looking at the polls.
She sees the polls, and she's trying to get Republicans to talk differently about this. They're not listening yet.
Yeah, it's such a great point. She's someone who has a pretty strong message on this. I have to ask you about Leader Schumer, his comments today, things that he's probably said privately have now come out into the public. What do you make of it, and how does that play moving forward?
He said what just about every congregant at every Reformed synagogue in America says. Okay, the conversation and among particularly Reform and even some conservative, frankly, a lot of American Jewish congregations, are this idea that Netanyahu has made it, is making Israel unsafe. His leadership has made Israel less safe, has made Jews less safe. A lot of American Jews believe this, and believe that frankly, he helped accelerate the conditions that we're in right now. He didn't create the conditions, but he created a situation that allowed this to happen. So I do think this is, like, Schumer's the most credible person. He's not listening right now, and I'm pointing to Netanyahu here. He's yet to listen. He didn't hear the language from Biden. He didn't hear, you know, at some point, when you lose Schumer, if you're Bibi, I don't know if you have any American support left in the Democratic community.
To that point, Chuck, I mean, does that give President Biden more space, more authority to get publicly and privately tougher and to say, you got to start listening to me?
Look, I think that he has all the room in the world, actually, to get tougher, because Israel has no other ally.
Right.
They have one ally. It's the United States. So in that sense, I think we certainly have some leverage here. Look, Biden, I think, has real credibility here, and Schumer just helped it. If you can be pro-Israel and anti-Bibi, right? That there is space there. But there's a fine line. Mitch McConnell's criticism of Schumer about, hey, we don't like outsiders getting involved in our politics. Be careful here calling for essentially a leadership change, right? That's where I think I might have stopped short of calling for new elections. Like, there might have been a, you know, hey, you need to change tactics here type of thing. That is somewhere where I think that criticism is legitimate criticism. Hey, there's a line we've got to be careful of here, and we're telling another democracy who should be in charge.
Particularly after those images of Schumer and Benny Gantz standing next to each other, shaking hands.
Kamala Harris met with Benny Gantz. I mean, if Bibi hasn't the issue yet, which is basically everybody wants you out, buddy.
Yeah.
In your #1 ally, we'd rather deal with a different CEO. Yeah. And I think now Schumer, it's sort of like, how many different ways do you need to hear this message?
Yeah. Chuck, thank you. Appreciate it. Great to see you, as always.
Yeah.
Coming up after the break, flip-flops, TikToks, and swing states. We're digging into the top policy fights on the Hill and the Trail. The panel is next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You could say we saw a little pre-spring cleaning from former President Trump today. The presumptive Republican presidential nominee told a conservative media outlet, quote, "I will never do anything that will jeopardize or hurt Social Security or Medicare." That's a turnaround from earlier this week when Mr. Trump seemed to open the door to cuts and entitlements during an interview with CNBC. The Biden campaign quickly jumped on those comments, turning them into a digital campaign ad. Joining me now to discuss all of this is our panel, Naveen Nayak, President and Executive Director of the American Progress Action Fund, and Ramesh Ponnuru, Editor at the National Review. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Ramesh, let me just start with you. When you first heard the comments from former President Trump suggesting he was open to making changes to Social Security, which was a shift from what we've heard from him previously, what did you think? How politically damaging do you think it is? Because cleanup aside, it's on camera, and you know as well as we all do, the Biden campaign is going to run with that through November.
Look, the Democrats were going to run against Trump on Social Security and Medicare, regardless of what he said, because they always run on those issues. They're good issues for the Democrats. But Trump did provide some ammunition with those, frankly, somewhat incomprehensible remarks that he made the other day. This cleanup is not going to change the ultimate fact. He said those things. The quote that he gave today doesn't actually take it off the table either, because presumably any president's not going to say, I'm trying to hurt or jeopardize these programs when he makes changes or cuts to it.
Yeah. I mean, Naveen, what do you make of this? I mean, as Ramesh rightfully points out, they were going to run against this anyway, but now they do have this ad.
Well, like before he ran for president, Donald Trump said repeatedly he was open to cutting it. And then when he ran for president, he knew it was such a politically toxic thing that he stopped saying it. And it has been hard to get the press to believe it. That changed this week, right? Donald Trump said on the record, and I think going back, we actually found footage that I think a lot of people missed in 2020 in the midst of COVID. He pushed for suspending the payroll tax, basically, which would have been another way to bankrupt Social Security. So he's very comfortable with the policy. I know he understands the politics are terrible. So I think it does reveal really what his, where his priorities are.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to kind of watch this debate unfold as we head toward November. I want to show you guys some new polling. It shows that Donald Trump is up in some key battleground states. And of course, as we know, look, Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania. He spent his day in court today. There were no cameras. Ramesh, we have reporting, not surprisingly, that his campaign has an entire strategy to try to capitalize on these moments where he's in court, these split screen moments. So far, it has helped him in the primary. But do you think we continue to see that in the general election, or does it get very risky when you're talking about moderate and independent voters?
I think it is much riskier in a general election. I don't think, particularly, if we have convictions, that is going to help him with independence. The question, though, is, to the extent that this is a base election, the same things that helped him in the primaries, that is solidifying his core support, that will be helpful for him.
Yeah, Naveen, do you think that the Democrats have been aggressive enough in terms of their strategy on this point, on the legal battles, on the court cases? It's not something that we really hear President Biden talk a whole lot about. Do you think that should shift? Do you expect it to shift at all?
I actually think President Biden's been smart not to actually get too engaged in that, because I think that would play into Donald Trump's. He's trying to pretend like he's, this is a political prosecution. It's not. It's our legal system. And I think it is actually very powerful and will actually increasingly grow on the American people to remind themselves that this is what a presidency is like under Donald Trump. He's constantly creating chaos. There's criminality around him. I mean, how many campaign managers of his have been to jail?
In other words, you're saying if President Biden starts to weigh in, he only gives credence,
I think
arguably, to that charge that Trump is making against him.
I think the place where President Biden can and should engage and will engage is the fact that Donald Trump made an argument that he should be above the law, that he thinks that he should be a king, that he should be immune, that literally he could kill his opponent and that should be allowed. I think that's a place where it reveals how he thinks, very un-American. And that's different than, I think, the cases.
Ramesh, what do you make of that?
I think that that's absolutely fair game. Trump has said really astonishingly extreme things about presidential authority before, during, and after his presidency, and it would be. I wouldn't bank Biden's entire campaign on this, but of course that's got to be an element of it.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys about this revelation that No Labels seems to be ready to run a third-party candidate. Naveen, what do you make of that? How concerned are Democrats about that?
Listen, I think all of the third-party candidates are at risk. I think we all remember 2016. I worked on that campaign. One of the biggest differences between 2016 and 2020 was the third-party vote. It got 6% in 2016. It got 1% in 2020. We're at a moment where people are still very frustrated generally. So I think that is an absolute concern. I think we've got to make sure that the American people understand that this is a much bigger choice than just Democrats versus Republicans, than just Biden versus Trump, that it is about the future of the country, and you've got to pick sides in that.
Ramesh, what do you make of it? And of course, there's RFK, too, who apparently has chosen his VP nominee, so we all await that announcement from him. Is it something that could hurt Republicans? Could it go the other way?
I think it's hard to predict because Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in particular, obviously the family name, he's got some sort of ancestral connections to the Democrats. On the other hand, a lot of what he's saying nowadays has more appeal to Republican and Republican-leaning voters than to Democrats and Democratic-leaning voters, so you could see him taking more out of Trump. That's not what the polls currently show, but it is what they might show in a few months.
All right, I want to get you both to weigh in on the big debate over TikTok. Play you a little bit of sound from former Trump Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. Here's what he had to say a little bit earlier today.
I think the legislation should pass, and I think it should be sold. I understand the technology. It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok.
You're trying to buy TikTok?
I am, because this should be owned by U.S. businesses. It would be a combination of investors, so there would be no one investor that controlled this. And the issue is all about the technology. This needs to be controlled by U.S.
So Steve Mnuchin, Ramesh, could own TikTok. We'll have to see. We also have to see what happens in the Senate. The House just passed a bill basically saying ByteDance, a Chinese-owned company, needs to divest or else the U.S. will ban TikTok. What are you anticipating is going to happen here?
I think that bill has a lot of momentum coming out of the House. It was a very, very large margin, particularly lopsided among Republicans, even though President Trump was sort of against that legislation, but lopsided, too, among the Democrats. There are some Republicans who have concerns about it, Senator Rand Paul in particular, but I suspect that there is a strong enough consensus that it's going to pass.
Naveen, what do you think?
I think there's a huge appetite to have to do something here, given the national security risks that everyone is sort of raising. I think there's a lot of caution around doing it in a way that's going to backfire both in terms of the legal case and how effective this can be and actually, with the public.
All right, Yamesh and Naveen, thank you. Great conversation. Great to have you both here in person. Still to come, the deepening humanitarian crisis in Haiti and the U.S. response. We'll have the very latest from the Haitian border next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Violence and turmoil continue to engulf Haiti as the country descends further into chaos amid a growing power vacuum in the Caribbean nation. Take a look at this video. It's obtained by NBC News, and it shows people running from gunfire and vehicles set on fire in the middle of the street. Efforts to stabilize the situation for now appear to be stalled after local leaders in Haiti rejected a plan that would create a transitional government to oversee a new interim government. Joining me now is Gabe Gutierrez, who is in the Dominican Republic near the border of Haiti. So, Gabe, what are you seeing and hearing on the ground? And talk about why local leaders are opposed to this proposed plan for a transitional council.
Hi there, Chris. Now, let me set the scene here. We're here in a border town inside the Dominican Republic. Just over in that direction is the Haitian border. But if you can see behind me, these are people that are heading back towards Haiti. Many of them are, in fact, Haitian. And the borders had been pretty much closed all the time, except today. They were allowed to cross into this no man's land in between the two countries to go to this open-air market and bring back supplies. Throughout the day, we've been seeing many people bringing back supplies, and there's a great humanitarian need here. Kristen, you mentioned why that transitional government may not happen. What is it? All politics are local. There was one local politician, G. Philippe. He was a local senator here in Haiti. He went to the United States. After several years, he actually ended up pleading guilty to criminal charges for several years in prison, but then came back to Haiti. The gangs, the armed gangs, that now control about 80% of the capital, Port-au-Prince, support this local politician, and he opposes this transitional government. So there are a lot of questions right now about how political stability can be restored in Haiti. Today, the UN just said that it would establish kind of a humanitarian corridor in the sky to bring humanitarian aid from here in the Dominican Republic over to Haiti. And the Biden administration is actually now saying that it is considering whether to use Guantanamo Bay to temporarily house Haitian migrants, if there is such a migrant influx. The U.S. has done that before. But Kristen, as the sun begins to set here in the Dominican Republic, it is clear that this is a devastating situation, and there's really no end in sight. Right now, there's a power vacuum in Haiti. There are hundreds of Americans that have registered with the State Department, and they are trapped. Kristen?
Gabe Gutierrez, please be safe. Thank you so much for your great reporting. We really appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Top of the hour on News Now, and we are coming on the air with the nasty weather across the country. At least one reported tornado in the Midwest, and Colorado's biggest snowstorm in years, upending travel there. We are live in my home state with these dramatic scenes. Also, that breaking news on Donald Trump's legal troubles, a Manhattan prosecutor calling for a delay in his trial starting in 2 weeks, while a judge sounds rather skeptical about Trump's attempt to get a different case thrown out. We are live outside that courtroom in Florida. Then, how would you like to work one day less but for the same pay? One senator says that should happen because of the way that tech is changing our world. But is that realistic? Plus, why a top news agency is now putting Kensington Palace in the same category as Iran and North Korea after that doctored photo of Princess Kate. How big of a deal this is for the royals. And there's a new driver on the roads in L.A. No one. Why driverless taxis are coming to the second biggest city, except not on the highways. That's going to be later in the show. Good day. I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie, and right now we are watching a double whammy on the weather front with active tornado watches across the plains in the Midwest and snow piling up by the foot in Colorado on what could be its biggest snowstorm in years. Starting with tornadoes now, we are just hearing that one has touched down on the Indiana side of the Indiana-Kentucky border. Video of damage just starting to come in. You can see there roofs torn off. The storm system already produced this reported tornado in Kansas last night, part of a severe storm system that is putting more than 35 million people in the risk zone from Ohio down to Texas. And hail, so big, look at that. It's being called gorilla hail. Look at that, it's as big or bigger than a golf ball, and in some places bigger than a baseball. Out in Colorado, it's not hail, it's snow. You're looking live at a shot outside of Denver where the city could see up to 1.5 feet of snow. My brother in Metro Denver says he's already got 18 inches. Schools are closed. And we're talking about the city now, not the suburbs necessarily or the mountains. The mountains, they could get up to 4 feet. Roads are just an absolute nightmare there. Cars stuck in snowdrifts. And as you can see, as you can imagine, air travel not looking great. Denver Airport alone, we've seen over 800 flight cancellations and delays so far. We have meteorologist Bill Cairns standing by, keeping an eye on the tornadoes. First, though, let's go out to Dana Griffin in Boulder, Colorado, my college hometown. Dana, I remember those scenes from many years ago, and it looks like a rough day there.
You know, it's not as bad as a lot of people think in areas like this. And here's why, because the streets have actually been plowed. We've seen people out with their dogs, some playing in a nearby park. And so here things look pretty good. But as we kind of pan over here, this is the concern, the potential for downed trees. And not sure when this one came down. Luckily, it's a pretty small one compared to a larger tree. But let me show you the snow. I know this is your home state, and you guys here are used to it. But what makes this particular storm different, at least since we see different than what we've seen in the last 3 years, is look how much water is in the snow. I can throw this up. This is not falling apart like the light fluffy stuff. It is so thick and dense. It is very heavy. This is the concern because once this lines these trees and power lines, it creates damage. There have been some 31,000 customers without power in the Denver metro area, and it is just an absolute mess. We've seen several neighbors out here trying to shovel their sidewalks and driveways. Listen to what a couple told me.
It's just really heavy. You don't really notice until you start, but every shovelful is probably like 20, 30 pounds.
There's a lot of water, and so you got to deal with all that. Clogs up the gutter system.
Yeah, but the key is they're getting out early and they're coming out several times a day so that this heavy stuff doesn't accumulate and they won't have to put in as much elbow grease later tonight. Tom?
Yeah, you know, and the mountains, of course, love it because it's important for the ski industry. But I was actually talking to the ski industry today on an unrelated note, and they were saying, you know, the snow is great, but it also means it's going to be very difficult for people to be driving up I-70 to get to the ski resorts, right? So people are being told, don't even bother hitting the roads?
Exactly. The message is stay home, stay off the roads, and stay safe because you allow the plow trucks to come through so that they can clear the roads, and you just don't want to get stuck. We know that parts of I-70 have been closed, and we also heard, I'm sure you're familiar with Eldora, one of the popular ski resorts here. They shut down for the first time in 20 years. That's how much snow has fallen, and the concern for people trying to get up there. It's like, hey, don't even come, stay home, and stay safe. Tom?
Mr. Tomatoes Pizza right down the road from you. Great pizza tonight, Dana. I'm just telling you right now. Thank you very much. Standing by in Boulder. All right, let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, what do you know about the tornado watch that we're watching right now, tornado watch and also severe storms?
Yeah, it's all starting to pop, percolate, if you want to call it that. You know, we kind of think of these storms, you get the heating of the day, you get the humidity, and then they just start boiling up. Sometimes you actually see it in the sky, the clouds just billowing up. And that's what's happening now, and the storms are really exploding throughout the areas that we're most concerned with. The one tornado we had earlier was actually located right here with this red tornado symbol. It started in Indiana, crossed over the Ohio River, has done significant damage to some mobile homes and some structures. So that was, you know, even far away from the area we were greatest concerned with. And and now we're getting huge hail reports. We've had 2 reports this afternoon of softball-sized hail, 4-inch diameter hail. That would fit in the palm of my hand. It smashed through windshields where it happened. It happened right in one spot in Oklahoma here, and then also just across the border into areas of Arkansas. So huge hail, tornadoes, that's what we're going to be dealing with. We have tornado watches that are up here. One of them goes until 9 p.m. this evening. This other one includes areas just north of Dallas and areas of eastern Oklahoma, goes till 6 p.m. And you notice a couple red dots on here. We do have a couple active tornado warnings. One of them, here's downtown St. Louis. Here's Interstate 70 heading towards Columbia. And this one is right on top of the interstate here. So we'll wait and see. That's just radar indicated. That has not been spotted on the ground. We have another tornado warning with this storm here to the south. This is just south of Interstate 44 here, Springfield, Missouri. So we're going to continue to watch these storms. Again, that's radar indicated, but we do think we will start to get more and more of these tornadoes on the ground. And if we get these tornadoes, the area favored for the strongest ones, McAllister to Little Rock up to Springfield. And as far as snow goes, Aspen Springs, Tom, 45 inches of snow. Conifer's got 36. Now, Boulder and Denver, this first round reported about a half a foot. It's variable. I mean, the east side of Denver got almost nothing. The airport got 1 inch. And if you go to the west side or the southwest side of downtown Denver, heading to the south, some bases got 18 inches. So it just depends on where you are. And we still underneath these warnings. And we are going to get this new batch of heavy snow tonight right through tomorrow morning. So additional snow. Denver about 5 inches, Boulder 8, Castle Rock 8. And when we're all said and done, we will get 5 feet of snow in a few spots. And I heard you mention the ski resorts, and a lot of people are disappointed. Aspen, Vail, Copper, they're only getting 2 to 4 inches out of this. You really have to be those ski resorts right on the front range to get the bullseye on this one.
Eldora, but they're closed. All right, buddy. Thank you very much, Bill Cairns. We have some breaking news out of New York. The Manhattan DA is unexpectedly backing a delay in Donald Trump's hush money trial. The new filing from DA Alvin Bragg, you see here, says he supports holding off on that trial for no more than 30 days. All right, but in Florida, you see the sketches of Mr. Trump in federal court today. His lawyers are trying to get a different case against him thrown out. That one related to the 40 federal charges he and 2 others face for allegedly bringing classified documents to Mar-a-Lago and storing them in places they shouldn't be, like a bathroom or a storage stage. The Trump team is making 2 big arguments for dismissal. First, a 1978 law that his lawyers say lets the former president transform whatever presidential records he wants into personal records so that he can take them home. Number 2, unconstitutional vagueness, they argue. In plain English, they claim the special counsel cannot bring these charges against a president. NBC's Dasha Burns is outside the courtroom in Fort Pierce, Florida. Dasha, let's start with the breaking news out of New York. Why is the Manhattan DA on board with delaying the hush money trial?
Yeah, so basically the Manhattan DA is just saying they don't oppose a delay because the former President Trump's legal team requested this because about 31,000 pages of additional records came through just yesterday. Trump's defense team is saying, look, we need time to go through this. We need to go over this. The Manhattan DA is saying, that's okay, but no more than 30 days. The judge, though, still has to rule on this, and the judge could say, we are giving you less time, could say we're giving you more time. But overall, this is a win in the short term for the former president. And his team is out with a statement saying President Trump and his counsel have been consistent and steadfast that this case has no basis in law or fact and should be dismissed. So we'll wait to hear from the judge here. Tom.
All right, well, let's talk about the Florida case. The special counsel, of course, disagrees with both of those arguments from the Trump team. And it sounds like the judge, who is a Trump-appointed judge, is skeptical as well.
Yeah, the judge is particularly skeptical in the motion to dismiss based on the Presidential Records Act. Basically, what the Trump team is arguing here is that when the former president was in the White House, he designated all of those materials that we saw at Mar-a-Lago. He designated those as personal records, not presidential records. He was fully in the right to take them. They point to all sorts of examples of former presidents holding on to materials from the White House, taking them to other residences, and they're saying nothing to see here. Let's dismiss this. The judge, though, Judge Cannon, said, look, This is not something I see as grounds for dismissal of an indictment. Could be a good argument at trial, but not necessarily a reason to dismiss this case. The court adjourned here just before 3 o'clock, says she's going to rule quickly here. That we have seen her take her time in this one, Tom, so she could rule at her discretion tomorrow, a week from now, a couple months from now. It's fully up to her.
You know, we've talked a lot over the weeks and months about how the president wants to make the legal political. And our colleague John Allen reports on how the Trump campaign plans to, quote, make lemonade out of lemons and uses court dates for political gain. How does he plan to do that?
Yeah, well, he's going to have to figure out a way to do that because so far, today included, he's been showing up often in cases where he's not required to be there. Today, he didn't have to be here, but he came anyway. In the primary, this was a goldmine for the former president. Each time he came to court, his poll number shot up, fundraising shot up. But now, in some of these criminal cases, he is going to have to be in court, which means he's not on the campaign trail. And this is a general election. For a primary audience, indictments were great. For a general election, it's more tricky. But what the Trump team is planning to do is essentially flip the script here. And we've seen this language already at rallies on social media saying, you know what, it's actually Biden who's a threat to democracy. He's trying to imprison his political enemies. And today we saw a lot of supporters out here, a couple dozen or so, basically making that same argument, saying, you know, Trump is a martyr for us. So they're hoping to use that as a boon here, Tom.
Mr. Trump is a martyr, according to his supporters. Dasha Burns, thank you very much. All right, right now, President Biden is in Michigan, making a campaign trip to that state and Wisconsin, proving that the 2024 general election is in full swing. Those destinations, no coincidence, the president will probably need to win both if he wants to beat former President Trump again in November. Political calculus, the name of the game, with Mr. Biden speaking in a city with large Black and Latino populations, groups he wants to make sure are on his side come Election Day. All of that goes for VP Harris, too. She visited a Planned Parenthood clinic which provides abortion services in Minnesota earlier today. Sources at the White House say it marks the first time a president or a vice president has ever visited a clinic that provides abortions. NBC's Ali Rafa was with the president in Saginaw, Michigan. So, Ali, give us a sense here. What went into Vice President Harris's decision to make this trip? And it really underlines that abortion rights are a key issue this year.
That's right, Tom. The White House sees abortion access as an issue so consequential that they are leaning as much as possible into it. You mentioned the vice president making history with this trip today to a Planned Parenthood in Minnesota. She said that it was important for her to go to Minnesota specifically because it is one state providing abortion access to patients coming from neighboring states that are restricting it. Vice President Harris today saying it is, quote, outrageous and immoral to have any restrictions on abortion, saying it's putting women's lives at risk. Take a listen to more of what she had to say.
Right now in our country, we are facing a very serious health crisis. One of the points that must be made on this issue as we attempt to uplift the real stories and the real consequences of the Dobbs decision is to remind people elections matter.
The vice president vowing that if Democrats win both chambers of Congress come the 2024 election, that they will try to codify Roe back into federal law. Remember, that's something we saw attempted in the immediate aftermath of Roe's reversal, only to have that effort fail in Congress, Tom. So the vice president renewing calls for that today.
So let's talk about the politics. Mr. Biden visiting Michigan for the second time in just a matter of weeks, but again, not sitting down with the large Arab American and Muslim communities in that state. And those communities played a very big role in the 100,000 strong uncommitted votes in the Michigan Democratic primary back in late February. But they're not happy with him over the war in Gaza, right? And it's a little surprising he's not even trying to reach out to them in person while he's there.
That's right. In fact, the mayor of Dearborn, I spoke with him earlier today, and he said that the White House had not contacted him or, to his knowledge, any leaders of the Arab American or Muslim community before returning here to Michigan for the first time since we saw that uncommitted movement of over 100,000 voters, many of them in protest to the president's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. And that's really sparking concerns about what a wider movement could look like, considering, remember, in 2020, President Biden won this state over former President Trump by just 154,000 votes. So I spoke with members of this community today. They said that despite this shift in tone, this more sharp rhetoric of the president criticizing Prime Minister Netanyahu's handling of this war, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza that's just been growing, they said that is still not enough for them, and they want to see more drastic action. Take a listen to what they told me.
We will see you in November because our movement is strong, our movement is growing. So if you want to bet on brushing off this movement, good luck in November.
Worth noting, Tom, that, the president not meeting with members of this community today here in Michigan, but we do know that senior White House officials met privately with members of the Arab American and Muslim community, but that meeting took place in Chicago earlier today, Tom.
All right, Ali, thank you very much. Other news now. New York Senator Chuck Schumer making news today, expressing support for a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and criticizing Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu on the Senate floor.
As a lifelong supporter of Israel, it has become clear to me the Netanyahu coalition no longer fits the needs of Israel after October 7th. I believe a new election is the only way to allow for a healthy and open decision-making process about the future of Israel.
Senator Schumer is the highest-ranking Jewish official in the United States. Israel's military operations have displaced nearly the entire population of Gaza since the start of the war. Palestinians have been pushed south into increasingly smaller and smaller areas of land to escape Israeli bombardments. A new documentary from NBC News Digital docs team called Salma's Journal features a 22-year-old dental student from Gaza City who documented the first months of the war in video diaries and in her art journal as her family was pushed south, seeking safety until she eventually did escape to Egypt. Here's part of her story.
There was something that I did before everything happened that was the official goodbye for Gaza. I went for a car ride, and I'll tell you the story. It was the 6th of October. It was dark at night, and me and Rana had an extra half an hour after our weekly cousin hangout. Rana pushed me to turn around, not go home, go for a late car ride. And at night, Gaza is so beautiful. It's empty, the lights are nice, the streets are nice, and not knowing it was the last time seeing Gaza in its full glory. We're just trying to survive the day with minimum trouble, minimum crying, minimum food, and just next day, and so on and so on. This is when I was sleeping and I woke up hearing like me, my name. They told me, your name is on the list. I'm like, what you mean my name is on the list? I'm not prepared for this. Am I meant to have a life? And I have to make the most difficult decision I have ever made, which is leaving my family behind. I didn't know if I'll be able to see them again.
You can watch the full NBC News digital documentary, Life After Gaza, Salma's Diary of the War, on NBCNews.com. Tonight, new efforts to try to get help into Haiti and get Americans out. The State Department says over 200 Americans in Haiti have registered to get more information on how to leave the country. U.S. government reps say they are trying to help everybody they can, but the administration is not actively planning an evacuation for those folks. Meanwhile, the UN is setting up an air bridge between Haiti and the Dominican Republic next door to get humanitarian aid in and provide a path for people trying to leave, to get away from the chaos, like what you're seeing right there play out on the screen, with gangs now controlling most of the capital city and uncertainty about who is going to lead the country next. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in the Dominican Republic in a town bordering Haiti. Gabe, this town that you're in has long been a destination for Haitians trying to escape poverty and violence across the border. And with the border reopening temporarily, what does it look like where you are right now?
Hi there, Tom. Good afternoon. So, yes, we're in Dajabon. This is in the northwestern part of the Dominican Republic, the northeastern part of Haiti. And just a little bit in that direction is the Haitian border. And behind me, you see some people leaving here right now. They're actually going back to Haiti. And the reason that is, Tom, is that this area, this is kind of no man's land. And, you know, you see in the distance there, that gate over there is the Dominican Republic. Haitians are not allowed to go that way. But just for today, they were able to attend an open-air market here, and many of them brought back supplies. It was a dramatic scene as we saw many of them coming back with, you know, food, water, clothes, anything they could grab. As you said, the situation, especially in the capital city, is deteriorating so much. 80% or so of Port-au-Prince, according to the UN, is now controlled by armed gangs. And earlier this week, we spoke with a physician, with Doctors Without Borders, who talked about a situation where he saw a patient recently executed in front of his hospital while inside an ambulance. Here's some of what he told us.
Situation, the health system, it's been on a steady train of deterioration for many years, but now it's really at the border of collapse. We're patients suffer from gunshot wounds the previous day, who are only able to make it to a facility 12 hours later when they feel safe to have a passage across the city. So that's really some of these patients die.
And Tom, right now there are so many questions about the political instability in Haiti and whether that temporary, the transition council to get new leadership in there will be accepted by local politicians, Tom.
I'm just curious, have you seen any violence on the border where you are? You're not close to Port-au-Prince at all. And then my second question is, you know, this kind of feeds into the whole concern about migrants in this country and the possibility of an inflow of migrants into Florida, where they are deploying more officers for that very reason, right? What are you hearing from the Biden administration about migrants?
Well, on your first question, Tom, no violence here today. You may not be able to see it here, but back there's a heavy security presence. Although in this town a few days ago, there was a report of there was a shootout between a young man who actually tried to steal a weapon from one of the guards here. But largely this part of the Dominican Republic and of Haiti is seeing nowhere near the violence that we're seeing in Port-au-Prince, where, again, armed gangs control so much of that capital city. With regards to what the Biden administration is doing, the Biden administration announced today that it is considering potentially housing temporarily some Haitian migrants at Guantanamo Bay. Now, that's something that the U.S. has done before. Certainly, there's been migrant influxes from Haiti, certainly over the last several decades. And then yesterday, of course, it was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis deploying extra resources, troops, drones to the state's southern coast, anticipating an increase in Haitian migrants in the Florida Straits. So far, we're not seeing that yet, but leaders in the U.S. are preparing for it. Tom.
Okay, Gabe, thank you very much. Stay safe. Good. Gabe Gutierrez in the Dominican Republic. When we come back, the new health concerns in Chicago, with the city connecting more measles cases to a migrant shelter. And Pope Francis saying tonight he's not going anywhere, while he's dismissing concerns about his health. Stay with us.
morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back. 2 more children in Chicago have been diagnosed with measles, including another person living at a migrant shelter. That brings to 8 the number of cases at the shelter and 10 total now for the city. And it's just Chicago. That's not just Chicago that's having a measles outbreak. 45 cases have been reported in 17 states so far this year. But the outbreak in Chicago is drawing attention in some part because of the cases at that migrant shelter. Chicago's mayor pushing back against anti-immigrant rhetoric and blame. Take a listen.
They didn't bring illness. Okay, so I just want to clarify that. In fact, migrants are more vulnerable to the existing infectious diseases that we already have here.
Dr. John Torres is joining us now. John, measles is highly contagious and can be deadly. 10 confirmed cases may not sound like a lot, but how serious is this, and what are authorities doing to try to keep it from growing to a bigger outbreak?
And Tom, you're right. It might not sound like a lot, but it is. And the main reason is back in 2000, we actually thought we had it eliminated from this country. Measles was no longer here in the United States and is making this comeback. It is the most infectious virus we have out there that can attack us. And a matter of fact, the example I usually give is if you're in an area with somebody, they're coughing and sneezing, those virus particles can aerosolize, get in the air for 2 hours. If you pass through there, you can get it as well. Before vaccines came about in the 60s, 2 million people died from measles every year. Now 1 in 3 per 1,000 can die from it once they get it. So again, it's very contagious. It can be very deadly. This is something to be concerned about.
John, any idea why we suddenly have now an outbreak again, and it's happening in other states and also globally, right?
And Tom, it all has to do with vaccine rates. It needs a 95% vaccination rate among a population to get that herd immunity that you and I talked many times about during the pandemic. And this is one of those ones that needs a high vaccination rate. Unfortunately, because of misinformation and disinformation from a variety of sources out there, people are less likely to get the vaccine. They're more hesitant in getting the vaccine, and those rates are dropping. Even if they just drop down to 93, 92%, it can make headways into that community, and that's what we're seeing here. Now, the other thing to realize is some of these ones that are coming from other countries, they don't have the health resources we have, and so it's not that they're bringing the disease here, but we need to make sure we get public health in there to protect them, which also protects us from getting the disease.
Because they are vulnerable, a vulnerable population.
Exactly.
Dr. Torres, thank you very much.
You bet.
Let's get you now over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Tennessee's alcohol regulator is now investigating whether missing student Riley Strain was overserved alcohol. He's the student we've told you about. He went missing Friday on a fraternity trip in Nashville. Police say he was kicked out of a bar and his friends lost track of him. State law does not allow serving alcohol to anybody who is visibly intoxicated. Number 2, Pope Francis says he is not planning to retire and says he doesn't have any health problems that would necessitate that. He says he's in an upcoming memoir. If something serious happens, he will resign. But he called it a very distant hypothesis. It comes after he's been sick with bronchitis and the flu. Number 3, Senator Bob Menendez is thinking about running for re-election as an independent. That from 2 sources who talked to him. You'll remember he and his wife were indicted on bribery charges. Both have pleaded not guilty. When we asked him today, he did not deny possibly running again, saying, "I don't have to declare what I'm doing. When I do, everybody will know." Number 4, 2-time Masters champion Bernard Langer will miss the upcoming Masters in April because he tore an Achilles tendon playing pickleball. He says he was playing it to stay fit. He fell during a game and he heard a pop. He'll be out of action for at least 3 months. Number 5, take a look at this. It's a new peek at the beef rice we were telling you about. Researchers are growing beef cells inside rice cells. They say this is the first product of its kind and could be a substantial source of protein down the line. Former Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin says he is putting together a team that may try to buy TikTok. Mnuchin unveiled his plan just 24 hours after the House passed a bipartisan bill that would force TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, to either sell the company or, in the next 6 months, or be banned in the United States. Take a listen.
It's a great business, and I'm going to put together a group to buy TikTok.
You're trying to buy TikTok?
I am, because this should be owned by U.S. businesses. There's no way that the Chinese would ever let a U.S. company own something like this in China.
Now, who exactly is banding together with the Trump-era cabinet member is not all clear at this hour. Mnuchin did not specify. Another big question, whether this group would have enough cash to buy TikTok. Its parent company is the world's most valuable startup, valued at a whopping $220 billion with a B dollars. And while the potential sale of the U.S. division would be less than that, it would still be a very big chunk of change. Money aside, it's still really unclear whether the Chinese government would even let ByteDance sell TikTok to a U.S. buyer. NBC's Christine Romans covers business. She's following this.
Hey.
Christine, Steve Mnuchin has a lot of money, but could he possibly put together the cash to buy TikTok? And does he have a political agenda here to push a conservative Trump talking point kind of a platform?
He does have a history of being a deal maker, someone who can cobble together investors. IndyMac after the financial crisis, remember that one? Also more recently, New York Community Bank. So he has his own vast personal wealth and an extensive network of investors. I'm told by people who cover this company that there are a lot of other groups who would love to have a chance to try to buy TikTok if China were to sell, ByteDance were to spin off the U.S. operations. But a big question there, Tom, is would China really allow the IP, the code, right, the source code to be spun off? And there's a big doubt that that would ever happen. One analyst I talked to today said if there were a deal, it'd have to be like $100 billion, right, for the U.S. part of this operations. And it would be like buying a race car without the engine, because a lot of analysts don't think that China would ever sell that part of it.
Interesting. All right, so what could the next 6 months look like for TikTok and its Chinese-owned parent company if this bill does, in fact, land on President Biden's desk?
Either way, if it lands on his desk, it looks really chaotic, quite frankly, as the company tries to figure out how to separate itself from ByteDance and then be, a standalone company in the U.S. And even if it doesn't get on the president's desk in the next 6 months, there are a lot of questions about what its path looks like in the Senate, what kind of deal to buy it would look like, how much competition there would be for that deal. And there are a lot of questions among analysts about how you single out just this one company and not have sort of a comprehensive look, Tom, at all of these companies that track Americans' data, right, and sells it to third parties. Can you just separate out TikTok and not look at all of the other tech companies as well?
All right, so to that point, it's TikTok's algorithm that we're talking about here, right? It tracks what you and I do with the app, and that's what is most valuable about the asset.
That's right. And also its popularity, because look at how extremely popular it is. 170 million users, over the course of a month. That is a really big juggernaut in terms of social media influence. So you've got a couple of angles here. You've got a national security angle that Washington is concerned about, economic security, but you also have the popularity of this app itself. It really is a runaway success in the United States. And ByteDance says part of that is because it is truly a global app. It wouldn't be the same if it were just a U.S. operation. Just watch this space, Tom. There are a lot of twists and turns in the months ahead, I'm sure.
Yeah, there really are. All right, Christine, thank you very much. Christine
you.
Romans. After the break, why one top news agency is putting Kensington Palace in the same bucket as Kim Jong-un after the Kate photo scandal. And a hockey legend is in Pittsburgh tonight, but thousands of mini versions of him will not be. It's a heist, and you won't believe it when we come back.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big. We're back now, and you know, working from here is kind of like drinking out of a fire hose. Hundreds of stories coming in round the clock, making it awfully tough to read, to watch, to listen to everything. So our bureau teams have selected some highlights, and here's what they tell us is going down in their regions, and we call this the local. From our Western Bureau, over a dozen SWAT officers were injured during a training exercise at an FBI facility in California. The Sheriff's Department says an explosion happened inside during the training. The officers were taken to a hospital. They're expected to be okay. The FBI is investigating. From our Northeast Bureau, the Pittsburgh Penguins say somebody stole their shipment of coveted Jaromir Jagr bobbleheads. No, the team was planning to give them away at tonight's game against the San Jose Sharks, and now fans will be given a voucher to pick up the bobblehead at a later date. Police are investigating this. 5-0 is on the job. From our Northeast Bureau, the British Airways Concorde jet made its way back home to the Intrepid Museum today after a months-long restoration in Brooklyn. There it is, being transported along the Hudson River. The museum says most of the restoration work included sanding and recoating the jet. Tours of the Concorde set to resume next month. Senator Bernie Sanders wants to change the work week as we know it here in the United States. He is pushing for a four-day work week, but without a pay cut. At a hearing he held today, he said it is time.
The question that we are asking today is a pretty simple question. Do we continue the trend that technology only benefits the people on top, or do we demand that these transformational changes benefit working people?
All right, so instead of 40 hours over 5 days, you'd work 32 hours over 4 days under his new bill. Sanders points to other countries that reduced their work weeks, including the United Kingdom, where a pilot program there showed positive results. More than 70% of the workers said they were happier with their time and felt less burned out. 35% of businesses saw an increase in revenue. Let's bring in now Sahir Kapoor on Capitol Hill. All right, Sahil, give us the nuts and bolts here of what he wants, and this kind of seems unlikely to pass.
Yeah, it's certainly unlikely to pass in the foreseeable future, Tom, but the bill is called the 32-Hour Workweek Act, and let's take a look at some of the specifics of what the bill does. It would reduce the standard work week to 32 hours over 4 years. It would lower the maximum hours threshold for overtime compensations. It would require overtime pay at time and a half for workdays longer than 8 hours and double that for workdays longer than 12 hours. Protect worker pay and benefits to ensure there's no loss in pay. Now, Sanders introduced this in the Senate with one co-sponsor. That is Senator LaFonza Butler of California, also a Democrat. There is a House companion bill introduced by Congressman Mark Takano, a California Democrat. This is unlikely to go anywhere in the foreseeable future, but Sanders is using his perch as chair of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee to force the issue, to hold a hearing, and to make his case for this particular bill.
Okay, so what is the data that he is using to make his argument?
It's a familiar argument that Bernie Sanders has been making for decades now. He argues that labor productivity has risen massively in the last several decades, and the trends do show this. Look at that bar going up and up and up with that line. At the same time, CEO pay has risen as well. Currently, in 2021, 399 times that of a typical worker. That's according to a study by the Economic Policy Institute. And Bernie Sanders worries that this trend is only going to get worse with AI and robotics. He believes that this is one way he can try to help workers in anticipation of the continued trend.
Okay, but let's be honest, it's going to run into a buzzsaw among Republicans especially, and even plenty of Democrats as well, right, about small businesses being impacted, how this could impact the workforce, Fortune 500 companies. I mean, it will be a pretty tough sell. How could this bill be watered down?
That's right. Well, firstly, we can expect Republicans to reject this bill out of hand. That seems to be what they're already doing. Senator Bill Cassidy, the ranking Republican on the committee, spoke about this. Let's play what he had to say.
We have that balance. This disrupts that balance. And we won't maintain the status of being the world's wealthiest nation if we kneecap the American economy with something which purports to be good for the American worker, but indeed will lead to offshoring of jobs seeking for a lower-cost labor force.
And I caught up with Senator Sanders just a few hours ago, Tom. He told me that nobody expects this bill to pass tomorrow. Those were his words. And he told me that this is simply about beginning a discussion about who's going to benefit from this revolution in technology, including AI. And he said if we don't change it, it'll simply benefit large corporations even further at the expense of workers. Tom.
Well, it may be the start of a conversation that lasts many years, but it's a good one to start, at least have the conversation. All right, Sahil, thank you very much. Overseas, Sahil mentioned the UK. Prince William appearing at an awards show honoring the legacy of his mother Diana tonight in London. That according to Kensington Palace. As the controversy surrounding the royal family grows, with one of the world's biggest news agencies now saying Kensington Palace is no longer a trusted source. Listen to Agence France Presse's news director on the BBC earlier today.
You said that Kensington Palace was a trusted source for you at the AFP. Is it still a trusted source?
No, absolutely not. Like with anything, when you're let down by a source, the bar is raised.
Yeah, Agence France Presse is a very big organization, and it's making a rare and dramatic move, usually reserved for propaganda from North Korea and Iran, after the palace released that doctored photo of Kate Middleton and her 3 kids. You can see it right there. Kate apologized for it, but still so many questions about Princess Kate's condition and how the royals might try to bounce back from this. Matt Bradley is following all of this from London. All right, Matt, this has got the whole newsroom talking. Just how big of a deal is it that Kensington Palace is no longer considered a trusted source for this one news agency?
Yeah, Tom, it's a great question. How big of a deal? I mean, I would say it's not such a big deal, not nearly as big of a deal as what we heard from a couple of days ago when AFP and all those other news agencies actually withdrew that photo. And elsewhere in that interview with the head of Agence France Presse, he said that, they only do that maybe once a year. And if you can imagine how many pictures cross the desks of Agence France Presse in a single day from all over the world, it just goes to show how rare of an event that was. Now, to the extent that this is a threat for the palace, I mean, I think that people in the palace might have been kind of laughing about this a little bit, because the fact is, I mean, there is no other royal family that attracts this much attention as the one in Britain. Here, this is the only game in town. They have a monopoly almost on royals coverage. Everything that comes out of the palace is stuff that AFP is going to want to run. And the fact is, if he says that all this means is that he's going to be scrutinizing, or they're going to be scrutinizing photos out of the palace a little more than they did before, well, he's not going to be alone. I think just about everybody with an internet connection is going to be scrutinizing every single photo that comes out of Kensington Palace from now on. Tom.
Yeah, there's that. There is so much public interest here with theories about and questions about Kate Middleton all over social media. It's striking that the royals are still remaining silent here, right?
Yeah, well, I kind of wonder if maybe they haven't learned a lesson here, Tom, don't you think? I mean, those of us who have been on social media know, and I think they learned the hard way and very publicly, that sometimes the best response is no response at all. They didn't have to release that Mother's Day picture on Sunday. They had told the public that Kate Middleton wouldn't be seen in public until after Easter. Well, she might be seen in public, but she wouldn't be resuming official duties, and that they wouldn't be constantly giving regular updates on her health status. They could have just stuck to that. Instead, they bowed to the pressure from social media, which they've done this twice now. They issued a statement basically bowing to pressure, and now they did it again when they released that photo, and they got bitten very, very hard. So it's possible you can hear that silence continuing.
Yeah. Matt, your beat will always be solid there in the UK, so you have good job security going forward. Thanks very much, Matt Bradley, who's on the story.
It's true.
Coming up from SpaceX's Super Starship just burned up on re-entry, why the company and guess what, NASA still call this a successful test flight. That story's coming up.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just fit, too.
Great story today. A group of new astronauts has earned their wings in Houston as NASA gets ready for a very big mission. The class of 12 are likely to be among some of the astronauts who will one day get to land on the moon and set up a lunar base. I talked to some of them in Houston about their hopes and their dreams. Here's one of those interviews.
You know, I reached for a dream, and I never got bumped off that path and was able to get to where I am today. As a little kid, I used to say I'm going to be the first person on Mars. So even as a little child, I had the Mars idea for the dream.
Yeah, Nicole Ayers, who, by the way, is also a fighter pilot. You can watch my full story on this mission to the moon on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt tonight. And that new astronaut class could one day ride a SpaceX rocket to the moon. The company is celebrating a major flight milestone today that is expected to be key to NASA's future missions.
3, 2, 1.
SpaceX calling the launch of its Starship mega rocket a success, even though it did end up breaking up over the Indian Ocean as it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. Starship is the tallest and the most powerful rocket ever launched. And while it was lost on return, the rocket still managed to reach space, testing out new capabilities, going faster and further than any rocket ever. The goal of it all, to eventually get people back on the moon and maybe even, as we mentioned, maybe Mars. Dr. Paul Suter is an astrophysicist and NASA advisor. He also wrote How to Die in Space, a journey through dangerous astrophysical phenomenon. Not something I want to try. Doctor, this was the third test flight for Starship. It did make it to orbit on all 33 engines. They all fired off. And then the flight lasted 45 minutes, and it was only lost on return to Earth. NASA calls it a success. What do you think?
Oh, this is absolutely a success. No, it didn't achieve all the dream goals, which was to attempt a simulation of a soft landing in the Indian Ocean. But the rocket was going to be ditched anyway. We were not going to